A sudden, excruciating pain jolted Lin Jin awake. As soon as Lin Jin opened his eyes, he realized he was no longer on the battlefield engulfed in smoke and chaos, but rather in the dim confines of a cavernous tunnel. His body lay sprawled across a large stone, surrounded by the faint glow emanating from the cave walls, barely illuminating a few meters around him. Have they discarded me like a corpse, burying me in this pit? Just as he attempted to rise and assess his injuries, a sharp pain surged through his head, accompanied by a torrent of inexplicable memories. With remarkable fortitude, Lin Jin stifled a cry of pain, gradually absorbing this influx of recollections. After a considerable duration, the agonizing mental turmoil began to subside. Have I traversed into this realm, or have I awakened to the mysteries of my own birth? Whether reflecting on his decades as a mercenary or the existence of this body for over a decade, everything felt strikingly lucid. It was not as if he had suddenly acquired a stranger's memories, it was more akin to the recollection of past years. A look of shock and disbelief crossed Lin Jin's face. Despite the incredulity of his current bizarre circumstances, one thing remained clear: he must survive. His extensive experience as a mercenary allowed him to swiftly adapt to the situation. After all, this body was now under his dominion, and he soon accepted this reality. Fool! Having come to terms with his new identity, Lin Jin scrutinized the original owner's experiences and snorted derisively. The original owner, also named Lin Jin, was the most favored second disciple of the Qingyan sect. Merely a month prior, he had achieved the Spirit Sea realm, making him the strongest among the third-generation disciples. Possessing a supreme divine vein and unparalleled combat prowess at his level, he was poised to become the next sect leader. However, just 3 days after reaching the Spirit Sea realm, he awoke one morning to find his little junior sister lying beside him dead, with her clothes torn and covered in blood. Before he could fully comprehend the shock, his senior brother stormed in with disciples from the law enforcement hall, and before he could utter a word, he was captured. That day, he was thrown into the sect's dungeon, and the following day, the sect sentenced him to death. Even his once favored master regarded him with icy indifference. His cultivation was destroyed, and his supreme divine vein was stripped away. Fortunately, a well-connected elder interceded, noting that the original owner had once rendered service, and thus he was condemned to toil in the demon iron mines for 3 years as penance. Thus, the once promising disciple was reduced to a laboring slave, the drastic fall shattering his spirit and leaving him in a daze. Upon reaching the mines, he faced brutal treatment, often subjected to beatings and insults from fellow slave miners. The ore he extracted was seized, and failing to meet quotas meant further punishment from the guards, including lashes and starvation. After enduring days of torment, the mentally broken original owner chose to end his suffering by bashing his head against the walls of the mine. Upon awakening once more, his soul had merged with that of Lin Jin. After reviewing the original owner's memories, Lin Jin discerned that the original owner's plight was a meticulously orchestrated scheme. It was not just the death of the little junior sister from the very beginning. He had been ensnared in a grand conspiracy. As a child, the original owner had witnessed his family slaughtered by formidable enemies. Just when he was about to be killed, his master descended from the heavens to rescue him, bringing him to the sect for careful nurturing. All the elders within the sect treated him with exceptional kindness. Even when he undertook missions, he was always accompanied by elder-level protectors. His years of cultivation had been remarkably smooth. From the perspective of the original owner, it was difficult to discern any discrepancies. Yet, Lin Jin recognized that the original owner had been nothing more than a prized pig raised for slaughter, valued solely for his supreme divine vein. Had he not reached the Spirit Sea realm, the divine vein would not have stabilized, and premature extraction would have caused irreparable damage. The original owner would have met his demise at the hands of those mountain bandits had he not been rescued. Cunning, truly cunning. How adept these so-called righteous sects are at manipulation. For the sake of this fool's endowment, they meticulously plotted for over a decade before their scheme unfolded. Lin Jin's expression darkened not out of sympathy for the original owner, but because he had inherited the original owner's memories. The suffering endured by the original owner resonated within him, as if it were inflicted upon his own being. Consequently, he bore the weight of all these consequences. What predicament did he face now? His cultivation had been obliterated and his divine vein extracted. The original owner's act of suicide had left him physically weakened to the brink. The wound on his head continued to bleed. Damn it, fool! Lin Jin cursed silently, realizing that if this continued, death would soon follow. Anxious, he pondered ways to extricate himself from this predicament, growing increasingly furious, wishing he could seize the original owner's soul and deliver a sound beating. This so-called prodigy possessed an alarmingly frail capacity to endure psychological stress. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed through the darkness. The newcomer seemed intent on muffling their sound, moving slowly. Yet, in the obscured cavern, Lin Jin caught the faintest hint of their approach. His expression shifted, and his heart raced, but he refrained from making a sound. Instead, he closed his eyes once more, regulating his breathing to the bare minimum, resembling a lifeless being, while gripping the iron pickaxe with renewed resolve. The cautious movements of the intruder suggested ill intent. The footsteps abruptly halted. Lin Jin sensed that the person was lurking just around the corner, secretly observing him. After a moment's pause, a raspy voice broke the stillness. "Lin Jin, are you all right?" Lin Jin instantly recognized this voice as Hu Sanhua, a member of the original owner's team. Previously the weakest among them, Hu Sanhua had often been bullied until the original owner arrived, inadvertently liberating him from his plight. Ironically, he had even joined in the bullying of the original owner, having snatched her from him. After a prolonged silence, Hu Sanhua, noticing Lin Jin's lack of response, relaxed and approached with a spring in his step. He first rummaged through Lin Jin's backpack, only to find it empty of ore. "Bah, useless. Wake up, wake up. Get up and mine. The captain's pressuring us." Hu Sanhua pushed Lin Jin vigorously, yet received no response. Crap, he can't be dead already, right? Alarmed, Hu Sanhua felt a surge of urgency, not out of concern for Lin Jin's life, but out of fear that if Lin Jin were to die, he would once again be relegated to the weakest position and subjected to bullying. Hu Sanhua quickly bent down, intending to roll Lin Jin over to check his condition. The moment Hu Sanhua flipped Lin Jin onto his back, Lin Jin suddenly opened his eyes. "Ah!" Hu Sanhua gasped, instinctively recoiling. With every ounce of strength left, Lin Jin seized Hu Sanhua by the collar, swinging the iron pickaxe with lethal intent, piercing through his neck. In an instant, Hu Sanhua felt an excruciating pain in his throat, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Ugh! Blood gushed from Hu Sanhua's mouth. His neck shattered, leaving him too weak to rise. He stared incredulously at Lin Jin, unable to comprehend why the man before him had suddenly turned so vicious. He failed to consider that had he succeeded in taking Lin Jin's, he would have faced a brutal beating and starvation. Lin Jin met Hu Sanhua's vengeful gaze with indifference, his heart unmoved. The life of a long-term mercenary is one where countless lives rest in their hands. Moreover, this individual even seeks to employ underhanded tactics to oppress him. Lin Jin quietly observed as the other party transitioned from struggle to despair, ultimately swallowing their last breath in unwilling resignation. Ding, the master has slain a sentient being, activating the divine prison system. A mechanical voice suddenly resonated within Lin Jin's mind. Chapter 2. Do not worry. Soon, more will descend to accompany you. They have arrived. Indeed, the heavens have not forsaken me. Lin Jin felt a surge of vitality and elation. Now that the phenomenon of traversing realms had occurred, the emergence of a system seemed particularly natural. Initially, Lin Jin merely sought to avenge the original owner by eliminating one who had tormented them before their demise. To his surprise, he had inadvertently activated an essential tool for any traveler. He discovered the ability to devour entities and the option for the master to decide whether to consume. In an instant, Lin Jin noticed the corpse of Hu Sanhua on the ground beginning to emit a faint glow. Devour. Without a moment's hesitation, he uttered the command. Immediately, Hu Sanhua's body transformed into a radiant orb, which then entered Lin Jin's being, leaving only a set of tattered garments behind. Devouring energy 1, soul devoured 1. The system detected that the master's physical form was in a state of extreme peril. Should it consume some devouring energy for restoration? Lin Jin's eyes sparkled with hope as he promptly agreed. In that moment, he felt a warm force erupt within him, swiftly mending his injuries. The marks left by his prior suicide vanished in the blink of an eye, and the various hidden wounds from recent days were healed. Even his growling stomach was filled, as if he had just enjoyed a sumptuous feast. Then, this force began to repair his damaged meridians. Ultimately, the energy was expended, and one meridian was restored. Lin Jin stood up abruptly, attempting to swing his fists. He was reassured that this body had truly returned to its former state. Though it could not compare to the original owner's peak prowess, it was nonetheless significantly stronger than an ordinary individual. Should he encounter another like Usanwa, Lin Jin could easily dispatch him with just 2 punches. However, despite this newfound strength, Lin Jin did not feel entirely secure. The identity of the original owner foretold a grim fate in this realm. Even though the original owner's sect had refrained from outright execution to preserve their virtuous facade, recent events clearly indicated that the mining site had received directives from higher powers to torment the original owner to death. Lin Jin quickly regained his composure and began to explore the functionalities of his system. It was imperative to comprehend the true utility of the system to better assess his next course of action. The Devourer of the Divine Prison was currently at level 1. With a maximum level of 3, the Master must accumulate the devouring of 10,000 spiritual entities to elevate the system to the next tier. Presently, the system offered 3 functions: Devouring, Battle Soul Transformation, and Divine Prison Space. The Devouring function allows the consumption of any spiritual entity, including but not limited to living beings, spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and formations. Note: the target to be devoured must be significantly weaker than the Master or possess no capacity for resistance. The devoured entity's soul can be transformed into a battle soul, which inherits all abilities from its previous life, retaining approximately 50% of its fighting capability. Multiple battle souls can merge to strengthen each other. The Divine Prison Space serves to store devoured energy, battle souls, and items, currently measuring 100 by 100 by 100 meters. The size of the space can expand as levels increase. Further functionalities await the Master's exploration upon leveling up. The light in Lin Jin's eyes grew ever brighter. He perceived this system as sufficiently powerful. Each function could potentially reverse his current predicament, and with the possibility of upgrading, he would only grow stronger. Splendid. Those insignificant beings better prepare themselves. Though the original owner was a fool, the master of this body is now me, and thus all consequences are mine to wield. Lin Jin's expression darkened. The sect had meticulously plotted against the original owner. Should they discover that Lin Jin would not perish here, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Rather than cower and evade, it would be far wiser to confront and resolve this karmic entanglement. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Only when one side is utterly annihilated. Original owner, rest assured, I shall send your beloved sect down to reunite with you. With a cold smile, Lin Jin glanced at his current attributes. Name: Lin Jin. Race: human lifespan, 19-150, damage -100, spirit root. For symbols: wind and cloud, spirit root, defunct. Physique: mysterious sovereign divine pulse body, defunct. Strength: body refinement level 1. Note: physical damage present. Original cultivation was Spirit Sea Realm, faction, none, formerly Qinyan sect, now expelled. Techniques: yellow grade low rank spirit wine technique, complete, defunct. Yellow grade medium rank flame heaven technique, complete, defunct. Xian grade medium rank galaxy gale technique, major achievement, defunct. It must be said, the original owner's potential was indeed formidable. Had he not been schemed against, he would have undoubtedly become a significant figure in a few decades. Alas, a genius that does not mature is merely fodder for others. Grasping his backpack and iron pickaxe, Lin Jin strode forward. Amir Usanwa was no match at all. In this mining site, not a single one would escape. Before Lin Jin could venture far, he encountered 3 figures standing at a nearby corner, wielding iron pickaxes with ominous intent. Upon seeing Lin Jin approach alone, they were momentarily taken aback. Where's Usanwa? Why are you the only one here? And hand over whatever, or you've mind. One of them growled menacingly. The other 2 shot Lin Jin predatory glances, as if ready to pounce should he utter a word of dissent. Yet Lin Jin remained unfazed. After all, who would bother quarreling with a few dead men? Usanwa, aren't they right behind you? Lin Jin replied coolly. Nonsense. There's no one behind us. Ah, just as the speaker lunged to teach Lin Jin a lesson, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back as if a blade had pierced his heart. Instinctively, he swung his pickaxe, but it struck nothing but air, intensifying the agony that forced him to his knees. Lida, what happened to you? The other 2 were startled by the sudden turn of events and rushed to help, only to witness a shocking sight. A slender, sharp or had deeply penetrated Lida's back. They gasped in horror. Ah, what is happening? You've been stabbed from behind. Lida lacked the strength to respond, feeling his vitality being inexorably siphoned away. As his vision darkened, he vaguely perceived a figure darting towards him. Moments later, he heard 2 screams, and then silence enveloped the scene, leaving only his faint gasps for breath. Bang! Lin Jin released his grip on the lifeless bodies of the 2 he had crushed, allowing them to collapse to the ground. He then seized Lida by the hair. Do not worry. Soon, more will accompany you. Lin Jin delivered a punch to the near-dead Lida, with a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting. Blood and viscera splattered everywhere. Lida was among those who had bullied the original owner the most, having taken on the original owner's karmic burden. Lin Jin would not allow this scoundrel to depart unscathed. With an impassive expression, Lin Jin discarded Lida's body onto the ground and activated the devouring ability. The radiant energy swiftly entered Lin Jin's being. Without hesitation, he utilized the devouring energy to restore his body. 2, 3. Soon, 3 orbs of energy were consumed. Lin Jin's strength ascended to body refinement level 3, marking him as a minor expert among ordinary folk. Typically, local constables possess a cultivation level of around the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement. Chapter 3. As long as you can still catch a glimpse of him a second time, I, ere long, shall present myself before you. Yet, Lin Jin harbored no pride. Such prowess could scarcely secure even the status of an outer disciple in the Qingyan sect. Even in this mind, the chief overseer was a cultivator at the 6th level of the condensation chi stage, far surpassing Lin Jin by a significant margin. In his current state, Lin Jin was no match for him. He summoned his battle spirit, Husanwa, back into his spatial domain and casually hoisted a basket filled with her onto his back, continuing his search for the remaining mind slaves still trapped within the pit. However, as the workday drew to a close, Lin Jin ultimately managed to find only 5 mind slaves. He absorbed their energy, restoring his strength to the 4th level of the body refinement stage. It appeared no one else remained. He decided to exit, to deal with today's matters first. A cold glint flickered in Lin Jin's eyes as he made his way toward the mouth of the mine, simultaneously summoning back 9 battle spirits. Though these spirits were merely manifestations of ordinary individuals, their latent abilities were formidable, capable of executing stealthy attacks that could pose considerable trouble even for minor cultivators. Thus, while Lin Jin's strength had only returned to the 4th level of body refinement, his true combat prowess might not be any weaker than that of those at the 5th or 6th levels. Upon exiting the mine, Lin Jin found the moon high in the sky. He proceeded to the storeroom, where he casually handed over the basket on his back. The overseer in charge hesitated upon seeing Lin Jin. Although he was still the same person, there was an unmistakable air of danger surrounding him, erasing the previous impression of his former helplessness. Is the quantity insufficient? The overseer asked. Lin Jin cast a nonchalant glance at him. It's nothing. Lin Jin, a yield of 10%. Here's your receipt. The overseer stammered, feeling the palpable threat emanating from Lin Jin, and promptly made a record. Lin Jin took the receipt and departed. Upon entering the dining hall, he exchanged it for a red bowl and chopsticks under the watchful gaze of the guards. This was a privilege reserved for those with a full yield, allowing him not only rice but also meat, usually reserved for the mine bosses. Thus, as Lin Jin entered with his red utensils, all eyes were drawn to him. Goodness, am I seeing things? That fellow actually has a red bowl. Damn it. The overseer must have been blind to give him the wrong item. I think so too. As Lin Jin made his way through the hall, a hush of whispers arose. Yet no one dared to cause a disturbance. There were strict regulations in the mine. Anyone who disrupted the meal would face lethal consequences. Lin Jin filled his bowl to the brim and chose an empty seat, startling those around him who instinctively moved aside. After all, those who possessed red utensils were not to be trifled with. Lin Jin paid no heed to their reactions, swiftly finishing his meal. He then cleaned his dishes and returned to his quarters to rest. A few observant individuals continued to watch him intently until he vanished from sight. What is wrong with Li Da and his crew? Were they not supposed to deal with Lin Jin today? One overseer cursed under his breath. How can they mess up such a trivial task? Utterly useless. They planned to confront Li Da that evening to inquire about the situation. 2 overseers coldly observed the direction Lin Jin had disappeared, recalling the orders they had received that morning to ensure Lin Jin met his end in the mine. Had it not been for the strict prohibition against harming their own in the mining grounds, they would have taken matters into their own hands right then and there. However, their proposal had been firmly rejected by the head overseer. Left with no other choice, the 2 begrudgingly decided to report back to Li Da's, oblivious to the fact that they would never see him again. Shortly after, they received word that Li Da had not emerged from the mine that day. Their surprise was palpable, yet they found it unsurprising. The rules within the camp were stringent, forbidding fights among the mine slaves. Even overseers required just cause to administer punishment, as entering this place was tantamount to forfeiting one's life, with no chance of leaving alive. This was to prevent frequent uprisings among the slaves. But the mine itself was a lawless domain where disputes over or often resulted in deadly confrontations, claiming lives with alarming regularity. It seemed prudent to recruit more individuals for the next day to avoid further complications. Let us call upon Erlong and Zhao Wu's crew, then. Both groups dine with red bowls, and they certainly want to believe that Lin Jin possesses such luck. In Lin Jin's quarters, the absence of Li Da and his associates rendered the space notably vacant, especially with several nearby bunks unoccupied. Those who had previously bullied the original occupant were now cautious, sensing something amiss with Lin Jin's current demeanor. With the leaders absent, the others dared not provoke him further, settling into a quiet slumber. Lin Jin surveyed the sleeping miners around him, perceiving them as large reservoirs of experience. However, he refrained from acting immediately. After all, even if he were to devour all 10 individuals, his strength would barely reach the 6th level, still shy of the 7th. Moreover, with an overseer stationed just 2 bunks away, it would not be an easy task to stealthily consume others. You may live another day, Lin Jin thought, his expression icy as he feigned slumber. In an environment rife with enemies, he could not afford to truly fall asleep. Fortunately, His strength had returned to the 5th level of body refinement, and he felt invigorated. A sleepless night was hardly a burden. The next morning, the overseer began to blow the whistle. Everyone promptly grabbed their gear and stepped out of their quarters. Receiving 2 steam buns outside to munch on as they hurried toward the mine, Lin Jin leisurely followed the flow of people, savoring his food. Suddenly, he sensed several malicious gazes fixed upon him. Ah! A cold smile crept across Lin Jin's face as he walked into the mine, seemingly oblivious. Remember, it had done swiftly. A stout overseer whispered to Erlong and his companions nearby. Rest assured, if you can still see him a second time, I, Erlong, will present myself, boasted the muscular Erlong, thumping his chest in assurance. Very well, go ahead, replied Zhang Yi, his tone indifferent. With that, Erlong and his companions clasped their fists in respect and hurried after Lin Jin. As Lin Jin continued along with the throng, the crowd, initially dense, quickly thinned as the mine slaves dispersed into various tunnels. Ultimately, only Lin Jin remained, hearing the hurried footsteps approaching from behind. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Lin Jin's mouth as he slipped into a dark, secluded tunnel. Chapter 4 Monsters? Where's the malice of the human heart? Quickly, that boy seems to have discovered us. Pursue him. Erlong and his companions, under the impression that Lin Jin intended to flee, hastily quickened their pace. However, it was not long before they came to a halt, for there was no path ahead. Lin Jin stood at the bottom of the pit, gazing at them. Ha ha ha, run. Why aren't you running? Indeed. My brothers were eager to engage in a game of cat and mouse, but it seems this foul rat has scurried into a dead end. How disappointing. Ha ha ha, Erlong and his companions laughed brazenly as they quickly surrounded him. Oh, what kind of gaze is that, however? As they drew closer, they sensed that something was amiss. They had initially thought Lin Jin was paralyzed with fear, only to discover an unsettling smile gracing his face, quietly observing them as if regarding a piece of meat on a chopping block. Stop this charade. Die. Erlong felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet he could not let his pride falter. He bellowed and swung his fist towards Lin Jin. Lin Jin remained motionless, just as Erlong was about to reach him. Lin Jin's figure flickered, effortlessly evading his punch, and then delivered a resounding slap across Erlong's face. Crack with a sickening sound of bone shattering. Half of Erlong's face was obliterated, an eyeball flying from its socket. His body slammed against the pit wall, blood gushing forth. On my face, my eye, on my back, the wretched cries echoed throughout the pit, instantly stunning the remaining onlookers, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. Tiger, what do we do? Several of the younger men turned to Zhao Hu, whose face mirrored their dread. He knew Erlong's strength all too well. A peak practitioner of the 2nd tier of body refinement, even slightly stronger than himself. Yet, such power had been reduced to near death by a mere slap from Lin Jin. What strength must Lin possess? Damn it, if he had such power. Why had he pretended to be weak for so long? You should have said so earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have come. Lin Sir Lin. This has nothing to do with me. It was Zhang Chao who coerced us. We are victims as well. Yes, Sir Lin, may your magnanimity prevail. Spare us. They pleaded for mercy, attempting to shift the blame onto their captor. Fear not, it will soon cease to hurt. Lin Jin smiled as he approached them, wielding a pickaxe. Damn it, let us fight him. Zhao Hu roared and charged forward. Let us fight. The others, spurred on by his fervor, followed suit. However, the next moment, to their astonishment, Zhao Hu, after taking a single step, suddenly stomped his foot and retreated, desperate to escape. Meanwhile, his younger companions, in their shock, could not control their bodies and continued to surge towards Lin Jin. Even Lin Jin was momentarily taken aback. Interesting, he revealed a playful smile, disregarding Zhao Hu, as he swung his pickaxe leisurely, dispatching the young men one by one. In a brief span, several corpses littered the ground. At this moment, Lin Jin turned his attention to the exit, where he saw the battle spirit dragging Zhao Hu's lifeless body back, riddled with wounds and bearing an expression of disbelief. It was evident he had met a gruesome end. After dealing with these individuals, Lin Jin then faced Erlong. Please don't kill me, I'll be your dog, just say the word, I'll do anything. Woof woof woof. Erlong was so terrified he had already lost his wits. Sinking to his knees in supplication. Brother, don't be foolish, I have no affection for dogs. Lin Jin tossed the pickaxe. Erlong's expression changed dramatically in an attempt to evade it, but his reflexes could not match the speed of the flying weapon. His head was instantly obliterated, rendering him incapable of fulfilling his promise to Zhang Chao. With a wave of his hand, Lin Jin immediately absorbed the corpses on the ground, transforming them into 9 orbs of light. Restoration. A torrent of energy surged through him, this time with the addition of the 2 second-tier body refinement practitioners. The energy each could convert surpassed that of 3 individuals combined, yielding remarkable results. Once the energy was fully consumed, Lin Jin's strength had returned to the 6th tier of body refinement. In terms of sheer power, he was now no less than 1 ton. Such strength rendered him a dominator within the mine, akin to a minor boss in the realm of mining operations. Not enough. Completely insufficient. Mobilize everyone. Kill them all. Lin Jin's expression grew cold as he summoned all battle spirits. These spirits transformed into shadows and departed. He too brandished the pickaxe, embarking on his journey of slaughter. Within the depths of the mind, malice abounds. Lin Jin did not regard himself as a virtuous being. If he was to be evil, he would embody the greatest evil. Only through strength could one continue to survive. If the original owner had been powerful enough, what did it matter if the sect coveted his divine veins? With a mere gesture, they would be obliterated. Evil has never been an obstacle to survival. Weaknesses. With your lives, I will forge my brilliance. Die with purpose. Lin Jin strode into another mine, where the rhythmic sounds of pickaxes echoed. Inside was a mining team of over 20 men. Upon seeing Lin Jin's arrival, they merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning to their work, unconcerned. Hey, you've taken a wrong turn. This is the territory of my brother, Tiger. 3 burly men approached menacingly. Tiger? Zhao Hu. A peculiar smile crossed Lin Jin's face. Indeed, knowing this is Tiger's territory, why don't you leave? Be careful lest I break your legs. The men threatened him fiercely. I also know Zhao Hu. Allow me to take you to meet him. Lin Jin responded with a faint smile. The sturdy men paused, instinctively preparing to ask questions. But in the next moment, a cold flash pierced through one man's skull. A tremendous force pinning him to the ground. A murder. The horrifying scene stunned everyone present, who began to scream and attempt to flee. Yet, faced with Lin Jin, now at the 6th tier of body refinement, slaughtering them was no different than killing chickens. Lin Jin resembled a demon awakened from hell, mercilessly reaping their lives. Do not run. Everyone, fight him. After several had fallen, the remaining miners finally realized evasion was futile. They hastily grasped their pickaxes and charged at Lin Jin. However, such an action only expedited their demise. With a single palm, he sent their pickaxes flying, the force crushing their heads into their chests. Demon. You are possessed by a demon. The last sturdy man, paralyzed with fear, fell to the ground, screaming. Bang. Lin Jin kicked a rock, shattering half of the man's skull. The sturdy man lay twitching for a moment before succumbing to death. A demon? Where's the malice of the human heart? Lin Jin scoffed disdainfully, waving his hand to absorb all the corpses. Restoration. Chapter 5. The vitality of the blood. Lin Jin traversed the depths of the mine, mercilessly reaping lives. In a mere half-day, hundreds of souls within the cavern had been extinguished. Yet, Lin Jin had only personally slain a third of them. The majority fell victim to the war souls. Though the strength of these ordinary souls was limited, in the dimness of the mine, they became natural assassins, eluding detection and capture due to their superior speed. Thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed throughout the vast cavern. Lin Jin emerged from one of the tunnels, returning to the heart of the mine. Upon witnessing the hundreds of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a satisfied smile graced his face. Indeed, the work had been executed efficiently. Regrettably, the war souls lacked self-awareness and could not respond to Lin Jin's unspoken praise. Unfazed, he gestured to convert the corpses, followed by the commencement of repairs. At this moment, Lin Jin had successfully completed the cultivation of 9 meridians, reaching the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. His vitality surged with immense vigor, a palpable heat enveloping him, a manifestation of his blood vitality reaching its zenith, akin to a furnace. The next step involved comprehending the spirit energy of the world and guiding it into the 9 meridians. This would signify his ascension to the Qi condensation realm, marking a formal entry into the path of cultivation, transcending the realm of mere martial practitioners. However, as the energy assimilated into Lin Jin's body, it did not flow through the existing meridians as anticipated but instead diverted into additional ones. 10, 11. Wait, how could this be? Was the protagonist's cultivation technique deliberately altered? Lin Jin's expression turned serious as he began to sift through the original owner's memories. He soon discovered that all individuals within the sect practiced the same 9 meridians, not a bespoke method for the protagonist. A sudden realization dawned upon him. This world, or at least the sect to which the original owner belonged, possessed an incomplete cultivation method. It was evident that refining spirit energy through more meridians would yield greater power. Soon, the absorbed energy was depleted, and Lin Jin condensed 5 more meridians, culminating in a total of 14. The once faintly felt heat of his blood vitality had now become unmistakably potent. When unleashed, this force could dispel the chilling aura surrounding him, transforming him into a veritable furnace of human vitality. Lin Jin's countenance shifted as he sensed the system's trajectory veering onto an alternative path. Clenching his fist, a surge of immense physical power radiated from him as he struck the wall with ferocity. Boom. The force shattered countless stones, creating a substantial cavity several inches deep. Yet Lin Jin remained unscathed. Such strength was now on par with the original owner's Qi condensation level 5. His eyes gleamed as he gazed beyond the cavern. It was midday, the sun hung high in the sky, casting faint rays into the mine. Lin Jin refrained from rushing out, aware that his strength was still insufficient. He needed to wait for more prey to stumble into this hell of death. Gradually, he withdrew into another pit, contemplating his current inadequacies. I require greater strength. Lin Jin's gaze fell upon the war souls surrounding him, their shadows numbering over 800, the total count of the mine's laborers. These war souls were too weak to confront those guards at the body refinement levels 3 or 4. Considering the potential for war souls to merge, Lin Jin resolved to experiment with their strength. He swiftly selected 10 war souls to merge. They rapidly dissolved, coalescing into a semi-solid form, before gradually reshaping into a sturdier shadow. Unleash your full power against me, Lin Jin commanded. The fused war soul obeyed without hesitation. They clashed at an incredible pace. And within 2 seconds, Lin Jin had the merged soul pinned beneath his foot, appearing utterly defeated. Nonetheless, Lin Jin felt a sense of satisfaction. The swift defeat was merely a testament to their vast discrepancy in strength, akin to that of body refinement level 2. With renewed vigor, Lin Jin continued to merge the war souls, ultimately reducing the count from over 800 to 5, each now possessing the strength equivalent to body refinement level 9. He decided against further merging for the time being, maintaining a small yet formidable team. In the future, as he hunted more targets, he could continue to merge them into his existing 5 war souls, naming them A1 to A5, and positioning them in ambush at the mine's entrance. Having completed these arrangements, Lin Jin settled into a lotus position, silently awaiting the arrival of unsuspecting prey. Meanwhile, within the mining camp, the atmosphere was thick with tension. It was well past noon, and the laborers who should have emerged for their meal had yet to appear. What could have transpired? Had they all perished, or had they unearthed an escape route? The head guard, Tai Shan, glared at his subordinates, his scarred visage more menacing than ever, as if it could devour souls. Calm down, Brother Shan. I will immediately lead a team to investigate, Zhang Chao stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. You oversee the personnel movements here, if there is any oversight. I will personally ensure your head rolls. Now go. Yes, I shall depart at once. Zhang Chao hurriedly retreated. Brother Shan, this is unprecedented, the diminutive deputy leader. Black Snake remarked gravely. Regardless of what has occurred, we shall await Zhang Chao's return before taking further action. The gaunt deputy leader, Blood Wolf, nodded in agreement. Tai Shan's expression remained grim. Having conducted numerous illicit deeds for the Fierce Wind sect, he was acutely aware of their nature. They cared little for the happenings within these mines as long as sufficient or was submitted. Should they, or be lacking, it seems we must prepare for contingencies. The 3 exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their resolve. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao was oblivious to the trio's thoughts of escape. Upon exiting Tai Shan's quarters, he quickly summoned over 40 guards, equipping them with long knives and leather armor. The weakest among them boasted a body refinement level 4 strength. As the leader, Zhang Chao himself possessed a chi condensation level 1 cultivation. He believed that with such strength, even if the laborers dared to revolt, he could quell it effortlessly. Damn those rascals. After finally achieving stability for a few years, they seek to stir trouble again. Let us see if I don't flay their skin this time. With determination, Zhang Chao led the group, lanterns in hand, into the depths of the mine. Chapter 6. I send you on your final journey. It is unbearably cold. Indeed, it feels significantly colder than before. Goodness, could there truly be ghosts? As they entered, the guards immediately sensed an abnormal drop in temperature around them, sending chills down their spines. Silence. Enough with the ghost talk. If we don't find anyone, I'll turn you all into ghosts. Zhang Chao bellowed, instantly quelling the group's anxiety. They dared not utter another word and proceeded to examine their surroundings as they ventured deeper into the mine. Unbeknownst to them, 5 pairs of cold, merciless eyes were watching from above, as if observing a congregation of the deceased. The oblivious group soon arrived at the site where Lin Jin had devoured the bodies of hundreds of mine slaves. Look, there are the miners' clothes on the ground. The group rushed forward to investigate, discovering garments strewn about, over 100 sets at a cursory glance. Zhang Chao's expression darkened. He feared that the miners had managed to escape through a hidden tunnel. The mere thought of being torn apart by Tai Shan sent shivers down his spine. Quickly, split into teams of 5 and search thoroughly. I refuse to believe they could all have escaped. The group dispersed to search for the miners. Unfortunately, Zhang Chao had never seen a horror film. He was unaware that once the team split, they would face unforeseen dangers leading to their utter annihilation. Shortly after their departure, 5 wraiths floated in, selecting a mine shaft to enter. Inside the tunnel, 5 guards were advancing cautiously, with the timid Wang Er leading the way. Captain, do you really think there are ghosts here? Wang Er asked, his voice trembling. Though he possessed the strength of the 5th layer of body refinement, he was still frightened by the legends of the supernatural. Enough. Be quiet and keep moving, the captain snapped. Wang Er dared not reply, burying his head as he walked forward. Yet with each step, his unease grew, as if an invisible terror was enveloping him. Fortunately, the heavy footsteps of his comrades behind him lent him some courage. Not long after, Wang Er spotted a few pieces of clothing not far ahead. Instinctively, he turned to inform his companions. Captain, ahead, ghost. To his horror, instead of his 4 companions, he was confronted by several shadowy figures. Terrified, his legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. Ghosts. Before he could react, one of the wraiths, Jia Er, glided forward, conjuring a longsword that pierced through Wang Er's mouth. With a swift twist, he shattered Wang Er's brain. In an instant, Wang Er fell silent. The 5 wraiths dragged the bodies of their victims back to the cave entrance, discarding them before selecting another passage. Soon, they emerged with more lifeless forms. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao, accompanied by several guards, arrived at the depths of another mine shaft. Who is there? He shouted upon spotting a figure seated in the distance. However, the dim light made it impossible to discern who it was. Lin Jin slowly rose, revealing a set of ghastly white teeth that stood out starkly in the gloom. "You're a bit slow. I've been waiting," he remarked. Zhang Chao, recognizing that familiar voice, felt a jolt of surprise. "Lin Jin? Why are you here alone? Where are the others? What has happened?" he demanded. "I killed them all, and soon." "You shall join them," Lin Jin replied. "Stop with your theatrics. It seems you need a lesson to make you truthful," Zhang Chao retorted coldly, signaling his men to advance. But in the next moment, a wave of scorching energy erupted within the cave, blinding the guards and eliciting their screams as they shielded their eyes. In that instant, Lin Jin surged forward like a cannonball, unleashing a ferocious power that crushed the hearts of 2 guards, sending their bodies crashing against the wall. He continued unabated, dispatching 2 more guards using the same method, before delivering a swift kick that shattered 1 guard's spine. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated the 5 guards of the body refinement realm. You've regained your strength?" It all transpired too rapidly. Zhang Chao only realized the gravity of the situation once the last guard fell, terror gripping him. Instinctively, he hurled a flurry of hidden weapons while retreating in panic. But Lin Jin was faster. As Zhang Chao released his projectiles, Lin Jin evaded effortlessly, lunging forward and seizing Zhang Chao by the neck. "Spare me! Spare me!" Zhang Chao begged, yet secretly prepared to launch another attack. However, his feeble efforts were thwarted when Lin Jin swiftly incapacitated his arms. "Please. It was my fault. I shouldn't have targeted you. It was the orders from above," Zhang Chao wailed, utterly devoid of any means to resist. Lin Jin paid no heed to his pleas. The time for excuses had long passed. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. At that moment, for Zhang Chao, it was time to pay the price for his deeds. Without hesitation, Lin Jin picked up a long knife from the ground. He raised it and decisively severed Zhang Chao's legs at the knees. Releasing him as one would discard a useless object, he flung Zhang Chao onto the ground. Now, Zhang Chao lay there, his limbs rendered useless. The unbearable pain surged through him like a relentless tide, overwhelming his ability to articulate a plea for mercy. He writhed on the cold ground, akin to a repulsive maggot struggling for survival. Lin Jin stood nearby, his expression indifferent as he watched, devoid of any compassion. This scene mirrored the time Zhang Chao had sought various excuses to mercilessly administer 30 lashes to the original owner, leaving him half dead. The cavern echoed with Zhang Chao's heart-wrenching cries. As time passed, Zhang Chao's strength waned due to significant blood loss. Gradually, even his agonizing wails became mere whispers. He lay there, mouth weakly opening and closing, breathing more out than in, teetering on the brink of death. "I shall escort you on your final journey. At long last." Lin Jin stepped forward, having watched coldly from the sidelines. He raised his right foot and, channeling all his strength, stomped down on Zhang Chao's chest. A resounding crack echoed as bones shattered. Injured beyond repair, Zhang Chao could muster no further resistance or struggle. Ultimately, the flame of his life extinguished, leaving behind a cold, lifeless body. Lin Jin then waved his sleeve, causing the bodies present to transform into pure energy. A continuous stream of warm, restorative energy surged into Lin Jin's body, coursing through him like a sinuous serpent, rapidly expanding a new meridian. This newly formed channel was not as wide as the previous ones, and a faint, tingling sensation lingered. However, as the energy flowed, it incessantly mended his internal structure, rendering the discomfort minimal. Ultimately, after depleting all the energy, Lin Jin's body established yet another brand new meridian, bringing the total to 15. Chapter 7. Time to collect interest. I have heard tales of the 12 meridians in the human body, along with the Ren and Du vessels, which can only be fully traversed by the most skilled practitioners. What, then, is this entirely new meridian within me, and how many can I ultimately connect? Or is it that the anatomical structure of beings from the 2 worlds differs fundamentally? Lin Jin's expression shifted subtly. "System, how many meridians must I open?" After an extended silence, the system offered no response. Lin Jin waited a moment longer, and upon receiving no answer, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. He had initially believed that once he connected all 14 meridians within him, he would enter the Qi condensation realm, only to discover that the number could increase again. Nevertheless, Lin Jin had faith that the system would not lead him astray, for the enhancement of his combat prowess felt remarkably tangible. At this juncture, in terms of destructive capability, he was already on par with the 5th level of Qi condensation. Moreover, with a sudden movement, Lin Jin swung his fist, unleashing a tremendous surge of vitality that instantly created a gaping hole in the adjacent wall. The greatest shortcoming of the body refinement stage was its lack of ranged attack capability, yet this immense vitality compensated for that deficiency. If that were the case, perhaps the Qi condensation realm would not differ significantly. Now, it was time to collect interest. Lin Jin twisted his neck, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he strode toward the mouth of the mine. Upon exiting the pit, he arrived at the location where the mining slaves were gathered. There lay dozens of corpses, and 5 shadowy figures hovered ominously in the air. Clearly, all guards who had entered the mine had been eradicated. Without further ado, Lin Jin engaged in the process of restoration once more. The familiar sting returned as he consumed the energy from those dozens of orbs. After expending this energy, he successfully opened 2 additional meridians, elevating his strength to the 17th level of body refinement. Of course, Lin Jin's body refinement was not to be compared with that of ordinary practitioners. Typical practitioners of qi condensation would be no match for him. In terms of destructive power, he had already reached the level of spirit meridian. After absorbing all the energy, Lin Jin shifted his gaze toward the souls present and immediately began the process of fusion. With the addition of these dozens of souls, the 5 warrior spirits ascended from the pinnacle of body refinement to the first level of qi condensation. Upon reaching the qi condensation realm, these 5 spirits could manifest distinct characteristics. Lin Jin shaped their powers according to the 5 elements, allowing their strengths to intertwine and cycle through one another, resulting in a substantial enhancement in their abilities. Furthermore, due to their physical attributes, they exhibited remarkable speed, rendering them formidable even against foes 2 or 3 levels higher than themselves. After all, warrior spirits possessed no vital weaknesses. The only way to annihilate them was to completely disband them. Otherwise, it would be a fight to the death. At this moment, outside the mine, the weather suddenly turned gloomy. Before long, rain began to pour, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. This abrupt change incited curses among the miners, already troubled by the disappearance of the mining slaves. The downpour only deepened their discontent, particularly for Taizan and his companions, who harbored an unsettling sense of foreboding, though they could not discern its source. Boss, it has been quite a while, and Zhang Chao and the others have yet to return. I fear that something has gone awry. Should we not send another group to investigate? We can't allow them to vanish like the mining slaves. Bloodwolf voiced his concerns. Taizan was about to respond when a sudden series of piercing screams erupted from outside. Instantly, a cacophony of terrified cries ensued. This is bad. Let's check it out. The expressions of the 3 men shifted as they rushed out of the room. Upon witnessing the chaos outside, even the most steadfast among them felt a chill run down their spines. In the howling wind and rain, several dark figures circled ominously in the sky, resembling legendary specters. They descended with alarming speed, each strike resulting in the death of a guard. Even those who had reached the 9th level of body refinement were no match for them. In a state of panic, the guards scattered, and the scene devolved into chaos. As Taizan and his companions emerged, the 5 warrior spirits immediately ceased their movement, fixing their gaze upon the trio. This momentary exchange of glances caused both Black Snake and Bloodwolf to change color, instinctively taking a step back. Only Taizan remained motionless, his eyes locked onto one particular figure. A tall silhouette slowly emerged through the rain, its gaze icy and penetrating. It radiated a fierce vitality, impervious to even the heaviest downpour, and before it could come closer, it was already repelled. At that moment, a guard, in a desperate attempt to evade the assault of the warrior spirits, stumbled towards Lin Jin's location. Unhurriedly, Lin Jin unleashed a punch. Bang! The guard was sent flying several yards, crashing into a nearby building, followed by a sickening sound of bones shattering, like a boneless worm collapsing to the ground. Devoid of any further sound, this violent spectacle caused Taizan and his companions to narrow their eyes, instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. He is stronger than me. Tieshan's heart raced. He knew he could replicate Lin Jin's earlier display, perhaps with even greater ferocity, yet he could not emulate the ease with which Lin Jin executed it. This indicated that Lin Jin had merely struck casually. Lin Jin, when did you recover your cultivation? No, you lack the aura of spiritual energy. You are still in the body refinement stage. But how can you possess such power? And those entities in the sky are yours as well, aren't they? Taizan said, fixing his steely gaze on Lin Jin, who remained several yards away. Bloodwolf and Black Snake, shaking off their shock, quickly took up advantageous positions. Should Lin Jin make any move, they would unleash their most powerful attacks. These are not matters you need to concern yourself with. Just know, your death is imminent. Lin Jin's tone was chillingly cold. Arrogant. Let us see just how strong you truly are. Taizan roared in fury, drawing the massive axe from his back and charging at Lin Jin. A faint yellow glow enveloped him, a technique of earth-based cultivation that fortified his defenses, rendering his already robust physique even more resilient. In this state, he could withstand even the sharpest blades and arrows. However, Lin Jin made no effort to evade. He merely clenched his fist and, with a resounding punch, bang, blood erupted as a shattered skull exploded, showering the area with gore. Tieshan's towering form abruptly halted, then crashed backward, splattering mud everywhere. Boss, Bloodwolf and Black Snake had just intended to support Tieshan's attack when they were met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. They knew how formidable Tieshan's defenses were. It was no easy feat to injure him, even with a weapon. Yet, he had been instantaneously obliterated. This shocking display left the two of them paralyzed, fully aware that they could not hope to contend with Lin Jin. Their instinct to advance faltered, and they instead retreated hastily. As Black Snake fell back, he unleashed a barrage of poison projectiles in an attempt to impede Lin Jin's advance, while Bloodwolf, adept in speed, swiftly vanished from Lin Jin's sight. Lin Jin's figure flickered, deftly evading the poison projectiles. Instead of pursuing them, he entered Tieshan's chamber, intent on dealing with Taizan, who was at the 6th level of qi condensation. The remaining foes could be handled by the warrior spirits. Chapter 8. The Azure Cloud sect in haste. Bloodwolf dashed through the thicket, distancing himself further from the mine. Yet, the unease within him showed no signs of abating. He cast frequent glances behind, But the absence of Lin Jin's presence offered him a fleeting comfort, leading him to believe that his speed was sufficient to elude capture. However, in that moment of laxity, a faint sound of air slicing through the atmosphere reached his ears. A jolt of fear coursed through Bloodwolf's spine as he instinctively braced for an impending attack. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light surged past him. An immense weight bore down upon him, halting his movements. In that fleeting instant of stillness, a sharp blade pierced through the back of his skull. The force of the strike erupted, shattering his head beyond recognition. In the aftermath, the silhouettes of Armor 1 and Armor 5 emerged, hefting Bloodwolf's lifeless body and retreating. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Black Snake, poised to escape the mine, encountered Armor 4 blocking his path. A chill swept over Black Snake's features as he swiftly unleashed a barrage of poison needles, seeking to compel Armor 4 to yield. In response, Armor 4 conjured a blazing inferno with a mere wave of his hand, instantly neutralizing the toxins. Without hesitation, he charged towards Black Snake. "Damn it," Black Snake gasped, instinctively recoiling in fear. A blue blade pierced through his chest, emerging from his heart. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he attempted to retaliate with a poison dart, only to be decapitated by Armor 4 in his final moments of defiance. Armor 3 and Armor 4 subsequently returned, bearing Black Snake's corpse. Within Iron Mountain's chamber, Lin Jin toyed with a small azure stone, a beginner's spirit stone salvaged by Armor 2 from the room. There were merely a handful of these stones. In the secular world, each could fetch hundreds of taels of gold, amounting to a considerable fortune. However, to the original owner, these low-grade spirit stones, rife with impurities, were of little value. He typically utilized mid-tier stones, which were in abundant supply, a critical factor in his swift enhancement of strength. In addition, he had only a yellow-grade body refinement technique. Upon examining it, Lin Jin found its quality to be exceedingly subpar, far inferior to the methods the original owner had practiced. Nevertheless, those techniques required a sufficient amount of spiritual energy to realize their potential, as Lin Jin was still at the body refinement stage. The previous techniques were rendered nearly useless. Despite its low grade, this technique held some utility for him at present. As Lin Jin perused the body refinement manual, he attempted to follow the prescribed path of blood and energy circulation. Suddenly, the vigor within him began to simmer, as if bestowed with newfound strength. The intensity surged, growing increasingly fervent as the technique coursed through his meridians. He felt a subtle expansion in his channels, with his blood energy becoming more abundant. A promising discovery. Albeit of lesser quality, it appeared he must seek a higher-grade body refinement technique in the future. Feeling the torrents of power within him, Lin Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, the 4 battle souls entered, carrying the corpses of Black Snake and Bloodwolf. Lin Jin paid them little heed, waving his hand to absorb not only the bodies but also the 10 or so spirit stones on the table, converting them into a reservoir of energy within the divine prison space. In an instant, the energy from Iron Mountain's trio and the spirit stones surged into him, initiating the formation of a new meridian. Perhaps due to the overwhelming abundance of energy, the process unfolded rapidly. Even amidst continuous restoration, a sharp pain persisted. Fortunately, Lin Jin's willpower proved resilient. He quickly acclimated to the discomfort and began to discern the flow of his meridians. After a prolonged period, the surging energy was finally assimilated, allowing the emergence of 2 additional new meridians, bringing the total to 19. Does this count as the 19th level of body refinement? Lin Jin chuckled, reveling in the robust energy coursing through him. He sensed a significant enhancement in his strength, confident that he could now contend against 2 opponents at the 17th level. Lin Jin pondered, recognizing that the energy required for further meridian expansion increased exponentially as he progressed. He mused that if he could cultivate dozens, based on this trajectory, even if he were to open 30 meridians, he would not fall short of the spiritual sea realm. Yet, he remained uncertain of the total number of meridians within him. He merely sensed ample space still remained. It seemed that the dream of becoming an ethereal sword immortal was slipping away. Lin Jin smiled faintly, unfazed. Whether as a brawny warrior or a soaring sword immortal, both were merely means of survival. He would choose the path that offered him a better life. Currently, the system's chosen direction provided him with a sense of security. Surveying the original owner's slender physique, he now found himself adorned with robust muscle, a source of satisfaction. As the rain subsided outside, the slaughter came to an end. The entire mine, inhabited by over 50 souls, had been vanquished by the battle souls. All the energy was absorbed by Lin Jin, yet he refrained from immediate use, sensing that even with it, he would not have enough to open another meridian. It was wiser to conserve it, should he encounter formidable foes. This energy could prove pivotal in turning the tide. As long as he drew breath, it could swiftly mend any wounds, and perhaps, Lin Jin speculated that even in death, he might find a way back. Naturally, he had no intention of testing this hypothesis. Nevertheless, all the souls were integrated into the 5 battle souls, elevating them to the 3rd level of chi condensation, their power surging dramatically. As the dark clouds dispersed, rays of sunlight broke through, illuminating the shadowy world with a glimmer of hope. At this juncture, Lin Jin had sufficiently cleansed himself and donned attire befitting a guard. scavenging all valuables to store within the divine prison space. With the rain ceased, he prepared to depart. This locale was under the control of the Azure Cloud sect, with supply caravans scheduled to arrive every fortnight to transport provisions and extract the mined resources. With only 2 days remaining until the caravan's arrival, Lin Jin's anger towards the Azure Cloud sect would not be quelled until they faced utter ruin. Yet, he recognized that his current strength was still insufficient. Even with external assistance, he merely equated to a 3rd or 4th level of spiritual veins. Such power was akin to that of an inner disciple. Venturing forth now would be tantamount to courting death. Hence, his primary focus lay in bolstering his strength. The Azure Cloud sect. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the horizon, the direction of the sect. Without a backward glance, he set forth towards his destination, Qingyan City, situated over 100 miles away, firmly within the Azure Cloud sect's domain. The minerals extracted from this mine would ultimately be claimed by the Azure Cloud sect's branch in Qingyan City. The original owner had undertaken sect missions there 2 years prior, endowing him with some insight into their strength. Let you become my new source of sustenance, Lin Jin sneered, his figure gradually vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 9. Entering the city, distribution of forces. 2 days later, the sun continued to shine brightly. As the caravan from the Qingyun sect approached the mine, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. The mine, which should have been bustling with noise, was eerily silent. A stillness that sent shivers down their spines. Quick, let us go in and take a look. The leader quickened his pace. What they soon encountered was nothing short of shocking. The mine lay in utter desolation. Only the gentle breeze stirred the scattered garments on the ground, producing a rustling sound. As they gazed around, they saw discarded clothes and shoes strewn across the floor. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight. Moreover, certain areas of the mine showed clear signs of severe destruction. Ruins were scattered everywhere, and the ground bore faint traces of blood. The dark red stains glared vividly in the sunlight. Faced with such a bizarre scene, everyone in the caravan couldn't help but gasp in horror. Their eyes were fixed on the chaotic surroundings, and the unease in their hearts intensified. The inexplicable and ominous atmosphere hinted at the possibility of something dreadful about to unfold. Everyone, search for clues. We must not overlook any detail. The group quickly dispersed, eager to unearth any hints of what had transpired. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, they found nothing of value. Quickly send a pigeon back to the branch. Something serious has occurred at the mine. We will stay here to guard the scene and await reinforcements from the sect. Everyone, remain vigilant and do not let your guard down, the leader instructed gravely, his voice tinged with urgency. Meanwhile, as the caravan reached the mine, Lin Jin had also arrived alone at the outskirts of Qinyan City. It was an ancient city, not particularly imposing, and its defenses were not stringent. At the city gate, 2 guards lounged about, appearing rather lethargic. However, this was to be expected, as it lay within the heart of the empire, protected by a prominent sect like Qingyan. No fool would dare to cause trouble here. Boss, could you fetch me a straw hat? Lin Jin approached a roadside vendor, producing 10 coins. All right, young man, how about this one? The middle-aged vendor promptly held up a hat for him. That will do. Lin Jin said nothing further, donned the hat, and made his way to the city gate. Although Lin Jin had undergone significant changes in stature compared to the original owner, should he encounter someone from the Qinyan sect, there was a chance they might recognize him. Wearing the hat served as a modest disguise. At the city gate, he tossed 3 copper coins into the box. You may enter, but remember, it will be 3 copper coins when you leave, one of the guards muttered without even sparing Lin Jin a glance. After all, on such a hot day, it was not unusual for half the passers-by to wear hats for shade. Once inside the city, Lin Jin did not immediately seek out the Qinyan sect's branch to settle scores. Although the original owner had visited 2 years prior, he had only stayed for a few days, completing his task before departing. Thus, he had little knowledge of the area. Besides the Qinyan sect, he needed to consider what other factions might exist. One could act recklessly, but it was unwise to do so without thought. He decided to spend a few days familiarizing himself with the city's dynamics. Finding a seemingly clean inn, Lin Jin settled in. After enjoying a reasonably good lunch, he began to meditate and practice his body refinement techniques. The beauty of such techniques lay in their minimal requirement for spirit stones. One could cultivate simply through sufficient food or medicinal herbs, making it a method suitable for the impoverished. For Lin Jin, however, he possessed something far more practical than spirit energy, the ability to devour energy. If he were to cultivate using spirit stones, he would have to meticulously filter out impurities, significantly hampering efficiency. In contrast, the energy absorption method allowed for continuous cultivation without such restrictions. It bore no side effects and could instantaneously mend any damage incurred during practice. Thus, even though Lin Jin was currently refining a mid-tier yellow-level technique, its effects surpassed those of a profound-level technique. His muscles and bones grew sturdier, and even his meridians expanded by a fifth, bolstering his strength compared to when he was at the mine. This fueled Lin Jin's desire to acquire higher-level body refinement techniques. He hoped that the forces within Qinyan City would not disappoint him. As time swiftly passed, night fell. The streets became increasingly deserted, while the shadows in the dark alleys grew more numerous. Whether thugs or small-time gang members, all emerged under the cover of night, revealing their claws. Theft, lockpicking, and violent brawls erupted continuously. Of course, such activities transpired in the impoverished areas. Anyone daring enough to cause a ruckus in the affluent districts would be courting death. Amidst this undercurrent of chaos, several dim figures darted through the alleys. In a small courtyard on the edge of a slum, several injured individuals lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Two youths diligently tended to their wounds and administered medicine. In the main room of the courtyard, the leader of the Grey Serpent Gang, Old Grey, wore a furious expression. Those scoundrels from the Black Tiger Gang are becoming increasingly outrageous, treating us as if we are nothing. Before him stood his capable subordinate Xiaoqi, a 17-year-old with 8th-level body refinement, a prodigy on the brink of entering the Qi condensation realm. Yet now his face was ashen. His left arm bandaged while his right was left empty, stained with blood, clearly a severed limb. It's my lack of strength that failed to protect our territory. Xiaoqi rasped. Alas, this is hardly your fault. Who could have foreseen that even our small patch of land would attract the Black Tiger Gang's attention? Please. Sit down. I've sent for the best doctor in the city, Old Grey said, looking at Xiaoqi with concern. The child he had taken in was more like a son to him than a subordinate. He had hoped to pass the leadership to him once he reached the Qi condensation stage, but now, with circumstances unfolding as they had, he could only offer consolation without any means to alter their fate. They were merely a small gang. And even Old Grey's strength barely reached the 3rd level of Qi condensation. Who would dare to confront the Black Tiger Gang, which controlled the wealthy districts? The grievance had to be swallowed in silence. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through. The two inside felt a chill creep over them. The gravely injured Xiaoqi remained oblivious, but the seasoned Old Grey immediately became alert. How could a cold wind blow in the midst of summer? Just as he prepared to take action, a chilling sensation pressed against his carotid artery. Chapter 10. This is a slap in the face for my Qing insect. Good man. Please, please. I want he move. You must be from the Black Tiger Gang. From the Grey Serpent Gang. Shall immediately withdraw from Qinshan City and will never appear again. I assure you. Old Grey spoke hastily, believing that the Black Tiger Gang intended to annihilate them, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He merely eked out a living in the city by collecting protection fees and facilitating some illicit activities. There was no need for such violence. Little Seven quickly grasped the situation but was cautious, as their leader was being threatened with a sword by a figure clad in dark attire. Fearing that any sudden movements might provoke the adversary, he dared not stir. Unbeknownst to them, the intruder was not from the Black Tiger Gang, but rather a member of the Battle Soul Division, Jia. I ask, you answer. Jia's icy voice resonated as though echoing from an icy cavern, startling both men. Understood. Please, noble sir, feel free to inquire. I shall disclose everything I know, Old Grey replied. The strongest force in Qinshan City is undoubtedly the branch of the Qing insect. I have heard there are many formidable masters at the spiritual vein realm within, though I have not seen them myself. As for others, below that would be the City Lord's Manor, the Black Tiger Gang, and the county office. It is said that City Lord Zhao Tianxiong possesses the strength of the spiritual vein realm, and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lei Jin, claims to be at the 1st level of the spiritual vein realm. The head constable of the county office, Tai Wuhan, is also at the spiritual vein realm. Aside from these 3 factions, the other forces in the city are merely small gangs like mine. Jia proceeded to inquire about additional details. Good. Jia withdrew his blade, but subsequently infused a pair of golden energies into the 2 men's bodies. Within 3 days, I do not wish to hear any rumors from the outside world. Otherwise, you shall meet a grim fate. With that, Jia vanished gracefully. The temperature within the room returned to normal. After a significant pause, Old Grey confirmed that their visitor had indeed departed and exhaled a long breath. However, his expression shifted abruptly, and he immediately began to probe his internal condition. He soon discovered an exceedingly sharp force coursing through his meridians. Although he could not perceive any immediate harm, the very existence of such a force within his channels left him no choice but to act with caution. He sought to expel the energy using his spiritual essence, but alas, the moment his essence brushed against the foreign force, an explosion of metallic sword energy surged forth within him, inflicting severe damage to his meridians. Terrified, he dared not move. Should this energy truly erupt, not only would his life be at stake, but his meridians would surely be ruined. Old Grey and Little Seven exchanged glances, feeling helpless, and could only heed Jia's warning, vowing not to disclose the events of the night. As the night deepened, 5 members of the Battle Soul Division returned one after another to Lin Jin's quarters, sharing the intelligence they had gathered. Lin Jin meticulously analyzed and synthesized this information, ultimately compiling a comprehensive overview. Without a doubt, the most powerful faction in the city was the Qingyun sect's branch. The sect leader had not changed. It remained Lu Qingsong, who had been a disciple of the inner sect. However, limited by his qualifications, he had stagnated after reaching the 4th level of the spiritual vein realm and had voluntarily requested to be sent to Qinshan City as a branch leader. His cultivation method was the low-tier Xian-level Qingyun transformation into the C, upper volume, specializing in surrounding and confining enemies. His weapon was a long sword artifact, proficient in ranged attacks, though his physical body was relatively weak. Lin Jin was most familiar with him. The deputy leader was a woman named Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing her name, Lin Jin paused momentarily, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He remembered a woman from his memories, also an inner sect disciple, possessing the strength of the 4th level of the spiritual vein realm and closely associated with the elder brother. After the original owner was captured, she had instigated discord among other disciples regarding his reputation. Now, it seemed she had taken on a trial mission and stayed here for a while. Oh, so it is you. How delightful. Lin Jin smirked coldly, yet refrained from seeking her out for retribution just yet. The time was not ripe. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Among the gathered information, only the details regarding the Qingyun sect were comprehensive. The data on other major factions could only serve as reference, as the smaller factions had limited interactions. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Lin Jin. After obtaining this intelligence, he took no immediate action, instead choosing to await a moment of vengeance. At dawn, a carrier pigeon flew in from outside the city, swiftly navigating through the various districts until it arrived at the Qingyun branch's location. The carrier pigeon from the Qingyun sect has returned. Jiayi's enigmatic form appeared by Lin Jin's side. Good, it is time for us to leave the city. Lin Jin smiled faintly, gesturing to summon the 5 battle soul members. He then rented a horse at the inn and exited through the city gate through which he had entered the previous day. At the Qingyun sect branch, the disciple responsible for intelligence retrieved the letter from the pigeon and his expression instantly changed, realizing that a grave matter had arisen. Without a moment's delay, he hurried to find Lu Qingsong. At that moment, Lu Qingsong was in the reception hall, enjoying tea and conversation with a dignified middle-aged man. City Lord, this never-aging spring truly possesses a unique flavor. Each sip leaves me yearning for more. Haha, Mr. Qingsong, you flatter me. I shall send someone to deliver this year's new product to you, the City Lord replied, just as they were engrossed in their conversation. A disciple abruptly entered and exchanged glances with Lu Qingsong. However, Lu Qingsong merely shook his head with a smile, saying, the City Lord is no outsider. Speak freely. The disciple wasted no time and stated directly, Branch Leader, there has been a significant incident at the Yangshan mine. Over 1,000 individuals, including guards, have vanished without a trace, leaving only their clothing behind. The scene bore signs of a struggle, and from the traces on the garments, it appears that most were killed in a single blow. Bang! Lu Qingsong slammed his teacup down heavily. What a bold move. For so many years, no one has dared to create trouble on the territory of my Qingyun sect. This is a direct affront to our honor. He cared little for the lives of the miners and guards. He could easily replace them in no time. What mattered most to him was the reputation of the Qingyun sect. If this incident were not handled properly and word got out, it would be a significant blow to their standing. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Is there any sign of Lin Jin's body? All the corpses have vanished, making it impossible to identify them. Lu Qingsong took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his brow. One must see the living and the dead. Such ambiguity will surely invite blame from above. Do not be troubled, Mr. Qingsong. Perhaps we should dispatch a skilled team to investigate and see if any clues can be uncovered. The constables from the county office also possess their own methods and should be able to trace the culprit's whereabouts. Lu Qingsong offered a faint smile. It appears I have troubled the city lord. Let us proceed as you suggest. The Yangshan mine, being such a substantial enterprise, was not solely operated by the Qingyun sect. Both the city lord's manor and the county office had their share of interests in it. Thus, the occurrence of this incident would inevitably involve several major factions within the city. Chapter 11. Lu Ruyan within the city, several powerful factions promptly mobilized their forces, dispatching skilled scouts to Yashan. At that moment, a group of swift horses raced in from outside the city, ridden by youthful maidens clad in elegant white skirts. At the forefront was a particularly striking figure, Lu Ruyan, the vice leader of the branch, exuding a blend of gentleness and alluring charm, her beauty truly remarkable. Ignoring the guards at the entrance, she made her way directly to the Qingyun sect's branch. Upon sighting the vice leader, the guards hastily saluted before she even reached them. Demonstrating their keen awareness, those lacking such discernment had suffered Lu Ruyan's wrath in the past. What has transpired? Why are the disciples gathering? Lu Ruyan inquired. Reporting to the vice leader, there has been an incident at the Yangshan mine, hence the leader intends to send someone to investigate. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow at the mention of the Yangshan mine. Suddenly recalling Lin Jin's existence, her expression darkening, she dismounted and entered the courtyard, swiftly locating Lu Qingsong. I will lead the team to investigate the mine. Vice leader, you've just returned from a pursuit. Perhaps you should rest. Lu Qingsong attempted to reason, but Lu Ruyan decisively interrupted, showing no regard for his age or position. As a standout among the younger disciples, she held little respect for Lu Qingsong, a man of considerable years, yet merely at the spirit vein level. A flicker of coldness crossed Lu Qingsong's eyes, yet he maintained a smile in response. Lu Ruyan dismissed him with a wave and quickly gathered her fellow disciples, mounting their swift steeds to set off. Along the way, they encountered personnel from the Lord's mansion and the county office. Miss Lu Yu, the captain of the Lord's guards, Zhou Lai, was about to greet her when Lu Ruyan, seemingly oblivious, charged past him. Zhou Lai's expression soured, akin to someone who had just consumed something vile. "Let us go, Captain Zhou. Complete your task swiftly," remarked the head constable, Tai Wuan, indifferent to Zhou Lai's reaction as he led his own men to follow. "Humph, we shall depart as well," Zhou Lai scoffed, waving his hand as over 100 individuals marched out of the city, sparking much speculation among the onlookers regarding the unfolding events. The Yangshan mine lay over 100 miles from Qian City. With their swift horses urging them onward, they expected to reach their destination in less than half a day. After exiting the city, the pace of the group quickened, all eager to arrive promptly. However, the scorching sun bore down upon them, the heat excruciating despite their cultivation, which did not render them immune to the discomfort of the weather. Halfway through their journey, Tai Wuan suggested a rest to Lu Ruyan, noticing the discomfort on her disciples' faces. Reluctantly, she agreed. "This dreadful weather is unbearable. Everyone, drink plenty of water. You all take a break while I attend to a matter." As soon as they halted, the group busied themselves, particularly those who needed to relieve themselves, seeking a secluded spot in the woods to avoid Lu Ruyan's disapproval. Unbeknownst to them, danger was silently encroaching. On the periphery, 5 sinister shadows flitted through the trees like specters, resembling hunters of the night, patiently awaiting their prey to reveal a vulnerability. Upon noticing the stragglers, the shadows followed them stealthily, merging seamlessly with the darkness. As the individuals distanced from the group, they gradually lowered their guard. Suddenly, a swift and lethal attack sliced through the air, accompanied by a palpable threat. A flash of cold light signaled the severing of a head, blood spraying forth. The assailants moved with speed and precision, seamlessly executing their deadly strike, while simultaneously supporting the collapsing body, their actions silent and fluid. Even those engaged in casual conversation remained oblivious to the sudden peril. In that moment, 2 of the assailants worked in perfect synchrony, launching simultaneous attacks with remarkable agility, each strike landing with deadly accuracy before the victims could react. Within moments, those who had wandered off to relieve themselves met a gruesome fate at the hands of these specters of death. Having completed their grim task, the assailants vanished into the dense forest, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, under a large tree, Tai Wuhan, drinking water, suddenly shifted his expression. He swiftly set down his water pouch and shouted, "Something's amiss. Everyone, be on guard." At his command, the dozen or so constables drew their weapons, forming a protective circle, alert and scanning their surroundings. Only 2 groups remained unaware, looking rather dazed. "I smell blood, it's quite potent. Call out to those who went to relieve themselves," Tai Wuhan urged, his tone grave. Upon hearing this, the others quickly took up their weapons, calling for their missing companions, but none responded. Not good. Their faces paled, now fully believing Tai Wuhan's warning. Such a keen nose. Truly deserving of your title as the city's head constable, Lin Jin clapped mockingly, stepping forward from the shadows, covering 3 yards with each stride until he stood just a short distance away. "And you are? Why have you attacked our people? Could it be?" Tai Wuhan glared at Lin Jin, feeling an intense sense of threat. Though Lin Jin showed no signs of spiritual energy, he radiated an aura akin to that of a colossal beast, instilling a sense of dread. "Indeed, I am responsible for the deaths at the Yangshan mine, and soon you shall follow in their footsteps," Lin Jin replied candidly, revealing no intention of concealing his involvement. "Such audacity. No wonder you could commit such heinous acts. However, your bravado is laughable. Do you truly believe you can take us on alone? That's utterly arrogant," Zhou Lai retorted coldly, finally finding an outlet for his pent-up frustration from Lu Ruyan's earlier reprimand. Yet he remained cautious, suspecting that Lin Jin was not alone and that other skilled fighters lurked nearby, perhaps intending to provoke them into rashness. "You are." Lu Ruyan scrutinized Lin Jin, her brow furrowing. Lin Jin's physique had undergone a significant transformation, his features now more resolute, a stark contrast to the Lin Jin she once knew, leaving her momentarily uncertain. "Ruyan, my dear junior sister, it has been far too long since we last met. You have been greatly missed by your second elder brother." Lin Jin smiled at Lu Ruyan, his grin chillingly cold. Chapter 12. How can someone merely at the body refinement stage be so formidable? "It truly is you, Lin Jin. Have you regained your strength?" "No, you are still at the body refinement stage. You are just putting on an act, regardless of how you have recovered some power. Daring to appear before me is tantamount to seeking death." Lu Ruyan scoffed, her expression as dark as the depths of water, her eyes shimmering with an icy murderous intent. With a flick of her right hand, a crisp crack echoed as a pitch-black, glistening snake whip suddenly sprang forth from her slender waist. At this moment, Lu Ruyan harbored a singular thought: to eliminate Lin Jin. If she could dispose of him, her elder brother could finally be at ease. With this thought, she swayed her delicate form, moving with the swiftness of a rabbit, dashing towards Lin Jin like a specter. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruyan floated before Lin Jin, her whip slicing through the air with a fierce arc, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Sweeping towards Lin Jin's head with the force of thunder. This strike possessed tremendous power. Should it land, Lin Jin would likely meet his demise on the spot. However, just as the whip was a mere half-foot away from him, Lin Jin's gaze sharpened, and his right hand shot out like lightning, accurately seizing the whip's end. He then exerted a sudden force, yanking it back with great vigor. Lu Ruyan immediately felt an overwhelming force traveling along the whip. Her body lost all control and she involuntarily lunged towards Lin Jin. At this moment, her heart surged with shock and fear, completely unprepared for the terrifying strength he possessed. In this life-and-death crisis, Lu Ruyan dared not hesitate for an instant. She quickly channeled all her spiritual energy, attempting to halt her forward momentum. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not contend with that unimaginably powerful force. As she drew closer to Lin Jin, her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Cold sweat pouring from her forehead. How is this possible? How could he be this strong? He is merely a practitioner at the body refinement stage. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with incredulity. In her moment of shock, she was momentarily dazed. Just then, Lin Jin suddenly took a decisive step forward, resembling a fierce leopard, closing the distance to Lu Ruyan in an instant. His right fist clenched tightly, muscles coiled, brimming with boundless strength, and without hesitation. He struck heavily at Lu Ruyan. Not good. Lu Ruyan's complexion drained of color. She summoned all her strength to unleash a palm strike in an attempt to parry the oncoming assault. However, with a sharp crack, Lin Jin's powerful fist effortlessly pierced through her seemingly solid defense, crashing into her slender waist. In an instant, a heart-wrenching agony engulfed Lu Ruyan. Accompanied by a piercing scream, she felt her lower limbs lose all sensation, heavy as if filled with lead, entirely unresponsive. At this moment, Lin Jin's face revealed no hint of compassion, only an unyielding coldness. He then gripped Lu Ruyan's limbs like iron pincers, applying a slight pressure that ruthlessly crushed her joints. With a series of horrifying cracking sounds, Lu Ruyan was rendered utterly powerless, a mere husk. Lu Ruyan let out a wretched wail. The rapid succession of these shocking events transpired too quickly, almost leaving one breathless. As Zhou Lai and Tai Wuhan realized the dire situation and prepared to intervene, it was already too late. They stared in astonishment, wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before them. Helplessly, they witnessed Lin Jin effortlessly grasp Lu Ruyan's delicate neck as if lifting a chick. Lin Jin hoisted her high, bringing her face to his. Lin Jin, you crippled my limbs. I will see you dead. Ha ha ha. You may have taken my snake whip, but you won't survive long. Ha ha ha. You shall perish too. Lu Ruyan, bloodied and covered in filth, emitted a venomous shriek. Oh, is that so? Your weapon indeed matches your temperament. Lin Jin glanced at his left palm, which was stained crimson. Several red lines continued to spread toward his arm. However, thanks to Lin Jin's formidable physique, the rate of toxin infiltration was far from rapid. Cough, cough. Let me go? I possess the antidote. I can have them release you. Cough, cough. Lu Ruyan coughed blood as she threatened Lin Jin. Mere poison. Lin Jin scoffed, placing his palm before Lu Ruyan's eyes and activating his devouring energy. In an instant, the toxin that had spread to his forearm swiftly dissipated, vanishing without a trace, returning to normal. Even the skin that the whip had cut was unblemished. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her toxin, which had no antidote, could be neutralized by Lin Jin. Yet, she remained unaware that no toxin could withstand the might of devouring energy. No. Cough. Impossible. You. Lin Jin, I beg you. Do not kill me. I was coerced. Cough, cough. It was my elder brother who commanded me. If I did not comply, he would kill me. Lu Ruyan immediately began to plead desperately, attempting to portray herself as a victim. Had the original owner been in her place, they might have been deceived. However, this tactic held no sway with Lin Jin, only serving to disgust him further. Your elder brother, is it? No matter. I will ensure he joins you in reunion. No. Please. Lin Jin mercilessly crushed Lu Ruyan's neck. The immense force of his blood and vital energy surged into her head, reducing her brain to a pulp, preventing any possibility of her reviving. He then discarded her lifeless body like refuse and turned to face the wary onlookers. This gruesome scene shocked nearly everyone present. Upon meeting Lin Jin's gaze, many instinctively took a step back. Even the disciples of the Qingyun sect were hesitant to seek revenge, particularly upon learning of Lin Jin's identity. All were left in utter astonishment. He was once a master who had transcended to the spiritual sea realm. How could they, mere novices, contend with him? Zhou Lai and Tai Wuhan, the only two present at the spirit vessel stage, found themselves in a predicament. Their strongest ally, Lu Ruyan, had been swiftly dispatched by Lin Jin, and they had no idea how many others lay hidden in the periphery. In an instant, both entertained thoughts of retreat. After all, they had come to the Yangshan mine merely to investigate the perpetrator. Now that the culprit was before them, it sufficed for them to return and report. Tai Wuhan, in a flurry of thoughts, clasped his fists and said, Young Hero Lin, this matter is solely between you and the Qingyun sect. We have no intention of involving ourselves. So we kindly ask for your leniency. Indeed, Young Hero Lin, we did not mean to become your adversaries. We merely assisted the Qingyun sect and harbor no grievances against you, Zhou Lai chimed in. Their words immediately drew the ire of the Qingyun sect disciples, who glared at them with fury. The two remained unfazed, thick-skinned, knowing that upon their return, they would only face a reprimand at most, which was far preferable to a life-or-death struggle in this moment. Chapter 13. The 22 Meridians. The presence of enemies. A sudden, anguished scream jolted them awake. Instinctively, everyone turned to look, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. 5 eerie shadows darted through the ranks, each movement claiming a life. The ordinary disciples were being swiftly dispatched. Unable to even catch a glimpse of the phantoms due to their extraordinary speed, they had no means to retaliate. Damn it! Scatter! Don't let them close in. Iron Wuhan shouted, ready to confront the spirit of battle. But a sudden gust of malevolent wind enveloped him, sending chills through his entire being. Lin Jin. Iron Wuhan was filled with rage and astonishment. In a moment of desperation, a layer of crimson light emanated from his body. He struck out with both fists towards Lin Jin. Boom. The two immense forces collided. Iron Wuhan felt a tingling numbness in his arms, and in an instant, he became numb all over. His body could not help but stagger backward. Bang, bang, bang. Iron Wuhan retreated 7 steps, leaving 8 deep impressions in the ground before finally halting. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath rapidly declining. With a single blow, he had suffered severe injuries. Overwhelmed with fear, he finally understood why Lu Ruyan had been killed so swiftly. The opponent's physical strength was simply incomprehensible. Even his 20 years of cultivating the iron blood battle body technique paled in comparison. Indeed, you withstood my strike without falling, and you still retain some strength. It seems your cultivation method is quite remarkable. Cough. If you could spare me and my brothers, I, cough, would willingly offer my cultivation method to you. Iron Wuhan, don't be foolish. Killing you will benefit me alone. Lin Jin flashed forward, standing before Iron Wuhan, and delivered a powerful punch. Iron Wuhan gathered what little strength he could muster to block, but even at his peak, he was no match for Lin Jin, let alone in his current weakened state. Crack. Lin Jin shattered Iron Wuhan's arms and simultaneously crushed his head into his chest, instantly erupting a mist of blood. Iron Wuhan was dead. Tap, tap, tap. At the moment Lin Jin engaged Iron Wuhan, the city lord's captain, Zhou Lai, had already mounted a swift horse and was fleeing. Lin Jin, however, remained calm and collected, gazing leisurely at Zhou Lai. A shadow darted swiftly to the horse's side, and a flash of cold light severed the horse's legs. The horse fell with a mournful cry, throwing Zhou Lai off. Yet, as a skilled practitioner of the Spirit Pulse realm, he quickly stabilized himself and fled without a backward glance. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, he felt a searing heat erupt behind him. This is bad. Zhou Lai was horrified, but it was too late to evade. Bang. Lin Jin's heavy fist struck. The armor on Zhou Lai could not withstand it, and shattered instantly. Lin Jin's fist punctured through Zhou Lai's chest, and, with another forceful push, obliterated his upper body. Zhou Lai's lifeless corpse tumbled to the ground in defeat. The trio of Spirit Pulse realm practitioners lay dead. The remaining disciples and soldiers of the Qi Condensation and Body Refinement realms were no match for the 5 spirits of battle and were swiftly exterminated. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Lin Jin immediately converted all the corpses into devouring energy, leaving the scene without any cleanup. The traces left behind were crucial for the next step. He journeyed a few hundred meters to a small river to wash away the bloodstains on himself. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he mounted a rented swift horse and rode towards Qing'an City. By the afternoon, he entered the city and returned to the inn, ordering a lavish meal to reward his weary stomach. Afterwards, he retreated to his room and sat cross-legged. Commencing, Lin Jin began to channel the devouring energy to impact new meridians. However, this time he did not exhaust it all, retaining a portion as a precaution. This energy was a panacea, unparalleled in both healing and detoxifying effects. The surge of energy swiftly coursed through his body, opening up new meridians. A familiar sharp pain enveloped him as his already vigorous blood energy surged even higher. After more than half an hour, 3 newly formed meridians connected, bringing the total to 22. With a slight circulation of his blood energy, Lin Jin immediately felt a wave of scorching power surging forth. The temperature in the room escalated rapidly, as if a massive furnace were ablaze. The strength of my current blood energy surpasses anything the original owner experienced throughout his cultivation journey. It seems I have embarked on an entirely different path. Cultivators like Lu Ruyan and the others absorb spiritual energy through their meridians, classifying them as Qi cultivators. In contrast, I continuously forge my physical body and blood energy, categorizing myself as a body cultivator. Lin Jin pondered deeply, gaining a more profound understanding of the path ahead. Noticing some energy still left unspent, but insufficient to open new meridians, Lin Jin decided to use it to expand the width of his existing meridians, enhancing their power. Once this energy was depleted, all his meridians expanded by 1/10, significantly boosting his strength compared to when he had just opened the 22 meridians. If I were to face Iron Wuhan again, even if he were to defend with all his might, I could still shatter him with a single punch. Lin Jin then infused all the spirits of battle into Jia Yi and the others. The quality of these souls was quite decent, especially with 3 Spirit Pulse realm practitioners among them. The strength of Jia Yi and the others surged dramatically, all reaching the 8th level of Qi Condensation. Their combat prowess could rival that of the first and second levels of the Spirit Pulse realm. If united, they could even contend with those at the fourth and fifth levels. After merging the spirits of battle, Lin Jin began practicing the body refining technique he had obtained from Taizan. However, after a short while, Lin Jin frowned, perhaps due to the overwhelming blood energy within him. The technique became increasingly difficult to activate, akin to attempting to pull a train with a bicycle, utterly unmanageable. It seems that this body refining technique has reached its limits. I need to seek a higher grade technique. For instance, Lin Jin recalled Iron Wuhan. Judging by the combat he had observed, Iron Wuhan's technique evidently possessed body refining effects and was not of low grade. Yet, he had not carried it with him at that time and likely left it at home. He was not anxious about this. After tonight, everything belonging to him would be within reach. The real show was just beginning. Lin Jin pushed open the window, gazing toward the location of the Qingyun sect's branch. His eyes filled with a chilling intensity. As dusk fell, the streets of Qingyun City bustled with hurried pedestrians. Many were heading towards the city gate to exit. Outside the city, a merchant convoy moved swiftly towards the entrance. The guards at the city gate recognized the convoy as a well-known merchant group and did not impede their entry. However, upon entering the city, the convoy did not return to their merchant establishment but proceeded directly to the county office. Shortly after, they arrived at the county office's entrance. Quick, quick. Report to the county magistrate. We found a large amount of bloodstained clothing belonging to the city defense forces and officials outside the city. Something grave has occurred. A man from the convoy dismounted and urgently spoke to the guards, holding a bloodstained garment in his hand. Chapter 14. The Treasury of the Branch the Gatekeeper. Upon receiving the attire, immediately narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Heavens! This is the uniform of the Iron Captain. Please wait here. I shall inform the county magistrate. Without a moment's hesitation, the man rushed towards the back hall. Before long, the entire county office was in an uproar. Magistrate Li Yuanqing promptly summoned the merchant caravan to inquire. Upon learning of the situation at hand, he was struck with profound shock. The caravan's description clearly matched that of Lu Ruyan and her companions, who had set out that very morning. Who could have foreseen that such a large group would be mysteriously slaughtered on the main road? Much like the incident at Yangshan Mine, their clothing remained. Yet no bodies could be found. Qingyun City is on the brink of upheaval, Li Yuanqing murmured, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. It felt as though an unseen monstrosity loomed in the shadows, poised to devour everything in its path. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Li Yuanqing dared not delay. He immediately dispatched personnel to notify the city lord's mansion in the Qingyun sect branch, particularly since an inner disciple had perished in this incident. The repercussions would undoubtedly be severe. Moments later, City Lord Zhao Tianxiang and Lu Qingsong arrived at the county hall, accompanied by several aides. Greetings, City Lord and Master Qingsong. Li Yuanqing quickly bowed in respect. Although he held the highest administrative rank in Qingyun City, the true powers were the Zhao clan, who constructed the city, and the local magnates of the Qingyun sect. Thus, he could not afford to exhibit any airs of superiority. Both men wore grave expressions and nodded slightly. Have the belongings been accounted for? Lu Qingsong inquired. She was fervently hoping that Lu Ruyan had escaped unscathed. Otherwise, her position as the branch leader would be in jeopardy. Allowing an inner disciple to perish on her territory would surely invite significant reproach. Moreover, she had heard of Lu Ruyan's close ties with the esteemed senior disciple, Chen Guanyu. The mere thought of it darkened Lu Qingsong's countenance. Li Yuanqing nodded solemnly. We have retrieved the items. 53 from the city lord's mansion, 32 from the Qingyun sect branch, and 21 from our county office. The numbers match exactly with those present when they departed. He gestured aside, revealing the floor strewn with over 100 bloody garments. It's over. Lu Qingsong seethed inwardly. City Lord Zhao Tianxiang's expression mirrored her discontent. Zhou Lai, as the commander of the city lord's mansion, was akin to his right hand. To have him die without explanation was infuriating. Who could the assailants be? We have no leads whatsoever. It's utterly maddening. This is not the original crime scene. Should we not investigate the site of their demise? Perhaps we might discover some clues, Zhao Tianxiang suggested. However, Lu Qingsong shook her head, her eyes glinting coldly. The fact that they were ambushed on the road indicates that there must be an insider within the city. They may very well have already infiltrated. We must commence a thorough search immediately, examining all individuals who entered or exited the city gates from the time they departed until the caravan's return. Those who could strike with such swiftness must number significantly. If they have indeed infiltrated the city, there will undoubtedly be traces left behind. Both Zhao Tianxiang and Li Yuanqing nodded in agreement. Let us promptly organize personnel to conduct stringent checks on unfamiliar individuals, especially those who have entered in the last 5 days, Zhao Tianxiang added. In no time, hundreds from the 3 factions formed multiple small teams to comb through the city, scrutinizing each suspect. Meanwhile, Lu Qingsong, Zhao Tianxiang, and the others remained stationed at the county office. Little did they know that the large force they anticipated was, in fact, just one individual. At that moment, Lin Jin, deep in meditation, was roused by the commotion outside and opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that it was time to proceed to the next phase. His decision to leave evidence behind was strategic, ensuring that someone would return to alert others. Only by dispersing and mobilizing everyone could his plans unfold smoothly. He dispatched 5 soul warriors to act independently while he himself leaped from the window, heading towards the Qing insect branch. His movements were swift, leaving no trace of spiritual energy in his wake, allowing the frantic searchers on the streets to remain oblivious to his presence. Soon, he arrived at the location of the Qing insect branch. The entrance was tightly shut, with most personnel having been mobilized elsewhere, leaving only a few elite disciples at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi condensation to guard the premises. Ordinarily, such a lineup would suffice to deter petty criminals. Yet tonight, they faced an exceedingly formidable adversary. Lin Jin approached the courtyard and leapt effortlessly inside. Who? 2 patrolling disciples noticed his figure and were about to raise the alarm when, in the blink of an eye, Lin Jin appeared before them. With a firm grip over their mouths, he crushed their heads with a single motion, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Just as the remnants threatened to soil him, he channeled his energy, forcefully repelling the filth, leaving himself untainted. With a wave of his hand, he transformed their remains into energy for his consumption and proceeded toward the Qing insect treasury, where the spirit stones and magical artifacts awaited his target for this venture. With those treasures, his strength would ascend rapidly. Along his path, he encountered numerous disciples, all dispatched in an instant, their essence converted into energy reserves. Before long, he reached the treasury. The 2 guards stationed there met their end in mere moments. The heavy door of the treasury was shut tight. It was an invaluable barrier, impervious even to proficient practitioners of the Spirit Sea realm. The soul key rested in Lu Qingsong's possession. However, Lin Jin had never intended to enter through the front. If the door was too formidable, then the walls would serve as his entrance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jin summoned all his strength, channeling the power from his 22 meridians. A cacophony akin to crashing waves resounded within him as the temperature around surged, igniting the air with an acrid scent, the singed hair of the Qingyun sect disciples. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his power, Lin Jin unleashed a powerful punch against the wall beside the door. The resounding crack echoed as the solid stone shattered. Without pausing, he continued to rain down blows. And after a flurry of strikes, the wall finally succumbed to the relentless assault, collapsing and revealing a gaping hole. Chapter 15. Who shall it be next? Lin Jin unleashed another powerful punch, creating a gaping hole large enough for him to step through. Inside, the space was modest, approximately 100 square meters, furnished with several weapon racks and a dozen boxes. Lin Jin methodically opened each box, discovering that most contained mundane currencies such as gold and silver, while only 2 contained spirit stones, estimated at around 2,000. These were likely intended for submission to the Qing insect's headquarters as profit. However, Lin Jin was not disheartened. These 2,000 spirit stones held enough energy to equate to at least 200 cultivation breakthroughs, sufficient to further channel 2 meridians. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed all the spirit stones and released the devoured souls to form battle spirits for vigilance. Simultaneously, he signaled the battle spirits to engage. As the noise from earlier had attracted nearby patrols, Lin Jin was determined to impede their approach. Once these preparations were complete, he began the process of channeling his meridians with a sense of calm. At that moment, 5 battle spirits emerged from the shadows, launching relentless assaults on the searching personnel, causing chaos to erupt throughout the city. Many were slain without ever knowing who their assailants were. The commotion soon caught the attention of Lu Qingsong and his companions, who mistakenly believed they had discovered the attackers' whereabouts and promptly pursued them. The night provided a distinct advantage to the battle spirits, rendering even the adept Lu Qingsong and Zhao Tianxiong unable to catch up, while they themselves were forced into disarray, inadvertently leading to the deaths of several disciples. Inciting their fury, suddenly, Lu Qingsong's expression shifted. He realized they were being deliberately led astray. He summoned his 6th-grade artifact sword and ascended into the air, swiftly surveying the city. His pupils constricted at the sight of widespread turmoil, save for the tranquility surrounding the Qing insect's branch, an anomaly that raised alarms. Quickly, return to the branch, Lu Qingsong bellowed, soaring back. The disciples of the branch followed without hesitation, while the city lord and county officials hesitated briefly before choosing to accompany them. Consequently, the battle spirits went largely ignored. Upon arriving at the branch, Lu Qingsong descended, followed closely by dozens of disciples. A foul stench of blood filled the air, confirming his suspicions. As he prepared to investigate, a sudden, overwhelming sense of danger gripped him, compelling him to focus on a shadowy figure that emerged from the direction of the treasury. Who goes there? A tall silhouette stepped forth from the darkness. Lin Jin. Having refined all his energy and successfully channeled 2 more meridians, now boasting a total of 24, his strength surged, exuding an immense vitality that enveloped the area like a furnace. Though he displayed no discernible spiritual energy fluctuations, everyone felt an intense pressure and a searing heat that urged them to retreat, even Lu Qingsong, who held his ground as the pillar of support. Who are you? Why have you invaded the Qingyun sect branch and harmed my disciples? Lu Qingsong demanded, his voice trembling with authority. Mr. Qingsong, are you unable to recognize me? Take another look. Lin Jin slightly lifted his head, allowing the moonlight to illuminate his features. You. Lu Qingsong faltered, his expression shifting in disbelief. You are Lin Jin. It appears Mr. Qingsong possesses keen eyesight after all, Lin Jin replied with a subtle smile. Gasping, Lu Qingsong instinctively stepped back. Realizing Lin Jin was a master of the Spirit Sea realm. No, you exhibit no spiritual energy fluctuations. You haven't regained your strength? It seems you were behind the incidents at Yangshan Mine and with Lu Ruyan. Lin Jin, despite the Qingyan sect's careful treatment, you have committed treachery and slaughtered your own brethren. You are a beast. Lu Qingsong snapped, regaining his composure and pointing his sword directly at Lin Jin. Ah, such valor. I admire your courage and hope you can maintain it, Lin Jin remarked, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Before Lu Qingsong could react, a towering figure appeared before him, seizing his sword hand. A sharp pain radiated from his shoulder as Lin Jin inflicted excruciating agony upon him. My hand! My hand! Lu Qingsong cried, clutching his bleeding shoulder in disbelief. Next, who shall it be? Lin Jin asked, a smile plastered across his face, resembling a beast from a primordial era, evoking sheer terror. In their instinctive fear, those present began to retreat hastily, colliding with the arriving troops from the city lord's south office and county court, creating a commotion. Ah, splendid! You have all arrived. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. Now, let us all perish, Lin Jin declared, stepping forward with the force of a colossal beast, sending the dazed Lu Qingsong flying. In an instant, he grasped Lu Qingsong's right leg and slammed him into the ground, causing blood to splatter and his innards to rupture. The Qingyun sect branch leader lay dead in a newly formed crater upon impact. What is happening? Ah! The onlookers screamed in terror. Lin Jin disregarded their fear, akin to a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dismantling their defenses as if they were mere paper. Their attempts to retaliate were futile, akin to throwing eggs against iron. Corpses quickly accumulated around him. Quick! Use the crossbows. Zhao Tianxiong, the city lord, shouted in alarm. 50 soldiers armed with crossbows aimed at Lin Jin, preparing to shoot. At that moment, several shadowy figures surged from the darkness. A flash of cold light erupted, and blood mist enveloped the archers, along with severed heads flying through the air. Scatter! The archers panicked, attempting to evade, but the 5 battle spirits pursued relentlessly, slaughtering the inexperienced archers in mere moments and then turning their wrath upon the soldiers, leaving chaos in their wake. Curse it! What manner of creatures are these? Zhao Tianxiong exclaimed, a mix of fear and anger surging within him as he struggled to catch a glimpse of the elusive battle spirits. He could only command his men to disperse, preventing them from clustering together and providing an opportunity for the spirits to strike. Chapter 16. The rogue must be punished. Though the dispersing crowd diminished the killing speed of the battle spirit, it could not fundamentally alter the course of the conflict. Lin Jin, the true harbinger of death, continued to slay members of various factions with the ease of dispatching chicks. Those unfortunate enough to fall into his grasp were either crushed or had their vital points severed, with none able to endure a second strike. All soldiers of the Lord's estate, gather behind me. Form ranks. Zhao Tianxiong bellowed. Yes. Over 200 soldiers immediately assembled behind him, creating a formidable formation. A chilling aura permeated the air, as if a unique force was brewing within the ranks. Simultaneously, Zhao Tianxiong tore off his regular attire, revealing the third-grade spiritual artifact, mysterious iron battle armor. He donned beneath. Charge! Kill! Zhao Tianxiong roared, channeling his full strength to summon a thick layer of protective energy. He absorbed the power of the formation behind him, causing his own strength to surge from the 3rd to the 7th level of the spiritual vein realm, propelling him into the later stages of that realm. His prowess had significantly increased. This was the Zhao family's secret weapon, the mysterious grade mid-level battle armor formation record. Not only did it enhance the user's strength, but it also mitigated damage received, linking the user with the formation's aura to distribute harm. Rogue, face your demise, Zhao Tianxiong shouted, clad in heavy armor and radiating an indomitable valor as he charged at Lin Jin. However, in the next instant, a more terrifying aura erupted. Lin Jin turned to face Zhao Tianxiong, unfazed by his imposing presence. He summoned his own blood energy, and with a resounding boom, a tangible red aura enveloped him, causing his already towering figure to swell an additional foot. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and a colossal, furnace-like shadow faintly emerged behind Lin Jin. The terrifying pressure sent several individuals nearby hurtling away. If Zhao Tianxiong, drawing on the formation's strength, resembled a massive rampaging elephant, then Lin Jin appeared as a ferocious dinosaur from the primordial age, an embodiment of terror. The moment Lin Jin fully unleashed his power, the previously charging Zhao Tianxiong came to an abrupt halt. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he faced the true beast of slaughter. Realizing how utterly laughable his previous bravado had been, Lin, Master Lin, we bear no enmity. Can we not sit down and discuss matters? Zhao Tianxiong stammered, swallowing hard. As a city lord, his expertise lay not in combat, but in leveraging interests. His immediate thought was to offer some sweet enticement to placate Lin Jin until reinforcements from Qingyun sect arrived, at which point he could seize the opportunity. Yet, Lin Jin saw no need for such pretense. Lord Zhao, at your advanced age, why are you so naive? If I kill you, all you possess becomes mine. Lin Jin, do not overreach. What if you are powerful? Can you slay everyone in Qishan City? I advise you to think wisely. Qingshan City is not a place you can trample alone. Seeing his attempts at persuasion failing, Zhao Tianxiong quickly resorted to threats, especially with more and more reinforcements arriving, including Lei Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, who was also a formidable opponent at the spiritual vein realm. His confidence swelled. He knew Lin Jin's strength, but believed there were enough cannon fodder to withstand him. Once Lin Jin's stamina waned, he would undoubtedly perish. Unfortunately, this remained a mere figment of his imagination. Outnumbered, Lin Jin felt no trepidation. Ah, yes, I do prefer your current defiant attitude. With a wave of his hand, he transformed the surrounding corpses into countless luminous particles that swiftly entered his body. This bizarre scene left all present utterly astonished and hesitant to advance. Monster. So you have allied with the demonic cult. No wonder you can regain some strength. An evil spirit. Such a rogue must be exterminated. Everyone, attack. Whoever kills him shall be rewarded with 500 spirit stones. Realizing the situation had turned dire, Zhao Tianxing offered a hefty bounty. Indeed. The lure of wealth ignited the greed within the crowd. Who wouldn't desire 500 spirit stones, ensuring a lifetime of comfort? Brothers, charge. He is but one person. We need not fear. We can overwhelm him. Yes, forward. Some began inciting others to rush forward, and soon, the crowd was ablaze with fervor. Yet, Lin Jin's speed surpassed theirs. With a mere gesture, he summoned 100 battle spirits, which immediately surged forth, claiming dozens of lives in an instant. Ghost. A ghost. Run. Evil spirit. These are undying fiends. Some attempted to strike the battle spirits, but the spirits remained undeterred, absorbing the attacks while only losing a fraction of their spiritual energy. The attackers were swiftly dispatched. These seemingly invincible foes shattered the morale of the crowd, causing them to flee in panic. In no time, fewer than 300 members of the three major factions remained. Young Master Lin. Boom. Lin Jin surged forward, appearing instantly before Zhao Tianxiong and delivering a powerful punch. Bang. Zhao Tianxiong barely managed to withstand the blow with his artifact-grade armor, but he was still sent flying several yards, spitting blood mid-flight. Although the spiritual armor could absorb considerable damage, the sheer force penetrated through, reaching his very core. This creature possesses too much strength. I cannot confront him head-on. Zhao Tianxiong's heart raced as he frantically sought a way out of this dire predicament. However, Lin Jin's movements were too swift, leaving him no time to react. In a flash, Lin Jin appeared behind Zhao Tianxiong and struck him fiercely in the back. Boom. Zhao Tianxiong, caught off guard, was slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. The force of the impact coursed through him, inflicting severe injuries. Lin, Master Lin, I beseech you, spare my life. I will give you everything I possess. Zhao Tianxiong began to plead. I only desire your life. Lin Jin placed a foot upon Zhao Tianxiong's head. The sturdy helmet offered some protection, but Lin Jin, frowning slightly, increased his force. Puff. Zhao Tianxiong's skull exploded, and his limbs twitched momentarily before falling still. Having dealt with Zhao Tianxiong, Lin Jin turned his gaze toward the city guards. His indifferent stare, akin to that of a demon from the abyss, instantly shattered their will to resist. It is an evil spirit, an insurmountable evil. Flee. The city guards discarded their weapons and began to flee in terror. Lin Jin had no intention of letting them escape. He surged into the throng, and with each life he claimed, he transformed them into battle spirits. Before long, he had annihilated all the guards. Meanwhile, not far away, the 5 battle spirits had already dispatched the disciples of the Qingyun sect and the county's constables, leaving behind a scene of blood-soaked garments. Yet no corpses in sight, a most eerie spectacle. Chapter 17. Transformation. Lin Jin promptly commanded Jia Er and Jia San to each lead 100 battle spirits to guard the 2 main gates of Qingyun City. Jia Si was tasked with dealing with the remaining officials at the county office, while Jia Wu was to confront those who had fled earlier, ensuring that none escaped. He and Jia Yi prepared to head to the Lord's Mansion, a place even more opulent than the Qingyun sect's branch, enriched by the Zhao clan's decades of accumulation, undoubtedly brimming with spirit stones. Along the way, the streets were littered with the lifeless bodies of the slain, evidently victims of the battle spirits. Unperturbed by the grim sight, Lin Jin consumed them all, transforming them into energy while simultaneously manifesting more battle spirits to bolster their ranks. The ordinary citizens, hearing the cacophony of screams throughout the city, had long secured their doors and windows, trembling in fear within their homes, too terrified to venture outside to uncover the cause of the chaos. Before long, Lin Jin, accompanied by the multitude of battle spirits, arrived at the entrance of the Lord's Mansion. The gate stood firmly shut, and numerous archers lay in wait atop the walls, poised for defense. Upon spotting Lin Jin emerging from the alley, they showed no intent to ascertain his identity, instead unleashing a volley of crossbow bolts aimed directly at him, clearly intent on killing him. However, before the bolts could reach him, Jia Yi deflected them all. Annihilate them. Leave no one behind. Lin Jin commanded coldly. Jia Yi complied, leading the 100 battle spirits in a charge toward the mansion. Attack. Block those fiends. The steward of the mansion, witnessing the surge of battle spirits, was struck with terror and hurriedly issued orders. Instantly, dozens of crossbow bolts rained down, yet they failed to touch even a hair on the battle spirits. The spirits moved with astonishing speed, swiftly penetrating the courtyard. In an instant, the air was filled with screams of terror and the clash of weapons. But as quickly as they arrived, they departed. The elite defenders of the mansion had been led away by Zhao Tianxiong, leaving behind only those of the body refinement stage, who were no match for Jia Yi and his battle spirits. Within moments, the majority had been exterminated, leaving only a severely injured steward. As Lin Jin approached the mansion's entrance, the gate swung open, welcoming him. He paid no heed to the carnage surrounding him and walked directly to the fallen steward. Tell me where the treasury is, and I shall grant you a swift end. Bah, you vile demon. Even if you kill me, I will never divulge the secret. The steward spat defiantly. Quite courageous, Lin Jin remarked with an appreciative expression. Jia Yi, I leave him to you. Jia Yi accepted the command and stepped before the steward, his form transforming into a mist that seeped into the steward's body, becoming countless tiny needles that pierced within. I'll tell you. Please, stop torturing me. Within less than a minute, the steward could endure no more. The treasury is beneath the rockery in the eastern garden. The key is hidden in the 4th row, 2nd hole of the west wall in the Lord's bedroom. Lin Jin nodded, and immediately dispatched a battle spirit to retrieve the key from within the mansion. He then ordered several dozen spirits to empty the treasury of its contents. Soon, the courtyard was overflowing with treasures. However, most of it comprised gold, silver, jewels, and mundane armaments. Lin Jin scarcely glanced at them before storing them within his divine prison space, shifting his focus to a few large chests. Among them were 3 chests of spirit stones, 500 low-grade stones and 20 mid-grade stones, alongside a chest containing low-grade magical artifacts. After decades of accumulation, is this truly all there is? Surely, there are no other vaults? Lin Jin gazed icily at the steward. And no, truly that is all. The rest was taken by the 2 young masters. They went to Tianfeng City for an auction. The steward stammered, desperate to avoid further torment. Tianfeng City. Lin Jin mused, recalling from the original owner's memories that it lay 700 miles west of Qingyan City, serving as the central hub of Xianai Prefecture. Bustling with activity, several major sects, including the Qingyun sect, had established trade houses there, peddling supplies. Tianfeng City, now that is an enticing destination. Lin Jin's mind raced, resolving to make it his next target, believing it to be a treasure trove of resources that could elevate his strength to new heights. However, the immediate priority was to convert the energy he had gathered into actual power. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Jin ordered Jia Yi to detonate the steward, resulting in a cloud of blood mist. He proceeded to convert all the resources within the Lord's mansion, then sought a clean room to prepare for his breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Jin swiftly consumed 95% of his energy. The surging power enveloped him in warmth, coursing through his body toward the 25th meridian, transforming into countless tiny energy clusters that began to clear the blockages in his pathways. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. The process was agonizingly slow. Previously, when opening meridians, it felt akin to operating a tunnel boring machine, advancing significantly with each effort. Now, this abundant energy felt like an old farmer wielding a hoe, laboriously digging. While he pondered this, Lin Jin was astonished to discover that his own blood and chi were operating autonomously. A colossal furnace-like phantom gradually materialized in the void, his internal energies boiling like a blazing furnace, fierce and tumultuous. Every inch of flesh and blood seemed to simmer, as if boundless energy roared within him. A faint red glow emanated from beneath his skin, resembling magma flowing through his veins. Each breath he took was accompanied by a scorching exhalation, warping the surrounding air into gentle waves of heat. A vast torrent of energy surged from his dantian, sweeping through his entire being. His blood and chi began to churn violently, as though the flames within the furnace were fed fresh fuel, igniting even more fiercely. In that moment, despite possessing the ability to absorb energy for healing, Lin Jin still felt intense pain, as if countless blades were slicing through his body, gritting his teeth. He endured the excruciating sensations coursing through him. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward the furnace phantom in the void, which had transformed significantly, losing its original shape. It had grown larger, resembling a surging river, and faint sounds of rushing water echoed in his ears, as if he were indeed immersed in a great river. Realizing the difficulty of opening the new meridians, Lin Jin grasped the crux of the matter. When he successfully connected the 25th meridian, his blood and chi would undergo a qualitative transformation. He understood that this was a pivotal moment for his breakthrough. Only by elevating his blood and chi from their furnace state to a higher level could he truly transcend. Lin Jin immersed himself completely in this realization, disregarding the tearing sensation throughout his body, and exerted all his focus on controlling the flow of his blood and chi. Chapter 18. The River of Vitality. As the meridians continuously opened, The vitality within Lin Jin's body surged with an increasingly ferocious intensity. Yet, due to the presence of devouring energy, it was as if he held the reins of a wild stallion, firmly under control. Lin Jin realized why the original owner had never encountered a body cultivator without such a system. Others would have succumbed to their own overwhelming vitality when attempting to advance through the 25 meridians, leading to their own demise. Time flew by. As the meridians were nearly completely connected, that raging force of vitality gradually began to subside. Finally, at the moment when the meridians were fully linked, the energy within Lin Jin transformed into a river of vitality that coursed through his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, it resonated with the external field of vitality, suddenly unleashing a terrifying power. Boom! The house where Lin Jin resided crumbled under the force, the roof soaring into the air. The bed upon which he sat was reduced to mere splinters. However, buoyed by the immense vitality, Lin Jin remained suspended in midair, untouched. His heartbeat resonated like thunder, each pulse driving the river of vitality to surge forth, as if boundless power roared within him. When Lin Jin opened his eyes, they sparkled like the stars. He clenched his fist, and the air crackled with a resounding explosion, an overflow of the river's power. He now felt that even a casual strike would surpass his previous full-force attacks. From that moment on, his strength ascended to an entirely new realm. The river of vitality not only amplified his power, but also elevated his life force to unprecedented heights. Lin Jin glanced at his current data panel. Name: Lin Jin. Race: human. Lifespan: 19,200. Spirit root: for symbols wind and cloud. Spirit root: supreme. Under repair: physique: Xianhuang supreme. Divine vein: under repair. Strength: body refinement. 25 heavens. River of vitality: influence: none. Formerly of the Qingyun sect. Expelled from the sect. Cultivation method: yellow grade lower tier spirit wine technique. Complete. Abandoned. Yellow grade middle tier mountain soil body refinement technique. Grand completion. Indeed. After this elevation of power, his life force had significantly increased, and the injuries he previously sustained had been entirely healed. Lin Jin let out a sigh of relief, gradually standing upright and feeling the unmatched power surging within him. He felt a renewed confidence in his forthcoming actions. Returning to the courtyard, he found it littered with the corpses of various faction disciples and supplies scavenged from other places, those who once sought to ambush him. After hours of relentless pursuit, none had escaped the wrath of the battle souls. Thus, the four major forces of Qingyun City, the branches of the Qingyun sect, the city lord's mansion, the county office, and the Black Tiger gang, were utterly obliterated, along with several bolder minor factions. Lin Jin felt no pity for them. Their greed had led to their downfall. Had they remained docile, they might have been spared. At this moment, Lin Jin waved his hand, converting them all into devouring energy, serving as nourishment on his path to strength. He surveyed the thousands of battle souls surrounding him, pondering for a moment. He decided to add 10 more permanent battle souls to the 5 of the A rank. From B1 to B10, Lin Jin summoned all the battle souls within the city. Hundreds of souls roamed freely through the city, stirring up countless wailing sounds, reminiscent of legendary specters. They terrified the citizens of Qingyun City, who trembled in fear and buried themselves in their blankets, praying for divine protection, too afraid to venture outside. Once the 1,000 battle souls returned, Lin Jin promptly initiated their fusion. He first enhanced the 5 A-rank souls to the 5th level of the spirit vein. The remaining souls merged into 10 new battle souls, each possessing the strength of the first level of the spirit vein, each with unique attributes. The A-rank souls manifested the 5 elemental properties, complementing one another to unleash greater power, while the B-rank souls embodied various derivative forces such as ice, thunder, and poison, ensuring a comprehensive approach. Having completed this, Lin Jin proceeded to the back courtyard of the city lord's mansion, selecting 2 fine steeds. He leaped onto one, urging it forward with a squeeze of his legs. The stallion whinnied and began to gallop, followed by 15 ethereal battle souls that trailed like ominous wraiths, casting a shadow of fear around Lin Jin. He swiftly exited Qingyun City, heading towards Tianfeng City. It was not until noon that the terrified citizens of Qingyun City dared to venture outside. Upon discovering the complete annihilation of the city lord's mansion and various factions, panic ensued. Many began to pack their belongings, preparing to flee. They no longer felt safe within Qingyun City. Everyone, Qingyun City is no longer secure. Only the great city of Tianfeng offers a safe refuge, one merchant stated. Indeed, we share this sentiment, echoed another. Thus, the majority of the merchants in Qingyun City planned to relocate to Tianfeng City in search of new opportunities. The city quickly fell silent, leaving only ordinary citizens behind, who lacked the means to establish themselves hundreds of miles away and continued to live in trepidation. A few days later, a hurried group entered Qingyun City, the same convoy that had initially ventured to the Yangshan mine. After waiting for days without news from the branch, and with no response to their carrier pigeon messages, they realized something must have happened in the city. Upon returning to the branch, they were stunned to find it nearly in ruins. They quickly captured a passerby for information and learned of the recent events, leaving them utterly shocked. You all stay here. I will return to the Qingyun sect headquarters to report. The convoy leader exclaimed, spurring his horse towards the direction of the Qingyun sect. That night, 150 miles outside Tianfeng City, in a dense forest, Lin Jin sat upon a large granite stone, a fire crackling before him. On a makeshift grill, a forest wolf was roasting, and Lin Jin slowly turned the spit, occasionally adding spices. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing his taste buds. It had been a long time since he had cooked, and in this world, many spices were unavailable, leaving him curious about the flavor. From the moment he opened his eyes again, this moment was the only time of relative peace. Previously, he had either been engaged in battle or on the road to confront foes. Even on his journey to Tianfeng City, he encountered numerous bandits seeking trouble, each of whom met their demise at his hands, causing him a sense of annoyance. I do not relish killing. Why must you all come to me? Would it not be better to remain quietly in the shadows? Lin Jin remarked, glancing towards a darkened area, his eyes shining with light that illuminated the shadows. Several small figures were hiding behind a large tree, their eyes gleaming with greed as they gazed at the roasting wolf meat. Chapter 19. I wish to learn the art of eating bones and flesh together if you wish to eat. Then come forth, Lin Jin said softly. Though his voice was gentle, it reached the ears of the children with unmistakable clarity. Ah, we've been discovered. Run, run. Oh no, that person is terrifying. I want to go back to find my mother. The children fled in a panic, leaving only one raggedly dressed boy behind. He seemed to ponder something before approaching Lin Jin. Having seen adults before, the small boy, known as a C, hailed from a village below the mountain. He nervously bowed in greeting. Your companions have left. Why do you not follow them? They have homes to return to, but I have nowhere to go. Staying here is just the same. Lin Jin nodded, finding no strangeness in the boy's circumstances. This world was far from peaceful, rife with warfare and banditry. Places like the Qingyun sect were somewhat safer, but elsewhere, danger lurked at every turn. You possess remarkable courage. I admire that. Here, take this. Lin Jin tore off a wolf's leg and tossed it to a C. Thank you, sir. A C expressed his gratitude before taking a bite. Initially cautious, he soon devoured it ravenously, as it appeared delectably appetizing. Ah, perhaps the flavor is not so bad. Lin Jin bit into a wolf's leg, chewing the bone along with the meat. He found the taste quite ordinary, inferior to true barbecues. However, given the circumstances, he settled into eating. Before long, he had consumed an entire roasted wolf, bones and all, leaving no remnants behind. Meanwhile, a C had only managed to eat half of his leg. Observing Lin Jin's actions left him astonished, unable to fathom how someone could crunch bones and consume an entire wolf. Sir, are you a practitioner? One could say that. Then, sir, do you think I could become a practitioner too? A C's eyes widened in anticipation as he looked at Lin Jin. You. Lin Jin's gaze sharpened, perceiving the boy's essence. An ordinary physique, yet with decent roots. He could become a competent martial artist. If I become a martial artist, will I be able to eat an entire wolf like you? Haha, little one, why do you not wish to spit out the bones when eating meat? Because then I can eat more and not go hungry, AC replied earnestly, eliciting another chuckle from Lin Jin. Today, little AC, I am in good spirits. I shall teach you the method to eat meat without spitting out the bones. However, I will only demonstrate once. How much you remember depends on your own fortune. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Upon hearing Lin Jin's words, AC, who had not harbored much hope, was overcome with joy. He knelt down, bowing thrice as he had seen during village performances. Lin Jin did not intervene, allowing AC to complete his gestures. With a single finger, a wisp of blood essence surged forth, swiftly entering AC's body. Close your eyes and remember the flow of energy, Lin Jin commanded. Little AC dared not be negligent. He promptly closed his eyes to feel. He sensed a warm current within him, flowing along a specific path. This must be the route the sir spoke of. I must not forget. AC focused intently, ensuring not a single detail escaped him as he memorized the flow of the 24 meridians. Eventually, the energy dissipated, having exhausted itself. I remember, sir. AC opened his eyes, exclaiming joyfully. However, he was met with a bright sky, having already spent the night. Lin Jin, after imparting a modicum of blood essence to AC, departed. He had merely sought to savor the wild flavors of barbecued meat, not to dwell in the wilderness. Naturally, he preferred the comfort of a cozy inn. AC's experience was but a fleeting ripple in Lin Jin's journey, scarcely occupying his thoughts. Yet for AC, that night would irrevocably alter his life. Sir, thank you for teaching me the art of consumption. I shall repay your kindness in the future. AC bowed deeply again at the spot where Lin Jin had sat, hastily finishing the remaining wolf meat in his grasp. He then sat down, attempting to circulate his blood essence along the path he had just learned. Finally, after half an hour, the first wisp of blood essence emerged, marking his transition from an ordinary person to a practitioner. The distance he could traverse henceforth would rely entirely on his own efforts. He might ascend to great heights or fall victim to misfortune along the way. 70 miles from Tianfeng City, atop a mountain peak, the Qingfeng stronghold was notorious in the vicinity, led by a formidable leader of the spirit vein realm. They engaged in unscrupulous dealings, monopolizing the trade route and extorting protection fees from passing merchant caravans. It was rumored to be a front for a powerful faction within the city. Thus no one dared to intervene. Merchants, begrudgingly, paid the toll, as refusing could cost them their lives. However, this stronghold, backed by formidable forces, soon encountered a greater challenge. Lin Jin kicked open the stronghold's door, revealing a scene of carnage within. Ah, what is this? Quick, kill them. No, we cannot kill them. It's impossible. Run. 15 battle spirits sent the hundreds of bandits scattering in terror, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. Who dares to act so brazenly in my Qifeng stronghold? A thunderous roar echoed from within. A burly man wielding a spear leapt forth. Who are you to act so arrogantly in my stronghold? Me? Just a passerby, seeking to collect alms. Collecting alms? You dare mock me. You seek death. The burly man bellowed, brandishing his spear with a whoosh that cut through the air. Lin Jin smiled slightly. With a casual grasp, he halted the spear's advance, rendering the sturdy steel tip immobile, regardless of the man's desperate attempts to force it forward. Impossible. The man gasped, his face reddening in disbelief. He possesses no spiritual power, merely a mere body-refining practitioner. How can he possibly stop my spear? Cold sweat dripped down his brow as he realized the truth. Regrettably, his strength proved insufficient. Lin Jin flicked his wrist, and the spear bent as if it were mere cooked noodles. The fearsome force surged through the spear, crashing into the burly man, leaving him unable to release his grip. The power infiltrated his body, shattering him from within, scattering his essence in disarray. Chapter 20, a brand new function. The Nine Hells Dominance Technique, a towering figure, drenched in blood, was violently hurled several meters away, collapsing to the ground in a fit of coughing and spitting blood. Mighty hero, I am from the Black Shaman sect. I beseech you, spare my life. The Black Shaman sect? No wonder you've been able to roam freely for so long, Lin Jin remarked, nodding in realization. In an instant, he hurled the deformed spear in his hand. With a sickening thud, the unavoidably struck brute had his skull crushed. Having dealt with the chieftain of the 9th level of the Spirit Vein realm, the remaining bandits in the hideout posed no further threat. It wasn't long before the warriors eliminated them all. Through coercive interrogation, they uncovered the location of the hideout's concealed supplies. The warriors swiftly retrieved numerous large crates, of which only half contained ordinary gold and silver. The rest were comprised of low-grade spirit stones, no less than 5,000 in total. Indeed, the adage of killing and pillaging brings riches held true. A mere bandit stronghold guarding a passage could amass such wealth. Lin Jin's eyes sparkled with surprise at the unexpected bounty. Initially, he had merely intended to confront a few robbers, ascertain the location of their lair, and gather some energy. He had not anticipated such a windfall. However, recalling the brute's final words identifying himself as a member of the Black Shaman sect, the situation began to make sense. These resources were evidently meant for tribute to the sect. Otherwise, a mere leader of the 9th level of the Spirit Vein realm would have been eradicated by other forces long ago, unable to maintain such a lucrative stronghold. Yet now, all these treasures belonged to Lin Jin. As for the potential retaliation from the Black Shaman sect, he was utterly unconcerned. There were no survivors to reveal the perpetrator. And even if they somehow discovered it, it mattered not. The strongest among the Black Shaman sect merely achieved the Dan transformation stage, which paled in comparison to the Qingyun sect's might, as the latter boasted elders at the Spirit Infant stage. At this moment, Lin Jin's own power was not far from rivaling those at the Dan transformation stage, a fact he held with utmost confidence. He waved his hand, absorbing all the resources within the stronghold, preparing to channel a new meridian. Ding. The quantity of spiritual entities absorbed has met the requirements. The system is initiating a new upgrade. Please stand by. Ding. System update complete. Would you like to view the update log? Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, having been so preoccupied with enhancing his strength that he had momentarily forgotten about the potential upgrades available through the system. The mere thought of how his devouring ability had propelled him to new heights filled him with anticipation for the new functions. View. Ding. System update log. The system has been enhanced. The Divine Prison space has expanded to 1000, 1000, 1000. The system has upgraded to level 2. The next upgrade will require the accumulation of 10 million devouring energy. 1. Added the technique simulation function, allowing the optimization or fusion of absorbed techniques, enabling lower-tier techniques to be elevated to higher levels. Note, merging techniques of differing attributes may diminish their original effectiveness. Simulating techniques requires substantial energy and time. Please choose wisely. 2. Bloodline enhancement, enabling the refinement of absorbed bloodlines into pure bloodline power, which can be utilized to strengthen oneself or the battle spirits. Battle spirits can absorb this bloodline power to enhance their combat prowess or awaken latent abilities. Various bloodlines can be fused to create new ones. Note, different bloodlines may reduce their inherent capabilities. Use with caution. Bloodline refinement requires significant energy, and merging disparate bloodlines may lead to bodily distortions. 3. Divine Prison Mark, which can be inscribed on targets for tracking, control, or enhancement, though it is ineffective against those whose power vastly exceeds that of the inscriber. Currently, A maximum of 10 targets can be marked. Lin Jin's eyes gleamed. All 3 newly updated functions held great potential, particularly the technique simulation and fusion feature, which was particularly suited to his current situation. Previously, he had scavenged numerous techniques in Qinin City. Yet most were of low grade and primarily focused on the manipulation of spiritual energy, with only a select few capable of enhancing physical strength. Regrettably, these rare techniques were of little significance to him at present, failing to aid in the fortification of his current physique. With a thought, Lin Jin immediately activated the technique simulation function. His vision dimmed, and he found himself in a small, dark chamber. Within it sat a hazy figure at a desk, engrossed in perusing a blank tome. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jin was astonished to discover it was a wordless book. Yet the figure appeared utterly captivated. This fellow, he bears a striking resemblance to me, Lin Jin mused, narrowing his eyes. The figure remained hunched over the desk, revealing only a sliver of its profile. Ding. Please input the technique you wish to simulate. With a surge of thought, Lin Jin promptly submitted the body refinement technique he had acquired from the mind. As it vanished within the divine prison space, the blank tome in the dark chamber immediately bore inscriptions. The figure rapidly flipped through the pages and, without a moment's hesitation, seized a nearby quill to begin inscribing in the void. In a mere instant, a book radiating a faint glow took form. The next moment, it transformed into a streak of light, piercing into Lin Jin's mind, where the knowledge swiftly disseminated throughout his being, allowing him to grasp its intricacies, akin to the legendary initiation of enlightenment. The Great Strength Mountain Technique, a high-grade yellow technique, could refine up to 16 meridians. Lin Jin noted a significant enhancement in comparison to what he had initially received, yet it still held little utility for him at this juncture. With this in mind, Lin Jin continued to input the techniques he had obtained, and soon enough, he acquired several new techniques. The Iron Blood Battle Heaven Technique, a low-grade mysterious technique, could refine up to 24 meridians. The Military Chi Tru Technique, a low-grade mysterious technique, could also refine up to 24 meridians. The Dragon Serpent Body Refinement Technique, a high-grade yellow technique, could refine up to 20 meridians. One after another, 7 or 8 techniques materialized, with the best among them being those acquired from Tai Wuhan and the City Lord's Manor. Although they were markedly superior to his previous techniques, they still only allowed for the refinement of 24 meridians, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Ding. The host has repeatedly submitted similar techniques. Would you like to merge them? Note: the merging of techniques carries a risk of failure. The more energy invested, the higher the success rate, and the resulting grade will also be elevated. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Jin did not hesitate to agree. The figure in the dark chamber resumed its busy work, continuously absorbing the energy placed within the divine prison space. After a span of several minutes, the figure began to inscribe in the void once more. However, this time, the pace was noticeably slower, taking a considerable amount of time before it fully materialized. The book once again transformed into a stream of light, entering Lin Jin's body. The Nine Hells Dominance Technique, a mid-grade earth technique, could refine up to 42 meridians. Lin Jin's eyes lit up as he earnestly contemplated the technique, quickly comprehending its essence. The technique was divided into 6 layers, with each layer enhancing his prior strength by 20%. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, he could transform his entire essence and blood into a formidable armor, granting him immense defensive capabilities. Furthermore, by achieving the 6th layer, he would attain a dominant state, becoming immune to all physical attacks for a brief duration. Chapter 21. The City of Heavenly Winds. For him, this place was truly tailor-made. With the acquisition of a new martial art and the ability to absorb energy, he found himself in an impregnable position from the very beginning. Even those whose strength far exceeded his would falter. As long as they could not deliver a decisive blow, he could instantly recover. Lin Jin wasted no time and immediately began his cultivation. Having comprehended all the subtleties of this martial art and possessing a formidable reservoir of vitality, he swiftly advanced to the 3rd level, Vitality Armor. As Lin Jin opened his eyes, a flash of divine light erupted. His body began to move of its own accord, buoyed by the surging power of his vitality. With a mere gesture, the vitality surged forth, rapidly interweaving across the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, a heavy, almost tangible armor of vitality was formed around him. Without hesitation, Lin Jin commanded his battle spirits to attack. Instantly, 15 battle spirits unleashed a myriad of assaults. Yet, in the end, not even the outer layer of the vitality armor was breached. Even when the battle spirits employed toxins, they failed to penetrate, instead being vaporized by the intense heat of the vitality. As long as Lin Jin's vitality endured, it would continuously repair itself. And how vast was his vitality? Like a mighty river, it could withstand relentless assaults for days on end without depleting. After a moment, Lin Jin gestured for the battle spirits to cease their actions and gently descended to the ground. With a thought, the vitality armor gradually dissipated, flowing back into his body. He glanced at the energy stored within the divine prison space. Due to the consumption from the martial arts cultivation, it was insufficient to open another meridian. However, Lin Jin did not feel disheartened. With the existence of the 9 prisons overlord body technique, his physical strength had significantly increased, and his defenses had surged several-fold. His overall combat power had at least doubled or tripled. Such an enhancement was even greater than that of opening a new meridian. His current strength was at least equivalent to that of a late-stage spiritual Sea Realm practitioner. If pressed to the limit, he could even contend with an alchemy transformation realm expert. His forte now lay in unyielding combat. The enhancement of his strength provided him with newfound confidence. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was already afternoon. Not wishing to linger, he gathered the battle spirits, mounted his steed, and set forth towards the city of Heavenly Winds. After more than an hour, he arrived outside the city. The area remained bustling, with a continuous flow of pedestrians and merchants, a testament to its prosperity as a regional capital. Riding his horse, Lin Jin paid the 50 copper coins at the city gate and successfully entered, encountering no inquiries along the way. This was the norm for large cities. With so many people passing through daily, if the guards were to question each individual, they would surely be overwhelmed. As long as one did not appear suspicious, who would bother to interrogate them? Once inside the city, Lin Jin sought a tavern in the southern district. Take good care of my horse, and you shall be rewarded, he instructed as he dismounted and handed the reins to the welcoming attendant, along with half a tael of silver. Rest assured, esteemed guest, I want to even eat if it means letting it go hungry. The attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promised. Lin Jin nodded slightly and entered the main hall. At that hour, many were dining, most of whom bore the attire of wandering cultivators, evidently gathered for the annual auction event. Lin Jin booked a room but did not ascend to it. Instead, he chose a small table, ordering a spread of food and drink. His robust physique and the faint aura of pressure he exuded caused the conversations around him to lower in volume. However, once they noticed he was indifferent to their presence, they resumed their discussions. Hey, have you heard? This auction is rumored to have many valuable items. Oh, do you have any insider information? Not insider, but legitimate news. The highlight item is said to be a treasure that can enhance one's aptitude. What use is that? Such treasures are only affordable to major sects. We scattered cultivators can only dream. One shouldn't be so dismissive. It's worth going just to broaden our horizons. Indeed, when the auction starts in a couple of days, we should go, but for now let's drink. As Lin Jin sipped his drink, he quietly listened to the conversations, most revolving around the auction, alongside various unfounded rumors. Notably absent were any mentions of Qingyan City, indicating that news from there had yet to spread. However, Lin Jin estimated it would be soon. Having finished his meal, Lin Jin rose to leave. Upon entering his room, he immediately began practicing the 9 prisons overlord body technique. The immense power coursed through his body, propelling his cultivation forward. Time flew by, and today marked Lin Jin's 3rd day in the city of Heavenly Winds. After 2 days of cultivation, he had reached the 4th level of the 9 prisons overlord body technique, enhancing his strength once more. With each movement, he possessed the might to shatter mountains and crack stones. Over the past few days, his battle spirits had also become acquainted with the hierarchical structure of the city of Heavenly Winds. In contrast to the feeble official forces of Qingyan City, the strongest faction in Heavenly Winds was the True Martial Guard, boasting 3,000 members. Their commander, Zhao Wujia, was a 9th-level alchemy transformation realm expert and the strongest in the city. The second most significant power was the city government, which also had several alchemy transformation realm experts. The True Martial Guard and the government were the top predators within the city, competing fiercely. Below them were the Tianwu Trading Company, the Black Fiend sect, and the Qingyan sect, among others. The Tianwu Trading Company was the official institution of the Tianwu dynasty and the organizer of the Heavenly Winds auction. The Black Fiend sect was a local gang controlling the lower tiers of the city. Meanwhile, the Qingyan sect had established an office here, managed by an elder, to handle affairs with the dynasty. All these factions possessed alchemy transformation realm experts. Numerous other small to medium-sized factions existed, but they were of little concern to Lin Jin. His primary objective was the Qingyan sect. He intended to gradually weaken their influence, compelling them to witness their own decline in despair and anguish before ultimately meeting their demise. However, while Lin Jin was not a bloodthirsty individual, he would not easily resort to violence against others. Yet, he had to consider that this was the capital of a province. To kill in the open under the watchful eyes of officials would be a direct affront to them. Moreover, the Qingyan sect maintained a close relationship with the Tianwu dynasty, which would inevitably lead to repercussions against him. Today marked the day of the Heavenly Winds auction, attracting numerous factions and an abundance of treasures. The True Martial Guard and the government would focus their attention here, making it the perfect opportunity for Lin Jin to make his move. At this moment, at the Tianwu Treasure Pavilion in the Eastern District, the surrounding streets were packed with individuals eager to attend the auction. Most were ordinary scattered cultivators, simply there for the spectacle. However, the Tianwu Trading Company would not permit them all entry. Those wishing to participate in the auction were required to pay an entrance fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones. This condition eliminated 90% of the crowd. For those scattered cultivators, any spirit stone they possessed would be immediately spent. They could not afford to save it, lest they meet an untimely end and contribute it to others. Chapter 22:1 may possess the clarity of a ghost. Yet precautions must be taken to prevent unrest among the masses. Thus, the Tianwu Merchant Guild has arranged a marketplace dedicated to the sale of ordinary items to satiate the participants' sense of involvement. At this moment, within the auction venue, in room A1, the four most influential figures in Tianfeng City are engaged in a pleasant discourse over tea, presenting a picture of harmony. The commander of the Jinwu Guard, Zhao Wujie, the head of the local government, Zhou Tianzhang, the vice chairman of the Tianwu Merchant Guild, Qian Wanong, and Feng Yunzi, the fifth elder of the Qingyan sect, who also happens to be the master of the female disciple slain by the original host. The elder's presence here is undoubtedly linked to the coveted final item of the auction. As the governor remarked, for the sake of my unworthy self, I too wish to compete. It appears our aspirations align. Let us not allow discord to mar our camaraderie. What you say, Sir Zhao, is but a trifling auction item. How could it rival the bonds we share? With that, Qian Wantong, in a bid to lighten the somewhat tense atmosphere, quickly steered the conversation back to a more amicable tone. The four of them observed the array of auction items being presented below, calculating how many spirit stones they would need to procure the coveted treasure, oblivious to the impending, lethal threat looming over them. In stark contrast to the bustling surroundings of the Tianwu Merchant Guild, the Qingyan sect's liaison office is enveloped in an eerie silence. Half of the disciples have been taken away by Feng Yunzi to experience the world beyond. In the vast courtyard, only a handful of individuals remain to oversee operations. Upon Lin Jin's arrival, he encountered two gatekeepers engaged in idle chatter. As he approached, their expressions shifted dramatically. This is the Qingyan sect's domain. Outsiders should vacate. One disciple declared, regarding Lin Jin with disdain. Despite being a considerable distance away, Lin Jin was deemed an ordinary civilian, for they were accustomed to their own arrogance and failed to sense any fluctuations in his spiritual energy. Although Lin Jin towered over them, the disciple, being a practitioner of the Qi condensation realm and a proud outer disciple of the Qingyan sect, looked down upon those who had not even grasped the essence of spiritual energy. However, as Lin Jin drew nearer, a terrifying pressure enveloped him. Akin to confronting an ancient behemoth, the disciple stiffened, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, realizing that Lin Jin was far more formidable than his appearance suggested. He attempted to articulate an explanation, yet Lin Jin had no desire to engage in trivial discourse with such a petty individual. Numerous battle spirits surged forth from the realm of the divine prison, their forms flickering ominously. In an instant, two heads soared into the air, followed by the battle spirits infiltrating the courtyard, seeking out the Qingyan sect's disciples. Junior brother, curse it, I shall, The courtyard soon erupted in cries of slaughter, only to swiftly subside, revealing that the disciples had been dispatched by the battle spirits. Amidst the chaos, a commanding voice rang out, brothers, follow me, we shall break through. It was Feng Xiaoyao, the third disciple of the fifth elder, adorned in flowing white attire, wielding a folding fan to shield several disciples from the encroaching battle spirits. He had reached the third tier of the Linghai realm and possessed a first-tier spiritual artifact, the illusory Sea Wind Cloud Fan. With deft movements, he unfurled the fan, creating a barrage of afterimages and generating a powerful gust that repelled the battle spirit's assault. The younger disciples huddled close, occasionally unleashing sword chi to fend off the surrounding foes. However, at that moment, an enigmatic figure appeared. With a swift thrust of his sword, he struck the illusory sea fan, shattering the protective wind barrier and forcing Feng Xiaoyao to stumble back. Not good. A powerful Linghai realm adversary. Feng Xiaoyao realized the gravity of the situation as he engaged in combat, feeling overwhelmed by the opponent's strength. Feng Yunzi had taken both the eldest and second disciples away, leaving him as the sole Linghai practitioner at the Qingyun sect's residence. Junior brother Feng, it has been far too long. Just as Feng Xiaoyao pondered a strategy to counter, a familiar voice reached his ears. He turned in surprise, expecting a fellow sect brother to have arrived. Yet, upon seeing the imposing figure and the battle spirits surrounding him, the flicker of hope quickly extinguished. He failed to recognize Lin Jin at first, but the sensation of familiarity lingered. Who are you? Do you not know this is the Qingyun sect's territory? How dare you commit such an act here? Feng Xiaoyao barked, his tone laden with authority. The Qingyun sect indeed carries a grand reputation. Had this not been so, I would not have come, Lin Jin replied with a derisive chuckle. Noticing that the name of the Qingyun sect failed to intimidate his foe, Feng Xiaoyao felt an increasing sense of dread. Yet, the familiarity of Lin Jin intensified. A nagging thought gnawing at him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. The ethereal figure he had once known began to merge with the imposing figure before him. And he stared at Lin Jin, his eyes wide with disbelief. You are Lin Jin. Impossible. How could you be Lin Jin? Feng Xiao exclaimed, incredulous. The stark contrast between the two appearances left him utterly confounded. It seems you have finally recognized me. Now you may act with clarity, Lin Jin sneered, gesturing for the battle spirits to advance. Feng Xiaoyao, gripped by terror, barely managed to wield the illusory sea fan to defend himself while attempting to escape the encirclement. However, his once esteemed agility paled in comparison to the assault of the battle spirits. Clang, clang, clang. The illusory sea fan faltered under the relentless onslaught, ultimately succumbing to destruction. Deprived of his weapon, Feng Xiaoyao's strength waned, and he was swiftly pierced through the heart by a single thrust of the sword. Clutching his wound, he could not stem the torrent of blood cascading from his body. Weakly, he collapsed to the ground, gazing at Lin Jin in the distance. His lips parting in a futile attempt to speak, but he lacked the strength and soon breathed his last. In his final moments, his eyes reflected disbelief as he looked upon Lin Jin, as if seeking answers to unspoken questions, yet all he received was Lin Jin's icy indifference. With Feng Xiaoyao's demise, the last vestiges of resistance at the Qingyan sect's residence were obliterated. Lin Jin summoned forth a dozen new battle spirits, commencing the search for the sect's stored resources. This location served as a crucial hub for transactions between the Qingyan sect and Tianfeng City, a marketplace for the buying and selling of various goods. As such, the reserves of spirit stones here were bound to be substantial. Before long, the relentless battle spirits unearthed several large chests. Upon opening them, they were filled to the brim with spirit stones, totaling over 8,000. Nonetheless, Lin Jin furrowed his brow. Logically, there should have been more than this. After all, these were significant transactions, and such a meager sum would scarcely suffice for substantial purchases. However, considering the ongoing auction, he surmised that Feng Yunzi had likely taken the bulk of the spirit stones. With no further concern, Lin Jin waved his hand, consuming all the spirit stones before departing without a backward glance. The next target awaited, the treasury of the Tianfeng City government. Chapter 23. You are about to die. The treasury of Tianfeng City is located in a remote area to the north of the city, surrounded by an expanse of flat land devoid of any hiding spots within a Tinjiang radius. Any target that appears will inevitably be under scrutiny, leaving no possibility for stealthy infiltration. Lin Jin, too, could not rely on the secretive methods of the battle soul, as invisibility is unattainable during daylight. However, he had no intention of resorting to ambush. In such an environment, the only viable strategy was to rely on sheer strength to force his way in, shattering all adversaries that dared to obstruct his path. Over the past 2 days, Lin Jin had utilized the Divine Prison Mark to control several officials within the treasury, gaining comprehensive knowledge of the treasury-S conditions, including personnel in the Formation-S layout. The captain of the treasury guards, Qin Lai, was a formidable figure at the second level of the Dan transformation realm, adept in the Xian Sha technique, excelling in close combat. Additionally, there were 4 elite guards at the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, overseeing the array of prohibitive formations. Alongside them stood 100 guards at the Spirit Vein realm, all protected by the 9-turn Spirit Sealing array, which could suppress intruders' spiritual energy by 50%. Faced with such a formidable lineup, even a 9th-level Dan transformation expert would hesitate to force their way in, even if one managed to breach the defenses. The overwhelming powers of Tianfeng City would ensure their demise, as all guards were implanted with the Blood Soul technique, triggering an alarm upon death. Reinforcements from the officials could arrive within 5 minutes, making this treasury one of the safest places in Tianfeng City. Yet, for Lin Jin, these configurations posed no threat. He possessed not even a trace of spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, Lin Jin descended like a cannonball, landing heavily at the treasury's entrance. The immense impact shattered the dozen steps leading up to the door. Kill. Without hesitation, 10 guards drew their weapons and charged at Lin Jin. In the inner courtyard, for mid-stage Spirit Sea flag bearers activated the 9-turn Spirit Sealing array upon hearing the commotion. A hum resonated through the air as a powerful pressure surged towards Lin Jin, colliding fiercely against him. Yet, nothing followed. The pressure passed through him without effect. In an instant, Lin Jin unleashed his blood energy, sending a terrifying wave that swept through the surroundings. The 10 guards were obliterated, their insides crushed, perishing in an instant. With their deaths, the prohibitions within them activated, alerting the true martial guards and prompting reinforcements. After dispatching the nearby guards, Lin Jin paid no heed to the others. He stomped forward, shattering the sturdy door and bursting into the inner courtyard, where soldiers had gathered to obstruct his path. Beyond the throng, for individuals wielding array flags were exerting all their efforts, unaware that their powerful array had no effect on Lin Jin. He ignored the guards before him, his gaze piercing through the crowd. There, a burly middle-aged man clad in armor, wielding a dark broadsword, stood waiting. It has been years since anyone dared to intrude here after I took my position. Out of respect for your courage, I shall ensure your death is a splendid spectacle. Qin Lai grinned menacingly. Then I shall be the last outsider you ever see, for you are about to die, Lin Jin replied with a smile, engaging in a war of words. Arrogant, I shall see if your strength can match your bravado. Step aside, I will cleave him. Qin Lai swung his broadsword, charging at Lin Jin with unmatched ferocity. The guards hastily stepped aside, fearful of obstructing him. A surge of boundless blood energy erupted, weaving into a heavy crimson battle armor around Lin Jin. His form swelled, towering a full head higher. The searing aura emanating from him blazed like a raging fire, instantly dispelling the chill that had enveloped the inner courtyard. A presence more terrifying than Qin Lai's erupted from Lin Jin, rapidly enveloping the entire courtyard. How could he still be so powerful under the suppression of the 9-turn Spirit Sealing array? Qin Lai's expression shifted to one of horror. Even a powerhouse like him felt the breath of pressure momentarily stifle. Just as he steadied himself, Lin Jin unleashed a merciless punch. His colossal fist cut through the air, igniting the atmosphere around it. With a deafening roar, Lin Jin's fist collided violently with the broadsword in Qin Lai's grip. The clash produced an earth-shattering sound that reverberated through the skies. The two formidable forces collided, unleashing unparalleled devastation. The ground within several zhang shattered, clouds of dust soaring into the air. Yet, while Lin Jin merely swayed slightly, Qin Lai was sent flying, crashing through a robust wall and into the room beyond. "I want you dead." A furious roar erupted from within the room, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. A massive figure emerged from where Qin Lai had fallen, shattering the obstructing rubble with a single punch. This figure towered over a zhang, enveloped in a dense black malevolence. It was none other than Qin Lai, fully channeling the Xian Sha technique. However, he now appeared more beastly than human, his height significantly increased, limbs elongated, nails over 3 inches long and razor-sharp. Even his mouth bore sharp fangs, rendering him a monstrous entity. Lin Jin gazed in astonishment, pondering whether this transformation stemmed from his technique or an inherent bloodline. "This is bad. Captain Qin is completely enraged. We must flee." Yet the guards reacted even more dramatically than Lin Jin, shrieking in terror as they scrambled to escape. However, Lin Jin would not allow their escape. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed dozens of battle souls to attack the guards. The air was soon filled with cries of slaughter. Lin Jin, however, paid little attention to the chaos around him, refocusing on Qin Lai. "Prepare to die." The monstrous figure roared, moving with incredible speed, appearing before Lin Jin in the blink of an eye. His sharp claws aimed directly at Lin Jin's head, intent on crushing it. But, boom. In that fleeting moment, the power within Lin Jin surged once more, manifesting a colossal, ethereal blood-red river behind him. As this force erupted, it surged toward Qin Lai. Before Qin Lai could react, he was forcefully pinned to the ground by Lin Jin's overwhelming power. Bang! Qin Lai's form shrank, collapsing to his knees before Lin Jin. Chapter 24. Signal for help. "No, it's impossible. I refuse to believe it." "Get up." Qin Lai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. He screamed hysterically, summoning every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to rise. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he remained ensnared by the oppressive phantom of the blood-colored river, which bore down upon him with an unyielding weight. Bang! Lin Jin delivered a powerful punch, sending Qin Lai crashing to the ground. Without pause, he continued his relentless assault. "Kafu, who are you? Why is this happening?" Initially, Qin Lai could offer some resistance, but Lin Jin remained silent, landing blows that rendered his opponent speechless. After a barrage of punches, Qin Lai's capacity to resist was utterly obliterated. When Lin Jin finally withdrew his fists and ceased his attack, Qin Lai's body lay mangled. His upper half splattered grotesquely across the floor, merging with the dust. "What a tough one." Lin Jin flexed his wrist, summoning Qin Lai's remains into himself, transforming them once more into battle souls. At that moment, the combat of the battle souls had come to a close, and all the guardians of the Tianfeng City Treasury lay dead. Lin Jin immediately converted all the corpses into battle souls, blocking anyone who dared to approach. After issuing his orders, he strode directly toward the treasury's grand door. The door was formidable, forged from exquisite gold, making it a daunting task even for a formidable cultivator at the Dan Transformation Realm to breach. However, Lin Jin produced the key he had taken from Qin Lai. Click, click, click. Effortlessly, he unlocked the door. With a push, he entered through the heavy entrance. Before him stretched a long corridor, flanked by various rooms, each marked with its contents. Lin Jin bypassed the mundane treasures of gold and silver, proceeding to the corridor's end. The door on the left contained spirit stones, while the right housed an array of magical artifacts. With a decisive kick, he shattered the door to the spirit stone chamber and strode inside. The room was filled to the brim with 50 chests. Opening one revealed it contained 500 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Jin grinned widely, unceremoniously absorbing the 25,000 spirit stones. Within the divine prison space, a massive energy entity began to coalesce. Without hesitation, Lin Jin sat cross-legged, commencing the flow of new meridians. The tremendous energy within the divine prison surged continuously into Lin Jin's body, his formidable physique greedily absorbing it. The energy transformed into a powerful drill, burrowing into the 26th meridian. Above Lin Jin, a phantom of the blood-colored river materialized, growing increasingly tumultuous with the influx of energy, radiating an overwhelming ferocity. Meanwhile, outside the treasury, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves erupted. Li Chafeng, the deputy commander of the true martial guards, at the 5th level of the Dan Transformation Realm, led 500 guards forward. Holding his spear at an angle, he surveyed the damaged treasury door. His brow furrowed in concern. Why is it so quiet? Have the intruders already been dealt with by Qin Lai? He had anticipated that anyone daring to breach the treasury would possess formidable strength, possibly leading a large contingent. Yet, aside from a few bloodstains and a shattered door, no other anomalies were apparent. Qin Lai. Li Changfeng's heart stirred, and he suddenly bellowed. Yet, the silence within remained unbroken. Realizing something was amiss, he commanded, "Form ranks. Charge with me." With that, Li Chafeng led the true martial guards into the treasury. However, upon entering, his expression shifted dramatically. He sensed his spiritual power becoming muddled. Its flow severely impeded. The 9-turn spirit sealing formation. Qin Lai did not respond, but the formation continued to operate, indicating that the enemy had seized control. The situation had turned dire. Thoughts of retreat raced through Li Changfeng's mind, but in the next instant, as the true martial guards advanced, over 100 battle souls burst forth from the doorway, swiftly infiltrating the ranks of the guards. What the hell is this? Everyone, stay together and fight back. The true martial guards erupted into chaos. Initially weakened by the formation, their strength had already diminished by 40%. Now, faced with the sacrificial onslaught of the battle souls, their casualties soared. Li Chafeng, meanwhile, was unable to assist his soldiers, contending with 5 of his own while fending off the frenzied assault of the battle soul. Qin Lai, perched on horseback, he swept his spear in wide arcs, driving back the relentless tide of souls. Yet, with his diminished power, he could only muster strength akin to that of a second-level Dan transformation, barely matching his opponents. The battle devolved into a stalemate, and as time wore on, the losses among the true martial guards mounted, while the battle souls suffered only a third of those losses. If this stalemate continued, they risked total annihilation. Signal for help. Li Changfeng thrust his spear to repel a battle soul and shouted loudly. One of the guards, upon hearing this, quickly fished a spirit stone from his armor. Instantly, he infused his spiritual energy into it, causing the stone to radiate brilliantly. With a whoosh, it soared into the sky, exploding into the emblem of the true martial guards, visible across half the city. What the hell? Who is firing fireworks in broad daylight? Fool. That's the signal from the true martial guards. They're in trouble. Incredible! Which powerful figure dares to provoke the true martial guards within the city? This situation is surely significant. The last time I saw this signal was 6 years ago during the pursuit of a notorious thief at the 9th level of the Dan transformation realm. As discussions erupted throughout the city, both the true martial guards and the treasury were taken aback, promptly mobilizing more powerful individuals to head towards the treasury. Tianfeng City's treasury transformed into a colossal vortex, drawing the attention of the entire city. Not only the official forces but also various civilian organizations and rogue cultivators began converging on the treasury, inciting a swell of undercurrents. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuzhi and Zhou Tianzhong, who were attending the Tianfeng auction, received reports from their subordinates regarding the turmoil at the treasury. What? Someone has forcefully breached the Tianfeng City treasury. And Li Chafeng has sent out a distress signal? Zhou Tianjing's expression shifted dramatically. The treasury houses a vast array of resources for Tianfeng City, should they be lost. His position would be in jeopardy. Disregarding the auction, he immediately led his men towards the treasury. As the commander of the true martial guards, Zhao Wuzhi likewise found no pleasure in continuing the auction and followed Zhou Tianzhong. Qian Wanong and Feng Yunzi exchanged glances, neither particularly interested in witnessing the commotion, as it was ultimately a matter for the authorities. Notably, Feng Yunzi felt a twinge of relief that 2 rivals had departed, significantly increasing his chances of securing items. Unbeknownst to him, however, his Qingyun sect's contact point was the first to be eradicated, as reinforcements from the true martial guards and the treasury continued to arrive. The initially precarious first batch of guards quickly regained their composure, driving the battle souls into retreat. After all, their numbers were barely 200, while the government forces exceeded 1,000 and continued to grow. Observing the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, Jia Yi began to withdraw towards the inner courtyard, where they could leverage the advantage of terrain, limiting the number of government forces that could engage. Seeing the battle souls retreat, the true martial guards hesitated to pursue, fearing an ambush, and opted to fortify their defenses while awaiting further reinforcements. Chapter 25. Utter disrespect. Before long, Zhao Wuzhi and Zhou Tianzhong arrived with their men. Li Chafeng, would you kindly explain what on earth is happening? Zhao Wuzhi's voice was cold. The fact that his own command, the Zhenwu Guard, had to call for reinforcements in broad daylight was a blow to his pride. Li Chafeng hurriedly stepped forward, saying, I received a message from the Treasury S formation, leading my troops here for support. However, we were suppressed by the 9-turn sealing spirit formation and attacked by a group of bizarre demons. My soldiers suffered heavy losses, prompting me to signal for help. Zhao Wuzhi furrowed his brow. What do you mean by bizarre demons? They are entities that blur the line between reality and illusion. Their strength is not particularly formidable, yet they seem to possess no weaknesses. Unless we completely disband them, they remain lethal. Could it be that the demonic sect has developed some new secret weapon? Zhou Tianzhong interjected. Although those creatures are strange, their aura is surprisingly calm, lacking any hint of malevolence. Humph, Zhao Wuzhi snorted. Regardless of whether they belong to the demonic sect, anyone who harms my men shall not escape unscathed. Li Changfeng, encircle this place. Not a single mosquito is to be let go. Li Kanglin, Lu Jiuxiao, Han Shanwei, you 3 lead 100 elite soldiers into the treasury. Flush out those hiding specters. Yes, Commander. The 3 formidable alchemists accepted their orders and charged towards the entrance. Yunhai, you shall accompany them. Zhou Tianzhong instructed his subordinate. Yes, Lord Prefect, Yunhai replied, following 100 soldiers of the prefecture closely behind the Zhenwu Guard. The three alchemists took the lead, their powerful spiritual energy enveloping them in a formidable defense, undeterred by any potential attacks from the spirits. Some spirits attempted to ambush using their speed advantage. But with a mere wave, Li Kanglin unleashed a blood-red blade of energy that obliterated the spirit in an instant. Even the spirit Qin Lai, who advanced, was severely injured by this sheer force, suffering substantial losses. Kill! Li Kanglin bellowed, charging towards the spirit Qin Lai, intent on annihilating it completely. Although Qin Lai had superior speed, he was utterly powerless against the onslaught. Were it not for the suppression of the ceiling formation, a single strike would have sufficed to vanquish him. As more soldiers entered, the spirit's numbers dwindled rapidly. Moments later, including the spirit Qin Lai, only about 20 spirits remained. Wait, have you noticed the temperature rising? One soldier exclaimed. I feel it too. I thought it was merely due to the battle, another replied. It's not just the temperature. There is an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if something is bearing down upon us, an observant soldier noted, recalling that the moment they entered, the chamber felt significantly warmer than outside. Initially, it was bearable, but now it felt as though the sun was directly blazing overhead, impossible to ignore. Do you all sense it? Like some ferocious beast is awakening. Li Kanglin retreated back into formation, realizing, indeed, after such a prolonged battle, we have encountered nothing but ghostly entities. Not a single powerful foe has revealed itself. It seems the real threat is about to emerge, so we must remain vigilant. In an instant, all eyes were drawn towards the depths of the gaping doorway, gripping their weapons tightly, refusing to relax for even a moment. At that moment, deep within the treasury, Lin Jin suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. The dozen or so boxes in front of him were instantly ignited, engulfed in roaring flames. Ha ha, it worked. Lin Jin laughed heartily, unfazed. Drawing in a deep breath, he absorbed all the flames into his being, the scorching heat failing to harm him in the slightest. This experimental result delighted him even further. Having expended 99% of his energy, he had connected 27 meridians within his body. In truth, he could have opened another, but after absorbing Qin Lai's techniques, he integrated them into the 9 prisons Overlord body art, elevating his original 6-layer limit to 7. Now, Lin Jin had cultivated to the pinnacle of the 7th layer, his power surpassing that of merely opening a single meridian. With blood coursing through him like a river and his body as solid as iron, coupled with an insatiable absorption ability akin to a miraculous elixir, he now stood as a terrifying force. Even in the face of 1,000 troops, he could pierce through them alone. Stepping out of the chamber housing the spirit stones, he emerged into the corridor. His gaze ignited with divine light, penetrating through layers of darkness and instantly landing upon Li Kanglin and the others. In that moment, the expressions of Li Kanglin and his companions shifted drastically. Akin to a mouse caught in the gaze of a great beast, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This is bad. The enemy is too powerful. We may not be able to contend with him. Retreat. Li Kanglin and the others shouted as they fell back. The Jinwu Guard had never seen their 3 vice commanders in such a state, leaving them utterly astonished, yet almost immediately, they began to flee. The unknown adversary who could instill such fear in 3 alchemists was beyond their capacity to confront. However, at that moment, it was too late to consider escape. A figure, moving at blinding speed like a meteor, crashed into the crowd with terrifying force, leaving no survivors in its wake. Dismembered limbs and shattered bodies scattered everywhere. Kanglin. A cry of alarm jolted the soldiers. The surviving troops turned towards the entrance, where a towering crimson figure loomed, resembling a demonic deity, blocking their path. What was even more shocking was that this figure held a bloodied individual in its grasp, none other than Li Kanglin, the vice commander of the Jinwu Guard. Lin Jin gripped his head, lifting him as if he were a mere rabbit. Didn't you come looking for me? Is it not rude to leave without even a glance? Lin Jin's tone was eerily calm, utterly devoid of the brutality that had just claimed dozens of lives. Yet, to the ears of those present, it resonated like a chilling chant from the depths of hell, heightening their terror. Demon, release Kanglin. Han Shangyue roared, brandishing a massive shield in front of him, channeling all his energy into the Xianyu Town Sea technique. A powerful force enveloped him, forming a thick protective barrier as he charged towards Lin Jin like a rampaging bull. Lu Jiuxiao, wielding a pair of daggers, moved with a ghostly agility, elusive and unpredictable. 2 formidable alchemists directed their full might against a single foe. Even Zhao Wuji, at the 9th layer of alchemy, could not afford to dismiss their combined prowess. Yet to Lin Jin, this was trivial. A flash of divine light sparked in his eyes as he moved like lightning, hurling Li Kanglin's body at Lu Jiuxiao. Oh no! Lu Jiuxiao, unable to evade in time, was struck head-on. Bang! The clash of 2 alchemical forces erupted, and the already gravely injured Li Kanglin was shattered into pieces, exploding into a cloud of blood in midair. Chapter 26, Stop the Bluster. Step forward and fight. Lu Jiuxiao was not faring well either. His left arm lay shattered, his internal organs gravely injured, leaving him in an instant state of severe trauma. Kanglin, I want you dead. Han Shanyue's eyes blazed crimson, a surge of power erupting within him, his momentum rising once more. Yet, Lin Jin merely cast a disdainful glance his way. Just as Han Shanwei was about to close the distance, Lin Jin delivered a powerful kick, propelling Han Shanwei away as if he were a mere ball. The giant shield shattered on impact, and his body flew uncontrollably through the air. The fierce force of his own blood and energy wreaked havoc within him, making it impossible to stabilize himself. Bang, bang, bang. Han Shanwei's body crashed through several massive pillars, ultimately landing dozens of meters away. He lay on his back, blood gushing from his mouth, mixed with chunks of his own internal organs. His eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to his fate. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of 3 formidable alchemical realm warriors lay dead, and 1 was gravely injured. This shocking scene deeply unsettled everyone present. Gulp. Zhou Zhenghai, a 3rd-tier alchemical realm warrior, struggled to swallow. The 2 6th-grade spirit weapons, the Wind Spirit twin swords, which he once wielded with pride, now offered him no semblance of security. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Lin Jin turned to Zhou Zhenghai, revealing a dazzling smile. No, no, no. Sir, let us discuss this calmly. We harbor no deep-seated enmity. My elder brother is the governor of Tianfeng City. As long as you speak, I will agree to any condition, Zhou Zhenghai pleaded, his spirit nearly leaving his body. TSK. Any condition? That is indeed a valuable bargaining chip, Lin Jin replied with a smirk. Yes, just speak. And I will do my utmost to ensure your satisfaction. Zhou Zhenghai nodded fervently, devoid of any dignity befitting an alchemical realm warrior, resembling more a sycophant. Some soldiers looked on with disdain. They would rather die than grovel in such a manner, lacking even a shred of dignity. Zhou Zhenghai, sensing the contempt in the crowd, chuckled inwardly, believing himself to be merely a wise man recognizing the situation, biding time until reinforcements from Zhao Wuji and Zhou Tianzhong arrived. However, Lin Jin's next words cast him into despair. Very well, I shall make use of that fine head of yours. Lin Jin grinned menacingly. Damn it, Zhou Zhenghai exclaimed in horror, preparing to flee. Yet Lin Jin's speed far surpassed his own. In an instant, he appeared at Zhou Zhenghai's side, delivering a crushing blow to his head. With a dull thud, Zhou Zhenghai's headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Run. The remaining soldiers seized the opportunity to flee towards the exit. However, Lin Jin merely clenched his fist. A phantom of a crimson river descended upon them. Puff, puff, puff. The ordinary soldiers were all crushed and obliterated. Ah, demons. The few surviving soldiers were paralyzed with terror, scrambling backward and shouting in panic. Lin Jin frowned. The blood-red river sweeping forth, annihilating the remaining soldiers. Silence fell at last. Lin Jin waved his hand, absorbing the corpses, transforming them into over 200 new battle souls, including 4 powerful alchemical realm warriors. The strength of these battle souls surged dramatically. Gazing at the battlefield strewn with remnants, Lin Jin cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. He understood that this was merely an appetizer. The true adversary awaited outside. Suddenly, he turned to face the entrance. 1,000 true martial guard soldiers had assembled, their long spears glinting ominously, aimed directly at the treasury of Tianfeng City. Behind the phalanx of spearmen stood 500 archers, their eyes fixed with predatory intent. Leading them was Zhao Wuji, clad in true martial armor and wielding the breaking army spear. Due to Lin Jin's extraordinary speed, by the time Zhao Wuji sensed the gravity of the situation, it was too late for rescue. The presence of the 9-turned spirit-sealing array prevented even Zhao Wuji, at the 9th tier of the alchemical realm, from recklessly entering. The brutal deaths of his comrades filled him with rage. His expression was frosty as he fixed his gaze on Lin Jin, who emerged from the inner courtyard. Demon, if you surrender willingly, I may spare your life. If you dare resist, you shall have no place to be buried. Zhao Wuji bellowed furiously. Come now, stop the bluster, and step forward to fight. Lin Jin beckoned, a derisive smile gracing his lips. You are already surrounded. Surrender, and you may suffer less pain. Zhou Tianzhong interjected. Haraha, a bunch of cowards. Too afraid to come in. Then die. Lin Jin laughed maniacally. Channeling his power to the fullest, he propelled himself forward, crashing into the ranks of spearmen. The terrifying force created a massive crater, obliterating hundreds. Zhao Wuji, too late to intervene, was left infuriated. You insolent fool. He soared into the air, his spear striking like a silver serpent, aimed directly at Lin Jin's vital points. However, Lin Jin evaded the confrontation, converting the slain soldiers into battle souls while launching explosive punches at the remaining soldiers. Each blow felled multiple foes, yet they could not even glimpse Lin Jin's shadow. Lin Jin moved like a specter of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the soldiers. The battle souls he generated surged toward Zhao Wuji, launching suicidal assaults. Despite Zhao Wuji's unmatched prowess and the numerous lethal strikes of his spear, he could not eradicate the ever-replenishing battle souls. Despicable. Demon scum. You slaughter ordinary soldiers without a shred of dignity as a warrior. Zhao Wuji roared in outrage. Lin Jin paid no heed, his strikes relentless, his heart brimming with scorn for those who dared to speak of warrior dignity after bringing thousands of soldiers to their doom. Just as Lin Jin disrupted the formation of the true martial guard, the battle souls concealed within the treasury seized the opportunity to charge out.
Led by several alchemical realm souls, they plunged into the besieging soldiers, igniting a wave of carnage, the cries of the dying echoing endlessly. This time, in addition to the 1,000 true martial guards at the front, 3,000 city defense troops surrounded them from 3 other directions. Demon, do not be arrogant. In the moment Lin Jin struck down several soldiers with a punch, he felt a tingling sensation behind him. Without hesitation, he spun around, delivering a powerful punch into the void. Bang! A precious sword materialized from thin air, only to be met with Lin Jin's fist. The sheer force reverberated, causing the spirit sword to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Not shattered yet. Then allow me another strike. A sinister smile spread across Lin Jin's face. With his left fist, he unleashed a destructive force once more against the sword's blade. Crack! The spirit weapon, already at its limit, shattered into several pieces. In that instant, Zhou Tianzhong, dozens of meters away, suffered backlash from the destruction of his prized spirit weapon, spitting blood and letting out a pained scream. Chapter 27. The dead need not know so much die. A piercing sound sliced through the air. Zhao Wujing seized this opportunity to pursue Lin Jin. The long spear erupted with an unfathomable might, piercing through the layer of blood and energy that formed Lin Jin's armor. Even Lin Jin's formidable flesh could not withstand the assault of a 9th-grade spiritual weapon. In an instant, the spear pierced through his heart, blood gushing forth. The terrifying force shattered Lin Jin's internal organs. It was over. With one strike, Zhao Wujing obliterated Lin Jin's heart, and instinctively, he relaxed. Unless a cultivator has achieved the spirit embryo stage, which allows them to transcend their physical form, even a 9th-level Dan transformation cultivator would undoubtedly perish if their heart were destroyed. Yet, in that fleeting moment of Zhao Wujing's mental relaxation, he suddenly felt the long spear retract. Oh no! Zhao Wujing's expression changed drastically as he tightened his grip on the weapon. However, in terms of physical strength, even 2 Zhao Wujings could not match Lin Jin. Just as he strained to hold on, his form was inexorably drawn toward the monstrous figure. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Zhao Wujing felt a surge of fear for the first time. He could distinctly sense that his attack had not only pierced Lin Jin's heart, but had also shattered his internal organs. Yet, the being that should have been dead was now unleashing such terrifying power. Bang! Lin Jin suddenly kicked backward. Zhao Wujing's pupils constricted, and he immediately released his grip. He retreated just in time to narrowly avoid the devastating blow. If struck, he would surely have been gravely injured. His body was not as monstrous as Lin Jin's. However, although he had escaped this calamity, Zhao Wujing's expression darkened further. His weapon was gone. Without the 9th-grade breaking army spear, his strength had diminished by at least 30%. Finally, I have you. Lin Jin understood that among those present, Zhao Wujing posed the greatest threat to him. His weapon possessed the ability to penetrate armor, specifically designed to counter formidable defenses. Thus, upon noticing Zhou Tianjing's ambush, he had lured Zhao Wujing into attacking. Only in such circumstances would the opponent be unsuspecting. In a direct confrontation, Zhao Wujing's focus would never waver. Snatching the weapon from him was no easy feat. Lin Jin seized the long spear, yanking it free with a gush of blood. The originally red-silver spear had now turned entirely crimson. The potentially fatal injury was rapidly healing under the influence of the absorbed energy, restoring Lin Jin to his former state in the blink of an eye. Showing no signs of injury. Undying evil. You are a member of the demonic sect. No. There is no trace of demonic energy on you. Who exactly are you? Such an eerie scene left even Zhao Wujing taken aback. The dead need not know so much. Lin Jin stored the breaking army spear into the divine prison space, then charged toward Zhao Wujing. Oh no! Zhao Wujing retreated swiftly. Having just witnessed the extent of Lin Jin's power, he dared not engage in close combat. Yet, Lin Jin's speed surpassed his own. He grasped Zhao Wujing's shoulders, and in the latter's horrified gaze, delivered a crushing headbutt. Bang! Zhao Wujing's face was instantly drenched in blood, leaving him dazed. Die! Lin Jin roared. With a sudden surge of strength, he tore at Zhao Wujing's arms. The spiritual armor could not withstand Lin Jin's immense power, and was violently ripped apart, severing Zhao Wujing's arms in the process. My hands. No. My hands. The excruciating pain jolted Zhao Wujing back to reality. Commander! The horrifying scene sent the surrounding true martial guards into a frenzy, roaring as they charged at Lin Jin. However, in the brief moment Lin Jin took a breath. He transformed the corpses of the fallen soldiers into battle souls. No matter how furious those soldiers were, they could not breach the defense formed by the battle souls. With the distractions eliminated, Lin Jin focused solely on Zhao Wujing. Yet, Zhao Wujing, a formidable 9th-level Dan transformation cultivator, refused to surrender, even in the face of such grievous injuries. Boom! He unleashed all his Dan transformation power, instantly sealing the wounds on his arms and halting the flow of blood. He surged forward, aiming for the outer ranks of the true martial guards. Can you escape? Lin Jin sneered, swiftly retrieving the blood-red spear from the divine prison space. The phantom of a blood-red river appeared, pressing down on Zhao Wujing, causing him to hesitate. In that fleeting moment, Lin Jin hurled the breaking army spear with all his might. The shrill sound of the spear slicing through the air echoed ominously. Oh no! Zhao Wujing was struck by fear and attempted to turn away. Yet, the spear was faster than sound. By the time he sensed the danger, it was too late. The long spear pierced through his back, pinning him firmly to the ground. The spear's obliteration property wreaked havoc within him. Ugh! Zhao Wujing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the spear beneath him. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end by his own weapon. Yet, he lacked Lin Jin's advantageous circumstances. Consumed by endless resentment, he perished. Kill. Avenge the commander. Zhao Wujing's death did not instill fear in the true martial guards. Rather, it ignited their fury. They charged wildly against the battle soul barrier, desperate to reach Lin Jin for retribution. Yet, rage alone could not amplify their strength. With Zhao Wujing's demise, the true threats had vanished. As for Zhou Tianzhong, a 7th-level Dan transformation cultivator, with his innate spiritual weapon destroyed, he was significantly weakened and no longer posed a threat. Lin Jin surveyed his surroundings, quickly realizing Zhou Tianzhong was nowhere to be found, and many of the once powerful figures had diminished. He understood that the old fox had likely fled. A cunning survivor, this fellow had probably begun seeking reinforcements. Lin Jin's eyes flickered as he considered Zhou Tianjing's likely course of action. As the primary city of Xiantai Prefecture, Tianfeng City afforded him the means to directly communicate with the imperial city of the Tianwu dynasty. At this moment, Zhou Tianzhong was likely returning to the government office to contact the imperial city via formation. However, Lin Jin was unconcerned. He had achieved his purpose in coming to Tianfeng City, experiencing a surge in power by several folds. He had no intention of lingering. After harvesting the lives of the soldiers near the government office, he would depart. This process would not take long. Even if the imperial city's experts wished to reach Tianfeng City, it would take them a full day, even by airship. With a shift in thought, Lin Jin ceased contemplating Zhou Tianzhong. He lightly tapped his toes and soared into the air. Extending his arms, he summoned forth a massive phantom of a blood river. He then pressed downward, the illusion cascading like a real river. Any soldier who came into contact with the blood river was either grievously injured or met their demise. In an instant, screams filled the air as Lin Jin savagely reaped lives. Within mere minutes, only Lin Jin remained standing amidst the carnage. The thousands of soldiers who had once besieged the treasury had been reduced to mere bloodied corpses. As for the wandering heroes drawn by the signal, they had long since fled from sight. In the world of martial arts, beyond sheer power, self-awareness was paramount. Such a level of conflict was beyond their capacity to engage. With a soft step, Lin Jin traversed the blood-soaked path, effortlessly converting the surrounding corpses into energy. Moments later, the remnants of the slain vanished without a trace, leaving only shattered armor and clothing in their wake. Chapter 28. Departure. Lin Jin cast a glance within the divine prison space, where a magnificent and potent energy mass resided. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. The quantity of this energy far surpassed any previous encounters. After all, among them were several formidable beings at the Dan transformation stage. And the thousands of soldiers possessed at least the strength of the 5th or 6th layers of body refinement, with the majority being adept at the Qi condensation stage. Should he refine this power, his strength would surge dramatically, transcending the Dan transformation realm. It was time to depart. Lin Jin chose to disregard the bloodshed strewn about and proceeded toward the city gates. Along the way, he spotted several warhorses, swiftly mounting one and advancing onward. Behind him trailed hundreds of floating battle souls, their relentless wails echoing, casting him in the guise of a hellish specter. Wherever he passed, silence reigned. The affluent households surrounding him too fearful to utter a sound, lest they provoke this fearsome entity. Before long, Lin Jin arrived near the city gates, which had been firmly shut. Hundreds of soldiers were stationed there, guarding the entrance, and atop the walls, numerous archers lay in ambush. Any approach by Lin Jin would surely invite a torrential onslaught. However, when the city guards beheld the multitude of wailing battle souls, they were greatly unsettled. The fact that they did not flee immediately was a testament to their military pay. Lin Jin merely cast a casual glance at the formation ahead, then gently pressed his fingers. With a rush, hundreds of battle souls surged toward the gate's defenders. Fire! Fire! The gate commander bellowed, initiating their assault. Hundreds of arrows, shrieking through the air, flew toward the battle souls. Yet, the souls did not flinch or evade. They allowed the arrows to pass through without inflicting any harm. This quickly instilled fear among the already tense soldiers. But the battle souls offered no time for contemplation, crashing into the formation in the blink of an eye. A cloud of blood mist erupting forth. In the wake of the souls' charge, only hundreds of corpses remained on the ground, and they soon turned their wrath upon the archers atop the walls. Stop them! The gate commander exclaimed in horror. The soldiers hurriedly raised large shields in an attempt to block the onslaught. Yet these shields crumbled before the battle souls like sandcastles before a tidal wave. Several Dan transformation stage souls dispatched soldiers with a mere wave of their hands, swiftly annihilating all defenders at the gate. Lin Jin, too, seized hundreds of energy sources in the aftermath. With a resounding crash, Lin Jin shattered the enormous iron gate with a single punch, departing from Tianfeng City with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, within the city hall of Tianfeng, Zhou Tianzhong and his companions, having escaped, sought refuge in the underground secret chamber. Crafted from Panlong stone and fortified with numerous protective formations. It was a place even a spirit infant stage expert would find challenging to breach, truly the safest location in Tianfeng City. Upon arriving, Zhou Tianjing's previously tumultuous emotions began to settle. You all stay here. I must report to the Imperial City at once, he commanded, making his way deeper into the chamber. Soon, he arrived at the innermost communication formation, where he took a dragon-shaped jade pendant from his waist and placed it at the center. He then retrieved the official seal of the government, inserting it into a recess in the wall. With a series of clicks, he turned it left 4 times and then back 2, finally slamming down his hand. Instantly, the dim underground passage illuminated with a burst of white light. The 28 celestial statues carved into the walls and floor began to glow sequentially. Ultimately, all the statues projected beams of light that converged into the jade pendant on the ground. A 3-foot square white light curtain materialized. Before long, an imposing elder appeared within the light curtain, his eyes piercing like a hawk's gaze. The intense pressure emanating from him sent tremors through Zhou Tianzhong, even from a distance of thousands of miles. You appear quite disheveled. What has transpired in Tianfeng City? Zhou Tianjing promptly recounted the events that had unfolded, omitting the part where you witnessed Zhao Wujing falter and hastily flee. He merely stated that Zhao Wujing had engaged the enemy, allowing him to seek aid. The ability to exert power beyond the limits of the Dan transformation stage without any spiritual energy response, coupled with the capacity to instantly heal from a lethal blow, and to turn the dead into spectral beings. Could this be the work of the Celestial Devil Sect? Zhou Tianzhong expressed his concerns. I fear that after decades of lurking, the Devil Sect may be poised to make a significant move. You must stabilize the situation in Tianfeng City swiftly. I shall notify the Heavenly Punishment Division to dispatch individuals for apprehension. Yes, esteemed elder, rest assured, I will not allow Tianfeng City to descend into chaos. Let us hope so. The elder scrutinized Zhou Tianzhong for a moment before severing the connection. With a sigh of relief escaping him as the light curtain dissipated and the surrounding illumination faded, Zhou Tianzhong couldn't help but smile ruefully. He understood that his tenure as the government head had reached its zenith. Given the chaos that had erupted in Tianfeng City, even if that villain were captured, someone would inevitably need to take the blame. And with Zhao Wujing's selfless battle, who could be more suitable to bear that burden than the head of the government himself? Nevertheless, he had managed to preserve his own life. Regaining his composure, Zhou Tianzhong emerged from the underground with his subordinates. Upon hearing that Lin Jin had already departed, his face contorted with rage, and he quickly ordered men to pursue him. Though internally, he felt a considerable sense of relief. 30 minutes later, Lin Jin arrived in a dense forest. Given the chaos that had ensued in Tianfeng City, they would undoubtedly report to the Imperial City, likely sending personnel from the Heavenly Punishment Division. Lin Jin pondered briefly, recalling some information from his memory. The headquarters of the Heavenly Punishment Division was located in the Imperial City, a violent apparatus under royal jurisdiction, dedicated to dealing with practitioners posing significant threats. Offenses were classified into 4 tiers: celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow, based on severity. Lin Jin estimated that, given his current actions, he would likely warrant a terrestrial level wanted notice. It was probable that a spirit infant stage expert would lead the pursuit. Thinking of the various tracking methods employed by the Heavenly Punishment Division sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly separated a surge of vital energy from within himself, dividing it into hundreds of smaller energy spheres and injecting them into the ordinary battle souls. He then gestured for them to disperse in different directions, hoping to disrupt the Heavenly Punishment Division's tracking efforts to buy himself some time. However, merely employing this tactic would likely lead to detection. It seemed he needed to cultivate a method of concealment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jin instructed one of the battle souls to mount a steed and head north, while he himself sat cross-legged atop a cloud formed by dozens of battle souls, steering eastward. 1,400 miles from Tianfeng City lay the territory of the Qingyun sect. After a period of rapid development, Lin Jin's strength had undergone a terrifying enhancement. It was time to settle past grievances. However, with some distance still remaining to Qingyun sect, Lin Jin began searching through the divine prison space for techniques. He discovered dozens of manuals containing methods for concealing one's presence and, without hesitation, cast them all into the small dark room. Almost immediately, he sensed the energy within the divine prison space begin to flow out in a continuous stream. Chapter 29, The Great Void Concealment Technique. Within the confines of a small dark chamber in the Heavenly Punishment Division, a figure began to write fervently. In a matter of moments, a tome was inscribed. The radiant dots of light swiftly entered Lin Jin's body. The Great Void Concealment Technique, a top-tier Earth-level skill. It encompasses the essence of the cosmic return and the evolution of myriad phenomena. By harnessing a fragment of chaotic energy, one may emulate all things in the world. Once mastery is achieved, the practitioner can freely mimic any aura, masquerading as a mere mortal or even as flora. It enables one to alter their visage and skeletal structure, transforming entirely into another individual. This technique is categorized into 3 tiers. The first level allows alteration of appearance, physique, and aura. The second level enables changes to bloodline power and spiritual fluctuations. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this practice, one can embody the essence of formless chaos, even distorting the consciousness of those around them. Naturally, such formidable capabilities require immense dedication and effort to cultivate. A typical genius would take many years to attain even the first level, let alone the second or the peak level, which may elude them for a lifetime. However, for Lin Jin, who possesses a cheat, this is not a concern. He immediately commenced his training, intent on achieving the first level as swiftly as possible. The energy within the divine prison flowed into Lin Jin like a torrent, rapidly advancing the progress of the Great Void Concealment technique. Several hours later, the night deepened, and the bright moonlight bathed the earth. The battle spirits swiftly bore Lin Jin forward. With a sudden contortion of his face, he transformed into an entirely different appearance in the blink of an eye. His form shifted significantly, and with a crisp sound, he shrank by a foot. His muscles became slender, morphing him from a muscular behemoth into a rather scholarly figure. Under the moon's illumination, he appeared extraordinarily eerie. Success. Lin Jin's eyes snapped open, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The Great Void Concealment technique had reached the first level. He had altered his aura, rendering it impossible for the Heavenly Punishment Division to detect his presence through their senses. With the potential for pursuit severed, he felt unburdened. Lin Jin surveyed the terrain around him and chose a nearby hill to descend upon. The battle spirits swiftly eradicated the hundreds of bandits lurking there. Lin Jin approached the gathering hall at a leisurely pace, preparing to initiate a breakthrough. Seated in a meditative posture, a tremendous surge of energy once more inundated his body, even more ferocious than during his earlier practice of the Great Void Concealment technique. As his vitality surged, a blood-red river reemerged. The overwhelming force obliterated the gathering hall, leaving only the large tiger skin chair where Lin Jin sat intact. A roaring sound akin to crashing waves echoed from within him. New meridians were being continuously opened. 28, 29, 30. As the energy within the divine prison dwindled to over 90%, Lin Jin's total number of connected meridians reached 31. The spectral blood river above expanded significantly, emitting thunderous roars that contained unfathomable power. Once unleashed, even masters of the Dan transformation realm would find it insurmountable. Gradually, Lin Jin reigned in his power. In an instant, all phenomena vanished, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. His prior strength had already surpassed the Dan transformation level. Now, with his full might unleashed, his combat prowess undoubtedly rivaled that of the Spirit Infant level. As for how it compared within the Spirit Infant realm, Lin Jin clenched his fist, as if he could shatter the very air around him, producing a resounding boom. Only through confrontation would one truly understand. Lin Jin smirked coldly. According to his previous recollections, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, Feng Waya, was merely at the 9th level of Dan transformation, having stagnated at this level for over a decade. However, he possessed a first-tier true artifact, the Qingyun sword, and a 9th-tier spiritual artifact, the Heavenly Wind Robe, which enabled him to exert combat strength at the Spirit Infant level. Yet, he barely crossed the threshold into that realm, being only slightly stronger than Zhao Wujia. As for the 9 elders beneath him, they were only in the early stages of Dan transformation, easily dispatched. The true figure of concern for Lin Jin was the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect, Qing Mingzi. Prior to his seclusion, he had attained the 5th level of Spirit Infant, serving as the vital backbone of the sect. It was thanks to him that the Qingyun sect barely held its ground among the major factions. As for the disciples below the Dan transformation level, Lin Jin dismissed them entirely, leaving their handling to the battle spirits, whose prowess was sufficient to sweep them aside. Lin Jin soon rose and descended upon the cloud formed by the battle spirits, transforming into a dark tempest that raced toward the Qingyun sect. His speed far surpassed that of any steed. At this pace, he would reach the Qingyun sect in just 2 days. A cruel smile crept across Lin Jin's face as he anticipated his arrival. Meanwhile, high above Tianfeng City, a 100-foot-long black-scaled flying vessel approached with great speed, instantly capturing the attention of all within the city. Ordinary citizens were merely intrigued by the spectacle, for in their lifetimes, they might never encounter such a vessel. However, those from the martial world understood the vessel's significance. Only the powerful of the Tianwu Empire were entitled to board such craft. The sight of the Heavenly Punishment Division's emblem above caused many to gasp in astonishment. This name loomed like a sword over all practitioners of the Tianwu Empire. Those marked by them, be they minor masters of the Spirit Sea or formidable beings of the Spirit Infant realm, seldom escaped their grasp, ultimately finding themselves in the Hall of Suppression, where they would endure unimaginable torment before facing death. Their presence instilled fear in the hearts of countless practitioners, quelling any malevolent thoughts. As a result, the previously chaotic Tianfeng City swiftly regained its tranquility, with those in the martial world no longer daring to stir up trouble. The black-scaled flying vessel, however, paid no mind to these trivialities. It directly approached the treasury of Tianfeng City, where Zhou Tianzhong had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the vessel, Zhou Tianzhong respectfully bowed, for he had met the 7th Guard Captain, Lord Yuan Lai. Despite the 7th Guard's position being on par with his own, the authority represented by his presence was that of the royal family. Should he be accused of wrongdoing by his counterpart, it would indeed be a grave matter. Leaving him with no recourse for justification, the black-scaled flying vessel opened its hatch, and soon a middle-aged man clad in black armor, bearing 3 deep claw marks on the left side of his face, emerged, flanked by several others. In an instant, he stood before Zhou Tianzhong and struck him hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The immense force shattered half of his face, sending a significant number of teeth flying. This slap is a punishment from the elder for your desertion during the mission. Thank you for the elder's instruction, Zhou Tianzhong stammered. Struggling to rise, yet he dared not show any anger. He did not even cover his face, standing with his hands at his sides. This was not only due to the elder's name being invoked, but also because Yuan Lai was a superlative being at the 9th level of Spirit Infant. To kill him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Chapter 30. It's him. Just as Yuan Lai struck Zhou Tianzhong down with a resounding slap, the members of the 7th Guard's Talisman Group had already commenced their operations. A cultivator from the spiritual sea realm retrieved a stack of talismans from his spatial ring. He swiftly performed a hand seal, infusing spiritual energy into the talismans. Almost immediately, the runes on these talismans illuminated, rising into the air without a breeze, circling the location of the government office and absorbing the bloodstains left on the ground. The area where Lin Jin had lingered received particular attention, being the most saturated with blood energy. After a significant interval, the talismans returned to the hands of the spiritual sea expert. Soon after, he extracted a piece of parchment-like material from his spatial ring, measuring approximately 1 foot square and blank in appearance. The talisman group member inscribed a spell onto the empty canvas, subsequently adhering each talisman one by one onto it. In just a few breaths, a detailed likeness of a person emerged on the parchment. The members of the soul-chasing group turned their gazes toward Zhou Tianzhong and the others. At that moment, Zhou Tianzhong, gravely injured, was unable to approach. Ultimately, after a brief exchange of glances among the nearby individuals, a plump middle-aged man stepped forward. My lord, I have seen the visage of that villain. Very well, take a good look. The stout man nodded vigorously, glancing at the figure on the canvas and slightly shaking his head. The soul-chasing group members continued to replace the images, and halfway through the process, the plump middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed, It's him. It's him. It's definitely him. Upon inspection, the figure depicted was an exceptionally burly man, exuding explosive power. A sight the stout man had never witnessed before. Clearly, this was not an ordinary individual capable of committing such a bloody massacre. Waving for the plump man to step back, he retrieved a compass and pressed a talisman imbued with Lin Jin's aura against it. To his astonishment, the compass began to spin uncontrollably, failing to lock onto Lin Jin's true location. Having never encountered such a scenario, he initially suspected his artifact was malfunctioning. Hand me your soul-chasing compass. It seems mine is malfunctioning, he called out to his companion. Without hesitation, the other man produced his compass, only to find it was also spinning wildly. What on earth is happening? Yours is malfunctioning too? His irritation grew as both compasses continued their erratic dance. Yuan Lai observed this unfolding scene and immediately understood that the target had dispersed his aura. It seems our adversary possesses some understanding of my heavenly punishment division's methods. Such a meticulous strategy is indeed commendable. Yuan Lai offered a sardonic compliment to Lin Jin. However, he took little heed of it. In his heart, he scoffed, recognizing that despite the adversary's cleverness, such tactics would only prolong the inevitable when faced with the heavenly punishment division's flying vessels. Without sparing a glance at Zhou Tianzhong and the others, he swiftly led his team back to the black-scaled flying vessel. They soon witnessed the vessel dart away, transforming into a streak of light that vanished beyond the horizon. Before long, they caught up to a battle spirit that had already fled over 200 miles away. Yuan Lai, upon seeing the figure reflected on the screen, remained unfazed and ordered its annihilation. A beam of light obliterated the battle spirit into nothingness, and the vessel continued to pursue the next aura. This pursuit stretched over 2 days. After eliminating another battle spirit, the soul-chasing compass ceased its frantic spinning. Damn it! Do not let me catch you. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death. Yuan Lai, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the spirit infant realm, could no longer contain his fury and roared in frustration. For 2 entire days, they had been ensnared in a wild goose chase by the battle spirits. Not only Yuan Lai but the entire 7th Guard, numbering in the hundreds, harbored unbridled anger and a sense of grievance. This is utterly intolerable. We have never encountered such an ordeal. Even a few years ago, when pursuing the notorious spirit phantom thief, we apprehended him within a day. Now, they felt like fools, having run around for 2 days without capturing a single lead. Issue a heavenly level bounty. I demand to locate that scoundrel within 3 days. Commander, given the destruction caused by that villain, is a heavenly level bounty truly warranted? Questioned the silver-robed deputy commander, Mo Li. Indeed, the atrocities he has committed might only merit a earth-level bounty. However, his capability to evade the soul-chasing compass is a far graver issue than the lives he has taken. Thus, I deem the heavenly level bounty entirely justified. Yuan Lai responded coldly. Upon hearing this, Mo Li nodded in agreement, ceasing his objections. The black-scaled flying vessel transmitted Lin Jin's heavenly level bounty back to the Heavenly Punishment Division headquarters. After deliberation, several deputy leaders at headquarters concurred with Yu Wenlie's decision to issue the heavenly level bounty. Before long, this decree was disseminated throughout the 36 states' major cities, and subsequently, from the major cities to the various smaller towns. Within a day, news of Lin Jin had spread across the entire Tianwu dynasty. As long as he appeared in public view, there would be no escape for him. Meanwhile, Lin Jin, now a newly minted heavenly level fugitive of the Tianwu dynasty, was indulging in local delicacies in a city over 100 miles away from Qingyun sect. The high-quality ingredients, prepared with minimal cooking, greatly pleased him, prompting him to order a lavish spread. After 2 days of travel without a decent meal, Lin Jin refused to deprive himself. Have you heard? A significant event has transpired recently. What is it that has you so intrigued? If you've been out gathering herbs, you may not know. A few days ago, the true martial guards of Tianfeng City, along with their commander, were annihilated. No way. That was a strong figure at the core formation stage. Did the demon cult attack? If the demon cult had attacked, it wouldn't have been just a few thousand casualties. They say it was the work of a single individual. Yes, I heard that too. The court has just issued a heavenly level bounty. Anyone providing valid information will receive a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. Wow, just for a tip, 10,000? Imagine how much one would receive for capturing him. What are you dreaming about? That's a demon who single-handedly wiped out the true martial guards. How could we possibly capture him? Just having a lead would be a tremendous fortune. Listening to the idle chatter of the martial artists around him, Lin Jin maintained an impassive facade. The issuance of the heavenly level bounty by the Heavenly Punishment Division indicated their inability to locate him. Otherwise, they would not resort to such a broad net approach. Excellent. This temporarily alleviates my concerns regarding the Heavenly Punishment Division, allowing me to focus on dealing with Qingyun sect. Lin Jin smirked inwardly. After finishing his meal, he left a few pieces of silver and strolled leisurely toward the city outskirts with the newly purchased horse. Shortly after his departure, several ordinary-looking martial artists discreetly followed him, only to lose sight of Lin Jin's figure moments later. Chapter 31. Qingyun sect. Alas, we've lost track of them. It's all the fault of the third brother for insisting on keeping such a distance. Oh well. It seems they were not particularly lucrative prey anyway. Let them flee. Do you even realize where he obtained that item? Clearly, he must be a young master from some affluent family. With that in his possession, he could enjoy a few months without worry. Sigh. Let us just look for the next target. A few wandering knights exchanged mutual complaints and were about to turn away. However, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold light suddenly appeared from a great distance. Before they could react, the glimmer swiftly sliced through their necks. Heads flew off, and headless corpses collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. The battle spirit, Lu Jiushao, cast a mere glance at the corpses before vanishing into the air. Meanwhile, Lin Jin paid no mind to the incident. In the realm of martial arts, violence and death were commonplace. It was merely a part of life for those who traversed the world. Upon entering the forest, Lin Jin released the reins of his horse, allowing it to roam free. He then mounted the ethereal cloud formed by the battle spirit and departed. After a little over an hour, he arrived at a peak situated 20 miles from Qingyun sect. The grand edifice of the sect emerged into view in the distance, with disciples traversing the winding mountain paths, creating a lively scene. Just months prior, Lin Jin had been a part of this vibrant atmosphere. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Jin regarded Qingyun sect with a chilling gaze. However, he had no intention of assaulting them directly, not out of fear for their strength, for he possessed the ability to devour energy. In any confrontation, victory would undoubtedly be his. His objective was not merely to annihilate Qingyun sect, but to ensure they paid a fitting price for their actions. Lin Jin aimed to instill in them a profound sense of despair and to see them perish in unending agony. Split into teams and lie in wait around Qingyun sect, within a 10-mile radius centered on it. From this moment on, no one is permitted to enter or exit Qingyun sect. Anyone attempting to do so shall be killed without exception. With a wave of his hand, Lin Jin dispatched thousands of battle spirits to execute this encirclement plan. He had refrained from merging the battle spirits recently to ensure he had sufficient numbers. Otherwise, some might slip through the cracks. The thousands of battle spirits immediately obeyed, emerging incessantly from the divine prison space, ghostly figures dispersing in all directions. It was long before they sealed off all entry and exit points. At that moment, a group of disciples at the Spirit Vein realm prepared to leave on a mission, comprising 3 men and 2 women, leisurely riding their horses while chatting and laughing, appearing quite at ease. Junior sister, after we complete this mission, the contributions we earn will surely be enough to exchange for the essence of sunflower water, right? Thanks to the help of my senior brothers and sisters. Otherwise, if I were to go alone, I fear I might struggle to complete it. Haha. We're all fellow disciples. It just so happens that the place we're heading to isn't far from where you need to go. It's all on the way. Giggle. After we finish, I'll treat my senior brothers and sisters to a gathering at Fengxian Tower. Sounds good. We can also take a trip to Tianfeng City and relax a bit. Just as the lovely junior sister was about to respond, a sharp blade pierced through her heart. Before she could react, the blade twisted violently, releasing a burst of sword energy that shredded her chest, leaving a gaping hole. She was utterly dead. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Only then did the few disciples of Qing Yin sect realize what had occurred. Thief! Die! They shouted, unleashing their full power, showcasing their prowess at the spirit vein realm. The surge of spiritual power created a resounding clash. However, such elite disciples of Qing Yin sect were no match for the battle spirit before them. Lu Jiao flashed like lightning, weaving through the crowd with uncanny speed. A series of agonized screams erupted as several elite disciples clutched their shattered hearts and fell lifelessly to the ground. Shortly after, a dozen battle spirits arrived to carry away their bodies and horses, preparing to transport them to Lin Jin's location. Others swiftly cleaned up the traces left behind, erasing all evidence of the previous carnage. In no time, the battle spirits retreated silently, lying in wait for the next batch of prey to fall into their trap. Thus, a day swiftly passed, during which the battle spirits intercepted several groups of people, totaling nearly 100. Yet, this did not immediately raise alarms within Qing Yin sect. It wasn't until the afternoon of the following day that the absence of disciples returning became apparent. Soon after, rumors spread of disciples mysteriously succumbing to poison, some disappearing inexplicably from their chambers, and others encountering spectral apparitions during the night. A series of terrifying events engulfed the disciples of Qing Yin sect in panic. This sudden upheaval caught the attention of Feng Wuyo and his companions, who recalled the tragic report from the disciples of the Qing Yin city branch just days prior. Feng Wuyo, the sect leader, promptly summoned several elders for a discussion. Out of 9 elders, 5 were absent. Elder Feng Yunzi was in Tianfeng City, while Beastmaster Elder Bai Ling was in Kanglin Prefecture capturing new spirit beasts. Thus, only 8 elders remained in the sect hall. Master, could this be related to the events transpiring in Qing Yin City? Inquired the law enforcement elder, Li Tianxing. Indeed. From the issues at the mine to the annihilation of the Qing Yin City branch, now our outgoing disciples have all vanished. I suspect that another sect is plotting against us. Feng Wuyo replied solemnly. Once the most powerful sect in Xiantai Prefecture, Qing Yin sect had suffered a significant decline since an internal conflict a century ago, leaving only King Mingzi as the sole spirit infant realm powerhouse. Their status had plummeted, and to this day, not a single person from Feng Wuyo's generation had managed to break through to the spirit infant realm. In recent years, they had faced numerous overt and covert challenges. Humph, a group of clowns. As long as the Grand Elder remains, they only dare to resort to these underhanded tactics. Master, why not join forces to eradicate a sect? And let them witness the might of Qing Yin sect? Absolutely not. Our strength has only just begun to recover. We must not act rashly. Yes. If we engage in conflict without caution, any losses we incur will make our situation even more dire than it is now. The hardliners and conservatives began to argue heatedly. Enough. I summoned you here to discuss matters, not to bicker, Feng Wuyo interjected sharply. Master, why don't we personally send someone out to investigate who is causing this chaos? Yes. Let the 3rd and 4th disciples lead the investigation while the rest of us search within the sect for any disturbances. We must stabilize the emotions of our disciples and prevent further panic. Feng Wuyo nodded, agreeing with the elders' suggestions. Chapter 32. Return to the sect. Soon, 2 elders at the 3rd level of the transformation of Dan selected 50 elite disciples, preparing to venture out and ascertain which force was behind the disturbances. The remaining disciples, under the elders' guidance, began a meticulous search within the sect. However, they were destined to find nothing. Before dawn, the battle souls had already left the sect, leaving no trace behind. The 2 elders, along with their disciples, raced along the path. As they neared the ambush site of the battle souls, the leading elder abruptly gestured for the team to halt. The disciples, no longer novices, instinctively drew their weapons and summoned their spiritual energy, ready to counter any potential attacks. Humph! Who dares to lie in wait here, and for what purpose? The 3rd elder bellowed, with a flick of his wrist. A delicate small cauldron appeared in his hand, his prized possession, the first-grade true artifact, the Scarlet Flame Cauldron. Within it resided a spirit, granting it combat power equivalent to that of the transformation of Dan Realm. At that moment, the lid trembled slightly, and a searing flame erupted from within, swirling around the cauldron. Though the flame appeared diminutive, should the 3rd elder channel his full strength, it could instantly transform into a fire dragon several dozen feet long. The 4th elder wielded 2 massive hammers, his fierce gaze locked onto the dense forest. Upon noticing their tracks had been discovered, the battle soul, Lanjiao Xiao, ceased his concealment and emerged from hiding with dozens of battle souls. What is this? It bears no sign of life. The ethereal form of the battle souls astonished most present, yet the 2 elders remained unfazed, their decades of cultivation having exposed them to numerous peculiar phenomena. These beings resemble spiritual entities, yet I cannot fathom which of our fellow practitioners has committed such a vile act against our disciples. We have arrived. Why do you not dare to reveal yourselves? The 3rd elder speculated that the battle souls were puppets controlled by some sect, scanning the surrounding woods for the true mastermind. Yet, apart from the whistling wind, there was no other sound. Very well, if you choose to remain hidden, be cautious. Just as the 3rd elder intended to issue a stern warning, his expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, he unleashed his spiritual power. and the previously modest spark transformed into a fire dragon soaring toward the sky. Boom! A large spear streaked through the air and shattered the fire dragon into countless sparks. It was Zhao Wujie of the Battle Souls, having arrived as reinforcements. Behind him followed several Battle Souls at the transformation of Dan level, their overwhelming aura causing the faces of the Third Elder and his companions to pale. "We cannot withstand this. Retreat to the sect," the Third Elder shouted, summoning more fire dragons to shield the others as they withdrew. Swish! Zhao Wujie's spear pierced through space, appearing in an instant. Bang! In a critical moment, the Fourth Elder raised his twin hammers just in time to block the attack, yet was sent flying several meters by the force, his hammers punctured by the spear. The Fourth Elder's pupils constricted as he grew increasingly wary of Zhao Wujie's strength. After becoming a Battle Soul, his original power had diminished to half. Yet with the 9th grade spirit artifact, the Breakthrough Spear, he could exhibit strength equivalent to that of a 6th level transformation of Dan practitioner, surpassing the two elders who were only 5th level. With Zhao Wujie's intervention, the Qingyan Sect's members lost their chance of escape and were soon encircled by the other Battle Souls. "Do not panic. We are not far from the sect. The sect master will arrive shortly," the Third Elder bellowed, casting the scarlet flame cauldron into the air. The small cauldron swelled in the wind, rapidly transforming into a giant vessel, towering above. Boom! The lid flew open, and dozens of emerald beams of light surged forth, instantly entering the bodies of the Qingyan disciples. In that moment, everyone felt a surge of powerful energy within them, enhancing their abilities by 50%, following the release of the glowing streams. The cauldron expelled several fiery projectiles, which encircled the disciples, ready to defend them in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the Fourth Elder was locked in a fierce battle with Zhao Wujie. Though the Fourth Elder appeared robust, wielding his massive hammers, his agility was remarkable, allowing him to keep pace with Zhao Wujie's speed. After receiving the support of the Scarlet Flame Cauldron, his power surged, matching that of the Battle Soul. With such formidable protection, even when surrounded by tenfold their number, the Qingyan disciples remained composed, confident in their ability to hold out until the sect's rescue arrived. After empowering his companions, the Third Elder engaged in combat, directing the Scarlet Flame Cauldron against several transformation of Dan Battle Souls. Their current combat prowess barely reached the 1st or 2nd level, and faced with the combination of the Third Elder and the Cauldron, they were evenly matched. The battle raged on, tension mounting as the Third Elder fought and observed the situation. He felt a sense of calm, believing they only needed to endure a little longer until rescue arrived, at which point they could capture these foes and interrogate them about the forces behind his treachery. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended, instantly instilling profound fear in all the Qingyan disciples. Instinctively, they looked up to behold, their pupils constricted in unison. A blood-red river, exuding an intense heat, materialized from thin air, descending upon them with ominous intent. "Rise!" the Third Elder roared, channeling all his spiritual power into the Scarlet Flame Cauldron. The 1st grade true artifact expanded dramatically, shooting skyward. Countless fire dragons erupted from the cauldron, clawing their way towards the blood-red torrent, projecting an impressive spectacle. However, puff, 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 the once mighty fire dragons disintegrated the moment they collided with the blood-red river, vanishing like mere bubbles. Bang! The blood-red river crashed into the Scarlet Flame Cauldron. A juvenile, plaintive cry echoed from within the cauldron as it rapidly shrank back to a foot in size and crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Impossible. The Third Elder's heart sank. Even the sect master could not achieve such effortless destruction with full exertion. He immediately attempted to summon the cauldron back. Yet the spirit within seemed unresponsive, utterly still. The Third Elder felt despair wash over him as the blood-red river continued its inexorable descent. Puff, puff, puff. The Qingyan disciples faced this overwhelming force, desperately swinging their weapons in futile resistance, only to be crushed mercilessly, akin to beans under a millstone. "Rise!" The Fourth Elder raised his hammers in a desperate attempt to withstand the pressure of the blood-red river, but was swiftly driven to his knees, trembling as if he might shatter at any moment. Yet, despite this, he refused to relinquish hope. Chapter 33, Crush? You want me dead? Not so easily. Explode for me. The Fourth Elder roared, unleashing the full power of his alchemical transformation. Even at the cost of his cultivation being rendered utterly futile, he braced himself against the Crimson River. He gradually rose, as if he could truly withstand the torrent. However, with a deafening explosion from within the river, an even greater force erupted. In an instant, the Fourth Elder was crushed to the ground, the sound of bones shattering echoing through the air. The Iron Pavilion Elder of the Qingyun sect perished, leaving only the Third Elder struggling to hold on, reduced to crawling on all fours like a dying dog. Endure. Just a moment longer, until Master and the others arrive. The Third Elder's heart screamed, clinging to his last glimmer of hope. Third Elder, it's been a while, and your current state is truly astonishing. In a haze, a familiar voice drifted into the Third Elder's ears. Who? The voice. With immense pressure weighing down on him, the Third Elder laboriously lifted his gaze. A remarkably tall and robust young man stood before him, wearing a peculiar smile. A name flashed through his mind like lightning. Lin Jin. It's you. No. How could you possess such power? I clearly crippled all your roots. The third elder stared incredulously at Lin Jin, unable to fathom how someone he had personally rendered weak could now exude such overwhelming strength. Moreover, he had filled Lin Jin's body with a substantial amount of poison, which should have ensured he wouldn't survive beyond 2 years, especially in such a perilous environment. Yet, Lin Jin emanated a terrifying aura, one even more potent than that of the sect leader, as if he were facing a formidable spirit infant realm expert. You are correct. Which is precisely why I have decided to spare your pathetic life. Rest assured, I will take great pleasure in tormenting you, ensuring your demise is far from swift. The third elder's eyes widened in terror as he cried out, Lin Jin, you are truly vile. Had I known, I would never have granted Bai Ling's request to spare your wretched life. Indeed, I must thank you for your kindness, third elder. To die? Not so easily. Lin Jin sneered, suddenly striking out. A surge of vigorous energy penetrated the third elder's body, instantly shattering the false core within his dantian. It then coursed through his limbs, completely annihilating his 9 meridians. Ah, Lin Jin, you bastard. If only I had killed you the moment you entered. The third elder, now rendered a cripple, unleashed a torrent of vengeful curses. Oh, and I almost forgot this part. Lin Jin grasped the third elder's jaw, applying gentle pressure. Crack. The third elder's jaw and tongue were crushed. Ah, woe is me. The third elder clutched his shattered jaw, writhing on the ground in agony, unable to utter a word. Lin Jin, however, paid him no further attention, directing his gaze skyward. Several streaks of light shot swiftly from the Qing insect, revealing Feng Wuyo and the others, who sensed that something was amiss. But the defeat of the third elder and his companions had occurred too rapidly. Even with their utmost effort, they were a moment too late. Forced to witness Lin Jin's merciless torment of the third elder, junior brother Yuqing, Feng Wuyo bellowed in fury. In his anguish, he summoned the Qingyan sword, unleashing a dazzling sword chi that sliced through the air toward Lin Jin, determined to slay him. However, Lin Jin merely clenched his fist and struck upward. A colossal blood-red fist shadow materialized from thin air. Boom. It shattered the seemingly unstoppable sword chi, hurtling with terrifying force towards Feng Wuyo and his companions. Not good. Feng Wuyo's expression changed dramatically as he halted his advance, immediately unleashing several sword chi to counter the fist shadow. Bang, bang, bang. Under Feng Wuyo's full assault, they barely managed to dispel Lin Jin's casual strike. Senior brother, do not act rashly. The other elders urged Feng Wuyo, their expressions grave. Feng Wuyo, not one to be foolish, refrained from pressing forward. The group hovered in the sky, gazing at Lin Jin. Their expression shifted to disbelief as they finally discerned his true appearance, having initially overlooked it in their haste to rescue. Lin Jin. Impossible. How could he be here? Even at his peak, Lin Jin was merely at the Spirit Sea realm. How could he possess such strength? Indeed, it must be two individuals who merely resemble one another. The elders reassured themselves, though the next moment. Respected sect leader, and my most revered master, it has indeed been far too long. Lin Jin ascended slowly, coldly surveying Feng Wuyo and the others. Lin Jin, it truly is you. The Grand Elder, Li Tianxing, Lin Jin's own master, wore an expression of sheer shock. Disbelief etched across his face. The others shared similar visages, all appearing utterly dismayed. They could scarcely believe that a person they had previously crippled could now possess such formidable power. My achievements today are, of course, thanks to the guidance of my esteemed elders. Today, I have come to repay you. Lin Jin smiled, though his words held a bitter truth. Had he not faced these tribulations, he would not have awakened. Go. Feng Wuyo roared in anger. Instantly, several elders activated their innate spirit tools, launching a powerful assault against Lin Jin. Countless sword chi and whip shadows erupted, all targeting Lin Jin, while Feng Wuyo and the others retreated. Their earlier attack had already revealed Lin Jin's might. Engaging him head-on was not a prudent choice. However, Lin Jin would not let them escape so easily. With a powerful punch, he shattered everything in his path, whether it be sword chi or whip shadows. The overwhelming fist shadow shot forth, striking one of the elders. Not good. The elder paled, hastily summoning his spirit tool, the Town Mountain Ruler, to defend. Crack. The radiance of the Town Mountain Ruler was instantly obliterated, its form severely damaged, fissures appearing along its length. Just as the elder let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly sensed a menacing wind from above. In a panic, he raised his spirit treasure to defend. But Lin Jin's speed was astonishingly swift. He struck the elder's back with a single palm. Boom. The terrifying force violently obliterated half of his upper body. Senior brother, Feng Wuyo and the others were enveloped in grief and rage, yet they dared not linger. Frantically channeling their spiritual energy toward the mountain gate, they believed that once they breached the mountain gate and activated the protective array, even the current Lin Jin would be unable to break through. At that moment, they would gather the full strength of their sect to subdue Lin Jin and interrogate him about the source of his newfound power. In a daze, Feng Wuyo envisioned himself revitalizing the Qingyan sect, elevating it to greater heights. Chapter 34, Rebellious Disciple. What are your intentions? Ah, Lin Shizi. Spare my life. Yet, a piercing scream mercilessly yanked him back to reality. Startled, he turned to see Elder Yi Gu of the Sword Pavilion. His head gripped tightly in Lin Jin's hand. Lin Jin's gaze was icy as he regarded the man before him. The very individual who had once proposed to sever the original owner's arm before exiling him to the mines, an act he deemed a meager penance. Rest assured, Elder Yi. I am not a bloodthirsty fiend. Elder Yin barely managed to express his gratitude before Lin Jin shattered his dantian with a single punch. In the next moment, within the terror-stricken gaze of Yin, Lin Jin mercilessly wrenched both of his arms from his body. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Lin Jin, you beastly demon. I truly regret agreeing to Bai Ling's request, for not slaying you on the spot has led to this calamity. No need to fret, I understand your urgency. Yet do not be hasty, for your end is near. With a nonchalant flick, Lin Jin discarded Elder Yin as one would dispose of refuse. He landed atop a tree before finally hitting the ground, the fall cushioning his impact just enough to spare his life. However, he was grievously injured, his bones shattered, and lay there, moaning in agony. Lin Jin, do not revel too much in your triumph. Elder Taishang is on his way, and your arrogance will not last long. Feng Wuyo bellowed, attempting to intimidate Lin Jin with the presence of a spirit infant realm expert. Ha ha ha, come forth. Let us see who arrives first, him or your demise. Lin Jin chuckled dismissively, then vanished, reappearing beside another elder. Stop him. Feng Wuyo and the others cried out in alarm, unleashing a sword light aimed at Lin Jin. Yet, he remained unfazed, charging relentlessly towards Yun Qingzi. With no avenue for escape, Yun Qingzi activated his spirit artifact, the scroll of 10,000 techniques, enveloping himself in its protective embrace. However, with a resounding thud, Lin Jin's fist pierced through the artifact's defenses, obliterating half of Yun Qingzi's body. Bang! Bang! A flurry of sword lights bombarded Lin Jin, yet these attacks, capable of cleaving gold and stone, merely rippled against the blood armor enveloping him, failing to breach its formidable defenses. Suddenly, an exceptionally sharp aura surged forth, aimed directly at Lin Jin's head. Unperturbed, he summoned forth the river of blood and qi, exerting overwhelming pressure that forced the concealed Qingyun sword into view. In a flash, Lin Jin struck, capturing it in his grasp. Arrogant! Feng Wuyo observed from a distance with a cold smile. The Qingyun sword was a true artifact, a powerful treasure with a spirit. How could mere flesh and blood hope to impede it? Without hesitation, he urged the Qingyun sword into action. Instantly, the sword exhibited a ferocious display, unleashing potent sword energy against Lin Jin. The sword trembled violently, intent on slicing through Lin Jin's blood armor. After all, it was a true artifact, renowned for its razor-sharp nature, and began to gradually penetrate the defenses. Still resisting, Lin Jin scoffed, seizing the sword's hilt and unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes against its blade. The ferocity of his attacks conjured a terrifying energy, stirring up a tempest. The once indomitable sword now bore cracks along its surface, and the spirit within the Qingyun sword, gripped by terror, thrashed about in a futile attempt to escape. Explode for me, Lin Jin commanded coldly. With a final, devastating blow, the sword was shattered before Feng Wuyo's horrified gaze. The blade was destroyed, and its spirit shattered alongside it, falling silent. No. Feng Wuyo emitted a wail of anguish, surpassing that of a bereaved parent. The backlash struck him, forcing forth a mouthful of blood, and his vitality waned instantaneously. Buzz! The crimson river flowed, pressing down heavily. Feng Wuyo exerted all his strength to resist, yet he was inevitably forced to the ground. With a crack, his legs were crushed beneath the weight, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Lin Jin gazed indifferently at Feng Wuyo's desperate struggle, but did not apply his full strength. Instead, he gradually intensified the pressure, wishing for Feng Wuyo to acutely feel the impending approach of death. Meanwhile, several Transformation Realm battle souls besieged Li Tianqing. Although Li Tianqing possessed the strength of the 7th level of the Transformation Realm, his heart trembled at the thought of Lin Jin, causing him to only unleash 70% of his power. He was driven to flee by the battle soul Zhao Wuji. Lin Jin abruptly raised his hand. A colossal blood-red palm manifested in the sky, descending with formidable pressure upon Li Tianqing. Startled, Li Tianqing unleashed the full might of the Star Thunder Whip, barely managing to fend off Zhao Wuji and the other battle souls as he prepared to escape. Yet, Lin Jin's speed surpassed his. A palm struck his back, the terrifying force penetrating the spirit artifact-grade armor he wore. The unleashed power wreaked havoc within him, devastating his meridians and dantian. Li Tianqing instantly transformed into a bloodied figure, helplessly collapsing to the ground. The massive blood-red palm then tightened its grip. Crack! Li Tianqing's thigh was crushed into a powdery mass. Only then did Lin Jin refocus his attention on Feng Wuyo, who was nearly prostrate on the ground. Still struggling against the river of blood and qi, Lin Jin decided to assist him, wishing to alleviate his suffering. With a slight downward pressure of his palm, the river of blood and qi descended heavily. Feng Wuyo could no longer withstand it, and in an instant, he was pinned to the ground, his dragon bones shattered. Stripped of any ability to resist, he was rendered a mere shell of a man. With a wave of his hand, Lin Jin commanded the battle souls to drag the third elder and Li Qianxing, tossing them beside Feng Wuyo. Once lofty experts of the transformation realm now lay like three wretched insects, struggling for survival upon the ground. Lin Jin, you, treacherous disciple. How dare you treat us so? Are you not afraid of Elder Taishang seeking retribution? Feng Wuyo glared at Lin Jin with venomous eyes. Elder Taishang? Even amidst such tumult, he has yet to appear. I suspect that old fool has long since perished. Furthermore, even if he did arrive, what would it matter? Just another corpse to add to the pile, Lin Jin retorted dismissively. This place is but 10 miles from the Qingyan sect. If a spirit infant realm expert wished to arrive, it would be a matter of mere breaths. Seeing that his intimidation failed to sway Lin Jin, Feng Wuyo fell silent. As Lin Jin surmised, Elder Taishang Qingming had succumbed to old injuries 5 years prior, yet to maintain an air of deterrence over other sects. He had claimed to be in seclusion. Rebellious disciple, what are your true intentions? Your cruelty belies the years I dedicated to your tutelage, Li Qianxing suddenly roared. Chapter 35. Gratitude and Retribution. Rest assured, my esteemed master, as a person who values gratitude and repays kindness, I shall certainly repay you well. Lin Jin remarked with a faint smile directed at Li Qianxing. However, gazing at Lin Jin's smile, Li Qianxing felt an overwhelming chill in his heart. Yet, in his current state, he was incapable of even taking his own life, reduced to casting venomous glances at Lin Jin. No, Lin Jin, you cannot kill me. I have the third prince backing me. If you take my life, the third prince will not let you go unpunished. Feng Wuyo suddenly bellowed, breaking the silence. Oh, the third prince, what a formidable name. Worry not, I shall not grant you such a swift demise, Lin Jin replied nonchalantly, unimpressed by the mention of any prince. Lin Jin, within me lies a seal placed by the third prince. Should you end my life, he will sense it immediately, Feng Wuyo warned, desperation creeping into his voice. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, suddenly conjuring a massive blood-red hand that ensnared Feng Wuyo. The vitality surged throughout Feng Wuyo's body, swiftly revealing an unusual energy within his Dantian. Although it was but a faint trace, its essence far exceeded the realm of Dan transformation, seemingly inferior even to that of Spirit Infant. Divine Palace Realm. The Spirit Sea nurtures the golden core, the shattering of the core births the Spirit Infant, and the primordial spirit resides in the Purple Palace. According to the cultivation texts, a practitioner in the Divine Palace Realm is a being of an entirely different echelon. Their battles transcend mere manipulation of spiritual power, as they wield a touch of the laws of heaven and earth. Even in the absence of spiritual energy, a mere flicker of this cosmic force can effortlessly extinguish a Spirit Infant. Lin Jin contemplated, his brows slightly furrowed. Feng Wuyo, noticing Lin Jin's expression, felt a glimmer of hope ignite within him. Lin Jin, the past was our fault, and I can comprehend your actions. Now that you have regained your strength, it is the perfect opportunity for you to return to the Qingyan sect. I can bestow upon you the position of sect master, along with the treasures of the sect. Everything will be yours, as a means to atone for the grievances you have suffered. Lin Jin smirked coldly inwardly, yet feigned interest outwardly. The sect master is indeed worthy of the title, adept at both yielding and retracting, to forgive one who has rendered you powerless. It seems I have much to learn from you. Feng Wuyo, oblivious to the mockery in Lin Jin's words, sighed, given that the mistakes have been made. All I can do is attempt to rectify them. Revenge only perpetuates the cycle of enmity. It is better to let it all go. Lin Jin nodded noncommittally. In that case, I have another query. You have schemed so meticulously to seize my supreme divine vein. Yet, at your age, it would serve no purpose for you. Is it that you wish to cultivate a new genius disciple? Feng Wuyo froze, a flicker of panic crossing his features. Let me take a guess. Lin Jin pulled Feng Wuyo closer, his eyes burning with an inexhaustible vigor. Perhaps it is not you who covets my supreme divine vein, but rather, the third prince you speak of. Feng Wuyo's eyes widened in shock. Ah. The realization dawned on him, confirming Lin Jin's deduction. Lin Jin, observing his reaction, understood his suspicions were validated. This revelation cleared a lingering doubt in his mind. For decades, the Qingyan sect had yearned to regain its former glory. Logically, with a talent as extraordinary as the original host, diligent cultivation would surely yield a Spirit Infant powerhouse, stabilizing the sect's status. Had Feng Wuyo and the others truly been foolish enough to undermine their own foundation? The sudden emergence of this so-called third prince rationalized the entire affair. Lin Jin swiftly reconstructed the sequence of events in his mind. The third prince must have discovered the original host's possession of the supreme, divine vein through some means. Hence, he ordered the Qingyun sect to eliminate the host's family and adopt him. Once the host ascended to the Spirit Sea realm, it would be time to reap the rewards. It appeared that Feng Wuyo and his companions were merely pawns, with the true mastermind being the third prince. The third prince is far too powerful. Your actions were compelled by him. Leaving us with no alternative, Feng Wuyo began to defend himself. However, Lin Jin had no interest in his excuses. Take them away. Ensure they remain alive until my return, Lin Jin commanded, gesturing for the battle spirits to drag Feng Wuyo and the others away. Moments later, anguished cries echoed through the forest as the trio's suffering intensified. No matter their pleas, Lin Jin remained indifferent. Eradicate the entire Qingyun sect, leaving not a single soul behind. With a wave of his hand, thousands of battle spirits surged toward the gates of the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, the remaining disciples, having been stirred by the earlier conflict, were too intimidated by the overwhelming power to intervene. They could only anxiously await within the sect's gates. Look, what is that? This is bad. The sect master and others have yet to appear. Something must have gone awry. Quickly, activate the sect's grand formation. They are coming. It's impossible. We need at least 4 elders to activate the grand formation. As the battle spirits emerged, the disciples were struck with terror, especially the aura emanating from the Dan transformation spirits, which extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Panic ensued, with some attempting to flee while others readied to fight. Kill. Zhao Wuji, a battle spirit, surged ahead like a bolt of deathly lightning, crashing into the gates. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he obliterated several disciples. Most of these disciples were either in the Qi condensation or spiritual pulse stages, utterly no match for those in the Dan transformation realm. In mere moments, the onslaught of battle spirits engulfed the Qingyun disciples, a cacophony of slaughter and screams resonating throughout the gates. Boom! A wave of sword energy erupted, vanquishing several ordinary battle spirits. A strikingly handsome young man with chiseled features appeared, fiercely protecting a few female disciples as he sought to break through. Xiao Yun. Lin Jin smiled subtly, recognizing him as Feng Wuyo's eldest disciple, the very rival who had long resented Lin Jin's potential ascent to the position of sect master and had sought to eliminate him in the mines. With a mere flick of his finger, Lin Jin unleashed a surge of blood energy, shattering Xiao Yun's weapon. No! Xiao Yun cried out in alarm as his weapon disintegrated. The surrounding battle spirits, indifferent to his plight, rushed in to attack. Faced with imminent danger, Xiao Yun made a swift decision, abandoning his female companions to flee at top speed. Xiao Yun suddenly shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his severed legs in torment. Chapter 36. 37 Meridians. The battle spirit, Lu Jiuxiao, emerged from the shadows, wielding a broken blade that swiftly carved flesh from Xiao Yun's body. Ultimately, after enduring over 300 strikes, Xiao Yun succumbed to his agonizing fate. With his demise, the disciples of the Qingyun sect were nearly annihilated by the battle spirits. Just as Lin Jin prepared to head towards the sect's treasury, an unexpected surge of energy emanated from the outer sect disciples' courtyard on the mountainside. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the source of the disturbance. He witnessed a shadow swiftly dispatch several ordinary battle spirits before charging down the mountain. However, before the shadow could cover 100 yards, Zhao Wuji, accompanied by several battle spirits of the transformation realm, intercepted him. After a fierce skirmish, the formidable figure of the third stage in the transformation realm was left crippled, his dantian and limbs shattered, and was subsequently brought before Lin Jin. The individual was an unremarkable, emaciated man. This was indeed intriguing. It seemed the Qingyun sect harbored a member of the demonic cult within its ranks. Sensing the chilling and chaotic energy emanating from him, Lin Jin instantly discerned his identity. Save your efforts. I will reveal nothing. The demonic disciple scoffed coldly. Lin Jin chuckled derisively before swiftly striking him down. Following that, he absorbed the remnants of the individual, allowing the system to acquire all of his memories. In no time, Lin Jin uncovered the man's true identity, a disciple of the Xiantai branch of the Heavenly Demon sect, dispatched by the first steward, Mo Wuxiang. Years prior, he had infiltrated the Qingyun sect to gather intelligence in preparation for the cult's future dominion over the world. Numerous disciples like him existed in Xiantai, yet they remained unaware of each other's identities. The emergence of this demonic cult member presented an unexpected opportunity for Lin Jin to devise a plan. Contemplating his recent status as a top-tier fugitive, Lin Jin recognized the heightened scrutiny from the Tianwu dynasty. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore other locales first. A branch of the demonic cult might hold numerous treasures. A smile graced Lin Jin's face. After addressing the matter of the demonic disciple, the remainder of the process unfolded without further incident. Once the bodies of the battle spirits were converted into energy, Lin Jin swiftly made his way to the inner treasury, using Feng Wuyo's token to gain entry. A rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him as he stepped inside. The treasury was modest in size, perhaps only a third of the Tianfeng city treasury, yet its quality was significantly superior, devoid of mundane gold and silver. Instead, it was filled with spirit stones, magical artifacts, spiritual tools, and aged medicinal herbs, surpassing his previous haul from the Tianfeng city treasury. Lin Jin could not help but smile in satisfaction. At that moment, a group of battle spirits entered, carrying 9 basketball-sized high-grade spirit stones, the very essence powering the sect's protective formation. These 9 high-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering 90,000 low-grade spirit stones, marking one of the greatest gains. After converting these into energy, Lin Jin sensed the immense energy reservoir within the divine prison space and decided to initiate a new breakthrough. As he catalyzed the process, a continuous flow of energy surged into his body like a mighty river. His blood and qi roared like thunder within him, invigorating his physical form, which began to grow and expand, then compress, refining his body into a more resilient state. Over an hour later, having consumed nearly all the energy, Lin Jin's meridians had reached 37 in number, and his stature surged past 2 meters, yet he retained a lean and majestic physique. Opening his eyes, he moved with grace. Propelled by the formidable power of his blood and qi, he exited the treasury, swiftly traversing the outdoors. After a brief moment, Lin Jin halted to test his flying speed, which was comparable to that of horseback riding, not particularly fast, yet not slow either. Ultimately, he concluded that being carried by battle spirits was far more comfortable. Reflecting on his battle spirits, Lin Jin felt a surge of determination. The total number of battle spirits had exceeded 5,000, yet most were ordinary. There were few true experts among them, prompting his decision to continue merging spirits. His first priority was to enhance Zhao Wuji's strength. As over 1,000 battle spirits merged into him, Zhao Wuji's power restored to the 9th stage of the transformation realm, coupled with the characteristics of the Pajun spirit. His combat prowess was now on par with those of the spirit infant realm. Next, Lin Jin bolstered the strength of the 5 members of Team A, elevating them to the 3rd stage of the transformation realm, while the 10 members of Team B ascended to the 9th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Finally, he retained 200 ordinary battle spirits as reserves. From the vast battle spirit army, only these 200 remained, yet their combat strength was now vastly superior. After completing the spirit merges, Lin Jin wasted no time and took to the skies aboard the battle spirit, Yuyun, returning to the location where he had previously battled Feng Wuyo and the others. After several hours of torment, the already gravely injured trio was left with barely a breath. Upon seeing Lin Jin's return, they could only cast him glances filled with resentment tinged with a plea for mercy. Lin Jin, I know I have erred gravely. Please, in my life, I am willing to offer my life as penance, Feng Wuyo uttered weakly. Lin Jin merely glanced at him, instantly perceiving his thoughts. Why would I sully my hands with the likes of you? Lin Jin sneered, with a slight wave of his hand. Several battle spirits materialized, brandishing their blades. Lin Jin, you shall not. Feng Wuyo began to curse, but a blade pierced through his skull, shattering his brain. In that moment of death, an immense force erupted from within him. A pure energy surged forth, instantly transferring to the battle spirit that had slain Feng Wuyo. Observing this, Lin Jin smirked slightly. When Feng Wuyo mentioned a restriction within him, he had suspected it was no mere matter. Now it was confirmed. This restriction not only controlled Feng Wuyo, but also allowed it to transfer to anyone who killed him. It wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate the affairs of the Qingyan sect. With a flicker of thought, Lin Jin dissolved that battle spirit. As the spirit perished, the market board became fully visible. Yet, instead of dissipating with the spirit, it surged toward Lin Jin, evidently seeking a new host. Lin Jin's expression hardened as he summoned all his strength. The Crimson River once again materialized, swiftly engulfing the mark. Boundless blood and qi surged forth, igniting the mark in flames. As the mark was engulfed by the power of his blood and qi, it trembled with palpable fear, shaking and attempting to flee. However, the force was overwhelming, and after a brief struggle, the mark disintegrated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing entirely. Yet, Lin Jin remained vigilant, continuing to incinerate the remnants for some time until he was certain it had completely dissipated before gradually calming his energy. Chapter 37. In an instant, as the mark vanished, within a palace thousands of miles away from the Qingyan sect, in the capital of the Tianwu Empire, a remarkably handsome man draped in an ornate robe was enjoying tea with a beautiful woman. This falling snow morning tea truly exemplifies the finest quality of our empire. It brings great delight to my sister, he remarked. If the 6th imperial sister enjoys it, I shall send some to your residence, he offered graciously. I am grateful for your kindness, dear brother. However, I shall not impose further. I hope you will not forget the flower appreciation gathering in March. She replied with a charming smile. Rest assured, as you have personally invited me, I shall certainly attend, he assured her. With that, the beautiful woman smiled brightly and departed, accompanied by her maid. Once her figure completely disappeared, the 3rd prince's expression darkened abruptly. Feng Wuyo is dead, and my mark has been erased. Is it mere coincidence, or a calculated act? The Xiantai prefecture has been anything but peaceful lately. Yin Ming, dispatch someone to investigate the Xiantai prefecture, he commanded. A shadowy figure appeared eerily, bowing in respect. Yes, your highness. It then vanished just as mysteriously. After giving his orders, the 3rd prince dismissed the matter from his mind. For him, selecting the Qingyan sect had merely been a means to oversee the growth of the Xianhuang as supreme divine vein. Now that the harvest had been gathered, the farmers became superfluous. He resumed his tea drinking. Meanwhile, after refining the mark, Lin Jin found no other reactions. He transformed the 3 corpses on the ground into battle souls and departed from the Qingyan sect, as this place held no further significance for him. Boarding the battle soul Yuyun, Lin Jin set off towards the Black Abyss Valley, located over 3,000 miles away, at the juncture of the Xiantai and Qishao prefectures. This area was characterized by a vast fissure stretching several thousand miles wide and immeasurably deep, perpetually shrouded in dark mist. The environment was perilous and scarcely inhabited, making it a suitable hideout for the demonic sect's branch. The Tianwu Empire had long suspected the presence of demonic forces lurking within, Yet after years of searching, they had failed to uncover any targets, ultimately conceding defeat. This time, however, Lin Jin had acquired the memories of a demonic disciple, thus he was well aware of the branch's location and would not forego this resource point. Especially given the notoriety he had recently gained as a newly minted Tier 1 wanted criminal. Though he possessed the Taisu Guizangju, he could not afford to be complacent. Moreover, Xiantai Prefecture was undoubtedly under the Empire's strictest surveillance, with numerous experts potentially lying in wait across various cities for his appearance. Therefore, even without the unexpected bounty of the demonic branch, Lin Jin intended to explore other prefectures first. Traveling through desolate lands aboard the Battle Soul Yuyun, Lin Jin did not hasten his journey. Whenever he encountered bandit-infested hills, he gallantly eliminated the outlaws, restoring peace to the region. Naturally, he took no issue in claiming the spoils they had pillaged. Over the course of several days, Lin Jin vanquished dozens of bandit camps, accumulating over 10,000 spirit stones, a considerable windfall. Eventually, he arrived at a small town situated several miles from the Black Abyss Valley. Such towns dotted the outskirts of the valley, originally established as temporary settlements for miners that had gradually transformed into communities over time. At their peak, there were over 100 of these towns, bustling with individuals hoping to strike it rich by unearthing high-grade ores. However, as the quality of mined ores dwindled, these towns inevitably faced decline, and only a few remained. Lin Jin had come here because this small town was largely operated by members of the demonic sect. In fact, it could be said that more than half of the town's populace were disciples of the sect, masquerading as miners while the true miners were a minority. Upon Lin Jin's arrival, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the town. He appeared without any disguise, presenting himself in his true form. The genuine miners paid him no heed. Their focus solely on the pursuit of high-quality ores, oblivious to anyone it notices. Conversely, the demonic disciples, well-informed, were taken aback by the audacious presence of this newly minted Tier 1 wanted criminal. They marveled internally at his audacity, recognizing him as the perpetrator of heinous crimes. Lin Jin entered a local eatery with an air of nonchalance, requesting a generous serving of several signature meat dishes. He tossed a spirit stone onto the proprietor's table. The smiling proprietor, who had been feigning calculations with an abacus, eagerly accepted the spirit stone. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment while I inform the kitchen. He hastily retreated to the back. Asan, prepare the fresh beef and lamb we received this morning for our esteemed guest, he instructed loudly. While discreetly scribbling a few characters on the table, the attentive servant understood immediately and hurried to a higher courtyard, where the first steward of the branch, Wu Xiang, resided. Upon entering, the servant promptly delivered the intelligence. However, prior to his arrival, others had already reported. Wu Xiang furrowed his brow as he perused the information. The newly minted Tier 1 wanted criminal of the Tianwu Empire had appeared here. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? He found himself uncertain. If it were a coincidence, he could choose to feign ignorance regarding Lin Jin's presence. However, if it were deliberate, the thought of the wanted notice sent shivers down his spine. The individual possessed strength that undoubtedly rivaled the invincible realm of Dan transformation and wielded those eerie spiritual transformation techniques, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. This was untenable. He had to promptly report to the four guardians. Only the presence of a spirit infant realm expert could guarantee absolute safety. Wu Xiang swiftly made his decision and arranged for a disciple to relay the news to the Black Abyss Valley. He then notified all the demonic disciples within the town to closely monitor Lin Jin's movements, while strictly avoiding any provocation. Meanwhile, Lin Jin, seated within the eatery, felt particularly at ease. Sipping on the spirit wine he had pilfered from the Qingyan sect and savoring the delectable lamb, he relished the moment. Boss, your chef possesses remarkable skills. Just look at the way this meat is sliced. It clearly reflects the technique of one accustomed to bloodshed, he remarked. The once smiling proprietor's countenance shifted instantaneously, a forced laugh betraying his discomfort. Chapter 38. I give you 10 breaths of time, esteemed guest. Perhaps you have indulged a bit too much. This establishment is filled with law-abiding citizens. How could we possibly engage in the heinous act of murder? Law-abiding citizens? Since when have the disciples of the heavenly demon sect become law-abiding? Lin Jin smiled as he gazed at the innkeeper. As Lin Jin's words left his lips, the atmosphere within the tavern abruptly froze. Cold sweat broke out on the innkeeper's brow. What are you talking about? I truly cannot comprehend. Do not worry. You will understand shortly, Lin Jin replied nonchalantly. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed all his battle spirits. The unrestrained surge of power instantly permeated the entire small town. Everyone present became rigid with fear. A disciple of the demonic sect at the Qi gathering stage struggled to swallow hard. He sensed that the eerie ethereal beings that had suddenly appeared were all far stronger than he. If a confrontation ensued, he feared he would be the first to perish. Yet Lin Jin did not strike. Instead, he summoned the river of vitality. The immense stream of life force swiftly enveloped the entire town. This sudden spectacle drew the attention of all within the city. The ordinary townsfolk felt a vague sense of oppression, unable to pinpoint the exact pressure. While the disciples of the demonic sect perceived it as a formidable mountain looming over them, they understood that any reckless movement on their part could lead to their utter destruction. Wu Xiang, I give you 10 breaths of time to appear. Should you fail to show up, I shall slaughter the entire town. Lin Jin's voice resonated through the river of vitality, echoing throughout the small city. Indeed, the visitor bore ill intentions. How did he discover our existence? Could there be a traitor among us? Wu Xiang's face paled as he realized that the situation had evolved into his greatest fear. His thoughts raced. He was uncertain of Lin Jin's motives. However, one thing was indisputable. Lin Jin possessed the capability to annihilate the entire town. After all, Zhao Wuji and his 2,000 true martial guards had been brutally slain by this individual, and Wu Xiang's own combat prowess paled in comparison to Zhao Wuji's. You ask whether your first steward dares to show himself? Lin Bai inquired, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the innkeeper. The innkeeper's expression was as grim as if he had just lost a loved one. He wished to appear defiant, but was terrified of being effortlessly subdued. I truly do not know. Oh, how unfortunate. Only 3 breaths of time remain, Lin Jin remarked with an indifferent smile, slowly raising his hand. To the onlookers, this simple gesture transformed into a lethal weapon. They feared that should the hand descend, their heads would soon follow. Steward, please hurry. I do not wish to die. The crowd silently pleaded. I am Wu Xiang. I beseech you to show mercy. Just as Lin Jin was about to lower his hand, a shrill voice pierced the air from a distance. In an instant, a small, frail elder, utilizing swift footwork, rushed towards them, propelled by a gust of wind, and came to a hurried stop at the tavern's entrance. Are you truly Wu Xiang? Lin Jin scrutinized the newcomer. According to the memories of the demonic disciple infiltrating Qingyunzi, Wu Xiang possessed a unique technique that allowed him to transform into countless forms. Behold, Wu Xiang exclaimed, his form rapidly shifting, altering both appearance and stature in a swift transformation. He could even mimic the essence of others. Lin Jin nodded slightly, nearly delivering a line that would choke Wu Xiang. Very well. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to deliver all the spirit stones in the city to me. Otherwise, I shall proceed with the slaughter. By the heavens. What a formidable individual. The gathered crowd gasped in astonishment at Lin Jin's words. Who, then, truly represented the demonic sect? Esteemed sir, what grievance have we caused you? If you reveal your demands, we shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. You have but 10 breaths of time, Lin Jin replied, sipping his spirit wine without sparing him a glance. With Lin Jin's words, the river of vitality above them slightly diminished, and a profound pressure engulfed the townsfolk, propelling them closer to the brink of death. Especially for Wu Xiang, the weight of the pressure intensified, rendering him unable to even twitch a finger. In that moment, he understood how absurd his previous thoughts of resistance had been. The strength of his adversary surpassed that of the Dan transformation stage, imposing a pressure greater than that exerted by the 4 great guardians. Only the sect leader's power could possibly rival his own. The actions depicted in the bounty poster illustrated him as an unequivocal calamity, far more fearsome than the demonic sect itself. When he spoke of slaughter, it was a promise that would undoubtedly be fulfilled. In a flurry of thoughts, Wu Xiang quickly acquiesced to Lin Jin's demands. Go, and remember, you have only 15 minutes. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Jin eased the pressure of the river of vitality, allowing Wu Xiang a moment to breathe. However, the thought of merely 15 minutes ignited urgency within him, prompting him to gather the demonic disciples in the city without delay. Steward, we need not heed his demands. For, a demonic disciple voiced his dissent. Bang! Wu Xiang's form flickered, and he delivered a crushing blow to the disciple's head. Though he appeared subservient before Lin Jin, Wu Xiang was a formidable master of the 8th stage of Dan transformation among his peers. I am not here to negotiate with you. Anyone who does not wish for my wrath will perish before I do. Wu Xiang's cold gaze swept over everyone present, instilling fear that silenced any further dissent. Faced with the mortal threat, Wu Xiang swiftly consolidated all resources from the demonic sect disciples within the city, even reluctantly offering his own treasured possessions. While he considered the gamble of withholding them, prudence prevailed. Preserving his life meant he could acquire more later. As for whether Lin Jin would honor his promise, that was a gamble he had to take. Before long, Wu Xiang returned, accompanied by his comrades, bearing all the gathered items before Lin Jin. Upon a cursory inspection, Lin Jin found the collection modest, totaling just over 10,000 spirit stones along with several low-grade magical artifacts. He paid little mind, gesturing to devour all the spiritual items. These were merely appetizers. The main course awaited. The sight of spiritual energy transforming into countless specks of light and entering Lin Jin's body left the onlookers in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were all too aware that their own methods of absorbing spirit stones involved painstakingly slow efforts. How could they dare consume such a substantial amount in an instant? The sheer volume of energy could easily overwhelm them, while the impurities within the spirit stones could spell their demise. Gulp. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, astonished by the display of true prowess. Esteemed sir, having surrendered the items to you, might we be spared? Wu Xiang inquired cautiously. Lin Jin took a delicate sip, smiling faintly. The others may leave, but as for you, remain here and wait for your guardians to arrive. Upon hearing this, the other demonic disciples expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply before hastily departing without a backward glance. Chapter 39. Merely a trivial injury. Only Wu Xiang stood by with a bitter expression, serving like a mere attendant. He had initially anticipated the arrival of several guardians to rescue him from his predicament. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were aware of his notification to the branch and appeared utterly unperturbed. They were certainly not fools. Their confidence suggested they were fearless even in the face of formidable guardians. As time trickled by, beads of cold sweat began to accumulate on Wu Xiang's brow. He found himself in a paradoxical state, yearning for the guardian's arrival while simultaneously fearing it. Should a battle ensue, his position as an innocent bystander would be precarious. Suddenly, Wu Xiang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed to the ground. It was the poison mistress. Yet, a flicker of joy surged within him, signifying that the guardians had indeed come. But when he turned his hopeful gaze towards Lin Jin, he was instantly struck dumb. The latter remained unaffected, leisurely indulging in his drink. Oh, has he fallen? Could it be that a dignified alchemical master cannot even stand for half an hour? Lin Jin mocked, his eyes glinting with derision. At that moment, Wu Xiang was rendered utterly incapable of speech, his body completely paralyzed, bearing an expression of impending doom. Suddenly, a strange crimson light tore through the air, the blade emitting a piercing shriek as it sliced through the atmosphere. This blood-red streak, imbued with a sickly sweet aura, aimed directly at Lin Jin's brow. Yet, Lin Jin remained unmoved, his fingers erupting like dragon claws as he effortlessly seized the blade mere inches from his forehead. With a slight tremor of his vital energy, the bloodlight revealed its true form, a short dagger, entirely crimson and resembling solidified blood crystal. Once captured, the dagger thrashed violently, desperate to escape its confinement. However, Lin Jin's strength was overwhelming. No matter how fiercely it resisted, it could not break free. With a firm grip, he crushed the dagger, eliciting a mournful wail from its spirit. Fine cracks began to appear along its surface. Stop! A sharp voice rang out from a distance. Ignoring the command, Lin Jin persisted, increasing the pressure as the fissures multiplied. Ah, you seek death. A blood-colored figure shot through the air, propelled by the splinters of shattered wood. It was a woman of enchanting beauty, wielding twin blades that glimmered ominously, corrupting the very ground beneath her. One of her blood-red daggers lunged for Lin Jin's vital points. Yet he merely struck out with a casual punch. Boom! The blood-colored figure was sent hurtling back at an astonishing speed, crashing through walls until she finally came to a halt. At that moment, the once clear sky darkened ominously. A chilling wind surged forth, and from the ashen mist emerged a multitude of wailing vengeful spirits. Lin Jin lifted his gaze, and a colossal skull materialized in the heavens. Its left eye a vibrant green, and its right a blood-red hue, spinning rapidly. An oppressive force enveloped the entire small city. Ding ding ding. A series of eerie bell sounds reverberated, frantically attempting to invade Lin Jin's mind. Sinister whispers danced around him, striving to seize his consciousness and compel him to surrender. Preposterous. Lin Jin scoffed, his vital energy surging forth. In an instant, he shattered the skull, releasing an inferno of scorching power that incinerated the surrounding fog, restoring clarity to the realm. Several miles away, a tall, skeletal figure expelled a mist of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if an everlasting fire was ignited within him, threatening to reduce him to ash. The ghost eye, wary of the situation, quickly sat down to recover, channeling all his strength to resist the searing energy. It's your turn. Lin Jin turned towards the end of the long street. A giant, resembling an iron tower, moved with earth-shaking steps, dragging a massive hammer that carved deep furrows in the ground. The man's bare torso shimmered with a dark golden sheen, his muscular patterns reminiscent of dragon scales. I am no match for you, he remarked after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head slowly. Yet, I must challenge you. I seek to discover my limits. Iron Mad's expression shifted with excitement, as if he had finally found a long-sought opponent. Very well. Lin Jin smiled, for the first time rising from his seat. Attention! Iron Mad bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. With a powerful leap, he charged at Lin Jin. As he swung his hammer, the air within a Tinjong radius was drawn into a vacuum. The hammerhead, entwined with lightning, morphed into a fearsome tiger, crashing down with the force to shatter mountains. Lin Jin, however, merely stood his ground. With a clenched fist, his spine erupted with resounding cracks, and he struck out with tremendous power, colliding with Iron Mad's colossal hammer. Boom! At the moment of impact, the iron hammer, forged from the finest metals, revealed spiderweb-like fractures before exploding into a rain of iron shards. Amidst the shattered lightning, the residual force of Lin Jin's punch took the form of a blood-colored dragon, piercing through Iron Mad's body. Bang! The irresistible force sent Iron Mad staggering backward, creating multiple craters in the ground before he finally managed to halt his retreat. Buzz buzz buzz. His skin turned a vivid crimson, his hands trembling uncontrollably around the hammer, unable to muster any strength. Yet, Iron Mad showed no signs of defeat. Instead, his face reflected a mixture of pain and exhilaration. He felt as though he had finally encountered a kindred spirit. As cultivators, we must rigorously hone our bodies. Indeed, let us continue. Iron Mad shouted, eager for more. However, his body refused to obey. The sheer force of Lin Jin's punch had already exceeded his physical limits. At that moment, a blood shadow appeared, launching a surprise attack on Lin Jin. Blood shadow, do not act rashly. A woman, Her skin as smooth as jade and lips a deep purple, intercepted the attack. It was the poison mistress, the very one who had initially targeted Lin Jin. Her expression was grave as she regarded him. Even the branch master, Haisha, could not counter Lin Jin's poison with such ease. Yet, Lin Jin not only withstood it, but also effortlessly defeated her 3 companions in the process. His nonchalant demeanor suggested he had not even exerted himself fully. He had shown them mercy. "I am the poison mistress, and I am grateful for your restraint in not harming us," she said, bowing slightly towards Lin Jin. "Let us converse. It is merely an exchange to avoid unnecessary complications in our future discussions," Lin Jin replied with a gentle smile. "Do you have something to discuss?" "As far as I know, we have had no prior dealings," the poison mistress responded with a smile. "Now, do we not share a bond? However, I am not fond of such connections. You not only extorted my disciples but also injured my 3 companions. Ah, merely trivial injuries. Given your capabilities, I am certain they will recover within a couple of days." Upon hearing Lin Jin's words, the poison mistress and her companions grew furious. This was no trivial matter. Without at least a month of recuperation, recovery was out of the question. Regrettably, they could not match Lin Jin's strength and had to swallow their anger. Chapter 40. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. Enough of this idle chatter. Summon your leader, Black Sha. I have significant business to discuss with him, Lin Jin declared with an assertive tone. The poisonous lady, suppressing the fury within her, replied, "Whatever you wish to convey can be addressed through us. We can handle all matters pertaining to the sub-branch." "Oh," Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with indifference. "Then may I inquire if you can manage the annihilation of the Tianwu dynasty?" "Ha! What an audacious claim. Do you comprehend the might of the Tianwu dynasty? Even with your own strength, adding 10 more like you would not be sufficient." Blood Shadow, unable to tolerate Lin Jin's arrogance, interjected mockingly. However, before she could finish her sentence, she felt a shadow flicker before her. Instantly, a searing pain struck her abdomen, propelling her outwards and crashing into a nearby building. She expelled a mouthful of blood, her entire being enveloped in a wave of scorching heat, racing towards her meridians as if to incinerate them. In sheer horror, Blood Shadow swiftly mobilized her spiritual energy to resist, yet the agony of being seared by blood energy was unbearable, eliciting a cry of torment from her lips. Consumed by rage, she found herself unable to voice her indignation, forced to endure the excruciating suffering akin to being engulfed in flames. After sending Blood Shadow flying with a single punch, Lin Jin casually brushed off his hands, turning his attention to the poisonous lady. Hearing Blood Shadow's cries of anguish, the poisonous lady felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, faced with Lin Jin, she dared not relax, fearing a similar fate. "You have a remarkable talent for destruction. Even against such delicate women," she remarked. "Women? Which of you has not trained for decades and could easily be my grandmother?" Lin Jin retorted. "Enough of this nonsense. I merely ask if you will negotiate with me." The poisonous lady intended to refuse, but upon catching the indifference in Lin Jin's gaze, the words faltered on her lips. After a long pause, she finally managed to stammer, "The leader is currently in seclusion and will not be available in the near future." "Very well. Then I shall take matters into my own hands," Lin Jin sneered. His blood energy erupted forth, surging skyward like a wolfish blaze. The heavens bore witness to a river of blood energy, flowing incessantly with a destructive force greater than before. An unparalleled might enveloped the area for miles, instilling a profound terror even in the poisonous lady, who was at the 4th level of the spiritual embryo stage. It felt as though she might be crushed in the next moment. In that instant, all semblance of hope faded from her heart. "Please, hold your hand. The Black Sha leader has returned to headquarters. We do not know when he will come back. Then you are of no use to me, and shall perish." Lin Jin replied coldly, preparing to unleash the crimson torrent. The poisonous lady's heart raced with fear. "Wait. The leader is expected to arrive within the next 2 days. "Oh. Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" "Absolutely not. I swear by the heavenly demon Sacred Elephant." Lin Jin scrutinized her, causing her to shiver. Finally, he offered a slight smile and waved his hand, dispersing the phantom river. "Ha! I was merely attempting to frighten you. Look at how terrified you are," he said, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. The moment Lin Jin's hand brushed against her, the poisonous lady instinctively yearned to unleash her toxic attack, having never allowed a man to touch her before. Yet, the terror that Lin Jin inspired caused her to halt, her body stiffening as she permitted his actions, appearing as if she were ripe for the picking. Nevertheless, Lin Jin refrained from any further advances. It was prudent to avoid contact with such a poisonous woman. "You have but 2 days. If Black Sha has not arrived by then, your sub-branch will cease to exist," he stated with a tone so devoid of menace it felt almost casual, akin to sipping water. The poisonous lady's heart turned cold. She recognized the truth of his strength. "I assure you the leader will arrive within 2 days, she said wearily. "Might I be allowed to check on the injuries of my companions?" Lin Jin nodded slightly, gesturing for her to proceed. The poisonous lady hurriedly went to tend to the injured Blood Shadow and her companions. Upon confirming they were not in mortal danger, she breathed a sigh of relief and arranged for the disciples of the demon sect to transport them to a room, providing various elixirs to aid their recovery. As the three guardians began their healing process, three beams of light swiftly penetrated their bodies, subsequently planting a golden mark deep within their souls, the divine prison mark. Any being marked would fall under Lin Jin's dominion, their entire existence becoming entwined with his will, requiring them to regard him as the supreme authority, willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives. The poisonous lady, leading the way, remained blissfully unaware that her three companions had already become Lin Jin's subordinates. As for why he did not mark the poisonous lady as well, Lin Jin merely found it more entertaining. Having them all as puppets would be far too mundane. Once he completed these tasks, Lin Jin relaxed, awaiting the return of Blackshaw. I hope you provide me with a satisfactory answer. Lin Jin's expression turned icy. If Blackshaw agreed to an alliance, the pressure from the demon sect would diminish. Should the demon sect refuse, Lin Jin would not erupt immediately. Instead, he would expose their location, using them to attract the attention of the Tianwu dynasty, allowing him to seize a few cities amidst the chaos. As night fell within the Wuxiang residence, Lin Jin retrieved the items submitted by Wuxiang. Most of the spirit stones had been absorbed, leaving behind a variety of ores. Lin Jin had little interest in them, treating them as mere collectibles to be stashed in the corner of his divine prison space. However, upon casually examining a few pieces of ore, a surge of pure energy emanated from one, rapidly absorbed by his body. He felt a slight enhancement to his already formidable physique, while the once crimson ore had transformed into a dull gray, devoid of energy. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, surprised. With a thought, he promptly extracted all the crimson bloodstones from the divine prison space. There were only about 10. As each made contact with him, its energy was swiftly drained away. Lin Jin noted a 1% increase in his physical strength, though it seemed negligible. It represented a substantial boost to his already immense power. Go, summon Wuxiang for me, Lin Jin commanded, conjuring a battle spirit from the Dan transformation realm. The battle spirit complied and swiftly vanished from the room. Moments later, a hastily dressed Wuxiang appeared before Lin Jin, having been assigned by the poisonous lady to run errands for him since their amicable agreement. Chapter 41. Blood Crystal Stone. What is this substance? Lin Jin produced the last piece of crimson ore and tossed it to Wuxiang. Upon examining it closely, Wuxiang exclaimed, "My lord, this is blood crystal ore, capable of forging spiritual weapons. Weapons crafted from this or can amplify the wielder's strength. Is this or abundant?" Lin Jin inquired. The conditions for mining this ore are rather harsh. One must possess at least the strength of the spirit vein realm to access it. Thus its quantity is limited. Wuxiang replied. I require this ore as much as possible, Lin Jin stated with an undeniable tone. Wuxiang felt a tremor of fear and promptly assured, "Rest assured, my lord. I will arrange for its extraction immediately." Lin Jin nodded slightly in approval. Suddenly, without warning, he extended a finger and pointed directly at Wuxiang. This unexpected action left Wuxiang in stunned disbelief, pondering whether he had unwittingly offended this inscrutable figure. Instinctively, he attempted to evade. However, at the very moment he prepared to move, he was gripped by an overwhelming, suffocating pressure that descended upon him. "My lord." Wuxiang's face turned pale with terror as he looked at Lin Jin, his voice trembling with fear and helplessness. He had no inkling of the fate that awaited him. In an instant, a powerful surge of vital energy flooded into Wuxiang's body, akin to searing magma that reinforced his physique. His previously frail 9 spirit veins were significantly enhanced, becoming remarkably resilient while also increasing their capacity for spiritual energy. "Remember, do your job well, and I shall reward you handsomely," Lin Jin instructed as he withdrew his power. Wuxiang, elated, felt his strength increase by at least 30% and immediately responded with utmost reverence, "My lord. I will dispatch personnel to collect more blood crystal stones right away." Lin Jin nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to depart. Wuxiang bowed respectfully before leaving quietly. An opportunity has arrived. Wuxiang's eyes sparkled with boundless excitement. At over 70 years of age, his body had begun to decline. Given his natural aptitude, achieving the 8th layer of the pill transformation realm was his limit, and merely maintaining his current strength would be a commendable outcome. But now, feeling rejuvenated by at least 5 years, he suddenly contemplated the possibility of attaining the spirit embryo realm and cultivating a second primordial spirit, extending his lifespan to 400 years. The grievances of the day before dissipated instantly, fueling his dedication to Lin Jin. The following afternoon, Wuxiang exuberantly returned with over 70 pieces of blood crystal stone to Lin Jin's chamber. Lin Jin absorbed them, enhancing his physical strength by approximately 5%. "My lord, I have arranged ample manpower to secure at least 20 pieces daily," Wuxiang eagerly reported. Lin Jin acknowledged him with a slight nod, generously channeling vital energy into Wuxiang's aging body, revitalizing him by 4 to 5 years before ceasing. "Go, gather more for me. Your rewards will be plentiful," Lin Jin encouraged. "Thank you, my lord. I shall strive to excel." Wuxiang departed with great enthusiasm. Lin Jin, however, fell into deep contemplation. Blood crystal stones were indeed extraordinary, capable of augmenting even his formidable physical prowess, yet their scarcity was concerning. According to Wuxiang, there were only 1 or 2 viable mining locations, and the conditions for extraction were exceptionally harsh, filled with toxic substances that posed severe threats even to experts of the spirit vein realm. Nevertheless, such locations posed no difficulties for the battle spirits. Lin Jin smiled, promptly dispatching all battle spirits, except those at the pill transformation realm, to excavate the ore for him. When a swarm of battle spirits descended upon the small town, it sparked widespread panic. The disciples of the demonic sect, who had returned under Wuxiang's assurances, were filled with trepidation, fearing Lin Jin's wrath and the potential for massacre. Fortunately, upon witnessing the battle spirits proceed without pause to the Black Abyss Valley, they managed to regain some composure, silently praying for Lin Jin's swift departure. Life under such circumstances was more unbearable than being pursued by the Tianwu dynasty. The battle spirits moved with remarkable speed and soon reached the depths of the Black Abyss Valley, where a dark red depression lay, dotted with bubbling mud pits emitting noxious smoke. Upon sighting the battle spirits, the local poisonous lizards lunged forward, their grotesque mouths dripping with a viscous green fluid, instilling fear in all who beheld them. However, these creatures posed no threat to the battle spirits, who swiftly dispatched them, including a massive poisonous lizard exceeding 10 feet in length, which fell to the onslaught of thousands of battle spirits without causing a stir. Having eliminated the external threat, the battle spirits commenced their excavation with vigor, disregarding the toxic fumes rising from the mud pits. They began to dig 3 zhang deep in search of blood crystal stones. Remarkably, under the concerted efforts of the battle spirits, the first piece of blood crystal stone was unearthed swiftly. As the excavation deepened, the quantity of blood crystal stones increased significantly. The cacophony produced by such large-scale mining attracted the attention of nearby demonic sect disciples. Cautiously approaching, they were astonished to find an abundance of blood crystal stones scattered on the ground, their eyes nearly popping out in jealousy. Damn, I could labor all day and not unearth a single piece, while they seemed to harvest them as if pulling radishes. This must be nearing 100 pieces, worth at least 3,000 spiritual stones. Enough, enough, we're only here to observe. Let's leave quickly. If we're spotted, our lives may be in jeopardy. Indeed. You know whose methods these are. We mustn't invite calamity. Thus, the disciples of the demonic sect departed quietly, not daring to disturb the battle spirits. It was not until deep into the night that the battle spirits returned, laden with over 1,000 blood crystal stones. Lin Jin was immensely pleased as he watched the room fill with the stones. He summoned the battle spirits into the divine prison space to nurture their toxin-riddled bodies before he began to absorb the energy. The blood crystal stones transformed into a torrent of power coursing through him, continually nourishing his physique. His body emanated a luminous sheen, a testament to the intense augmentation he was undergoing. Not only did his strength surge, but his overall defensive capabilities also escalated rapidly. As the energy from the blood crystal stones continued to flow into him, the river of vital energy was reignited. A colossal phantom of the river loomed over the small town, its waves resonating with thunderous roars, akin to the sound of a tempest. The overwhelming aura exuded an immense pressure, causing everyone within miles to tremble in fear, devoid of any courage to resist. Even the Poison Lady, at the 4th layer of the spirit embryo realm, wore an expression of grave concern, a flicker of fear stirring within her. She sensed that the oppressive force was even more formidable than the day before, feeling grateful for her previous submission. Such terrifying pressure would likely render even 4 individuals fighting with their lives on the line as no match for him. I fear that only the Forum Master's return can rival it. Chapter 42. Merely a series of fortuitous encounters as the final wisp of blood mist seeped into his pores. The eastern horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. Lin Jin slowly opened his eyes, his pupils swirling with a molten glow, radiating an otherworldly golden-red hue in the morning light. Clenching his fist, a terrifying power brewed within. He gazed down at his palm, once fair skin now shimmering with a jade-like luster. Lin Jin felt a profound satisfaction. The strength of his physical form had at least doubled compared to before. Should he confront Zhao Wuji's breaking army spear again, he could withstand it without any protection, as his current physical resilience rivaled that of a true artifact. If he were to further unleash his vital energy, even true artifacts could be crushed like clay. As his body refinement concluded, the ominous specter of the fierce beast hovering above the small town gradually subsided. The townspeople, nearly suffocated by anxiety, collectively exhaled, experiencing a profound sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Yet, an overwhelming fatigue washed over them, the result of a night fraught with fear that had robbed them of sleep and drained their energies. In contrast to the townsfolk's exhaustion, Wuxiang, upon witnessing the dissolution of the river-like specter, understood that Lin Jin had completed his training. He hurriedly instructed his subordinates to prepare a meal. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Lin Jin's door. "My lord, breakfast is ready. Would you care to dine?" Lin Jin smiled. Wuxiang indeed had a keen sense of awareness, befitting someone engaged in intelligence work, and promptly sent the meal inside. Soon, the table before Lin Jin was laden with an abundance of food, while Wuxiang discreetly took his leave. While Lin Jin savored his meal leisurely, the poisonous lady found her time dragging interminably. Today marked the deadline she had promised Lin Jin. As time swiftly flew by, evening drew near. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Yet, Beads of sweat began to form on the poisonous lady's forehead as she cast a glance at Lin Jin, who sat composedly beside her. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. 2 days means 2 days. I shall not act until the time is right, Lin Jin stated, sensing her gaze upon him. The poisonous lady could not help but reveal a wry smile. Perhaps it would have been better had he remained silent. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, her expression abruptly shifted, replaced by an overwhelming joy. The master has arrived, she exclaimed with fervor, seemingly ready to unleash the tension of the past 2 days. Then go and bring him in, Lin Jin replied nonchalantly, his tone irking the poisonous lady. Is this how you treat me while the master is absent? And now that he has returned, your demeanor remains unchanged. What does that imply for the master's return? Is the reputation of our heavenly demon sect to be disregarded? Since you have come to negotiate with us, such arrogance is hardly appropriate. Sensing the master had entered the city, the poisonous lady's confidence surged, and she spoke coldly. Oh. Lin Jin's gaze flashed crimson as he regarded her, his voice calm yet piercing. Pray tell, what is wrong with my demeanor? In an instant, the poisonous lady felt an eerie stillness envelop the surroundings, all sound vanishing. The only sensation was the deafening roar of rivers thundering in her ears, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, faster and more violently, as if it might leap from her chest. Ha ha ha. A distinguished guest has arrived. Naturally, I must greet him personally. Poisonous lady, do not be rude to our esteemed guest. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from outside, dispelling the ominous energy that had enveloped the poisonous lady and rescuing her from the brink of despair. In that moment, the poisonous lady snapped back to reality, her gaze toward Lin Jin now tinged with abject fear. She understood the extent of Lin Jin's power, but had not anticipated he had grown to such formidable heights. Mere presence nearly suffocated her, prompting her to instinctively retreat, distancing herself from him. Calm down, there is no need for such alarm. It was merely a small lesson, Lin Jin remarked, not even casting a glance in her direction. His attention fixed on the doorway. An elderly man, his hair ashen and garbed like a merchant, appeared, a figure who was none other than the master of the heavenly demon sect, Haisha, who had just intervened to rescue the poisonous lady. At a glance, one might find it difficult to associate this old man with the fearsome Haisha. It was indeed my subordinate's oversight, poisonous lady. You must not have treated our guest poorly. I apologize for her earlier rudeness and hope you can forgive her, the poisonous lady said, performing a slight bow, her enchanting eyes gazing weakly at Lin Jin. I am not a petty person. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Jin waved his hand dismissively. Haisha nodded at the poisonous lady, instructing, you may leave now. I shall discuss matters with our esteemed guest. The poisonous lady departed as if granted a reprieve, while Haisha took the seat to Lin Jin's left and addressed him directly. I am quite curious. How did you come to know of our stronghold in the Black Abyss Valley? It's rather simple. I annihilated the Qingyun sect and discovered your infiltrator, from whom I learned of your presence, Lin Jin replied candidly, without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Haisha's expression darkened. If Lin Jin had gleaned such information from their disciple, others might also be privy to it. Haisha's thoughts raced, and he continued, yet, I wonder what deep-seated enmity exists between you and the Qingyun sect that prompted your obliteration of them. I am Lin Jin. Since you have infiltrators within the Qingyun sect, you should possess information about me as well, Lin Jin said, twirling the teacup in his hand with a faint smile. Lin Jin. So it is you. However, your description in our records differs significantly, Haisha observed skeptically. Merely a series of fortunate encounters, nothing worth mentioning, Lin Jin replied nonchalantly. Haisha could not help but chuckle, remarking, to transform from a mere mortal into a being rivaling the spirit infant realm in just a few months. Surely, such a transformation cannot be attributed to mere chance. Oh. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Haisha. Might you be interested in hearing the tale of my fortuitous encounters? If you are willing to share, I would be all ears, Haisha laughed heartily. In that instant, a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted from within Haisha, reverberating loudly. As this sound emerged, the previously tranquil sky became tumultuous, swirling violently. Then, a river of blood appeared out of thin air, exuding a chilling aura of terror and an overwhelming sense of oppression. This oppressive force surged through the town like a tidal wave, leaving every inhabitant gasping for breath. Faced with such a harrowing spectacle, Haisha showed no inclination to retreat. With a disdainful snort, he waved his hands, summoning a shadowy, profound power that enveloped his form completely. In the blink of an eye, a colossal phantom of the heavenly demon materialized in the sky, towering over the town, exuding a malevolent aura that sent shivers down the spine. Moments later, the raging river of blood collided violently with the dark, sinister phantom. The impact generated visible shockwaves that spread outward, obliterating everything in their path, from sturdy walls to grand edifices, as if they were made of paper, collapsing in ruin. The townspeople were paralyzed with terror, their hearts pounding in fear, watching as their city teetered on the brink of destruction. In an instant, the once opposing forces vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 43. Young people should not be too arrogant indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. I admire you greatly. As he turned from their previous confrontation, Haisha's face broke into a smile. Judging from their earlier clash, he felt uncertain about his ability to subdue Lin Jin. He sensed that Lin Jin had not even exerted his full strength, which filled him with trepidation. The master of Haisha is truly in his prime. I hold him in high regard, Lin Jin replied with a smile. Let us refrain from mutual flattery. I consent to your alliance to oppose the heavenly martial dynasty. However, I have just returned to the sub-hall and must attend to some internal matters. Shall we reconvene in 3 days to discuss specifics? Haisha stated to Lin Jin. Lin Jin did not object. After all, once his battle spirit had recuperated, he would need to continue excavating blood crystal stones. Staying here a few more days posed no issue. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet in 3 days. No need to see me off, Haisha declared as he strode away. Upon exiting the courtyard of Wuxiang, his expression darkened. As a master at the 9th level of the Spirit Infant Realm, he had not faced such humiliation in a long time. When he received the message from the Poison Lady, he had intended to capture Lin Jin immediately upon returning. However, upon entering the city and feeling the overwhelming pressure akin to a mighty river, he realized that such thoughts were likely impractical. Indeed, after their actual encounter, he reassessed Lin Jin's strength entirely. Although he could sense no trace of spiritual power, Lin Jin's prowess was undoubtedly on par with his own, if not superior. Contemplating this, he abandoned the notion of confronting Lin Jin. Master. The Poison Lady began to speak as Haisha emerged, but Haisha raised a hand, saying, I understand what you wish to convey. Our plans have changed. We must prioritize the tasks assigned by headquarters. Everything else will be deferred. Go fetch Shuang and the others. We shall return to the sub-hall first. The Poison Lady was taken aback and promptly went to summon Shuang and the others. They followed Haisha back to the base at the bottom of Heiyuan Valley, an extremely concealed and perilous location. Once they returned to the true base, the Poison Lady and the others finally exhaled in relief, free from the constant threat of death posed by Lin Jin. We have been summoned back to headquarters, where we have received new orders. We must disrupt the order of the heavenly martial dynasty in the shortest time possible, Haisha said with a grave expression. His words astonished everyone present. They have been lurking here for decades, primarily engaged in infiltration tasks across various sects and cities, with disciples of the demon church embedded in each. If all were activated, chaos would surely ensue, resulting in countless fatalities. Some subordinates expressed concern, questioning the suddenness of the order, as their infiltration tasks had not yet achieved their predetermined objectives. Would it not be too hasty to initiate action now? The Poison Lady queried, puzzled. We will only mobilize those who have infiltrated the heavenly martial dynasty. Disciples in various major sects will remain concealed. I cannot elaborate on the specifics, but it pertains to something within the inner vaults of the heavenly martial dynasty. All 9 sub-halls, including ours, will act in 5 days to disperse the power of the heavenly martial dynasty as much as possible, Haisha explained. The Poison Lady and the others pondered what this significant item could be that warranted such a massive operation from the demon church. It seemed that none of the sub-halls within the heavenly martial dynasty would remain unscathed. After all, there were too many enemies. They would likely face far more than just the heavenly martial dynasty. I have said what needed to be said. Prepare yourselves well. Tomorrow, relay this information to the disciples stationed in various locations, ensuring unified action. Also, Shuang. The 3 of you should retrieve healing elixirs and strive to recover within 3 days. Understood, Master. The Poison Lady and the others bowed before departing. Haisha transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. Meanwhile, Lin Jin in the room revealed a playful smile. No wonder this old man so readily agreed. Their plans coincided perfectly. Yet, he pondered what could be so valuable within the heavenly martial dynasty that warranted such a high price for exposing all their sub-halls. Lin Jin mused, intrigued by the demon church's motives, though merely a flicker of curiosity remained. For him, the paramount concern was acquiring sufficient resources. Should chaos truly erupt within the heavenly martial dynasty, it would align perfectly with his interests. Furthermore, this affirmed that he and Haisha would at least not be at odds in the short term. Thus, he could confidently send the battle spirit to excavate blood crystal stones. If Haisha were to make any moves, he would undoubtedly notify Shuang and the others, granting Lin Jin ample time to respond. Of course, the more critical aspect was his own strength. As long as he amassed enough blood crystal stones, he could double his physical prowess. Whatever schemes Haisha concocted would matter little. He could shatter them with a mere punch. In the following 2 days, Lin Jin's days were remarkably leisurely. Each day, he dispatched the battle spirit to excavate blood crystal stones for half the day, typically yielding around 1,000 stones. In the evenings, he returned to the divine prison space to recuperate. Thus, Lin Jin acquired nearly 2,000 blood crystal stones, enhancing his physical strength by an additional 40%. Though this increment seemed less significant than previous gains, it was merely due to a larger base value, ensuring that the absolute increase in power was substantial. Yet, Lin Jin felt a tinge of regret. After several days of the battle spirit's destructive excavations, the quantity of blood crystal stones in the surrounding area had sharply declined, with deposits buried deeper. Henceforth, acquiring large quantities of blood crystal stones would no longer be so effortless. Nevertheless, He remained quite satisfied with the considerable enhancement of his physical power achieved within just a few days. On the morning of the third day, Haisha and the Poison Lady returned to Lin Jin. This time, the atmosphere was notably more harmonious. Regardless of the calculations in their minds, they shared a common objective. I require all the spiritual stones, other resources I can forego. Additionally, I demand all body refining techniques, regardless of their grade. I can provide you with the body refining techniques. But as for the spiritual stones, your appetite is too great. Given the number of disciples I have taught, I can only offer you 30%. 30% is too little. I demand at least 80%. You are being unreasonable. You are but one person. Why should you claim such a vast share? At most, I can concede 40%. Lin Jin's expression turned cold as he summoned all the battle spirits, speaking in a low voice. Who told you I am alone? I assure you, if I wish, I can turn all the disciples of your subhall into my own. Haisha was unfazed, kicking over a chair and coldly retorting, Young man, do not be overly arrogant. Your secret methods may be impressive, but our demon church possesses the ability to transform flesh and blood into spirit puppets, easily mobilizing an army of 1,000,000. Chapter 44. The city of Qishao in an instant, the two individuals unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble outside. The clash of darkness and crimson light emanated a formidable pressure, sending shivers through the many disciples of the demonic sect within the city, who inwardly lamented, Brother, please cease your divine powers. Inside the room, the two adversaries, locked in a fierce standoff, eventually reached a compromise as Haisha conceded. 50%, no more. If you are still unsatisfied, we shall terminate our collaboration. Very well. May our partnership be fruitful, Lin Jin responded with a smile, his earlier fury vanishing in an instant. Haisha, though exasperated, realized that the prior theatrics were merely a ruse to extort additional spirit stones. Nevertheless, considering Lin Jin's combat prowess, Haisha refrained from expressing his irritation, silently marking the debt in his mind. With the distribution of benefits confirmed, the two resumed their seats, and the tumultuous weather outside gradually subsided. 2 days hence, our disciples shall operate in the 4 regions of Xin'ai Prefecture, Fenglei Prefecture, Tianhua Prefecture, and Qishao Prefecture. I shall arrange for you a guest elder position. You may choose one region to oversee. All spirit stones from the region you select will be yours. And I will also reserve your share of the resources from the other 3 regions, Haisha stated gravely. Lin Jin, without further deliberation, chose Qishao Prefecture, knowing it harbored abundant spirit stone veins, promising greater gains. Haisha did not press further, detailing a few specifics before presenting Lin Jin with a token signifying his guest elder status, after which he departed with the poison mistress. Lin Jin glanced at the token briefly before discarding it into the divine prison space. Regardless of its potential malice, it would cause no ripples within that realm. He was acutely aware that he harbored no goodwill towards Haisha and his ilk. Their seemingly cordial demeanor was merely a facade to fulfill the objectives of their main sect. Once their goals were achieved, it was likely that Lin Jin would become their next target. However, Lin Jin was confident that with the resources from Qishao Prefecture, his power would ascend to new heights. After all, a mere branch of a demonic sect posed little threat, especially since 3 of the 4 guardians had been marked with the divine prison seal. What could Haisha possibly wield against him? Lin Jin smiled, unfazed. The following day, Lin Jin garnered several hundred blood crystal stones, including over 100 from Wuxiang. Though the quantity was modest, Lin Jin nonetheless fortified his physique. Amidst the expressions of gratitude from Wuxiang, Lin Jin departed the small town, setting his course for Qishao City. Over 600 miles away, as the principal city of Qishao Prefecture, Qishao City was significantly more powerful than Tianfeng City. The presence of numerous spirit infant realm cultivators was a testament to its strength, due to the need to guard against the threats from Heiyuan Valley. Naturally, with greater risks came greater rewards. This city boasted more spirit stones than Tianfeng City. For Lin Jin, the allure lay not only in the spirit stone resources but also in the spirit infant realm cultivators themselves, an immense source of potential. After a swift journey of just over 2 hours, Lin Jin arrived at the outskirts of Qishao City. Having transformed his appearance, he now donned a flowing white robe, embodying the persona of a refined young gentleman. As dusk approached, the city bustled with activity, merchants and travelers mingling alongside numerous swordsmen, all reflecting the vibrancy of Qishao City, a metropolis under the watch of spirit infant realm guardians. Lin Jin, riding a white horse he had seized from bandits, paid a modest entrance fee of 1 silver coin and leisurely entered the city. Following the intelligence provided by the poison mistress, he arrived before an opulent residence. 2 guards exchanged glances before approaching him. Are you young Master Lin? Indeed. Lord Jin has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, follow me. One of the guards indicated. Lin Jin nodded slightly and dismounted, following the guard into the inner courtyard. Not long after, a middle-aged rotund man clad in a golden brocade robe hurriedly emerged. He halted 3 steps in front of Lin Jin, donning an excessively obsequious grin as he bowed. I am Jin Suanpan. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Lin. Lead the way, Lin Jin replied indifferently, noticing Lin Jin's aloof demeanor. Jin Suanpan felt no offense, He was acutely aware of the recent events in the small town, faced with someone capable of effortlessly vanquishing a guardian. He could only tread carefully, for should he inadvertently offend Lin Jin, no one would seek vengeance on his behalf. After dismissing the guards, Jin Suinpan took it upon himself to escort Lin Jin to the parlor, where a grand table was laid with a sumptuous array of dishes. The fragrant aromas wafting throughout the room. Lord Jin has shown great thoughtfulness. You are far from Qishao City, yet you are aware of my modest preferences, Lin Jin remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Jin Suinpan. That single glance frightened the rotund man immensely, causing him to drop to his knees. Young Master Lin, forgive me. Wu Xiang is a friend of mine. This is merely what he instructed me to do. I did not intend to pry into your affairs. Rise, you appear quite frightened. A dignified alchemy realm cultivator should not possess such a timid heart, Lin Jin responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. Thank you, young Master Lin. Jin Suinpan wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly stood. Internally, he chuckled bitterly, for what did his alchemy realm status signify in front of Lin Jin? A single slap could end him. He had to serve diligently. Lin Jin took his seat at the head of the table, sampling the exquisite dishes and nodding in satisfaction. Observing Lin Jin's contentment, Jin Suinpan felt a measure of relief and promptly attended to him. Rest assured, I will not interfere with your arrangements. You may proceed as you see fit. The only thing I require is spirit stones. Should anyone dare to hoard my spirit stones, they shall meet a most dreadful end. Jin Suinpan's heart raced at this proclamation, repeatedly assuring Lin Jin that not a single stone would be withheld. Return to your duties. Once you commence your operations, I shall naturally handle the formidable individuals within Qishao City. Understood, young Master Lin. Jin Suinpan retreated cautiously. Moments later, the sound of light footsteps echoed outside, and several young women adorned in long skirts entered, carrying musical instruments. Greetings, young master. The master has instructed us to attend to your dining needs. May I inquire what melodies you prefer? We shall perform with utmost dedication. The lead maiden curtsied gracefully. Lin Jin regarded the group. A flicker of light dancing in his eyes, and a smile graced his lips. They appeared pure and unblemished, a refreshing contrast. Very well. Play the pieces in which you excel, he replied with a gentle smile. Certainly, young master, the maidens responded, arranging their instruments. Before long, a symphony of enchanting melodies filled the air, soothing the soul and easing the mind. Even Lin Jin, who was not particularly fond of music, found a sense of tranquility and delight in the harmonious strains. Chapter 45, Clamor. As the melody unfolded, several women entered from outside, swaying gracefully to the music. In contrast to the elegant attire of the musicians, the newly arrived dancers donned vibrant garments. Their enchanting movements inadvertently revealed exquisite forms that captivated onlookers. Lin Jin smiled, acknowledging the skill of the old man in charge. He made no attempt to disperse the dancers, instead simply watching with unadulterated interest. As night deepened, the bustling city slipped into a state of slumber, interrupted only by the occasional clang of the night watch. In an unnoticed corner, numerous cloaked figures began to stir. They infiltrated the key government offices of Qishao City in batches, aided by inside information. Moments later, the places they entered erupted into flames. The dark-clad figures seeped through the shadows like ink receding from the tide. The oil canisters they discarded burst open on the flagstones, unleashing azure flames. This infernal fire, laced with phosphor, surged wildly in the wind. The brittle sound of glazed tiles shattering echoed like the gnashing of countless malevolent spirits. In an instant, the flames raged uncontrollably, consuming a significant portion of the city, primarily areas where officials and affluent individuals congregated. Quickly, extinguish the fires. Investigate. Who has the audacity to set this city ablaze? The orders rang out, commanding the city gates to be shut, forbidding anyone from leaving. The chief officer, Zhou Xianzhong, seethed with fury, issuing commands for a thorough investigation. Yet before his orders could be relayed, the sound of galloping hooves shattered the fiery veil. A blood-soaked city guard burst through the doors, his left arm severed at the shoulder, gushing black blood. The demon cold has breached the west gate. What? Impossible. What on earth is happening? The officer was taken aback, rushing towards the commander. However, just as he reached out to assist, his expression shifted dramatically. With a sudden movement, a small sword flew from his hand, expanding in the wind. Yet it was too late. A hand had already pierced his protective aura, bursting forth from his back. The palm clutched a still-beating heart, and a familiar face was suddenly overrun with writhing worms, morphing into an unrecognizable visage. The faceless phantom. Zhou Xianzhong coughed up blood, a grim smile spreading across his face as his body rapidly desiccated. Within moments, he lay lifeless, a mere husk. The faceless phantom discarded the heart, which exploded into a mist of blood, revealing a flurry of talismans. These talismans, like living creatures, burrowed into the foreheads of the guards present. In an instant, over 20 living souls stood motionless, their pupils suffused with crimson. As the first guard began to tear at his own skin, the tiles of the estate suddenly oozed a thick, viscous blood. The blood transformed into countless tiny hands, beginning to strip the flesh from their bodies. Before long, these individuals became grotesque, bloodied corpses. Having dealt with these guards, the faceless phantom swiftly shed his armor and donned the officer's garments. With a deft motion, he tore Zhou Xianjing's face off and affixed it to his own. Help! Someone! There's an assassin. He mimicked the officer's voice, stumbling out in a feigned panic. As the actions of the demon cult escalated, Qishao City descended into chaos. The streets echoed with the sounds of battle. Initially, only the disciples of the demon cult were involved. However, as conflicts intensified, control over numerous locations waned. Those who had previously remained neutral, various gangs and rogue cultivators, could no longer suppress their greed, eagerly joining the bloody fray. Consequently, the situation within the city grew increasingly intricate. At the residence of the city's commander, Nanlai listened to his subordinate's report, his face a mask of fury. Damn the demon cult! How dare they rampage in my Qishao city? They must have a death wish. With a resounding crash, he slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rage. Yinfeng, Xianjin, Qiyu, Fan Xin, each of you lead 1,000 Qishao guards. Any who dare to disturb the peace, regardless of their identity, shall be executed without mercy. Understood. The response was a unified, resounding affirmation from the 4 leaders of the Qishao guards, each at the 3rd level of Spirit Embryo Realm, as they rushed toward the exit. Just then, 2 piercing screams echoed from a distance, jarring everyone's attention. Moments later, a heavy thud resonated as something large fell to the ground. All eyes instinctively turned to the courtyard, where the main gate of the residence had been driven deep into the ground. Which scoundrel dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Come forth. Nanlai was on the verge of exploding with rage. Having defended Qishao City for decades, he had never encountered such audacity. Boom. Another thunderous sound erupted, startling everyone. They beheld the pavilion in the front courtyard collapsing. Fool! Nanlai bellowed. A crimson light surged from within him, resembling the legendary vermilion bird. He soared into the air, heading towards the entrance. The 4 commanders followed closely behind. Outside the gates, Lin Jin stood suspended in midair, his indifferent gaze fixed below. There. Hundreds of spectral warriors were rampaging, demolishing the opulent structures with reckless abandon. How dare the demon cult offend Qishao? Nanlai's voice boomed like thunder, as 9 rings of mystical fire erupted around him. His signature technique, the 9 suns burning heaven. The flagstones beneath him cracked under the intense heat. And with a powerful push of his palms, 3 flaming dragons materialized, their roars shaking the very air. Lin Jin, cloaked in black, swirled like ink clouds. His right hand clenched into a fist. In an instant, the world shifted hue, and a formidable aura of blood surged forth. He swung his fist to collide with the incoming fire dragons. Boom. The clash of 2 immense forces reverberated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Buildings within dozens of feet were obliterated, and the flagstones of the street were gouged into deep craters. The commanders trailing Nanlai staggered back several steps from the overwhelming force. Impressive. The 4 gazed at Lin Jin with grave expressions. This young man possesses considerable strength. By your appearance, you must be the recent notorious criminal on the wanted list. Truly. A bold audacity for a member of the demon cult to disturb my Qishao city. Nanlai's cold smile revealed that he had discerned Lin Jin's identity. Clamor. Lin Jin paid little heed, launching a powerful strike at Nanlai. The immense force jolted Nanlai, who barely managed to withstand the blow, yet found himself involuntarily retreating. What a powerful force. Nanlai's expression hardened, realizing that his physical strength paled in comparison to Lin Jin's. In a flash of thought, he swung his hand, summoning a blinding light as an incredibly heavy sword materialized in his grasp. The blade radiated a chilling light, seemingly infused with boundless power. Without hesitation, he gripped the hilt with both hands, channeling all his strength into a fierce downward strike aimed at Lin Jin. As the sword swung down, the very heavens seemed to shift in color. Chapter 46. As you wish, the once clear sky suddenly turned crimson, accompanied by a faint, ethereal bird call. A colossal flame sword, spanning several dozen yards, descended from above, resembling a blazing vermilion bird. It bore an overwhelming sense of oppression as it charged toward Lin Jin. Yet, in the face of such a staggering assault, Lin Jin merely cast a casual glance, his expression betraying no hint of alarm. The surge of vitality within him roared like a tidal wave, swiftly converging throughout his limbs and bones. Boom! With a resounding echo from within, a robust plume of blood energy erupted from Lin Jin, soaring into the heavens, reaching over 100 feet in height. The rolling crimson mist spread out, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, manifesting as a wide blood-red river that appeared from thin air. This river roared with tumultuous waves, its crashing sound resonating across the land, as if one could truly feel immersed in its depths. The river, imbued with unparalleled vitality, possessed the capacity to devour all. It surged forth, colliding fiercely with the flaming sword. Sizzle. The moment they met, a sharp, jarring sound echoed in the air. Though the flame sword wielded tremendous power, it was akin to a mandish trying to stop a chariot in the face of the relentless river. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty flame sword was completely engulfed by the surging waters. The infinite river continued to wash over the flaming sword, extinguishing its flames and dimming its light. Its strength waned rapidly, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Not only that, but even Nanlai himself could not evade the consequences. He was swept into the Crimson River by the force of the impact. This is bad, as he sensed the overwhelming force, akin to a deluge. Nan Lai's countenance shifted. He trembled violently, unleashing all his power. In an instant, an intense, fiery energy enveloped every corner of his being. Swiftly adhering to the blazing flame dragon armor he wore. Instantly, flames danced ceaselessly, as if the armor had been bestowed with life, undergoing astonishing transformations at a visible pace. With a thunderous roar, Nan Lai transformed into a colossal avian creature in the blink of an eye. It opened its gaping maw, releasing a soul-stirring cry that shook the heavens. Without hesitation, it surged upstream, charging directly toward the oncoming river of vitality. The blood-red river, like a roaring dragon, carried an earth-shattering might as it relentlessly battered Nan Lai. However, the fiery bird, born of Nan Lai, displayed no signs of fear. With its razor-sharp talons, it broke through the river's formidable force, darting like a streak of blazing lightning toward Lin Jin in the distance. Interesting. At this moment, Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within. He had initially underestimated Nan Lai, considering him merely a practitioner at the 8th stage of the spirit infant realm. Yet now, his power had ascended to the 9th stage, rendering him nearly comparable to Haisha. Humph. Arrogant lad. I have not fought with such fervor in decades. You should feel immensely honored to compel me to unleash my true abilities today. Nan Lai laughed boisterously. As he spoke, he raised his right claw, mercilessly striking toward Lin Jin. This punch encapsulated the profound skills he had honed throughout his life, wielding a devastating force that could only be described as astonishing. The surrounding structures, unable to withstand the emanating power, crumbled into ruins. Yet, in the face of Nan Lai's onslaught, Lin Jin remained composed. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he simply clenched his fist. In that instant, the air resonated with a crisp, melodious dragoness roar. Following this, a far more terrifying aura erupted from him, merging with the surging river of vitality. Lin Jin, too, unleashed a punch. This strike appeared unremarkable, devoid of any dazzling radiance. Yet, this seemingly casual blow caused the surrounding air to freeze, halting its movement entirely. However, Nan Lai, hurtling forward, found himself struck with dread. He desperately attempted to halt his momentum, but it was far too late. Boom. An immensely terrifying force penetrated through his protective aura, the flame dragon armor, and his meticulously forged body, shattering them all. His upper body dissolved into a mist of blood, vanishing completely. In that fleeting moment, a 3-inch-tall translucent figure emerged from Nan Lai's dantian, attempting to escape. Yet, enveloped by the river of vitality, it moved as if wading through a quagmire, its speed agonizingly slow. Is this the spirit infant? A hand, as radiant as jade, descended, firmly grasping the figure. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Lad, I am the commander of Qishao City. Do you comprehend the cost of killing me? I advise you to reconsider. Do not assume that a modicum of strength grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Nan Lai threatened ominously. Oh, the cost? Ha ha ha, are you going to issue me a heavenly bounty? Lin Jin laughed heartily, showing no respect. Humph, you young fool. Do you truly believe that killing me will allow you to escape? Then go ahead and try. Nan Lai scoffed, displaying his disdain. As you wish, Lin Jin smiled faintly, then exerted more force. Such scum would not be indulged by him in the slightest. No, Nan Lai exclaimed in shock, realizing Lin Jin was indeed unyielding. And he attempted to plead for mercy. Yet, it was far too late. With a sound reminiscent of a balloon bursting, Nan Lai's spirit infant shattered into countless specks of light. Now it is your turn. Lin Jin pointed toward the 4 leaders of the Qishao guards within the estate. Yen Feng and the others were stricken with terror. The previous battles had convinced them that even if they united, they would not stand a chance against Lin Jin. They believed that only by consolidating the strength of all Qishao guards could they confront this devil of the demonic sect. With 10,000 Qishao guards converging, they could unleash the powerful 9 flames burning heaven formation, capable of rivaling the 9th stage of the spirit infant realm. This was their trump card. Faced with such a formidable adversary, their expressions changed drastically, and they unhesitatingly chose to retreat, hoping to escape the garrison. In an instant, they flickered, transforming into 4 blazing flames, vaguely resembling 4 distinct mythical beasts, darting like shooting stars in 4 different directions. However, how could Lin Jin allow their escape so easily? Chapter 47. 500,000 spirit stones. The sky surged with blood energy, and in an instant, 4 colossal torrents erupted with a thunderous roar, rushing violently towards the 4 individuals attempting to flee. The fiery quartet, still barely airborne, had no time to react before being forcefully slammed into the ground. Accompanied by a deafening crash, the earth trembled beneath them, and where they landed, 4 enormous craters, each several yards in diameter, materialized. Their flames were nearly extinguished, and their bodies sustained grievous injuries. Let us unite our strength and carve a path for survival. The 4 of them strained against their bindings and quickly gathered together, their breaths intertwining as they unleashed their full power without reservation. In that moment, 4 immense forces converged, soaring toward the heavens, forming a gargantuan fire dragon that stretched dozens of yards long. This fiery beast, with claws bared and fangs displayed, exhaled torrents of searing flames as it surged forward, desperately attempting to forge an escape route. The four of them followed closely, exerting all their might, relentlessly squeezing every ounce of energy from their bodies. Just as they ascended into the air, Lin Jin, suspended above, merely pressed down with one arm. The blood energy river descended heavily, encircling the roaring fire dragon. The intense heat of the blood energy scorched the trapped dragon, causing its form to shrink relentlessly, despite their utmost efforts to sustain the dragon's existence. The overwhelming force of the blood energy river rendered their endeavors futile. With a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the cosmos, the fire dragon could no longer withstand the terrifying assault and was instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. The defeat of the fire dragon resulted in a backlash that forced the four to spew blood skyward, their vitality rapidly waning. Soon after, the blood energy river descended like a collapsing tide, obliterating everything in its path. Within moments, the entire garrison was reduced to ruins, with debris strewn about and dust swirling to obscure the sun. Caught in the epicenter of this devastation, the fiery quartet was the first to bear the brunt of this overwhelming force, utterly powerless like ants before a giant. Their spiritual infants perished alongside them in that cataclysmic strike. After annihilating the garrison, Lin Jin withdrew his power, and the oppressive blood energy river gradually dissipated. He waved his hand to convert all the corpses within the garrison, subsequently releasing hundreds of battle souls. The strongest among them were naturally Nan Lai and the four leaders of the Qishao guards, still possessing the strength of spiritual infants, while the others ranged from various guards to servants, with capabilities from the Dan transformation stage to the Qi condensation stage. With this new cadre of battle souls at his command, Lin Jin's power escalated significantly. He then dispatched them throughout the city to scour for spirit stones and spiritual artifacts. Following this, Lin Jin ascended into the skies aboard the battle soul known as Yu Yun, casually producing several platters of delicacies and spirit wine, indulging as if the tumult below held no relevance to him. As time passed, the situation in Qishao City gradually stabilized, with the addition of several spiritual infant battle souls. The strength of the demonic cult's disciples surged, systematically dismantling the main resistance forces, such as the government office and the Qishao guards. Consequently, the entirety of Qishao City found itself devoid of any substantial opposition, with the affluent families barely managing to defend their estates. What followed was a tedious looting process, as the demonic cult's disciples, already positioned at key points throughout the city, made the task exceedingly effortless. By midday, the city's official resources had largely fallen into the hands of the demonic cult. Naturally, under the watchful eyes of the battle souls, even the most obstinate disciples were compelled to relinquish their spirit stones. However, some stubborn individuals met their ends swiftly at the hands of the battle souls. The looting continued until noon. In truth, if time had permitted, a thorough ransacking of all Qishao City would have yielded even greater resources. Nevertheless, Lin Jin was not greedy. To avoid being cornered by reinforcements from the Tianwu dynasty, he departed Qishao City with over 500,000 spirit stones and several thousand units of devouring power. As for the demonic cult's disciples, their fate was of no concern to him. Those with a modicum of intelligence might have salvaged their lives by retreating, while the greedy, blinded by avarice, could only anticipate their grim fate. Yet, someone was observing Lin Jin's movements closely, the steward of the Black Sha branch, Jin Swan. Upon noticing Lin Jin's departure from Qishao City, he appeared conflicted. Ultimately, faced with the choice between following the demonic cult's orders and preserving his own life, he resolutely chose the latter. He swiftly gathered some trusted subordinates and departed quietly. After all, the order to destroy Qishao City had been executed, and he could justify his actions should accountability arise. 200 miles beyond the city, Lin Jin, as before in Tianfeng City, dispersed a portion of his aura, entrusting it to over 200 ordinary battle souls to scatter chaotically. He then altered his appearance, transforming into a robust swordsman of the Jianghu, exuding the strength of someone at the 5th or 6th level of Qi condensation. Mounting a fine steed acquired from an inn, he continued on his journey. However, barely 10 miles into his trek, he encountered an obstruction. A massive dead tree lay across the path. Halt. A few Qi condensation bandits leapt out from behind the rocks. But before they could finish their threat, Lin Jin unleashed a blade of energy that cleaved them in two. Ah, a master. Run. The remaining hidden bandits screamed in terror as they fled. Shadows flickered beside Lin Jin, and soon, distant cries echoed as the fleeing bandits met their end at the hands of the battle souls. After dispatching the few brigands, Lin Jin converted them and continued along the mountain path toward the bandits' lair. Moments later, he arrived at a plateau where a wooden gate marked the entrance to Qingfeng village. Behind it lay a vast cave, home to several well-constructed houses, an impressive hideout, indeed. Lin Jin smiled slightly and stepped forward, inciting panic among the sentinels as they fled in a frenzied scramble into the village. What? Someone is walking through the air. By the heavens. Which formidable figure is this? The village leader was dumbfounded. He had merely intended to rob a passerby, never expecting to provoke such a being. His first thought was to flee. Quickly, let us escape through the back door. The flustered leader dashed toward the exit with his men, but several battle souls surged in, leaving no bandit able to obstruct their path, resulting in a symphony of screams. They swiftly reached the village leader. "Brothers, let us fight." In this dire moment, the village leader, spurred by battle fervor, drew his dagger, ready to charge. Yet, in the next instant, he felt a chill at his throat, and his vision spun wildly. The last image he beheld was that of his own headless body collapsing to the ground in confusion. The warriors swiftly dispatched all the mountain bandits, subsequently gathering their lifeless bodies for Lin Jin to transform. At this moment, Lin Jin leisurely entered the cavern. After the transformation of the corpses, he selected the most pristine chamber. He then commenced the absorption of resources obtained from Qishao City. An incessant flow of energy surged into Lin Jin's body, beginning to forge new meridians. This relentless influx propelled his strength towards an elevated realm. Chapter 48, the 43rd level of body tempering as Lin Jin endeavored to break through with all his might. A flying vessel surged forth at great speed from over 200 miles away in Qishao City. Its swiftness surpassed all expectations. By the time disciples of the demonic sect spotted the vessel on the horizon, it had already arrived at Qishao City in a flash. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the vessel, clad in dark, serpentine armor, with 3 claw marks running from his brow to his jaw. It was none other than Yuan Lai, the commander of the 7th Guard of the Heavenly Punishment Division, who had previously tracked Lin Jin. A bunch of scum, Yuan Lai barked coldly, unleashing his power as the roar of dragons resonated from within him. 9 colossal golden dragon phantoms emerged, swirling above Yuan Lai, devouring the spiritual energy within several miles. At this moment, the ruckus makers finally glanced skyward in terror. "It's the Heavenly Punishment Division. Everyone, flee. My heavens, how could they arrive so swiftly? Where is that expert who broke into the guardhouse? Why isn't he here to stop the Heavenly Punishment Division?" The martial artists were instantly struck with fear, crying out in desperation, hoping that Lin Jin would stand forth to confront the threat. Yet, they failed to consider their own insignificance and the audacity of demanding aid from the powerful. Without a towering figure to shield them, the raucous crowd lost all courage, scattering in panic, forgetting their intent to loot. In contrast, the morale of the demonic sect disciples remained relatively stable. Although they were also filled with dread, they retained some semblance of order. "Leave no one alive among the troublemakers." Yuan Lai's furious roar echoed throughout Qishao City, followed by the roar of the 9 dragons as they descended, annihilating anyone in their path, be they disciples of the demonic sect or opportunistic martial artists. Simultaneously, hundreds of the weakest heavenly punishment guards, each at the spirit sea level, poured forth from the vessel, charging towards the demonic sect disciples within the city. These guards were immensely powerful and equipped with formidable magical artifacts, swiftly overwhelming the previously arrogant demonic disciples, who crumbled under the onslaught, unable to mount any effective resistance. It dawned on them that their earlier ease was due to the absence of the true powerhouses of Qishao City, all eliminated by the guest experts. Without Lin Jin, they were no match for the celestial martial dynasty. Several demonic sect elders quickly convened to discuss their predicament. "Where's Jin Swan? That coward fled after the guest experts left. Damn it, I should have dealt with him when I had the chance. What is the use of lamenting? Our immediate priority is to figure out what to do now. What else can we do? We can only retreat. We've already attracted the Heavenly Punishment Division, so our mission is complete. If I had known, I should have left when the guest experts did." As the gravity of their situation settled in, the elders decided to withdraw. However, it was too late. As they gathered, they were spotted by those aboard the vessel. Immediately, 2 first-level spirit infant experts, accompanied by dozens of others, descended upon them. A fierce battle erupted, and as expected, all but one, who managed to escape through a unique technique, were slain on the spot. With the deaths of these demonic elders, the remaining disciples within Qishao City lost all capacity for resistance. Yuan Lai, leading the 7th Guard alongside the surviving city defenders, summoned the prominent families to dispatch their guards. Within half a day, all visible troublemakers were eradicated, and the members of the Soul Pursuit team were dispatched to uncover those who had hidden away. "Hey, this person looks familiar. Wait, isn't that the wanted criminal?" Upon spotting Lin Jin's likeness on a scroll, members of the Soul Pursuit team were momentarily stunned. Their expressions changed, and they quickly affixed talismans to a compass. As anticipated, the compass began to spin furiously. When they reported Lin Jin's whereabouts, Yuan Lai's countenance grew exceedingly grim. "Chase him. There's a high chance he'll flee like a dog being walked. Yet if we don't pursue, I do feel a tinge of regret." Ultimately, he resolved to send Deputy Commander Mo Li with 2 teams aboard the vessel to pursue, while he remained in Qishao City to guard against any further disturbances. Mo Li, wearing a wry smile, piloted the vessel away. The vessel raced swiftly, soon eliminating dozens of false locations. "Deputy Commander, look, the response in this direction is particularly strong." Just as they were about to proceed to another false site, a member of the Soul Pursuit team suddenly shouted, "All right, let us head that way." Mo Li, however, held little hope, resigned to the fact that they would go wherever fate led them. The vessel veered toward the mountains. Meanwhile, within the cave where Lin Jin resided, the atmosphere had grown unbearably heated. A torrential crimson river surged throughout the cavern, and the wooden structures had long been reduced to ashes. The architect of this chaos was Lin Jin, who, in his cultivation, emanated an overwhelming aura of blood and vitality, rendering even the stones within the cave a vivid red. After a brief interval, a roar akin to a colossal beast erupted from within Lin Jin, who slowly opened his eyes, causing all anomalies to dissipate. With a resounding thud, Lin Jin clenched his fist, terrifying power coalescing within his palm. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Having expended vast amounts of spirit stones and the remnants of countless cultivators, he had consolidated nearly all energy into himself, propelling his prowess to an unprecedented level. Name: Lin Jin. Race: Human. Lifespan: 19,300. Spiritual root: for symbol wind and cloud. Spiritual root: Supreme. Under repair: Physique: Profound Emperor Supreme. Divine veins: under repair. Strength: Body tempering level 43, blood flowing like a river. Faction: None. Technique: Yellow grade intermediate mountain soil body refining technique, perfected. Earth grade superior 9 Hell's Overlord body technique, perfected. He had thoroughly opened 6 new meridians. Lin Jin momentarily pondered the extent of his newfound strength, convinced that he could easily dispatch Blackshaw with a single slap if he were to stand before him now. Thus, he felt assured that he had indeed reached the level of divine mansion. Suddenly, Lin Jin furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to the horizon. He sensed a formidable presence approaching rapidly from dozens of miles away, and he surmised that this strong entity was undoubtedly heading in his direction. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the cause of this situation. It was likely due to his intense breakthrough, which had naturally adjusted his body to its most potent state. The effects of the Void Return technique had been temporarily nullified, and this approaching power was probably emanating from Qishao City. How careless of me. Lin Jin mused with a faint smile. He retrieved a voluminous robe from the divine prison space and donned it. The once-fitting garment now felt a bit snug. Clearly, he would need to arrange for a variety of clothing sizes in the future. With a thought, Lin Jin stepped out of the cave, fixing his gaze upon the approaching target. Chapter 49, The Devouring Vessel. Lin Jin's unmasked presence suddenly appeared within the view of the flying vessel. Left Deputy Commander. There are people ahead. We have indeed found him. The members of the soul-chasing team were momentarily taken aback in disbelief, then joy surged within them. All gazes were directed towards the shimmering array, a sudden sense of exhilaration rising within. After being toyed with for so long, they had finally located the true target. Be cautious, it could be a trap. That madman has always been prudent. How could he suddenly reveal himself? We have already scouted a 10-mile radius, and there's only one target. How could he possibly show himself now? Does he believe he can contend with us? Laughter erupted within the vessel. Even Emily bore a hint of a smile on her face. According to the soul-chasing disc, despite Lin Jin's formidable strength, it did not exceed the realm of the spirit infant stage. The flying vessel was not merely a means of transport, but a powerful magical artifact, even surpassing the strength of the 7th Guard Commander, Yuan Lai, though it lacked the ability to harness the forces of nature like true Divine Mansion realm experts. Its sheer destructive capability was comparable. It was certainly beyond the reach of any spirit infant cultivator. Prepare to capture him. Do not let him escape. Rest assured. Left Deputy Commander, no one has ever managed to flee from beneath this vessel. The atmosphere within the vessel was remarkably relaxed. Just as it approached within 5 miles of Lin Jin, ready to unleash an assault, Lin Jin, who had been observing the vessel, suddenly made a move. He stepped forward, and in an instant, his form vanished. The next moment, he stood atop the vessel. Clenching his fist, a surge of blood energy erupted, soaring hundreds of feet into the sky, emanating a river of vitality that spanned several miles. The next second, Lin Jin struck down upon the vessel with a tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as the moving vessel was sent crashing to the ground by Lin Jin's mighty blow. It shattered several mountain peaks before finally plummeting into a dense forest. Lin Jin reappeared atop the vessel, delivering several powerful punches that created a massive breach in its structure. The vessel, which had been struggling to rise, immediately fell silent. A top-tier true artifact had been dismantled by a few strikes from Lin Jin. At this moment, the occupants of the vessel finally reacted, a wave of horror washing over them. A chilling dread filled their hearts. The more they understood the vessel's might, the clearer the terrifying strength of their assailant became. In that instant, they regretted coming here, but it was far too late. Lin Jin tore through the vessel's armor and entered its interior. Observing the faces of the terrified crew, he merely offered a cold smile. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a terrifying force that enveloped them all. A series of cracking sounds echoed as nearly everyone was crushed by Lin Jin's grip, blood spurting forth as they perished. Only Emily, a spirit infant realm expert, retained some capacity for resistance. Her life-bound true artifact, the Thousand Illusions Ice Mirror, trembled above her, radiating an aura of extreme cold. A thick layer of ice, 3 feet deep, formed around her, shielding her from immediate destruction. However, Lin Jin merely cast a faint glance her way. With a single finger pointed, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted forth. With a resounding impact, it penetrated the protective barrier of the icy shield, striking Emily. Emily let out a piercing scream. She felt as though a colossal fireball had been thrust into her body, an unbearable heat radiating from within, as if she were being cooked alive. Despite the icy cover, it offered no relief from the searing heat. Even the once impassable ice melted rapidly under this intense energy. Desperate, Emily attempted to channel her spiritual energy to dispel the blood energy within her, only to find it evaporating like snow under the scorching sun before it even reached the source of power. Moments later, she was burned to death by the blood energy. Her spirit infant unable to escape fate. Her form collapsed, twisted like a charred ember, sinking into the water. Lin Jin seized her life-bound true artifact, and with a forceful grip, shattered it, absorbing the resultant energy into the divine prison space. Contemplating the vessel, Lin Jin ultimately decided against converting it into his own artifact. Such an item would undoubtedly be monitored by the Tianwu dynasty, effectively serving as a tracking device. Therefore, he swiftly exited the vessel, channeling his power. He conjured dozens of massive blood hands, unleashing a furious assault upon the vessel, utterly obliterating its spirit. He then commenced the process of devouring it. Within a few breaths, the once mighty vessel had been reduced to a heap of scrap. Lin Jin emerged with energy equivalent to 200,000 spirit stones, causing his eyes to brighten. He hoped to encounter more vessels in the future, as the resources gained this way were far swifter than plundering cities. It appeared prudent to relocate swiftly. With a thought, Lin Jin altered his appearance and aura, boarding the War Soul Phantom Cloud to traverse the forest towards the distance. Not long after Lin Jin's annihilation of the vessel, in the imperial capital of the Tianwu dynasty, tens of thousands of miles away, within a dark and foreboding hall, stood towering stone pillars, each radiating a pale, ghostly light. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed, and one of the pillars emitted a sound of fracture, the light extinguishing simultaneously. The guards, alarmed, hurriedly began to investigate the situation. Not good. A vessel has been destroyed. Quickly, ascertain which one. It was the one led by Yuan Lai of the 7th Guard. Inform the hall master at once. Deep within the palace, the crimson-haired Lord of Punishment, Chu Kuanga, was using the head of a strange beast to nourish his life-bound artifact, the 10,000 Calamities Blade. The blade, adorned with 300 golden cores, gleamed with various hues, greedily absorbing blood. At that moment, a member of the Heavenly Punishment Guard entered, reporting the destruction of the vessel. The vessel has been destroyed. Chu Kuanga showed no sign of anger, merely pondering briefly before instructing. Send a message to Yuan Lai, instructing him to secure Qishao City. I will dispatch the Dark Punishment Guards to support him. My lord, we have received requests for aid from the majority of the 36 states, but our manpower is currently insufficient. Dispatch everyone who sends a request for aid. We must respond to all. Understood, my lord. The Heavenly Punishment Guard respectfully exited. Chu Kuanga caressed the 10,000 Calamities Blade, a gentle smile gracing his features, as if he were addressing a beloved. Soon, it won't be long before you can feast upon the blood of the strong. With Chu Kuanga's maniacal laughter, the lights in the hall gradually dimmed, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes flickering in the darkness. Chapter 50, The Town. Night Raid. As evening approached, Lin Jin arrived at a quaint little town nestled at the foot of a mountain. The town was modest in size, housing roughly 1,000 inhabitants. Upon riding to the town's outskirts, he paid a modest entrance fee of 3 coins. The elderly gatekeeper, without uttering a word of inquiry, allowed Lin Jin to enter, indicating that outsiders were a common sight here. Once within the town, Lin Jin observed that the residents appeared to lead a reasonably comfortable life. The garments worn by passers-by were not excessively tattered, and their expressions bore no semblance of deep-seated sorrow or resentment. He made his way to the town's Soul Inn. The Yulian. Welcome, esteemed guest. Would you like a room for the night, or just a meal? The innkeeper's assistant greeted him warmly. Take good care of my horse, prepare a fine spread of food and drink for me, and arrange a clean room, Lin Jin replied, dismounting and generously handing over a handful of coins. Of course, esteemed guest. Please find a seat while I secure your horse and make the arrangements, the assistant beamed, his smile widening at the sight of the coins. Lin Jin nodded and chose a spot near the entrance. The tavern was bustling, filled with patrons, most of whom bore the air of wandering adventurers. Listening closely to their conversations, Lin Jin soon discovered the source of the town's prosperity, a particular herb, abundant in the surrounding mountains, renowned for its efficacy in treating external injuries. Many of these adventurers had come to acquire it, inadvertently spurring the town's development. Originally a small mountain village, it had evolved over decades into a thriving settlement of over 1,000 residents. Lin Jin smiled faintly, appreciating that in such a world, even a relatively affluent existence was a blessing. Yet, he mused, it was merely a blessing, without formidable strength. Even the slightest upheaval could lead to ruin, be it losing one's home or annihilation of one's kin. Esteemed guest, I believe this is your first visit to our town. You simply must try our specialty cool tea. I guarantee your satisfaction. The eager assistant exclaimed as he poured tea for Lin Jin. Indeed, it is my first time. But how did you know? Lin Jin replied with a calm smile, savoring the tea's delightful flavor, sweet with a hint of coolness, truly a summer delicacy. Oh, I may lack certain abilities, but my perception is keen. Had you visited before? Your imposing presence would have been unforgettable, the assistant said with a blend of confidence and flattery. Ha ha, well said. Here is a little something for you, Lin Jin chuckled, tossing a few more coins to the assistant. Thank you, esteemed sir. I will ensure your meal is prepared promptly, the assistant beamed, rushing off in delight. His exuberance, however, drew the attention of several nearby tables, who initially wore expressions of annoyance but quickly swallowed their words upon glimpsing Lin Jin's formidable physique. Though transformed, he stood an impressive 2 meters tall, his muscular build unmistakably indicating his prowess. Consequently, Lin Jin enjoyed his meal in peace. Sated, he retired to the room the assistant had prepared for him. It wasn't until he left that the atmosphere among the nearby patrons returned to its usual rhythm. As time passed and night enveloped the land, the town soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, a group of several dozen individuals lay concealed in the dense woods beyond the town, their eyes greedily fixated on the settlement. They were a small gang from a nearby city, having seized the opportunity to join in the looting during the chaos stirred by the disciples of the demonic sect. When the celestial punishment guards arrived, they had hastily fled the city, knowing that this town was rich in herbs and ripe for plunder, eager to recoup their losses. With the disciples of the demonic sect rampaging, the existence of this small town had gone largely unnoticed. They believed this was the perfect moment to strike. Old 3. Take a few men and scout the area, commanded a burly middle-aged man with a scruffy beard in a hushed tone. Understood, boss, Old 3 replied, promptly leading a few men into the town under the cover of darkness. Moments later, they returned. Boss, the defenses inside are remarkably lax, there isn't even a night watch. Old 3 reported. Excellent. Leave a few men outside to respond if necessary. The rest of us will go in and seize our fortune, the bearded man exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He felt a sense of liberation away from the city. In this small place, he was the king, free to rob at will. However, before they could revel in their anticipation, several shadowy figures emerged from within the town. In an instant, flashes of cold steel glinted in the moonlight, and dozens of men fell without a sound. The bearded man attempted to resist, but against the might of the soul warriors, he was as fragile as paper. He too was swiftly dispatched. Boss. The few men left outside gasped in horror at the bizarre scene before them. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled, instinctively aware of the danger. Though they were uncertain of what had transpired, those who mingled in the underworld were adept at sensing shifting winds. The peril was evident, and they had no intention of throwing their lives away for revenge. Yet, moments later, their frantic escape was abruptly halted as they collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling silent. The soul warriors simply wiped the blood from their weapons, vanquishing the gang with ease before disappearing into the shadows once more. The following morning, the bodies of the bearded man and his gang were discovered, igniting widespread panic within the town. The town's constable promptly investigated, discovering that all had been killed with a single blow. Observing their final positions, it was evident they had intended to rob the town. The constable's expression darkened as he realized the implications of a night raid on the town. Quickly, he felt a wave of relief, surmising that a formidable individual must have intervened, eliminating the threat. He refrained from delving deeper into whether this hero was merely passing through or had been residing in the town. Thus, the constable arranged for a public announcement, assuring the townsfolk that the deceased were mere bandits seeking to plunder, eradicated by a passing hero. He urged the people not to worry, vowing to protect their safety. Meanwhile, while enjoying breakfast, Lin Jin merely smiled at the innkeeper's announcement. After all, they were merely petty thieves, easily dealt with by a few soul warriors, and he had no cause for concern. After finishing his meal, Lin Jin retrieved his horse, casually giving the assistant a piece of silver, which sent the young man into a state of exuberance, mumbling about saving enough to join a martial arts school in the city. Lin Jin responded with a nonchalant remark. The assistant's talent was average at best. Even if he joined a martial arts school, he was unlikely to achieve anything remarkable. Yet, everyone should have dreams. Perhaps this ambition was the very foundation of his resolve. Chapter 51. The Ethereal Moon. The immortal of 9 calamities in the following days. Lin Jin enjoyed a remarkably leisurely existence. He strolled at a measured pace, taking breaks to savor food and rest whenever he encountered small towns. Naturally, the journey was not entirely devoid of turmoil. However, the so-called disturbances were mere whispers of wind in Lin Jin's presence, easily dispelled. In fact, his intervention significantly improved the local security situation. During this time, he gathered tidings from various wanderers. Ever since the disciples of the demonic sect ignited the first flames, chaos erupted everywhere. Even with the Heaven's Punishment Guards enforcing order, their attention was too stretched to cover all areas. A sense of a crumbling dynasty lingered in the air, prompting many grassroots figures from the martial world to flee the cities and seek refuge in small towns. Such places, generally devoid of demonic sect disciples, offered a semblance of tranquility and peace. Although life lacked the vibrancy of urban existence, it was preferable to the multitude of dangers cities presented. At noon, Lin Jin leisurely rode into a town nestled by the river. This town was notably larger than the previous ones, boasting a population of several thousand, comparable to a small city. Upon entering, Lin Jin surprised himself by not seeking an inn, but rather heading directly to the residence of a prominent family, the Su family. Despite his efforts to conceal his identity, Lin Jin still towered at nearly 2 meters tall. The guards at the gates grew tense as he approached. Hands instinctively resting on their swords, their gazes fixed intently on him, wary of any sudden movement. Inform your master that an old acquaintance named Lin has come to visit. Lin Jin instructed the guards. Understood. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I shall report immediately, one guard replied, visibly relieved by Lin Jin's demeanor. He hurried inside to relay the message. Before long, an elderly steward emerged. Young hero Lin, please come inside. The master has been expecting you, he welcomed. Lin Jin offered a slight smile, dismounted, and followed the steward inside. Upon crossing the threshold, Lin Jin was greeted by a dense aroma of medicinal herbs. A scent undetectable outside the estate, indicating the presence of a formation within, given that this was a stronghold of the demonic sect. The existence of such protective measures was entirely expected. Prior to their mission's commencement, He Sha had anticipated that the outpost in the Black Abyss Valley would become a focal point for the Tianwu dynasty's attention. Remaining there would only heighten the danger. So they had agreed to reconvene here post-mission. As Lin Jin ambled along, he employed his battle spirit to scout the surroundings. Only after ensuring the area within a radius of several dozen miles was secure and monitored did he feel at ease approaching. Though his strength was formidable, exercising caution remained prudent. Esteemed guest, my master awaits you inside. I shall take my leave, the steward soon announced, leading Lin Jin to a courtyard before bowing and departing. Lin Jin furrowed his brow slightly. In the courtyard, a woman clad in a flowing white gown sat in a pavilion, delicately tossing food into the pond for the fish. As she heard his footsteps, she slowly turned to face Lin Jin. Her exquisite visage, adorned with a crimson beauty mark between her brows, possessed eyes that were both frosty and alluring, exuding an otherworldly charm. Lin Jin was not swayed by her beauty. Instead, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from her, signifying her status as a formidable figure at the divine mansion level. You have arrived, Lin Jin, she greeted him as if they were old friends. Your tone suggests familiarity. Yet I have no recollection of you, Lin Jin remarked, arching an eyebrow as he stepped further into the pavilion. We have shared a bond for over a decade, and you have so easily forgotten me. This truly saddens me, she replied, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Her beauty intensified under this guise of sorrow, compelling nearly every man to instinctively wish to embrace her and offer comfort. Lin Jin, however, maintained a detached smile, responding, I have no interest in playing riddles. I am here solely to reclaim what is rightfully mine. You do not recognize me, but do you know her? The woman's demeanor shifted from wistfulness to an icy composure, an ethereal glow emanating from her. Moments later, a figure seemingly both real and illusory began to take shape. Elder Bai Ling? Did you kill her? No. Are you her? Lin Jin observed the familiar visage, astonished. The original body's survival was attributed to Bai Ling's intervention during the Judgment Assembly. Without her voice of support, the original would have perished. No, the woman gently shook her head, stating, she is me, yet I am not her. My true identity is Yue, the holy maiden of the heavenly demonic sect. Lin Jin grasped the philosophical implications of Yue's words, suddenly enlightened. Bai Ling might exist as a manifestation akin to a battle spirit, perhaps a result of a specific technique or treasure. Understanding Bai Ling's identity, Lin Jin posed another question. As a formidable figure at the divine mansion level, why would you disguise yourself and infiltrate a spirit infant level sect, all while preserving my life? It perplexes me. Yue smiled, rising to stand before Lin Jin, extending a finger as if to touch his forehead. Speak freely, but refrain from any inappropriate gestures. Yet, Lin Jin, lacking any romantic inclination, deftly swatted her hand away. Oh, little Lin Jin, you have changed so much. You were once so polite, always addressing Bai Ling as sister. In those days, I often held you close. This new demeanor truly breaks my heart. Yue lamented, feigning despair. Lin Jin observed her theatrics with indifference. His gaze is unruffled as a still pond. This is rather tedious, Yue muttered, then leapt onto a stone table, crossing her legs, propping her chin on one hand while watching Lin Jin with amusement. My journey to the Qingyun sect was for you, or rather, for the Xianhuang Supreme Divine Vein. However, upon discovering that a powerful entity was secretly watching over you, I devised a plan to impersonate Bai Ling and abduct you. Unfortunately, the Guardian never wavered, and I was left without an opportunity. Until they extracted your divine vein, then I grasped the true intentions of the powerful figure behind the Qingyun sect. Yue explained languidly. According to your account, if you sought my physique, then my incapacitation renders me of no use to you. Why go to the lengths to preserve my life? Lin Jin questioned, furrowing his brow. Yet, the light in Yue's eyes grew brighter, a smile gracing her lips. Because your physique was not always known by that name, it was renamed due to the legendary figure, Xianhuang. Its true name is the Immortal of Nine Calamities. In a distant era, there was another with the same physique who, despite having his divine vein extracted in youth, ultimately regrew it and ascended as a supreme being. I discovered this information in ancient texts, and thus I wish to test if you could tread the path of that supreme entity. Lin Jin felt a rush of understanding, inwardly chuckling at the thought that without the system, he would have perished long ago. The notion of the immortal of 9 calamities seemed trivial, a mere myth. Who knows which old fool spun such tales? Chapter 52. How would you like to repay me? However, Yue was oblivious to the existence of the system, believing that the legendary physique was indeed real. Now, upon seeing you, it confirms that the ancient tome was indeed accurate. Not only are you intact, but your powers have also significantly advanced. Although I do not understand why you lack spiritual energy, I can sense that your current strength is undoubtedly equivalent to that of a divine mansion realm expert. It seems you have embarked on the path of that legendary supreme being. And so? Lin Jin replied indifferently. Therefore, I wish for you to be my protector, assisting me in becoming the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. At that time, you will serve as the deputy leader with access to all the sect's resources. You shall have as many spirit stones as you desire. Beauty, spirit stones, treasures, unparalleled techniques, anything you wish for, you can possess. Even if you desire me, I can grant that as well. Yue floated gracefully in the air, radiating a hazy glow. She exuded both purity and allure, her every gesture imbued with a captivating charm. The very air around her seemed to emit a subtle fragrance that penetrated the heart. Yet, Lin Jin stood there silently, his expression one of indifference as he regarded Yue. Showing no sign of being moved by her display, an awkward tension hung in the air. Yue's face betrayed a hint of anger, her fair complexion tinged with a faint blush. Is the performance over? Let us speak plainly. What can you offer me? I do not require empty promises. What a heartless man you are. Is this how you repay me for saving your life? I certainly remember your saving my life. However, I have no interest in joining the Heavenly Demon Sect. Then how do you intend to repay me? By saving your life. Just on your word? Do you think that now, having attained strength rivaling a divine mansion realm cultivator, you can boldly say such things? Yue regarded Lin Jin with a hint of disdain. While Lin Jin's current strength indeed caught her attention, the notion of him saving her life seemed utterly absurd. Lin Jin chose silence, merely stepping forward. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within Lin Jin, his bones twisting and cracking rapidly. His form began to change swiftly, and in mere moments, he reverted to his original state, towering over 2.5 meters, his physique resembling that of an ancient behemoth. His previously fitting attire was instantly torn apart. Simultaneously, his vitality surged skyward, transforming into a blood-red river that enveloped the entire estate. The terrifying river roared around them, and everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Instantly, apart from Yue and Lin Jin, no one else could stand. All were compelled to prostrate themselves on the ground, desperately resisting the terrifying force. Yet, due to the powerful formation obscuring the estate, to the outside world, it appeared tranquil. Yue's initially confident demeanor shifted instantly, her form instinctively retreating several yards. Her expression became grave as she gazed at Lin Jin, disbelief etched across her features. In that fleeting moment, she felt she was no longer facing a mere individual, but rather a terrifying beast from ancient times, capable of extinguishing her life with a mere gesture. Even after communicating with Haisha, having sufficiently overestimated Lin Jin's prowess, it was only now, in direct confrontation, that she comprehended the true extent of his terrifying strength. What shocked her further was that mere months prior, he had only just ascended to the Spirit Sea realm. In an instant, envy towards the legendary 9 catastrophe immortal body surged within her. After decades of cultivation, she had become a rare genius within the sect, yet she had only attained the 5th level of the Divine Mansion realm. What is your current strength? Yue asked, her countenance darkening. Killing a few Divine Mansion realm experts should pose no challenge. Lin Jin smiled lightly. Do you still doubt my ability to save your life? Yue fell silent. Originally, she had intended to use the twin life-ending goo to forcibly control him if he disagreed, but now she hesitated. Even if she could defeat Lin Jin, the intense vitality coursing through him would incinerate the goo within him. Humph. I can see that I underestimated you somewhat. But do you think a mere empty promise of saving my life can repay that debt? Upon hearing Yue counter his previous words, Lin Jin remained unfazed. He gathered his vitality, and the overwhelming pressure dissipated instantly. Then, with a single gesture, a golden light appeared, swiftly flying to Yue's front. It was the Divine Prison Mark. This item not only allows control over a target, but can also enhance or detonate their power. It is akin to lending Lin Jin's or the battle spirit's strength through this mark. Is this all you offer? I fail to see its miraculous properties. Yue expressed her skepticism, unwilling to accept something of unclear origin easily. Lin Jin did not elaborate further, nor did he specify the mark's true function. You may accept it. Should you find yourself in peril, awaken it, and I will come to your aid regardless of your location. But you only have one chance after that. It will be gone, so do not squander it. Of course, if you choose not to accept it, I will not force you, and our debt will be considered settled. Lin Jin spoke with a smile. Yue regarded Lin Jin's expression, feeling an impulse to strike him. Yet, after weighing her options, she quelled that impulse. Although she had not achieved her goal, a bond of gratitude still existed between them. Should a confrontation occur, it would sever that connection entirely. Little Lin Jin, How did I not notice before how domineering and shameless you are? Now you see. Humph. Yue snorted coldly. Then placed several powerful seals around the divine prison mark before confidently storing it within her spatial artifact. As the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, she had encountered countless underhanded tactics and would never allow an unfamiliar object to remain unsealed by her side. Only with seals in place could she feel secure. Even if something were amiss, the seals would prevent any turmoil. Lin Jin silently watched as Yue performed her actions, his mind devoid of ulterior motives. He merely sought to reciprocate her act of preserving his life. Once he saw Yue secure the mark, he spoke. Now that the trivial matters have been addressed, we should discuss the pressing issues. Is it not time for you to fulfill the agreement I made with Haisha before we act? Yue shot Lin Jin an exasperated glance. Sensing the sarcasm in his words, what do you mean by trivial matters? With a hint of irritation, she responded, you should wait here for a while. Haisha is likely still some time away. With that, she did not spare Lin Jin another glance, sweeping away with a flutter of her long skirt, leaving behind a lingering fragrance in the courtyard. Lin Jin smiled faintly, unperturbed. Before long, the previous steward returned. Esteemed guest, allow this old servant to escort you to your resting quarters. Lin Jin nodded and followed the steward to a serene courtyard. Within the yard, 10 or so young maidservants awaited. Esteemed guest, if you have any tasks for them, please do not hesitate to command. This old servant will take his leave. The old steward bowed and exited. Greetings, my lord. The maidservants bowed respectfully to Lin Jin. Attend to your own affairs. Do not disturb me without my instruction. With a wave of his hand, Lin Jin entered the room. The maids exchanged fleeting glances before resuming their tasks, some tidying up, while others tended to the flowers. Chapter 53. The Portrait of All Beings. Early the next morning, Lin Jin was enjoying his breakfast when he felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He turned his gaze towards the northwest, where two powerful waves of spiritual energy surged towards the estate, one distinctly tainted by demonic aura, while the other bore an overwhelming stench of decay, seeming even more sinister than the first. Could it be that Haisha was fleeing here from someone? A possibility flickered in Lin Jin's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly as he rose and made his way outside. Upon stepping out, he encountered Yue. It seems you sensed it too. One of those auras must belong to Haisha. Given his speed, he must be employing the blood escape technique. Whoever is pursuing him is undoubtedly a formidable presence at the Divine Mansion level. Her expression was grim, tinged with anger, as if she wished to eliminate Haisha herself. A mere Divine Mansion cultivator is hardly a threat, especially since his aura is far weaker than yours. What is there to fear? True. A practitioner of the first or second level of the Divine Mansion is not particularly daunting, but he would inevitably attract even stronger foes. I fear for the safety of this outpost I have painstakingly established. Then let us kill them. We'll slay as many as come, she declared. You speak so lightly of it. Don't think your current strength allows for such arrogance. I assure you, the power of the Tianwu dynasty far exceeds your imagination. Suit yourself. After all, this is your demonic sect's territory. I can simply take my leave. Lin Jin shrugged nonchalantly. If a being surpassing his limits were to arrive, he would be the first to flee. Yue shot him a disdainful glance, unwilling to engage with someone who seemed so indifferent to the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a crimson light streaked across the sky, crashing into the courtyard, landing right before Yue. As the blood-red glow faded, it revealed Haisha, covered in blood. His face flushed. Upon seeing Yue, he exhaled deeply, the tension visibly leaving his body. His once formidable aura rapidly diminished, ultimately falling below that of the spiritual sea realm. Your subordinate, Haisha, pays respects to the holy maiden Yue, he managed to utter, barely managing to stand as he bowed his head. Speak. Who is pursuing you? Yue inquired directly, cutting through any pretense. Haisha forced a bitter smile, his voice tinged with despair. It is Yin Nu, the right vice commander of the 6th Guard. I never anticipated their speed would be so swift. All the disciples I led to Tianlei Prefecture have perished. Had I not utilized the blood escape technique in time, I too would have. Enough. I made it clear beforehand that your task was to create chaos in the 4 states, not to risk your lives. Why didn't you retreat sooner? The losses to my disciples are unacceptable. Yue reprimanded him fiercely. Haisha's expression changed, his head bowing in shame. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to plunder resources and gain merit within the sect, to exchange for more resources to break through to the Divine Mansion realm. Yet, the Tianwu dynasty's response had been far too rapid this time. Failure was failure, and he had no justification to argue. Your issues will be addressed upon our return to the sect. For now, we must deal with the Tianqing division. You should retreat to heal, Yue commanded, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. She then turned her attention to Lin Jin, who, quicker than she, spoke coldly, given Haisha's state. I suspect the promised items may no longer be forthcoming. In that case, there is no point in my staying any longer. I shall take my leave. He clasped his fists respectfully towards Yue, preparing to depart. Yue was taken aback, not expecting his abruptness. I will compensate you for what Haisha promised, she quickly replied. Lin Jin halted, extending a hand towards her. Without hesitation, Yue tossed him a spatial bag. As he received it, he immediately probed within with his spiritual sense. Inside were 30 superior spirit stones and several jade tablets, each inscribed with a low-grade body refinement technique. These items will certainly meet or exceed what He Sha had vowed to you, she stated with a somewhat somber tone. Lin Jin paid no heed to her demeanor, promptly storing the bag within his spatial domain. A smile crept onto his face as he accepted the benefits. The Tianwu dynasty was also my enemy. I must stand united with the Holy Maiden against them. Yue rolled her eyes at Lin Jin, noting how his current focus on self-interest starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. Yet, her primary concern remained the impending attack from the Tianqing division. Other matters could wait. She knew that despite only one Divine Mansion-level cultivator being present now, the enemy had likely already alerted the Sixth Guard. Had she been alone, she would have fled without hesitation. However, with Lin Jin's presence, she felt emboldened to fight. Moreover, the formation here provided sufficient support to confront the Sixth Guard. Even if they faltered, she had means to retreat safely. As for Lin Jin, Yue smirked inwardly. Should he engage in a mutual annihilation with the Tianqing division, she could plan a deadly curse on him. Then, she would show him what it meant to face the Holy Maiden of the demonic sect. Lin Jin, sensing Yue's emotions, remained unfazed. It was only natural for her to harbor some resentment after being bested repeatedly. Furthermore, he had more pressing matters to attend to, merging the techniques provided by Yue with those he had plundered from Qishao City into the Nine Prisons body technique. Massive energy was absorbed by the small dark chamber, propelling the Nine Prisons body technique to higher realms. However, due to the increased difficulty of this fusion, the process was slow, and Lin Jin settled in to wait patiently. Meanwhile, several miles away on a mountain peak, a slender, pallid man with a distinctly feminine aura was intently observing the town. This was Yen Nu, the right vice commander of the Sixth Guard. Upon sensing the sudden disappearance of He Sha's aura, he deduced this must be a stronghold of the demonic sect, surely protected by a Divine Mansion-level cultivator. Otherwise, He Sha would not have fled here. Exercising caution, he refrained from recklessly entering, opting instead to relay the location back to the Sixth Guard's flying vessel. However, the vessel would take at least half an hour to arrive. To prevent the demonic sect from escaping unnoticed, Yen Nu contemplated for a moment before summoning his life-bound mystical tool, the Portrait of All Beings, crafted from the complete skin of 3,000 young maidens, each possessing the strength of the spiritual sea realm, and featuring 12 celestial maidens at the spiritual infant level. It was an exceptionally potent artifact. He launched the scroll into the sky, where it expanded to a formidable size of 10 zhang. The canvas depicted thousands of stunning women in flight. Arise! Yen Nu chanted an incantation, and the images on the scroll began to shift, transforming from a flat depiction to a more three-dimensional form. Moments later, hundreds of elegantly dressed women descended gracefully, hovering in the air, all gazing at Yen Nu. Each woman was extraordinarily beautiful, their figures alluring. Yet the radiant smiles on their faces, upon prolonged observation, evoked an unsettling feeling. Yet, Yen Nu was utterly captivated by their smiles. He beckoned one forward, gently caressing her face with his pale hand, a look of perverse ecstasy dawning upon him. The painted woman continued to smile, showing no sign of resistance. After a prolonged moment, Yen Nu finally emerged from his trance. Chapter 54. I do not believe. Merely this can kill me? Go, my beautiful ones. Encircle the town below, and spare no one from escaping. As soon as the words left his mouth, hundreds of alluring women, like phantoms, surged toward the quaint town. However, shortly after the enchanting figures dispersed, they collided head-on with the battle spirits lurking on the outskirts. Without uttering a single word, a fierce battle ensued, devoid of any hesitation. Yet, as combat commenced, the alluring women faced a devastating defeat. Lin Jin had deployed battle spirits at the Dan Transformation Realm, whose prowess vastly surpassed that of the enchanting figures. Damn it! Yen Nu's expression shifted, a deep sense of sorrow washing over him. Each alluring woman had been meticulously chosen and nurtured with considerable effort. Rather than mere instruments of combat, they were akin to his cherished toys. Witnessing the destruction of his exquisite playthings ignited an inferno of rage within him. Fortunately, he retained enough composure not to charge into battle himself. Instead, he summoned new enchanting figures from the multitude of beings. 6 celestial beings at the spirit infant realm, accompanied by over 100 alluring women, rushed to provide support. The commotion outside also alerted Yue and her companions. What on earth is happening outside? Yue inquired, intrigued. However, the next moment, she turned to Lin Jin, a playful smile gracing her lips. Could it be that your spirit puppet encountered Yen Nu's twisted alluring women? Originally stationed outside as a guard, it was unexpected to face an onslaught from a group of women. Lin Jin recalled the message relayed by the battle spirits. The eerie smiles of those women left him feeling somewhat nauseated. It seems so. TSK. Yen Nu truly has no qualms about unleashing his toys this time. Yue chuckled. From your words, it appears you are quite familiar with this Yen Nu Humph. I am well aware of many things. Yen Nu is an exceedingly perverse individual. Far worse than most I have encountered. No, perhaps I should say that the majority of the Heavenly Punishment Division are remarkably twisted beings. They resemble a demonic cult more than anything else, Yue remarked with disdain, her tone dripping with contempt. Seeing Yu Yue's expression, Lin Jin felt a flicker of curiosity about the gossip surrounding the Heavenly Punishment Division. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. As he sensed a shift in the external battle, Lin Jin promptly dispatched Nan Lai and 4 other Spirit Infant Realm battle spirits, along with 1,000 Qishao guards, to provide assistance. Buzz. Leading the charge, Nan Lai and the 1,000 Qishao guards soared into the sky. A powerful surge of fiery energy erupted, swiftly transforming into a colossal fire dragon over 100 feet in length. The fire dragon moved with incredible speed, reaching the battleground in mere blinks. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of flames, sweeping through the ranks of the alluring women. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or celestial beings of the Spirit Infant Realm, all were reduced to ashes in a single strike. In an instant, the alluring women suffered catastrophic losses. You seek death, with his beloved toys being annihilated in droves. Yen Nu could no longer contain his fury and ascended into the sky. His eyes shimmered with a ghostly light, etching the image of the fire dragon deeply into his consciousness. With a swift motion, he raised a hand, radiant energy emanating from his fingertips. A tremendous surge of spiritual power surged forth, rapidly shaping the void. In but a moment, another fire dragon, identical to the first, emerged. This was Yen Nu's unparalleled technique. The heavenly illusion mimicry, capable of perfectly replicating anything it beheld. However, its limitation lay in the vast disparity of power, the greater the difference, the higher the chance of failure. Roaring with fury, the newly formed fire dragon charged toward Nan Lai and the others. The 2 colossal flames clashed, neither able to gain the upper hand. The dragons soon engaged in a fierce melee, massive claws grappling with one another, their jaws snapping in a desperate struggle. The ensuing battle ignited the forest below, flames roaring to life as the alluring women and battle spirits hastily retreated, fearing incineration. Seeing the standoff, Yen Nu's expression turned icy. He began crafting once more. Moments later, yet another fire dragon appeared, quickly joining the fray. Outnumbered 2 to 1, Nan Lai and his companions found themselves in dire straits. Retreating step by step, their flames beginning to extinguish. It seemed they could not endure for much longer. A triumphant smile crept across Yen Nu's face. Yet, at that very moment, a chilling aura manifested, startling even the God Mansion realm Yen Nu. This aura, Yen Nu's complexion paled, and he abruptly glanced skyward. Boom. A colossal blood-red hand descended from the heavens, an overwhelming pressure bearing down. The previously formidable fire dragons froze in midair, rendered immobile, before being crushed into a cloud of fine embers. Instant annihilation. After obliterating the fire dragons, the gigantic hand did not cease its descent. Instead, it hurtled toward Yen Nu. The terrifying pressure made him tremble uncontrollably. A look of dread etched across Yen Nu's face as he retreated in haste. Simultaneously, he began sketching in the air. Various cultivators and otherworldly beasts taking form, charging toward the giant hand in a desperate bid to slow its advance. Yet, these illusions were akin to moths drawn to a flame, shattering before even making contact, achieving nothing. As Yen Nu beheld the impending doom of the giant hand, he realized all his efforts had been in vain. I do not believe. Merely this can kill me. Consumed by terror, he roared at the blood-red hand. Grounding himself, the multitude of beings diagram floated above him, providing shelter. Channeling all his power, the true strength of the first level of the God Mansion realm erupted. The forces of heaven and earth converged upon him, granting him an exhilarating sense of invincibility, capable of annihilating any foe with a mere gesture. However, he quickly recognized this was nothing but an illusion born from manipulating the laws of the universe. Without hesitation, he poured his immense power into the multitude of beings diagram, which rapidly expanded from 10 to 30 feet in size, radiating a ghastly glow as it surged toward the blood-red hand. Boom. The clash of their formidable forces sent shockwaves rippling for miles, sending the multitude of beings diagram hurtling 100 feet away. Yet, it remained unscathed, resolutely holding its ground. How can it be this strong? Yen Nu's complexion darkened further as he strained to infuse more power into his innate treasure. Finally, as an increasing amount of heavenly and earthly power flowed into it, the multitude of beings diagrams might surged, slowly pushing back the blood-red hand. Yen Nu's heart soared with joy, convinced that the opponent was merely mediocre. With a bit more effort, he could obliterate the blood-red hand. However, before he could savor his triumph, a familiar sense of oppression descended once more. No. Yen Nu abruptly lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting in horror. He was met with the sight of another identical blood-red hand looming above. Boom. The hand descended mercilessly, slamming Yen Nu into the ground. The terrifying force shattered the surrounding mountains, sending plumes of dust skyward. A massive palm print, dozens of feet wide, marred the earth, and at its center lay Yen Nu. Bloodied and broken, his bones shattered. Yet, even after such a devastating blow, the God Mansion realm expert, Yen Nu, remained alive. I will avenge the destruction of my corporeal form. Yen Nu, feeling his physical body utterly annihilated, knew that even if he survived, he would be left a cripple. A miniature version of Yen Nu, resembling a spirit infant, emerged from his body. filled with resentment as it cast a final glance at the town before preparing to dissipate into light. Yet at that very moment, a white silk emerged from the void, swiftly enveloping Yin Nu's spiritual essence in a tight embrace. Sainasuwa. Yin Nu was taken aback. Instantly, she summoned her strength to resist. The previously 1-foot-sized spiritual essence began to expand wildly, rapidly growing to a staggering 10 feet. It tore through the confines of the white silk. However, there was no trace of joy on Yin Nu's countenance. Chapter 55. You are my predestined protector. You cannot escape. Inyu. I never expected you to be the one behind this. Yin Nu's expression grew grave as he gazed at the woman in the flowing white dress before him. I also did not anticipate that you would fall into my hands, you twisted pervert. A light smile graced Inyu's face as she summoned her mystical artifact. The moonlight mirror. The white mirror instantly expanded to a size of 10 feet, casting a pure white beam of light upon Yin Nu. The formidable binding force rendered his spiritual infant body immobile. She then conjured her moon spirit needle, launching dozens of slender needles into Yin Nu's form. In the blink of an eye, the once 10-foot spiritual infant body shrank to about 1 foot, its power sealed by the moon spirit needle, leaving him utterly unable to move. Inyu, what do you intend to do? Yin Nu's voice trembled with fear. Inyu grasped Yin Nu's spiritual infant in her hand, a cold smile playing on her lips. I have longed to capture you, this twisted pervert. Now that you are in my grasp, I shall not allow you an easy death. I will employ 108 torturous methods to torment you, making you feel the pain you have inflicted upon those women. A shiver coursed through Yin Nu's heart at the thought of the devilish techniques of the demonic sect, filling him with a profound chill. At this moment, he could barely muster a sound, unable to move even a finger, resigned to being held captive by Inyu. Inyu chose not to engage in further conversation, swiftly wrapping Yin Nu's corpse in white silk and returning to her residence. Lin Jin waved his hand to transform Yin Nu's body. However, aside from energy, no battle spirit materialized. He then turned his gaze towards Inyu, without any unnecessary words. Inyu tossed him a bag, saying, here are 50 top-grade spirit stones, consider it a purchase of his life. Lin Jin accepted it without hesitation. Exchanging 50,000 spirit stones for a first-level spiritual infant of the Divine Mansion realm was hardly a loss. He chose not to dwell on it further. Observing Lin Jin's relentless pursuit of wealth, Inyu inwardly scoffed, deeming him an unromantic man. Externally, she swiftly sealed Yin Nu's spiritual infant within her magical artifact. At that moment, a pure white flying vessel emerged in the distance, hurtling towards the small town at an alarming speed. Within the vessel, the members of the 6th Guard wore grim expressions. The life token of Yin Nu had shattered just moments ago, indicating that he had perished, or at the very least, his physical form had been destroyed by a formidable adversary. That fool Yin Nu. I warned him against acting rashly, yet he insisted on taking matters into his own hands, leading to this outcome. Su Jing's beautiful visage was marred with fury, her disappointment palpable. Foolhardiness aside, he was killed. What a disgrace to the Celestial Enforcement Guard. The vessel soon arrived at the battleground where Yin Nu had fallen. The flames still raged, thick smoke blotting out the sun. Suddenly, a melodious tune resonated through the air. As the music flowed, the flames began to mysteriously subside. Within mere moments, the spreading inferno was completely extinguished. However, the expression on Qinhua's face bore no joy. Only solemnity. I sense traces of their confrontation. The opponent's power is formidable, likely having defeated Yin Nu without even revealing their true form. There is also a familiar essence. This must be Inyu from the Heavenly Demon Sect. There is good news. Yin Nu's spiritual infant still lives, captured by Inyu. The enemy possesses at least 2 Divine Mansion realm experts. Listening to Qinhua, Su Jing's expression turned serious. She suddenly recognized how timely Yin Nu's foolishness had been. Had he not acted impulsively, the 6th Guard might have directly entered the enemy stronghold, with unimaginable consequences. These foes, capable of swiftly dispatching Yin Nu, are not to be trifled with. We must notify the other guards for reinforcements. A woman cradling a Qin, her eyes closed, spoke calmly. She was Qinhua, the left deputy commander of the 6th Guard. Upon hearing Qinhua's words, Su Jing also regained her composure. The 6th Guard consists of 3 Divine Mansion realm experts, with Su Jing herself at the 4th level. The left and right deputy commanders are each at the 1st level. With Yin Nu's loss, if they acted alone, they could easily find themselves in peril. After a brief contemplation, Su Jing nodded in agreement. Nearby, a Celestial Enforcement Guard promptly activated a communication array to relay the message. Soon, the guard returned, reporting, Commander, the 4th Guard has stated they can come, but it will take 3 hours. Su Jing frowned and instructed the guard to urge the 4th Guard to hurry. The Celestial Enforcement Guard rushed off. Ensure everyone remains vigilant. We must guard against a surprise attack from the demonic sect while we await the 4th Guard's arrival, Su Jing commanded swiftly. The vessel ascended rapidly, wary of staying too close to the ground, fearing a surprise assault from the demonic sect. At that moment, Lin Jin and the others had already spotted the approaching vessel. Though they had not yet launched an attack, it was evident they were waiting for additional reinforcements. Will you continue to hold your ground? Lin Jin inquired of Inyu. Inyu hesitated slightly. If it were merely the combat prowess of one guard, she was confident that their combined strength would suffice. Yet, should they face a greater number of celestial enforcement guards, even with her escape methods, failure was a distinct possibility. After a moment's thought, Inyu resolved to retreat without taking unnecessary risks. I intend to return to the main sect. Will you accompany me? Inyu looked at Lin Jin. Then let us part ways, Lin Jin replied without a moment's hesitation. Ridiculous. After all the times I've suffered at your hands, why would I willingly walk into the lion's den of the demonic sect? Seeing Lin Jin's resolute refusal, Inyu said no more. Knowing there would be ample opportunities to interact in the future, little Lin Jin, you cannot escape my grasp. Inyu thought with a cold smile. With a dismissive huff, she turned away, leaving the courtyard without a backward glance. What schemes is this woman concocting? She truly remains unyielding in her ambitions. Sensing the chill emanating from Inyu, Lin Jin couldn't help but smile. To speak candidly, Inyu's beauty was unparalleled among those he had encountered. The divine yet alluring aura surrounding her could drive any man to madness. However, her singular desire to manipulate him was exceedingly perilous. Thus, Lin Jin felt that unless his strength could overwhelmingly surpass hers, it was prudent to maintain a distance. Boom. Suddenly, the entire residence began to tremble violently. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, soaring into the air to observe the center. He beheld the structures in the courtyard collapsing in waves. A colossal figure slowly emerged from beneath the ground. As the dust settled, Lin Jin discerned the object, a black flying vessel. Considerably smaller than the Celestial Enforcement Guard's massive ship, measuring around 50 feet in size. Lin Jin, remember, you are my destined protector. You cannot escape. Inyu's icy voice echoed from within the vessel. Without waiting for Lin Jin's response, she transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling away into the distance. Ha ha ha, this woman. Lin Jin chuckled, finding the situation remarkably entertaining. Chapter 56. I, too, have confronted a formidable being of the Dan transformation realm. Alas, they possess a flying vessel. The commotion caused by the Moonshadow flying ship was promptly detected by the 6th guard, who instantly cried out in alarm. Immediately pursue them. Do not allow their escape, commanded Su Jing without hesitation. The Heavenly Punishment Guard's flying vessel surged forward with utmost speed, quickly locking onto the Moonshadow ship. However, it remained a considerable distance of several miles away, not daring to approach closely. Su Jing was apprehensive, aware that at least 2 formidable beings of the Divine Mansion realm might be aboard the Moonshadow, fearing that getting too close could lead to a precarious situation. Thus, maintaining their distance while pursuing was deemed the more prudent strategy. At this moment, Moonshadow remained utterly unperturbed. The current speed was far from the vessel's limit, and they had no fear of being pursued. Their decision to refrain from maximizing their speed was merely to afford Lin Jin additional time. Oh, Lin Jin, please. Do not perish, thought Moonshadow, recalling Lin Jin's formidable physique and overwhelming vitality, her eyes sparkling with determination. She resolved to prepare thoroughly for the next encounter, vowing to bring Lin Jin back to the headquarters, even if it meant binding him. Meanwhile, Lin Jin had transformed into a dashing young gentleman, departing the small town. Initially mounted on a horse, he soon reached a desolate area and ascended the battle soul cloud, heading towards a remote location. He sought a place distant from the core military power of the Tianwu Empire, once sufficiently concealed for training in the new Nine Hells Overlord technique. The 1,000 miasma forest sprawled across the junction of 3 states within the Tianwu Empire, encompassing an expanse vast enough to cover several states. It was an exceedingly perilous locale, teeming with various ferocious and bizarre beasts, shrouded in ever-present, colorful toxic mists. From afar, it appeared enchanting, yet a mere inhalation would spell doom for an ordinary person. Even those in the Spirit Sea realm dared only to venture at the periphery, scavenging for scarce spiritual herbs. For deeper exploration guaranteed no safe return. Only those of the Dan transformation realm and above possessed the qualifications to explore its depths. However, today, this typically desolate area buzzed with unusual activity. A group of strangely adorned men encircled several women clad in azure combat attire. The women appeared disheveled, bloodied, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Xian Rong, hand over the spiritual herbs, and I shall let you depart. Refuse, and do not blame me for my mercilessness, threatened a man bearing a fierce beast tattoo on his face. Humph, Mo Hong, do you think I would believe you? I shall destroy the herbs the moment you take a step closer, retorted an older, graceful woman, holding the spiritual herb in one hand and a long sword in the other. The younger women, though fearful, stood resolutely, swords drawn, resulting in a tense standoff. Eventually, Mo Hang appeared to relent, stating, I can allow your disciples to leave first, and gestured for a path to be cleared. Very well. Xian Rong addressed her disciples. Zhu Er, you may go first. Master, obey. Quickly leave. Xian Rong commanded sternly. With tears in their eyes, the young disciples respectfully bowed 3 times to Xian Rong before cautiously departing through the opening. Among the crowd, someone stirred, intent on capturing the departing women, but Mo Hang subtly shook his head. He understood that should he attempt such an action, Xian Rong would undoubtedly destroy the spiritual herbs, leading to a deadly confrontation. His aim was wealth. If the herbs were lost, killing the women would hold no significance. Once the women had moved a safe distance away, Mo Hang turned to Xian Rong and said, "Well, I have honored my promise. It is time for you to hand over the herbs." "No. You must wait at least half an hour until Jouer and the others are far away before I comply. Wretched woman, do not push your luck." "Fine. Then I shall destroy the herbs." Wait, half an hour will suffice." Mo Hung reluctantly conceded to this demand. An hour passed swiftly. Before Mo Hung could utter a word, Xian Rong hurled the spiritual herb towards him. Despite knowing this action could lead to her demise, her character compelled her to follow through on her word, even to an enemy. "Jouer, I can only protect you thus far. The path ahead is yours to navigate." A sense of melancholy washed over her, for she had initially intended to exchange this herb for resources and techniques for her disciples, only for it to culminate in such a manner. Mo Hang swiftly lunged to catch the precious herb, his demeanor cautious, for it was a delicate item. Any damage would diminish its value. Yet, before he could grasp it, a figure appeared mysteriously and snatched the herb away. Seeking death, Mo Hang's expression shifted, and he unleashed a surge of power, fists aglow with a green light directed at Lin Jin. However, before he could close the distance, a tremendous force sent him hurtling several feet away, crashing into a large tree before coming to a halt. The chaotic spiritual energy surged, and his aura plummeted. He was gravely injured. This astonishing scene left all present in shock. Yet, even as Mo Hung groaned on the ground, none dared to make a move. For Lin Jin stood in the air, radiating the strength of at least a Dan transformation realm expert. This group of minor cultivators, the strongest among them merely at the spirit vein realm, quaked in fear, paralyzed by the threat of annihilation. Even Mo Hung, realizing he had assaulted a being of at least the Dan transformation realm, was consumed by dread and regret, stifling his groans of pain. Lin Jin paid no heed to the others and merely sensed the lingering energy of the spiritual herb before addressing Xian Rong. "Did you personally gather this herb?" Momentarily taken aback, Xian Rong quickly regained her composure and nodded. "Yes, esteemed elder, I harvested this herb after lying in wait for several days." Though Lin Jin appeared youthful, it was commonplace for accomplished cultivators to restore their youthful appearance. "Do you remember the exact route?" "Indeed, and there are many more herbs at that location. Should you require them, I can gather more for you. It is sufficient that you remember. Then accompany me to the place where you collected the herbs." "Of course." Lin Jin tossed the herb towards Mo Hang and swiftly embraced Xian Rong's waist, soaring into the sky, vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Cough. "Damn it, someone help me up," Mo Hang cried out. "Quick, protect the boss." Only then did the crowd awaken from their stupor, rushing to surround Mo Hang, assisting him to his feet while carefully safeguarding the precious herb. Mo Hang gazed at the herb, a bitter smile forming on his lips. What had initially promised a significant profit now seemed a mere modest gain. The injuries he sustained would require a considerable sum for healing. Yet, the thought of having survived an encounter with such a powerful being filled him with a sense of pride. "I too have faced a being of the Dan transformation realm." He could not help but laugh, a scene that left his subordinates bewildered, questioning if Mo Hung had lost his wits. Sensing their scrutinizing gazes, Mo Hung erupted in anger. "Damn it, are you looking for a fight? Hurry and carry me out for treatment." Chapter 57, The Toxic Swamp Senior. "Could you set me down so that I may walk on my own?" Xian Rong said softly, her cheeks flushed. Though she was already 25, her heart was wholly devoted to her few disciples. She had never experienced any intimate contact with men, let alone being embraced so tightly at the waist. Were it not for the fact that Lin Jin was her savior and displayed no ulterior motives, she would have resisted fiercely even against a formidable opponent at the Dan transformation stage. "No need for that," Lin Jin replied firmly. Xian Rong, still blushing, contemplated speaking again when she suddenly noticed Lin Jin wave his hand. Instantly, a grayish cloud-like entity appeared beneath her, gently lifting her off the ground. It was soft and remarkably comfortable. "Simply sit in front. The union will proceed according to your guidance," Lin Jin stated calmly. "Understood, senior." Xian Rong nodded repeatedly. As she began to direct their path, her mind was preoccupied, reflecting her distracted demeanor. Observing her, Lin Jin inquired, "Are you worried about your female disciples?" "Ah." Xian Rong snapped back to reality, quickly turning to Lin Jin. "I am indeed a bit concerned, but your matters are of utmost importance. I can take you to your destination first and then search for them." Although she longed to check on her disciples, she feared inciting Lin Jin's displeasure. If he were to be temperamental, it could bring trouble to her students. "Rest assured, before we set off, I instructed my people to keep a watchful eye on them. There will be no unexpected occurrences." "Ah, senior, is that truly the case? Do you think I have any reason to deceive you?" Xian Rong, feeling somewhat impulsive, quickly added, "I hope you won't hold that against me." "Very well, focus on leading the way. You will soon see your disciples safe and sound." With her mind settled, Xian Rong began to lead with diligence. Initially, she exercised great caution, fearing that their conspicuous passage might provoke an attack from the beasts. However, to her surprise, the journey was remarkably tranquil, devoid of even the slightest obstacle, and they successfully arrived at the location where she had gathered spiritual herbs. After all, The beasts possessed senses far more acute than humans, detecting Lin Jin's overwhelming power from a distance. They were too busy fleeing to even consider confronting him. Senior. Ahead lies the area where I harvested the spiritual herbs, Xian Rong pointed out from atop the Yuyan. Lin Jin looked ahead and saw a vast, murky green swamp. Bubbles continuously erupted from within, releasing vibrant gases that slowly coalesced into colorful toxic clouds above. In the depths of the swamp, a massive beast with blood-red eyes, the size of a fist, stared intensely at them. It was a gigantic python, over 30 zhang in length, with hard horns indicating its evolution toward a dragon form, possessing strength equivalent to the spirit infant stage. Surrounding this transformed beast were numerous other creatures, scattered and numbering no less than 100, all at least at the spirit sea stage. At the periphery of these beasts lay the spiritual herbs Xian Rong had gathered, a considerable quantity that would be akin to weeds to the creatures. Lin Jin glanced at Xian Rong, who was merely at the third level of the spirit vein stage, and curiously asked, "How were you able to gather the spiritual herbs with your strength?" Xian Rong felt a bit embarrassed, a faint blush creeping over her face. During their battles, the commotion sent them flying, and I collected the herbs from the outskirts. To dare venture in here and still gather something. Your fortune indeed seems quite favorable, Lin Jin complimented. However, Xian Rong felt even more awkward, interpreting Lin Jin's words as mockery. Yet Lin Jin genuinely sensed her good fortune. Not only had she returned unscathed, but she had also fortuitously encountered him at the critical moment. This was no mere stroke of luck. It indicated a deeper fortune at play. Unfortunately, Lin Jin lacked the means to perceive this fortune. Otherwise, he would have investigated whether she was favored as a protagonist. Noticing her expression, Lin Jin understood she likely misinterpreted his words, but felt no need to clarify. He directed the Yuyan over the swamp. Hiss. The transformed python instantly became alert, its scales standing on end. Although it sensed the terrifying presence of its adversary, this toxic domain was its territory, and it would not allow any intruders. As the Yuyan approached directly above it, the python could no longer contain itself. It opened its massive maw and spewed forth a cloud of dark green poison, attempting to annihilate Lin Jin. This was its signature ability, capable of driving even vastly more powerful beasts to retreat. It expected to defend its realm as it had done countless times before. Unaware of the true strength of its opponent, Lin Jin merely raised his hand and struck downward. A colossal scarlet palm imprint descended, instantly obliterating the approaching poison mist. Without losing momentum, it crashed into the transformed python's body. With a thunderous roar, the creature's formidable scales offered no resistance, and it was crushed, its body shattered beyond recognition. With the death of the transformed python, the other beasts, already gripped by fear, fled in haste, not daring to linger even for a moment. Lin Jin paid them no mind. As long as they did not disturb him, he was indifferent to their escape. Meanwhile, Xian Rong stood in a daze, staring at the corpse of the transformed python. In that moment, she comprehended just how powerful Lin Jin truly was, far beyond the Dan transformation stage she had initially assumed. His strength exceeded her wildest imagination. As a reward for your guidance, the spiritual herbs here are all yours. Xian Rong jolted back to reality, pointing at herself in disbelief. Senior, do you mean all the herbs here are for me? But what about you? These herbs hold no value for me. I merely sought the location to cultivate them, Lin Jin replied nonchalantly. He had sensed that the residual soil on the herbs could enhance his physical form, prompting his intervention. Otherwise, these mere Xian-grade herbs would not pique his interest. Xian Rong smiled wryly, realizing that Lin Jin's might indeed render these herbs insignificant. After a moment of hesitation, she harvested a few plants near the Yuyan, carefully wrapping them in a piece of cloth she took from her belongings. She did not disturb the remaining herbs. Thank you immensely, Senior. These few will suffice for several years for my disciples and me. Any more would be a burden rather than a blessing, Xian Rong expressed gratefully. Make your own choices. Now that we have arrived at your destination, I shall escort you out. Lin Jin nodded slightly. This woman truly understood the art of balance. Endowed with good fortune and intellect, she had the potential to achieve much. Lin Jin waved his hand, allowing the Yuyan to carry her back toward the outside world. Chapter 58. A Surge in Combat Power. High above the misty clouds, Xian Rong gazed at the receding figure, her lips parting as if to inquire about Lin Jin's name. Yet ultimately, the words remained unspoken. Oh, Xian Rong, she mused. The senior and I belong to entirely different realms. Knowing his name bears little significance. A daze clouded her expression. Despite their brief encounter, Lin Jin had etched an indelible mark upon her heart. The ethereal clouds whisked her away with remarkable speed, soon depositing her in the outside world. In a secluded area, Xian Rong emerged from the dense forest, her package in hand. Just a short distance away, she spotted several disciples, their anxious forms rushing towards her. Momentarily taken aback, realization dawned that the senior had deliberately placed her here. The moment her disciples saw their master return safely, they surged forth, overwhelmed with joy, and embraced her, weeping. Xian Rong, feeling helpless, could only soothe her disciples' emotions. Meanwhile, shadows lurked nearby, quietly departing. Lin Jin shed his garments and sat cross-legged above the toxic marsh, his internal energy surging with a tumultuous resonance. A formidable force emanated from within him, drawing the mire beneath into a swirling vortex. Yet, A mere 3 feet away, the sludge was halted. Gradually, streams of eerie green liquid began to seep from the muck. Every pore of Lin Jin's body opened wide, drawing in these noxious fluids. Instantly, the venomous liquid sought to ravage his form. However, Lin Jin's current physique was immensely resilient, rendering the corrosive substance ineffective. Instead, it was distilled into a pure essence that Lin Jin absorbed. Indeed, it proved effective. Sensing a slight enhancement in his corporeal strength, Lin Jin felt a surge of elation. Realizing the method was fruitful, he dedicated himself further to refining the energy within the toxic marsh. The marshland for miles around was drawn into his orbit, the eerie green liquid continuously converging towards him. His physical strength progressed toward greater heights. As the refinement continued, Lin Jin sensed an unusual sensation in his chest. His consciousness stirred, exploring within, and to his astonishment, he observed that the previously extracted divine vein was beginning to regenerate. This unexpected delight brought a smile to Lin Jin's face, though he did not dwell on it. The so-called special trait was merely a bonus. His true foundation lay in the continuously flowing meridians. With that thought, he resumed his absorption. Hours passed, and Lin Jin finally completed the refinement of the entire toxic marsh. Assessing his newfound power, he noted an increase of at least 10%. As he moved, an overwhelming force erupted from him, shattering the surrounding clumps of mud. Donning a robe, Lin Jin set forth towards the next toxic marsh. The site he had just vacated transformed into an expansive depression. After several minutes, he arrived at a location marked by his battle spirit. However, the outcome was somewhat disappointing. Although it was another marsh capable of generating colorful toxic clouds, it lacked the energy to enhance his physique. Without lingering, he pressed on to the next site. Over the following days, Lin Jin traversed 2 or 3 dozen toxic marshes within the 1,000 Miasma Corpse forest. Ultimately, only 6 were truly beneficial. After thoroughly refining them, his physical power nearly doubled, while his combat prowess multiplied several times. Previously, his strength could rival the 4th level of the Divine Abode realm. Now, he was undoubtedly capable of contending with the 5th level. His stature had also grown considerably, reaching approximately 2 meters and 60 centimeters. The original divine vein had regained 1/3 of its vitality, though he did not perceive any significant changes. Lin Jin maintained a calm demeanor regarding this, not placing undue emphasis on it. After reattiring himself, he ascended upon the ethereal clouds. With a thought, the battle spirit soared through the thick layers of colorful toxic clouds to a height of 1 kilometer. It was morning. Sunlight cascaded from the horizon, illuminating the vibrant clouds and rendering them breathtakingly beautiful. From a distance, it would be an extraordinary sight to behold. Lin Jin waved his hand, releasing several platters of delicacies while the battle spirit poured out celestial wine. In this exquisite setting, he indulged in a modest feast. Naturally, this was not merely to satisfy his palate, but the strength of his formidable physique demanded ample energy. These meticulously prepared dishes, crafted from various exotic beasts and spiritual herbs, perfectly replenished his consumption. Otherwise, relying solely on ordinary livestock would necessitate thousands of pounds of sustenance in a single meal, consuming an entire day merely for nourishment. Relaxed, Lin Jin reclined upon the ethereal clouds, accompanied by the gentle breeze and the radiant sun, embarking towards a new destination. His initial purpose for venturing into the 1,000 Miasma Corpse forest was to temporarily evade the gaze of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty and diligently cultivate the new Nine Hells Overlord body technique to its zenith. However, having discovered the marsh's benefits, he had delayed his plans. Now, the Nine Hells Overlord body technique, upon analysis, could enhance strength by 40% at each level, totaling 9 levels, thus becoming an unparalleled celestial grade technique. Lin Jin understood that this cultivation would likely create a more substantial commotion and require a longer duration. Therefore, he sought a sufficiently vast and concealed location to mask the spectacle of his surging blood energy. Fortunately, this task was delegated to the battle spirits. The previous day, they had located a suitable site, a massive underground cavern capable of concealing the anomalies during his cultivation. However, it was still several hundred miles away, and he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to relax. The ethereal clouds leisurely made their way to the chosen destination. By midday, the ethereal clouds arrived at the appointed site, situated in the central region of the 1,000 Miasma Corpse forest amidst a chain of towering mountains. Due to their elevation, some peaks pierced through the colorful toxic clouds. This area, once deemed a rare sanctuary within the forest, was now engulfed in tempestuous winds and clashing energies, tearing apart the layers of toxic clouds. A colossal flame dragon and a fiery phoenix surged skyward, manifestations of the might of the Qi Shao Guard led by Nan Lai. They unleashed their fury upon the towering mountain. On the mountaintop, numerous formations emerged, countering Nan Lai's assault. Below, over 1,000 battle spirits unleashed their full strength, executing various powerful attacks in a fierce melee against their adversaries, an array of grotesque corpses. The weaker ones, their flesh decayed, could be dispatched with ease by a single battle spirit, while the stronger ones had undergone mutations, rendering them as resilient as metal, reminiscent of the legendary zombies. They endured the battle spirit's onslaught, engaging in a brutal clash. Though their numbers were merely a handful, Their imperviousness to blades and considerable immunity to magical attacks rendered the confrontation intensely stalemated, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 59. Then you are more damned. Lin Jin observed the scene before him with no trace of surprise. He was already well aware of the battle that was unfolding. The reason was the enormous underground cavern discovered by the battle spirits, which lay beneath this mountain range. This place had been seized by the sect that commanded the corpses to fight. As soon as they detected the presence of the battle spirits, they swiftly eliminated them, believing they had merely dealt with a minor foe, without a second thought. However, it wasn't long before they realized their grave error when a horde of battle spirits emerged within their territory. They understood that these were no insignificant creatures. They were clearly the vanguard of a formidable force. Panic ensued as the spirit infants, including Nan Lai, appeared, prompting them to send emissaries to negotiate. Yet, they faced battle spirits whose minds were solely fixated on combat. It was fortunate that the battle spirits did not initiate attacks against them. But daring to strike first against the battle spirits was a grave miscalculation. With no hesitation, Nan Lai dispatched the few spirit sea cultivators who approached to negotiate, and then commanded thousands of battle spirits to launch an assault. Within half a day, they had breached the enemy's core stronghold. Of course, this sect was not weak. It boasted several powerful spirit infant experts, one of whom was an 8th-level spirit infant cultivator, a top-tier existence amid the 1,000 miasma corpse forest. However, they had provoked the battle spirits and were subsequently overwhelmed in their own stronghold, despite the fact that their strength as battle spirits was only half of what it had been in life. Their shared power allowed Nan Lai to unite numerous fire-attributed battle spirits, enhancing their might to the level of a 9th-level spirit infant. If not for the formidable protective formation of this sect, it would have been breached long ago, which was precisely the state that Lin Jin observed. He remained unhurried, reclining atop the ethereal clouds to watch the battle unfold. His presence was soon noticed by the disciples of the sect below. Within the protective formation, over 1,000 disciples of the Witch Death sect were laboring tirelessly to maintain the array. Should any weakening occur, they would immediately cut themselves to replenish the formation with their blood. Once the formation stabilized, they would consume raw flesh from their backs. As they devoured the flesh, their wounds healed at an astonishing rate, ultimately restoring them completely. In the center of the formation stood several diverse spirit infant experts, all of whom were now fixated on Lin Jin in the distance. Their previously calm expression shifted to one of alarm. They had come to realize that Nan Lai and his comrades were merely puppets, with the true master yet to reveal himself. Upon recognizing Lin Jin's figure, they understood that the genuine sovereign had arrived. Even at this distance, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, confirming that he was undoubtedly a formidable being beyond the spirit infant realm. Exchanging glances, they reached a silent consensus. One man, towering over a yard tall and resembling a mountain of flesh, bowed toward Lin Jin from afar. I, the Blood Butcher of the Witch Death sect, pay my respects to the elder. The Blood Butcher spoke with deep reverence. Lin Jin, however, did not even glance in his direction, choosing instead to sip his spirit wine. To address the one who had dared to kill him now seemed utterly pointless. After a prolonged silence, the Blood Butcher and his companions received no response, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The Witch Death sect was a dominant force in this region, and they were accustomed to receiving due respect from any who acknowledged their existence. Who would dare to disregard them so brazenly? Especially the Blood Butcher, as the Left Guardian, was used to being surrounded by admirers wherever he went. Such treatment was utterly unprecedented. Yet, now, under the eaves of a powerful figure, they were compelled to bow their heads. They pressed on. Elder, it was wrong of my disciples to kill you. We are willing to offer ample compensation. We implore you to show mercy. After a lengthy pause, the Witch Death sect members still received no reply. Their faces flushed with indignation, and the Blood Butcher's respectful demeanor faded, replaced by a hint of menace. Although you are a being of the Divine Mansion realm, you cannot insult the Witch Death sect in such a manner. Our sect leader is also a Divine Mansion cultivator and is currently in seclusion. Disturbing him would not bode well for you. Moreover, we maintain a good relationship with the Heavenly Punishment Department. Why not let bygones be bygones and forge a bond between us? At this moment, Lin Jin finally turned his serious gaze towards the Blood Butcher and his companions, asking, do you truly have a good relationship with the Heavenly Punishment Department? The Blood Butcher felt a glimmer of hope and renewed his respectful demeanor, bowing once more. Indeed, Elder, if you could temper your anger, I would ensure that you are well treated and that our previous misunderstandings are resolved. Then, you are even more doomed. As soon as the words left his lips, a towering plume of smoke erupted into the sky, and a blood-red river of energy surged forth, creating a thunderous roar as it cascaded down. In the horrified gaze of the Witch Death sect members, several vast torrents of water descended from above, crashing down upon the protective formation with a power that threatened annihilation. Boom. The once stable protective formation began to tremble violently, appearing on the verge of collapse. Quickly, steady it. Steady it. The Blood Butcher and the others exclaimed, utterly bewildered as to why invoking the Heavenly Punishment Department had instead intensified the assault. However, they had no time for such considerations. Their immediate priority was to stabilize the formation. With the aid of the spirit infant cultivators, the formation barely held together. Yet they remained tense, fully aware that their true trial had yet to commence. Old hag, quickly go to the secret chamber and awaken our leader. The blood butcher urgently commanded a pockmarked old woman. But the leader is in a critical period of cultivation. Going now might. The old hag hesitated. Hurry. If the leader does not emerge, we won't last much longer. The blood butcher's expression twisted with urgency. The old hag's face paled, and without further hesitation, she dashed towards the great hall behind her. At that moment, having lost the support of a spirit infant, the protective formation's barrier shook violently once more. Everyone, we must give it our all. We must bring forth all our resources. The blood butcher bellowed. With a twisted expression, he raised his hand and struck his own rotund belly. In an instant, a visible fissure opened at his navel. In this grotesque moment, a blood-red gourd shot forth from the opening, like lightning. Upon seeing this, the blood butcher quickly formed a hand seal. He then hurled the seal upwards. Unleashing a powerful surge of mana, the blood gourd suddenly opened wide, spewing forth a torrent of blood-red light, reeking of a foul stench, which rapidly infused into the violently shaking barrier above. As this rancid bloodlight poured in, the barrier, which had been on the brink of collapse, stabilized slightly. Meanwhile, the Right Guardian, the corpse lady, cried out, raising her delicate hand, summoning a black funerary umbrella adorned with strange runes. In the next moment, with a graceful flick of the umbrella, countless ethereal figures of young women clad in vibrant red emerged, each holding a matching red oil paper umbrella. These seemingly delicate yet eerie women quickly enveloped the entire barrier as they began to frantically dance, drawing in the surging vitality from the descending blood energy. Chapter 60. Whose death do you seek? However, the joy on the face of the corpse lady did not last long. Suddenly, the figures holding the flower umbrellas let out a series of anguished wails. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted continuously, accompanied by these violent explosions. Countless blood-red flowers burst forth like fireworks. The backlash from the shattered magical artifact inflicted severe pain upon the corpse lady. At that moment, Blood Butcher glared angrily at the three others beside him and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Are you going to just stand by and watch us all perish here?" Upon hearing his furious roar, the three were struck with panic and no longer dared to hesitate. They unleashed their most powerful techniques and recklessly charged toward the descending river of blood. However, Lin Jin, standing at a distance with a cold gaze, merely cast an indifferent glance at their actions. Then, he slowly raised his palm and abruptly swung it downward. In an instant, another earth-shattering roar resounded. Boom! The vast, blood-soaked river crashed down heavily. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountaintop was enveloped by the surging river of blood. Whether it was the blood gourd summoned by Blood Butcher, the funeral flower umbrella in the corpse lady's hand, or the various bizarre magical artifacts wielded by others, even the protective array below seemed fragile and vulnerable in the face of this cataclysmic strike. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. The entire mountaintop was reduced to rubble. Amidst the swirling dust, several terrified spiritual infants fled rapidly. Just then, a massive blood-red hand appeared out of thin air, capturing several spiritual infants in its grasp. Regardless of their desperate resistance or their attempts to unleash their spiritual power in attack, they achieved not even the slightest effect. "Senior, spare me. Senior, I beg for mercy. I am willing to offer my life as essence, please, spare me." Seeing no hope of escape, Blood Butcher and the others immediately bowed their heads and pleaded for mercy within the blood-red hand. For them, nothing was more precious than their own lives. Dignity was but a trivial matter. Yet, to Lin Jin, their promises were of no significance. With a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the spiritual infants in his hand. The next moment, Lin Jin activated his devouring ability, transforming the mountain of flesh and blood into devouring energy. Feeling the energy surge back into abundance, Lin Jin felt a profound sense of security. However, after converting the energy, Lin Jin did not cease his actions. The river of blood once again manifested countless blood-red hands, beginning to excavate the mountainside. He sensed a reaction of power at the level of the divine mansion realm within. Initially faint, it was now rapidly intensifying. It seemed that their so-called leader was awakening. Lin Jin chuckled coldly, unwilling to foolishly wait until his opponent was restored to peak condition. He would strike first. The excavation speed of the blood-red hands was astonishingly swift, and soon they reached the target, a remarkably solid secret chamber. Even the power of the blood river could not easily dismantle it in a short time. Interesting, Lin Jin smiled, and then took to the air above the secret chamber. Boom! Lin Jin's fist smashed down upon the top of the secret chamber. The terrifying force caused the entire peak to tremble, and numerous cracks split the mountainside. The incredibly sturdy secret chamber was also struck with a fissure. Lin Jin unleashed his full power, raining down blows upon the secret chamber. Each punch was capable of shattering mountains. After just a dozen punches, the solid secret chamber finally could no longer withstand the assault and was forcibly breached by Lin Jin, creating a massive opening. In an instant, a torrent of corpse chi erupted from within, madly surging towards Lin Jin, attempting to corrupt him into a refined corpse. Simultaneously, an extremely terrifying toxin wafted forth, capable of corroding even stone. However, facing this sudden onslaught, Lin Jin merely took a step forward. Boundless qi and blood exploded forth, rushing toward the breach. Wherever it passed, both the corpse qi and toxins were instantly incinerated, leaving not a trace behind. Hold! A furious shout emerged from within. The next moment, a ghostly green light illuminated the secret chamber. A string of beads composed of countless skulls flew out, crashing toward Lin Jin with formidable power. Lin Jin neither dodged nor evaded, seizing the beads in his hand. The beads flailed wildly, releasing a torrent of ghostly green flames that surrounded Lin Jin, simultaneously emitting a series of chaotic mental shrieks, attempting to disrupt his spirit. Still struggling? Lin Jin snorted coldly and struck the beads multiple times. The skulls upon the beads were shattered into fragments. In that instant, both the ghostly flames and the shrieks vanished without a trace. A frail and fearful thought flickered from within the beads, pleading for Lin Jin to spare its life. Lin Jin paid no heed, forcefully rubbing the beads until they were pulverized. That feeble spiritual essence was extinguished on the spot. Ah, my 10,000 skulls beads. I will make you pay. A skeletal figure soared up from the blood pool within the secret chamber, filled with resentment as it lunged at Lin Jin. Instantly, numerous ghostly figures wailed forth, and the terrifying toxins returned. Yet the next moment, this figure was sent hurtling back into the secret chamber at an even faster speed. All the ghostly figures and toxins were reduced to ash amidst the surging blood qi. A hand, heavy as a mountain, grasped Injiogu's throat. Whose death do you seek? Lin Jin gazed at Injiogu with an expression of indifference. You insolent fool! Who do you think you are, to dare? Injiogu attempted to maintain his bravado, but Lin Jin showed him no mercy. Grasping his throat, Lin Jin began to slam him repeatedly against the ground, causing the secret chamber to tremble slightly. Even the flesh of a divine mansion realm expert could not withstand Lin Jin's brutal assault. And the chamber was soon filled with Injiogu's wretched screams. So terrifying! So terrifying! In a corner of the secret chamber, the black-hearted old woman watched the rampaging Lin Jin, trembling in fear, too terrified to make a sound, lest she share the same fate as the leader. After a long while, when Lin Jin could no longer sense any life response from Injiogu, he finally ceased his assault. Observing the half-remaining corpse still in his grip, he confirmed that even its soul had been incinerated by the power of qi and blood. Yet Lin Jin felt a trace of confusion. He had not sensed the presence of a spiritual infant within, as if it had never existed in this body at all. I ask you, where is this fellow's spiritual infant? Lin Jin turned to the black-hearted old woman. Oh, don't kill me. I'll tell you. The leader's spiritual infant has completely fused with his physical body. The black-hearted old woman quivered as she spoke. I see. Lin Jin suddenly understood, realizing why he felt this fellow's body was somewhat resilient. Despite appearing as a skeletal figure on the verge of death, it could endure for so long under the relentless burning of boundless qi and blood. Thank you for your explanation. Lin Jin smiled slightly. And in the astonished gaze of the black-hearted old woman, he pointed a finger. In an instant, the torrent of qi and blood turned her into cinder, obliterating even her spiritual infant, ensuring she could not die any further. Lin Jin waved his hand, converting everything within the secret chamber. In an instant, he garnered a substantial amount of devouring energy. Surprisingly, the largest source was not the divine mansion realm expert, Injiogu, but rather the blood pool at the center of the chamber. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow and quickly delved into Injiogu's memories, soon comprehending the origin of the blood pool. Chapter 61. Reconstructing the power utilizing the blood of 3,000 extraordinary beasts and the lifeblood of 187,000 humans. This concoction, referred to as the blood of creation by Injiogu, was designed to fortify the waning corporeal form and spirit embryo, thereby extending lifespan. As for its efficacy, judging by Injiogu's condition, it could only be deemed a semi-finished product. Although his physical form had grown considerably stronger, it exuded an unmistakable aura of decay, indicating that the results were far from optimal. It could merely be described as a desperate attempt at prolongation. Furthermore, the effect was singular, to enhance one individual. The blood of creation would need to be reconstituted. Clearly, the witch's death sect alone lacked the capacity to accomplish this. The true power behind it lay with the Celestial Punishment Division, and more likely, the royal family of the Celestial Martial Dynasty. Otherwise, the countless lives lost in these experiments would be exceedingly difficult for the Celestial Punishment Division to conceal. Lin Jin, however, was not the least bit astonished. In his original world, those in positions of power resorted to various methods to prolong their lives. This was even more pronounced in a realm dedicated to cultivation, where ordinary people and even typical cultivators were viewed merely as expendable resources by the powerful. Lin Jin's singular thought was that only by gradually ascending to higher tiers could one genuinely seize control over their own fate. If one remained too weak, even the ability to drift along with the current would be unattainable. A mere gust of wind could easily overwhelm them. Emerging from the secret chamber, Lin Jin instructed Nan Lai and the others to manage the rampaging corpse puppets while he made his way to the vast cavern at the mountain's base. Upon entering, he was greeted by a breathtaking spectacle of vibrant colors, spanning hundreds of meters in both length and width, with a ceiling soaring to over 100 meters. The cavern was exceedingly spacious. He summoned hundreds of battle spirits to encircle the area, preventing any unwelcome intrusions. In a flash, Lin Jin arrived at the confluence of the cavern's veins. Settling into a meditative posture, he formed the ninefold prison seal with his hands. Suddenly, 36 resonant dragon roars erupted from his bones, causing stalactites to tremble and fall. The ninefold prison body technique, having undergone a process of reintegration, transformed into a more profound method. Lin Jin's initial task was to compress his realm. Consequently, his original 7-layered realm would diminish. However, he felt no regret. His actual combat prowess would remain unaffected, while the potential for advancement would increase. With a low shout, he unleashed a tangible wave of sound, engulfing the entire cavern in a crimson tide. Behind him, 7 towering phantoms of divine demons emerged, exuding a terrifying aura. An endless flow of blood energy surged forth, enveloping 2 of the divine demon phantoms and initiating a cleansing process. As the blood energy swirled, they began to dissipate into myriad points of light, swiftly absorbed by the remaining 5 divine demon phantoms. This entire process took nearly an hour to complete. As the vitality stabilized, only 5 divine demon phantoms remained behind Lin Jin, yet they had grown even larger. With the foundation restructured, Lin Jin commenced his true cultivation. He immediately converted all the spirit stones into devouring energy. At this moment, the energy within the divine prison space was vast and formidable, with a single thread possessing immense power. With a mere thought, torrents of energy surged into his body, propelling the advancement of the ninefold prison body technique. A new divine demon phantom gradually materialized behind Lin Jin. The sound of ancient beast awakening echoed within him as his organs manifested extraordinary phenomena. His heart transformed into a furnace, expelling searing flames, while his kidneys solidified into a pair of ice lotus flowers. His spleen rose like a towering mountain, and his lungs stirred up whirlwinds. Both flesh and bones, even his divine consciousness, were rapidly strengthening. His stature began to swell, 3 meters, 3.5 for meters. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a giant exceeding 10 meters in height. Yet, this was not Lin Jin's intention. He immediately began to exert control, compressing his size until it stabilized at 2 meters and 7 centimeters. With the growth suppressed, all the energy could only serve to enhance his corporeal strength. The first to change were his bones, which sprouted intricate patterns, reinforcing their resilience. Next came his flesh. Lin Jin's body, previously capable of tearing apart true artifacts without expending any power, now possessed the strength to contend with profound artifacts. His blood, initially as viscous as mercury, underwent continuous compression, gradually transforming toward a crystalline state. Each droplet of blood energy morphed into a hexagonal crystal, yet this transformation did not hinder the operation of his body. Rather, it facilitated the manifestation of tremendous power. As his corporeal form continually strengthened, the formidable blood energy began to reciprocate, autonomously forging new meridians. The process was, however, slow, as these meridians had also been fortified. Naturally, the power gained upon completion would be significantly greater. Additionally, the divine veins, previously independent from the meridian system, were also influenced by this newfound energy, emanating a faint glow as they gradually restored themselves. However, Lin Jin soon realized that the energy was insufficient. His expression shifted. He had somewhat underestimated the newly acquired ninefold prison body technique, initially believing that the energy within the divine prison space would suffice for cultivation up to the 9th layer. He now understood that even depleting every last ounce might only allow him to reach the 7th layer, while his strength would similarly increase. It did not align with his anticipated goals. In a rush of thoughts, Lin Jin commanded all battle spirits to launch an offensive. Whether beasts, spiritual herbs, or any other entities capable of converting energy, he ordered them to bring everything back. He then released the newly formed battle spirits from the Witch's Death sect, directing them to hunt as well. The 1,000 miasma corpse forest was thus plunged into calamity. Thousands of battle spirits, like a swarm of locusts, began to scour the area mercilessly, almost scraping the very earth bare. Some beasts, believing themselves powerful, attempted to resist, only to be swiftly dispatched by a sudden ambush of battle spirits from the surrounding woods. Before long, the dominant beasts of the 1,000 miasma corpse forest sensed an ominous shift. Their innate sensitivity alerted them to an impending life or death crisis. Yet, before they could decide on a course of action, they were surrounded by the battle spirits. Moments later, these sovereign-level beasts perished in a most disheartening manner. The corpses were continuously transported into the cavern, transforming into a torrent of energy that propelled Lin Jin's strength forward. Beyond the basic devouring energy and the spirits of the extraordinary beasts, a plethora of beast bloodlines also materialized within the divine prison space. Lin Jin casually sensed them, noting that some of these bloodlines possessed considerable power. If an ordinary person were to successfully assimilate them, they could potentially unleash the prowess of the alchemy realm. However, for Lin Jin, they were mere impurities. He glanced at them briefly before deciding to set them aside for future consideration. At this moment, The eighth phantom of a divine demon had already begun to manifest behind Lin Jin, and the power coursing through him continued to amplify. Meanwhile, the divine vein at his chest had restored to 70% of its former strength. Chapter 62. A Brand New Dominance. The undying 9 calamities. Lin Jin had devoted 3 entire days to his cultivation. Behind him stood 9 towering phantoms of divine beings, 8 of which were remarkably solid, resembling real flesh and blood. Only the 9th remained somewhat ethereal, evidently not yet fully formed. The energy within the divine prison space had long since been exhausted, forcing Lin Jin to rely solely on the exotic beasts harvested by his battle souls for sustenance. After 3 days of relentless hunting, the beasts within the Thousand Pests corpse forest had either perished or fled, making it exceedingly difficult to find any stragglers. Suddenly, Lin Jin opened his eyes. 2 blazing beams of divine light erupting forth, piercing through a massive boulder several meters wide. He gazed towards the cave entrance, where hundreds of battle souls were carrying a colossal beast corpse resembling an enormous crocodile, over 100 meters in length. In addition, there was an abundance of shattered spirit stones, discovered within an ancient spirit stone pit. Although perfect spirit stones were rare, there remained a small quantity of spiritual energy. The sheer number of fragments constituted a significant sum. Before long, the battle souls entered the cave, and Lin Jin promptly absorbed everything. In an instant, a torrent of surging energy flowed into his body. With this immense influx of energy, Lin Jin commenced his final sprint. His bones transformed entirely into a dark golden hue, intricately inscribed with countless dense runes. Each muscle became more resilient than the most robust refined gold, and his blood had metamorphosed into myriad minute hexagonal crystals, each drop exuding formidable pressure. The meridians, under the influence of the 9 prisons dominance technique, connected to a total of 46 channels. All these forces interacted and amplified each other. Ultimately, when the last vestige of energy was consumed, the 9th phantom of the divine being behind Lin Jin fully materialized. Boom! The thunderous roars within him converged into the sound of 1,000,000 war drums, his internal organs radiating a radiant, glass-like brilliance. The 46 meridians simultaneously ignited with star-like points of light, morphing into whirlpools that voraciously devoured the energy of the blood river. The 9 prisons revolved, and the dominance of the body was established. Lin Jin's eyes snapped open, his pupils transforming into 2 rotating crimson suns, as the blood energy surrounding him suddenly contracted, coalescing into intricate dragon scale patterns upon his skin, bestowing him with formidable defense. Every movement generated shockwaves that shattered the cave walls into dust. The 9 colossal phantoms of divine beings instantaneously transformed into streams of light, returning to Lin Jin's body to safeguard his vital areas. The technique had been successfully reformed. Not only had his physical strength increased, but the power of his soul had also escalated to terrifying levels. With a mere thought, he could instantly perceive everything within a radius of several dozen miles. Moreover, with the presence of the 9 prison deities, any attempt to launch a mental attack against him would be met with immediate counteraction. Especially in the dominant state, he could temporarily become immune to attacks. Overall, his combat prowess had grown exponentially, rivaling the top-tier experts within the Divine Mansion realm. If he were to confront Yue again, he could subdue her with a single hand. Yet, Lin Jin's transformation was not yet complete. As all the power returned to his body, a dazzling white radiance suddenly emanated from the divine pulse in his chest. An extraordinarily potent force surged forth, coursing through his limbs and bones within the blink of an eye. His already formidable physique swelled further, rapidly reaching a height of 3 meters. Lin Jin immediately began to exert control, preventing any further increase in height, focusing solely on enhancing his physical strength. Boom! A wave of even greater blood energy erupted forth. Even the thick cavern could no longer contain it, as the rocks shattered and fell. A resounding explosion echoed, and the entire mountain began to collapse, unable to withstand such tremendous force. Lin Jin's expression sharpened as he punched through the mountain before him, stepping into the air. The boundless blood energy surged forth, and without its support, the mountain crumbled even more rapidly. In mere moments, a mountain hundreds of meters high had been reduced to ruins. However, Lin Jin paid it no mind, his attention entirely focused on the newly awakened Xianhuang Supreme Divine Pulse Body, or rather, the Undying 9 Calamities Body. Name: Lin Jin. Race: Human. Lifespan: 19,400. Spiritual root: now integrated into physique. Undying 9 Calamities Body, Heaven Tier. Note: this physique possesses an extraordinarily powerful recovery capability, providing an endless supply of blood energy. Strength: body tempering level 46, blood like a river. Influence: none. Technique: Heaven Tier Upper Grade 9 Prisons Dominance Technique, perfected. Earth Tier Upper Grade Tai Su Guizong Technique, minor completion. Lin Jin had previously doubted Yue's claims, but he had not anticipated that his physique was indeed the so-called Undying 9 Calamities Body. Of course, the exaggeration in ancient texts was substantial. Lin Jin could sense that while his physique was formidable, it was by no means immortal. It merely possessed the ability to resist toxins and regenerate severed limbs. Such feats could be accomplished through energy absorption, so he was not overly thrilled. At this moment, Lin Jin felt the enhancements from his physique waning. His body had been comprehensively fortified by at least a factor of 2. Furthermore, this effect was not merely a one-time boost, but rather a percentage-based enhancement. As his physical strength increased, it would continue to provide augmentative effects. No wonder that woman Yu Yue had been so covetous. Suddenly, Lin Jin furrowed his brow, sensing an indistinct longing emanating from within him. It seemed that there was something profoundly alluring to the undying Nine Calamities body, drawing it in. A mysterious force seemed to beckon, as if attempting to attract that entity. This direction was the imperial city of the Tianwu Empire. Lin Jin turned, gazing toward the source of the attraction emanating from his divine pulse. The only thing capable of eliciting such a response from the undying Nine Calamities body was likely the divine pulse that had been previously excavated. Could it be that the undying Nine Calamities body sought to absorb that divine pulse to augment its own power? Lin Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as a possibility took shape in his mind. He glanced downward and summoned Yu Yun, heading northeast. Meanwhile, upon the successful reformation of Lin Jin's undying Nine Calamities body, far away in the imperial city of the Tianwu Empire, the third prince Xiao Tianze was in a secret chamber, receiving reports from his subordinates regarding the Qingyun sect. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over him, as if something that belonged to him had been forcibly taken away, causing immense discomfort. "All right, you may leave," Xiao Tianze said, his expression shifting slightly as he waved his hand to dismiss his subordinate. The shadowy figure bowed slightly before vanishing from sight. What is this feeling? Xiao Tianze immediately delved into his consciousness, meticulously sensing the status of his 9 avatars. He quickly discovered that 8 of them were unharmed, diligently cultivating, while the last and weakest one was experiencing instability with the divine pulse and its new form. This unprecedented situation darkened his countenance, prompting him to leave immediately through the teleportation array in the secret chamber. Deep underground, several dozen meters below the surface, lay an incredibly dark space. Thick, viscous blood energy pervaded the air. Within a blood pool nearly 10 feet wide, 9 figures sat cross-legged, fully absorbing the energy from the pool. Whenever the blood in the pool began to thin, a group of individuals clad in crimson robes would swiftly inject more blood into it. Chapter 63. The 9 great avatars. Xiao Tianze was transported into a dim underground cavern, and with a swift motion, he arrived at the edge of a blood pool. Within it sat a figure resembling a child, cross-legged. Though his face was initially tranquil, it now bore an expression of profound agony. A grotesque wound on his chest faintly emanated a flickering light, pulsating as if it sought to escape the body. "Why has this happened? I demand an explanation," Xiao Tianze said with a somber countenance. As his words fell, a gaunt elder clad in a crimson robe appeared mysteriously. "It cannot be an issue from my Eternal Life Palace. If our methods were flawed, how could your previous 8 avatars have remained undetected? Yet now, how do we account for this? You assured me that there would be no errors. Perhaps the problem lies with the Xianyuan Supreme Divine Vein you provided me," the elder suggested. "Are you implying that the Divine Vein is false?" "No, the Divine Vein itself is genuine. As for why this situation has arisen, I find it difficult to offer your highness an answer. Is this the response you provide, thinking I would hesitate to eliminate you or your Eternal Life Palace?" Xiao Tianze glared at the elder. In his pursuit of mastering the 9 great avatars to achieve a breakthrough into the Void Realm, he had expended copious resources, particularly the vital blood-dark creation body, pouring immeasurable effort into acquiring these 9 forms. If one were to fail, obtaining another would take years, if not decades. Thus, he could not permit himself to fail. The elder, recognizing the gravity in Xiao Tianze's words, understood that this was not merely an idle threat. After a moment of silence, he conjectured, there exists a possibility that if 2 identical physiques manifest simultaneously, the stronger one may absorb the weaker. If there exists another Xianyuan Supreme Divine Vein in this world, this scenario could indeed occur. A second Divine Vein. Xiao Tianze's expression turned icy. As the matter pertained to his successful promotion to the Void Realm, he would not allow any unforeseen complications in his plans. Whether it was a second Divine Vein or any other interference, it must be eradicated. "Let us hope your conjecture holds truth," Xiao Tianze coldly instructed the elder. "Ensure he is closely monitored, and that no further issues arise." With that, he disregarded the elder's response and returned to the teleportation array, departing the location. The elder gazed at the anguished youth, his eyes flickering with uncertainty before he regained composure. Extending his withered fingers, he channeled spiritual energy to stabilize the agitated Divine Vein. Upon returning to the palace above, Xiao Tianze arrived at the Tiangong Pavilion. As the esteemed 3rd prince commanding legions and possessing considerable power, he had reached the formidable 9th level of the Divine Mansion realm. Yet, he displayed remarkable cordiality toward the 2 young guards at the entrance. "Would you be so kind as to inform Yin Yangxiang that I require his attention for an urgent matter?" Xiao Tianze bowed slightly. In response, 2 luminous orbs swiftly darted towards the 2 attendants. Without hesitation, they accepted the items he offered. Their consciousness delved into the contents, and the previously placid expressions transformed into smiles. One attendant said, "Please wait, third prince. I shall inform my master." "Thank you, Tao brother," replied Xiao Tiance. One of the attendants hurried inside and soon returned, stating, "Master invites the third prince to enter. He is in the left wing chamber today." Xiao Tiance expressed his gratitude and proceeded into the Tiangong pavilion without delay. He quickly located Yin Yang Xiang Xin Weizi, who was perusing texts. The figure appeared androgynous, with the left side of their body entwined in golden yang energy while the right emanated a peculiar black yin energy. "Your Highness, what brings you here today?" Xian Weizi's voice, tinged with duality, echoed as his gaze remained fixed on the book. Xiao Tiance dared not exhibit any semblance of nonchalance. After all, this individual was a powerhouse of the Void Realm, a figure at the pinnacle of the Tianwu dynasty, possessing a status even superior to his own as a prince. Within the Tiangong pavilion, for such beings existed, far beyond his capacity to provoke. Recently, I have been plagued by unease, sensing that a significant event is imminent. Hence, I seek your assistance in divination, Xiao Tiance stated. If your concerns stem from the recent turmoil, there is no need for worry. We have everything under control. However, this matter pertains to my own affairs. Your own affairs. Xian Weizi finally diverted his gaze from the text, regarding Xiao Tiance with interest. "Are you certain you wish to expend your 5-year quota for this?" "I am indeed certain. I implore you to assist me," Xiao Tiance replied, slightly bowing. Xian Weizi's demeanor shifted as he said, "In that case, I shall perform a divination for you." With a swift motion, a tome of black and gold materialized in his hand. He then reached out and extracted a thread as fine as a hair from Xiao Tiance's being. In an instant, the dark thread vanished into the tome, and at that moment, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire chamber. The tome floated autonomously, its pages flipping rapidly. Countless timelines emanated from it, each interconnected with Xiao Tiance's past actions, as if replaying his history. As the pages turned, vibrant lines gradually emerged, intricately weaving together to form a complex tapestry. The book was tracing and recreating Xiao Tiance's myriad experiences. When all the lines converged, they ultimately crystallized into a distinct figure, himself. Xiao Tiance was taken aback, recognizing the face that was both familiar and strange. It was Lin Jin, the one he had plotted against for over a decade without ever having encountered. At that moment, Xian Weizi pinched the figure of Lin Jin and transformed it into a black gold talisman, which he then presented to Xiao Tiance. "This individual's lifeline is formidable. It would be prudent for you to bring allies and ensure a decisive strike," Xian Weizi nonchalantly remarked before returning to his reading. Xiao Tiance, upon hearing these words, felt a tightening in his chest, his mind swirling with questions. Was a mere cultivator of the Spirit Sea realm truly worthy of such caution? Yet, witnessing Xian Weizi's demeanor, he understood that further inquiry would yield no answers. To press on might provoke the elder's ire. He could only bow and take his leave. Chapter 64, Pursuit. The burning flame sect Xiao Tiance returned to the palace, his countenance fluctuating between shadows and light. He had discerned that the anomaly of the 9th avatar stemmed from Lin Jin, yet his heart was beset with further inquiries. Unable to fathom how one deemed worthless could incite such transformation. Reflecting on the prior investigation into the Qingyun sect, he now suspected that it was Lin Jin who had obliterated them. Could it be that the divine pulse physique possessed some extraordinary capability, enabling a discarded soul to rise anew? Confusion engulfed Xiao Tiance. Although the Tianwu dynasty had been established for a millennium, it paled in comparison to the ancient existence of the Tianma sect, which had endured for 10,000 years. Naturally, its troves of literature and ancient texts were scant, leaving him uninformed about various legends from antiquity. "Yiming," Xiao Tiance suddenly commanded, his voice cold. "I have seen the prince." A shadowy figure materialized abruptly. Xiao Tiance produced a talisman and handed it to Yiming, instructing, "Retrieve my token and summon reinforcements from my maternal clan, along with your 6 ghostly companions. Ensure that this individual is captured, and strive to bring him back alive." "As you command, my lord," Yiming replied, accepting the talisman and slowly vanishing. Xiao Tiance's expression darkened with vexation. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer to venture forth himself. However, the current state of the imperial city forbade any reckless actions on his part. Thus, he entrusted the undertaking to his most trusted subordinates. Although the 6 ghosts of Yiming were only at the 3rd level of the Divine Mansion realm, their combined strength was formidable enough to contend with even the 5th level of the same realm, especially with the prowess of his maternal clan backing them. He had little faith that a mere cultivator of a few months, previously at the Spirit Sea realm, could evade capture. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away, Lin Jin rode the ethereal cloud, his expression one of astonishment. Not long ago, he had sensed an exceedingly strange aura approaching, as if something were peering at him, intent on uncovering every facet of his being. After a moment of bewilderment, Lin Jin quickly comprehended that this was due to his cultivation of the Taishu Guizong technique, which allowed him to perceive the malice directed toward him from afar. Initially, He feared that his own aura had been exposed and that the Heavenly Punishment Department was in pursuit. He promptly attempted to alter his aura, yet to no avail. It seemed that the entity searching for him was not relying solely on his energy signature. The only forces capable of expending such effort to track him down were the Tianwu dynasty or the demonic sect. Lin Jin pondered, deeming the former more likely due to their numerous grievances against him. The connection to the demonic sect, while present, was considerably minor. At this moment, he felt the persistent force clinging to him like a parasite, understanding that the methods employed by his pursuer were profoundly sophisticated, surpassing even those of the Heavenly Punishment Department. It appeared that his modest proficiency in the Taishu Guizhong technique was insufficient. Lin Jin's countenance turned resolute. However, he had exhausted all his energy and needed to amass more without delay. A thought struck him as he recalled the information gleaned from the Wuxi sect's battle spirit. A large sect lay 2,000 miles from his current location. Its strongest members at the spirit infant realm, yet they possessed a resource-rich flame iron mine. Their daily excavation was tremendous, undoubtedly accumulating vast wealth. Most importantly, this sect had intricate ties to the Heavenly Punishment Department. Otherwise, their strength would not suffice to claim ownership of an entire vein of flame iron. Lin Jin urged his ethereal cloud forward at great speed, reaching the vicinity of the burning flame sect within hours. A colossal active volcano loomed, billowing thick smoke. Expansive structures of crimson hue nestled within the mountains, continuously siphoning energy from the volcano. To the left of the volcano, a massive fissure in the earth appeared as if cleaved by a sword, stretching straight across the ground. From afar, Lin Jin sensed an intense conflagration emanating from within, indicating the high quality of the ores contained therein. Numerous tunnels had been carved into the sides of the chasm, with a throng of miners laboriously hauling extracted ores upward. In stark contrast to the ragged attire of the ordinary laborers, the disciples of the Burning Flame sect donned exquisite garments, casting cold glances upon the miners. Nearby, a supervisor brandished his whip, chastising those who lagged behind. Lin Jin observed this scene without a flicker of emotion. In such a world, power reigned supreme. The weak were exploited by the strong, a commonplace occurrence. Thus, with a wave of his hand, he unleashed over 10,000 battle spirits, their dark forms obscuring a segment of the sky. The chilling aura they exuded immediately drew the attention of those below. What is that? One miner questioned. I don't know. It looks like dark clouds. Is it going to rain? No. Look at the expressions on those sect disciples' faces. Whispers rippled among the miners as they noticed the shock and fear etched on the faces of the sect members. This cold power is definitely not benevolent. Quickly, back to the sect. Dozens of Burning Flame sect disciples hastily summoned their artifacts and fled, yet the speed of the battle spirits far surpassed theirs. In an instant, they were overtaken and slain, the spirits then surging toward the gates of the Burning Flame sect, leaving behind a trembling cadre of supervisors and bewildered miners. Among the crowd, a young boy, battered and bruised, suddenly shone with determination. Seizing the moment while all eyes were drawn to the battle spirits, he discarded his burden and swung his iron pickaxe, striking a supervisor in the head. The man let out a scream, collapsing lifelessly. You little fool. Two other supervisors, realizing what had transpired, drew their knives and charged at Xiao Yan. However, before they could take more than a few steps, several other injured youths surged from the crowd, toppling the two to the ground. Xiaohu, Xiaolong, Xiaosan. Gather the villagers. Today, we seek vengeance. Xiaoyan bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury. Just days prior, they had been ordinary farmers from a village 100 miles away, living simple lives. Yet the Burning Flame sect, in a bid to bolster its labor force, had invaded their village, slaying the elderly and young, abducting the women, and sending dozens of able-bodied men to toil in the mines. He had thought he would perish in servitude, not anticipating such a sudden upheaval. Xiaoyan, wise and resolute from a young age, recognized this as the best opportunity to escape the mines, thus taking the initiative. His actions swiftly drew the attention of other supervisors, who began to converge upon him. Yet Xiaoyan rallied his fellow villagers to stand against them. Lin Jin glanced at Xiaoyan from above, then shifted his focus elsewhere, considering it merely a minor skirmish. Meanwhile, the Burning Flame sect swiftly mobilized in response to the battle spirits. Hundreds of disciples were dispatched, and suddenly, a magnificent vermilion bird descended from the sky, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The disciples barely had time to activate their artifacts before being incinerated to ash. Only a few at the Dan Transformation Realm managed to put up a fight, but they were soon forced to retreat, their spiritual artifacts wailing in despair, teetering on the brink of collapse. Who dares to wreak havoc upon the Burning Flame sect? An elder, bearing a crimson stone coffin, suddenly appeared. He promptly struck the coffin, flinging open its lid, from which hundreds of red lightning fire talismans erupted, hurtling toward the vermilion bird. Chapter 65. Human Catastrophe. The mythical creature Zhuke was equally unyielding, soaring into the sky. With a powerful flap of its wings, countless sparks of starlight erupted, clashing against the torrential storm of red lightning symbols. The collision produced a tremendous explosion, sending shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding dense forest. Indeed, It possessed considerable might. Witnessing the failure of his attack, Wu Yin sneered coldly. He struck the stone coffin behind him once more, from which emerged a swarm of black shadows, not the lightning symbols, but hundreds of humanoid puppets intricately carved with flaming patterns. As soon as these puppets appeared, they rushed towards Zhu Ke with astonishing speed, surrounding it before it could react. Just as the encirclement threatened to explode, the heavens and earth shifted in color. A blade of energy, hundreds of meters long, descended from above, cleaving through half of the humanoid puppets and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that annihilated both the puppets and the blade. Seizing this moment, Zhu Ke took flight, retreating back into the ranks of the battle spirit army, right in front of the one who had unleashed that devastating strike, Nan Lai. Seeing the formidable presence of the battle spirits, the Grand Elder Wu Yin dared not advance, halting his steps in retreat. Suddenly, an eerie chime echoed through the air. Grand Elder, your sister has come to assist you. A seductively beautiful woman with crimson skin appeared behind Wu Yin, a hint of wicked charm in her smile. Behind her, several powerful beings of the spirit infancy realm followed, the elders and sect leader of the Burning Flame sect. Wu Yin, however, wore a discontented expression, ignoring Qi Mei's sarcastic remarks. Everyone, be cautious. Our adversaries are not to be underestimated. He warned the group. Lai Zhongya furrowed his brow and inquired, Grand Elder, have you discerned the origins of our opponents? These must be formidable individuals from other states. None match the descriptions from nearby states, Wu Yin replied. Before Lai Zhongya could respond, a burly man in a black robe adorned with golden patterns took a step forward, brandishing an iron token at his waist. Who dares to cause chaos here? Do you not recognize whose territory this is? Are you not afraid of annihilation? Wu Qingyan glared fiercely at the battle spirits. He had been stationed here for over a decade and had never encountered such impudence. Yet, responding to his challenge was a colossal flame blade. Nan Lai initiated the attack, with the other battle spirits following suit. Very well. Wu Qingyun fumed, caught off guard as his threats were swiftly countered. He hurled the mountain suppression seal, which instantly expanded to a Tinjiang radius, shattering the blade of energy and charging toward Nan Lai. However, before it could reach him, Yin Jiugu appeared unexpectedly, absorbing the impact of the mountain suppression seal. A wave of emerald poison then spread through the sky, rapidly corroding the seal. This is bad. Wu Qingyan felt the seal's essence depleting rapidly, his expression shifting as he quickly retracted it. The once mighty seal shrank back to its original form in his hands, leaving him pained by its tarnished surface as he glared at Yin Jiugu. Yet, upon observing the surrounding situation, his heart sank in alarm. A multitude of battle spirits were closing in, evidently intent on encircling and exterminating them, with even more spirit infancy realm experts than their own ranks. The enemy is overwhelming. We must retreat to the sect and activate the Great Formation to defend ourselves, Lai Zhongya shouted, sensing the peril. In an instant, flames erupted around him, transforming into a towering fire giant standing Tinjiang tall. With a fierce roar, the fire giant slammed its fist into the ground. Countless massive fire pillars shot up from beneath the battle spirit's feet, forcing them back. The members of the Burning Flame sect seized the opportunity to escape toward the main hall of the mountain gate. Lord Sect Master, I shall lend you my strength. A bald elder, adorned with crow feather symbols, produced a wine jug as a magical artifact. Upon uncapping it, a flaming crow burst forth, charging into the ranks of the battle spirits, exploding and further obstructing their pursuit. All managed to return safely to the sect. A vast crimson shield, resembling blood, activated instantly, enveloping the entire mountain gate. This was the protective formation of the Burning Flame sect, the Nine Suns Burning Heaven Array. Its energy source was not only spirit stones but also the immense volcano beneath them, providing an inexhaustible supply, impervious to energy depletion. Moreover, it would reflect the power of the Earth's flames. Even a deity-level expert would struggle to breach it in a short time. Upon entering this sanctum, the members of the Burning Flame sect felt an immense sense of security, believing themselves invulnerable. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of oppression descended upon them, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down. This pressure was far more potent than the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. They felt a chilling dread surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Gazing upward in horror, they beheld a monstrous hand descending from the heavens, resembling a dark cloud that blotted out the sun. The hand's reach spanned several miles, each finger as thick as a mountain. In their terrified gaze, the once impenetrable sect formation crumbled like parchment, vanishing in an instant. With a resounding crash that echoed like the wrath of the heavens, countless structures collapsed under the force. Massive stones flew through the air, stirring clouds of dust, with debris raining down like a torrential downpour. The members of the Burning Flame sect felt a surge of primal survival instinct, desperate to flee. Yet, they were horrified to discover an unyielding pressure locking them in place, enveloping their bodies and rendering them immobile. Even the spirit infancy realm experts attempted to escape their spirits in search of a glimmer of hope, only to find their spiritual energy seemingly shackled. No. The anguished screams of countless voices echoed through the chaos of the collapsing world. With a thunderous crash, the colossal hand struck the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. A powerful shockwave radiated from the impact, obliterating everything in its wake. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose high into the sky, and the immense force even stirred the volcano into agitation. The once placid volcano now roared to life like an enraged beast, spewing forth plumes of white smoke. Within its depths, the magma began to churn ominously, producing a gurgling sound as if it were on the verge of eruption. In the next moment, another monstrous hand descended upon the volcano's core, striking it with such force that it quelled any signs of an impending eruption, restoring an eerie calm. Meanwhile, the miners below remained in shock, their faces pale as they watched the unfolding chaos. Though they had heard tales of the power of cultivators, witnessing such apocalyptic destruction firsthand made the disparity between their world and that of the powerful starkly clear. In the eyes of nearly everyone present was a mix of terror and disbelief, save for Xiao Yan, who gazed at the sky with longing. Chapter 66. The Power of Bloodline. Go forth and pursue your desires. Lin Jin soared above the ruins of the Burning Flame sect, effortlessly converting all the resources discovered by the battle spirits. The spiritual stones alone amounted to 500,000, an immense fortune far surpassing that of an entire state city. Truly, the wealth of a great tycoon dominating an entire vein of, or is nothing short of astonishing. However, Lin Jin surmised that a significant portion of these riches would inevitably be tribute to higher authorities. After all, a sect without the presence of a divine mansion realm could scarcely retain such wealth. In addition to the hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, there were also the energies converted from thousands of disciples of the Burning Flame sect, constituting a formidable source of income. After thoroughly scavenging all available resources, Lin Jin ascended into the sky, preparing to journey to his next destination. Thanks to the annihilation of a certain Wu Qingyun, he had extracted an abundance of information from his memories, granting him greater clarity regarding the clandestine forces of the Heavenly Punishment Division or the Heavenly Martial Dynasty nearby, as well as two factions indirectly manipulated by the Heavenly Punishment Division. The area surrounding the Thousand Miasma Corpse forest was indeed a vast treasure trove, one that the Heavenly Martial Dynasty would not overlook. Should they submit obediently, those sects might be allowed to persist. If they resisted, the dynasty would simply replace them with a more compliant faction. This development, in fact, facilitated Lin Jin's plans. If he were to eradicate these factions entirely, while it might not inflict substantial damage upon the core of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty, it would nonetheless undermine their resource acquisition, effectively diminishing their strength. As Lin Jin departed, a figure below relentlessly pursued him. Despite falling multiple times, the individual immediately rose and continued the chase. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's determined silhouette, Lin Jin merely smiled with indifference. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps there was something worth trying. After a brief contemplation, he gently descended upon a mountaintop. Hope surged within Xiao Yan as he spotted the ethereal clouds settling down, rekindling his waning spirit. Ignoring the numerous wounds adorning his body, he scrambled up the mountain, using both hands and feet, persevering even where there was no path. An unwavering resolve fueled him. He no longer wished to be an ordinary person at the mercy of others. He could not bear to witness the slaughter of his loved ones or the abduction of his childhood companion while he was powerless, crushed beneath the weight of his own helplessness. He aspired to become a cultivator, shattering the shackles imposed by the powerful. Thus, even if a misstep led to his demise, he harbored no intention of surrender. After enduring several perils, his hands and feet were raw from the sharp rocks, yet he finally scaled the pinnacle through sheer willpower. Not far away stood a remarkably tall young man clad in a white brocade robe, offering him a faint smile. A wave of relief washed over Xiao Yan as he gestured to his companions below, signaling for their safety. Taking a deep breath, he sought to compose himself but was met with the sight of bloodstains, prompting a bitter smile. After a moment's hesitation, he strode purposefully toward Lin Jin, halting a mere 10 paces away. With a resounding thud, he knelt down, striking his forehead 3 times against the ground with considerable force. When he lifted his head, his visage was a bloody mess, clearly a testament to his fervent effort. I, the humble Xiao Yan, beseech you, noble sir, to accept me as your disciple. His head bowed low, he dared not meet Lin Jin's gaze, fearful of causing offense. You have managed to ascend to this height with your frail body, which is indeed remarkable. However, I have no intention of taking on disciples, Lin Jin replied. Your mere presence here is a blessing to me. Regardless of what tasks you may undertake on my behalf, I shall exert every effort, risking my life without hesitation. You are indeed a clever one, Lin Jin remarked with a light chuckle, retrieving a vial containing the bloodline power of a spiritual infant from his divine prison space. This essence is derived from a rare beast. Upon consumption, you shall acquire the beast abilities. If you can endure the absorption, you will gain formidable strength. Yet, I must warn you, the transformation may render you unrecognizable as a human. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to contemplate this. Lin Jin, though unimpressed by the lowly bloodlines of lesser beasts, found Xiao Yan's tenacity appealing and did not mind investing a little time. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the ominous vial, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Though he yearned for immense power, he feared becoming a monster. If I become a monster, will Fong Fong still remember me? His heart was torn with conflict. Yet, in the next instant, memories of the massacre of his village surged forth, accompanied by the humiliation he endured as he was brought to this place. He could no longer bear such a life. even if it meant becoming a monster. He would rather invoke fear than be subjected to scorn. In that moment, Xiaoyan resolved himself. He swiftly consumed the bloodline essence. Instantly, a chilling power erupted within him, akin to countless blades tearing and slicing through his flesh. The excruciating agony compelled him to wail, rolling on the ground in torment. A fierce itch ensued, prompting him to claw at himself frantically. Soon, his skin was a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh. Beneath the crimson haze, a layer of dark green scales began to sprout, forming a dense, scaled skin upon the surface. The entire ordeal persisted for nearly an hour before concluding, leaving the ground a morass of black and red, resembling a scene of carnage. The once handsome and vibrant Xiaoyan had vanished, replaced by a muscular figure exceeding 2 meters in height, adorned with scales. Now, let us test the potency of your newfound power, Lin Jin stated nonchalantly. Glancing at his beast-like hands, Xiaoyan felt a surge of pain. Upon hearing Lin Jin's words, he quickly seized a large rock. To his astonishment, the seemingly solid stone crumbled in his grasp like mere tofu. Is this truly the extent of my current strength? He gasped, elation flooding him as he cast aside the previous torment. The joy of acquiring such formidable power eclipsed all else. Compared to the ability to dictate his own fate, what did superficial appearances matter? Not bad. You possess the strength of a spiritual pulse realm. Once you fully assimilate the bloodline power, you may become 100 times stronger. Lin Jin remarked, nodding with slight satisfaction regarding the efficacy of the bloodline power. After all, transforming an ordinary person into a minor adept of the spiritual pulse realm in just an hour was no small feat, a revelation that would surely evoke envy in those who had toiled for decades without nearing such heights. Thank you, noble sir, for granting me this power. My every endeavor shall be dedicated to you. Should you have any requests, Xiaoyan will spare no effort in fulfilling them. He approached Lin Jin once more, kneeling heavily before him. Your willingness is all that is required. Lin Jin replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand. Now, go forth and pursue your desires with the strength you have gained. Xiaoyan, understanding the magnitude of his newfound abilities and the insignificance of his previous strength, took his leave with renewed purpose. Chapter 67, Scavenging. Revenge. Xiaoyan hastily approached the precipice, gazing at the arduous marks he had left while climbing. At that moment, a surge of bravado filled his heart. With a daring leap, he plunged downwards, swiftly bounding along the sheer cliff face. In mere breaths, he accomplished what had previously cost him dearly. In this instant, he grasped the true significance of strength. His sudden appearance startled his companions, who mistook him for a monster, prompting them to flee in terror. Fortunately, he managed to intercept them, and amidst their panicked cries, he revealed his secret, assuaging their fears and proving he was indeed Xiaoyan. Good heavens, Brother Yin, how have you transformed so drastically? You nearly frightened us to death. They exclaimed. It matters not how I appear. What is vital is that no one shall bully us again, Xiaoyan reassured them. He briefly elucidated the nature of his transformation and the powers he had acquired, leaving his companions in stunned silence. Upon learning of the celestial benefactor's gift, they regretted not having climbed the cliff themselves. However, they soon calmed, realizing that had they ascended, their likely fate would have been a fatal fall. For Xiaoyan, the acquisition of power had altered his mindset. Initially, he sought merely to avoid being bullied, but now he yearned to ascend to greatness. Once he had stabilized his companions, he led them to seek out their kin in the village. After some discourse, they confirmed his identity. At that moment, the once ordinary youth, Xiaoyan, had risen to become the leader among dozens, the mightiest among the miners. Let us ascend the mountain and search for anything of use, he commanded, waving his hand as they marched forth with great enthusiasm. The miners, upon catching sight of Xiaoyan's figure, cried out in fear, fleeing without a backward glance. This fortuitously saved them considerable effort, allowing them to commence excavating the ruins. They indeed uncovered numerous trinkets left behind by the battle spirits, including various techniques, scattered spirit stones, and medicinal pills. Their spirits soared, invigorating their efforts in the excavation. From a distance, Lin Jin observed Xiaoyan and his companions with a slight smile, sensing a flicker of potential in the young man. If he could seize this opportunity, he might well become a figure of significance in the future. Raising his head, Lin Jin downed the last cup of spirit wine with flair before casting it aside and departing on a cloud. Merely vanquishing a single sect could not propel the Taishu Guizhong art to its pinnacle. If he were to discover sufficient techniques, he would elevate it to even greater intricacies. He had no desire to remain a target for these peculiar entities. As night fell, Lin Jin arrived at a vast lake. The silver moon cast shimmering reflections upon its surface, where dozens of brightly lit boats drifted serenely. Yet, Lin Jin had no interest in such beauty. He aimed directly at a splendid cluster of buildings along the shore and struck down with a palm. To mitigate collateral damage, he restrained some of his force. With a thunderous roar, the buildings crumbled, clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Most within the vicinity were obliterated in a single strike, while the few survivors suffered grievous injuries. Cough. I do not know which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence, but if our Yu Villa has offended, I beseech you to grant us a chance for atonement. An elderly man with silver hair, clad in a pale blue robe and at the spirit infant realm, called out. In response, he was met with a rain of flames as a vermilion bird descended from the heavens. In a panic, the elder summoned his true artifact to defend himself, only to be cleaved apart by a blade of energy that spanned 100 meters. Ah, my innate spirit artifact is destroyed. The elder was gravely wounded. And moments later, the vermilion bird struck him from above, obliterating him entirely. Ancestor, grandfather, a group of survivors below wailed in despair. Yet, their mourning was short-lived. For the vermilion bird flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of massive fireballs that ignited the entire villa. Who dares to wreak havoc at you, villa? Do you not know that this, a disheveled middle-aged man, his face contorted with fury, burst from one of the boats, ready to unleash his true artifact against the battle spirit. However, before he could finish his threat, a colossal hand descended, reducing him to a mist of blood. Xiao Taisher is dead. Good heavens, he was a formidable spirit infant realm expert. Could it be that a godly figure has intervened? Run. Within the boats, chaos erupted as people scattered in all directions. The more powerful took to the skies, while the less capable clung to the water's surface. As for the wealthy without martial skills, they trembled in fear aboard the vessels. Lin Jin paid little mind to those aboard the boats. Had the man not revealed himself, he would have been too indifferent to act. An hour later, all resistance from Yu Villa was extinguished, leaving only the sound of crackling flames. In the air, the vermilion bird let out a screech, absorbing all the flames, leaving behind a charred wasteland. Thousands of battle spirits scoured the ruins for anything of value. Before long, they gathered, and Lin Jin waved his hand, drawing in their finds. The spirit stones amounted to less than 100,000, a stark contrast to the wealth of the Burning Flame sect. However, considering that the villa primarily dealt in spirit fish, their yield was not as rapid or stable as that of a mine, which Lin Jin understood. He continued onward to his next destination, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Meanwhile, aboard one of the boats, a finely dressed woman clutched the railing, her eyes red and brimming with tears as she stared at the ruins of Yu Villa. Sisters, did you see? These villains have finally received their comeuppance. Haraha, they are dead. It serves them right. She laughed with unrestrained glee. In her quest to uncover the whereabouts of her two sisters, Yio had painstakingly infiltrated the boats. Yet, the outcome of her investigation filled her with profound sorrow. Her sisters had long since become fodder for the fish in the lake. Furthermore, countless women had met similar fates after entering the boats, their bones now lying in the depths. She vowed to destroy this place. However, as a mere spirit vein realm cultivator, she was no match for Yu Villa. Thus, she had remained hidden, gathering evidence to inform the Celestial Punishment Division. Little did she know that reporting to the division would lead to her own mysterious disappearance. Yet today, with Lin Jin's arrival, her desires were finally realized. As she laughed, tears streamed down her face even more fiercely. Sisters, I could not save you. This time, I shall rescue others. Yio stifled her sorrow, drawing a long sword from her zither as she descended towards the chaos below. At that moment, the powerful had already fled, leaving behind either ordinary people or those with low cultivation. As a spirit vein realm cultivator, Yu Yao was the most formidable presence among them. Yao, you. Without a hint of emotion, Yu Yao swiftly dispatched the boat's master in the bedroom, followed by her two loyal subordinates. These were the accomplices responsible for her sister's demise, and she would show them no mercy. The master's anguished scream alerted the others. Before Yu Yao could exit the room, several armed men burst in, startled by her fierce demeanor. Yet, Yu Yao had no inclination for idle chatter. Her longsword became a flash of cold light that pierced through the air. Ah! Cries of agony echoed as the assailants clutched their throats, collapsing lifelessly. Sister, what are you doing? A few women clad in long skirts appeared, unable to suppress their exclamations of surprise. Yu Yao, gazing at the familiar faces she had interacted with for several months, felt her expression soften slightly. You shall go to the captain's quarters and find the key to free our sisters trapped in the lower deck. But, sister, won't this be dangerous? There is no room for hesitation. Simply follow my instructions. Very well, but what shall you do? Yio cast a cold glance at the other boats, her demeanor resolute. There are more sisters suffering, and I must rescue them all. Before her words had fully settled in the air, Yio sprang into action, her toes barely touching the surface of the lake as she leaped onto another boat. Shortly thereafter, a chilling scream echoed across the water.